Chapter 401 Nether White Tiger. Do you want to be the source of all heavens and worlds? Bain's voice sounded in Suhi's ears like magic. Suhi was silent for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Bain. You are not Bain. Who are you? I felt something was awkward from just now. His Bain wouldn't be so serious. I wouldn't ask him that. She would only plan everything for him to get in. And then say to him carelessly, Little clan brother, we have arranged a big deal for you. Not only did Bain on the opposite side not panic when he was seen through, but his eyes lit up, and he burst into laughter. We knew it couldn't be done. They insisted that I talk to you in a dignified and quiet manner. We were not allowed to escape, for fear of arousing your disgust, pretending we're exhausted after working for so long. That ice lump is enough for posing. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand carelessly and rubbed Suhi's dragon horn. Little clan brother, long time no see. Suhi relaxed. This is Bain's way of speaking. Who are they? Suhi asked. Bain waved his hand. A group of old rotten trees want me to lead you as a source. She sat cross-legged on the stone in front of Suhi, holding her chin and looking at him with shining eyes. What exactly is the source? Suhi asked with eyebrows raised. Bai Ling shrugged. The beginning of Tao? The source of practice? Who knows? The way of heaven? This name came to Suhi's mind for no apparent reason. I always think it's not a good word. What will happen if you don't do it? Bai Ling spread his hands. Who knows? Maybe as I have calculated, everyone will die. She chuckled as she spoke, with a mischievous smile in her eyes. Death like that is not necessarily a bad thing. Maybe you can visit your previous world after death. What would a place full of Taoist scriptures look like? Very longing for it. Suhi blinked and did not react to Bain's brain circuit for a moment. No, my immortal lord. What are you doing with that curious and even expectant expression in your eyes? Bain is full of curiosity about everything, even death. Snatching Suhi's body from his previous life, condensing Suhi's true spirit, sending Suhi to be reincarnated, ensuring the immortality of the avenue. It seems that he just thinks he should do it. If she was really given freedom, maybe this guy would be completely free and experience death firsthand. When you say our source has disappeared, who are we referring to? Suhi asked curiously. Bain casually replied. The big world of Xianwang? Plus the extended races? Xianwang is the place where Tao originated. Naturally, those who start here are forgotten. Suhi frowned. That's not right. Emperor Feng is the enemy of Xianwang at the moment. But their ancestor, the prison clan, is actually an extension of Xianwang. The prison clan was not a race at first, but a group of people who held the power of the heavenly prisoners, formed together. Strictly speaking, the title of emperor at this moment comes from all heavens and realms. All the heavens and worlds belong to the extension of Xianwang. Bain smiled and pointed in the direction of the underground river. The water and soil spiraled upward again, entwining each other and gradually forming a Tai Chi-like ball. Two sources. There is me and you and me. Who said that they cannot be transformed? Where did the rich source of Yuan Zun come from that could not be transformed into Tantai's body? Suhi blinked. Then, why not transform the past? Wouldn't it be the source of the past? I don't have the source, but I can steal your source. Bain looked at him in surprise and poked his forehead hard. Hey! Are you actually a capitulator? Suhi shook his head. Don't make trouble. Have you ever seen a surrendered dragon turtle? I'm just curious about this question. Projection never seems to work in real hostility. Just like Feng Wang and Xianwang, there is never an option to surrender to the other side. Even if you surrender, the other party will not accept it. But Suhi didn't know why. Bain twisted his dragon horns and shook his head gently. I can't surrender. After you left, I chopped off one of the Great Witch's hands, and that hand turned into a woman, she said, with some doubts rising in her eyes. The woman transformed by the hand has no connection with the Great Witch's body. She is completely an independent person. This reminds me of another legend about the origin of the Yuanzun clan. As she spoke, her voice became hollow. God cut off one of his little fingers, and the flesh and blood turned into the ancestors of our race. And the blood turned into the people of our race. One day, the essence and blood will flow back, and the flesh and blood will be reorganized. The clan will return to the hand of God, no matter what else. Do you think that after surrendering, will those surrendering factions one day return to the palm of that God? Suhi was quiet for a moment. Is this God their source? Bai Ling did not reply, but a light suddenly flashed in his eyes. You tell me, if I surrender, return to God's hand, and then rebel, Can I let God stab me to death with a finger? Suhi looked coldly, formed a little sailor, and hit her on the head. Don't mess around. This woman thinks about it all at once. And if she thinks it's fun, she might actually do it one day. I have a limit on how to escape. Suhi gritted his teeth, and the sound came out from between his teeth. He looked at Bain inside and asked, What should I do with this source? Bain gently froze Suhi's condensed fist and held it in his hand like a popsicle. He muttered, How do I know? I've never seen you on. But you should first become stronger. Right. The strongest one in the world. In the world. In the past and present? She wasn't sure. But there was nothing wrong with getting stronger. The world always followed a rule. Only those who were strong enough could touch levels that ordinary people could never touch. Maybe becoming the strongest person in the world will know what to do. Just like the Emperor of Heaven and the Barbarian King later? Suhi hesitated. The strongest. It's a bit difficult. Suhi was sure of becoming a powerful person in the world. Even ranking in the top 40 or 50 of Baizé ranking. With the dragon turtle as the foundation. The beast transformation chapter. And the 4 sacred beasts. Even now there is only the Xuanwu practice method. If Suzaka goes to find his aunt, he will probably get a lot of information. Feng Qiaofei had an arrogant temper. But actually, she doted on him. With these things, Suhi is still somewhat sure of reaching the top 40 or 50 on the Baizé list within 10,000 years. But to climb higher, even needing to surpass Taizu, it always feels unrealistic. Without the source, the immortal lord would also die? Suhi asked. Bain said in ancient times that ever since he accidentally became an immortal lord, he couldn't die even if he wanted to. Is there anything that can kill the immortal lord? Bain shrugged. We don't know whether ordinary people will die, but the immortal lord will definitely die. If the building collapses, the ants may be fine, but the people in the building have no chance of survival. Suhi was silent, and after a long time, he suddenly opened his mouth and laughed. Then set a small goal first, to reach the top 100 of Baizé list, and then set a big goal to step on Taizu with your left foot, and Fengzu with your right foot, with both front paws 1 claw at a time to suppress the dragon ancestor. Immortal Lord must die. Are you here to catch his wife? The 3 wives in total are all immortals. But it's causing trouble for my family. Right? Bain was not shocked by Suhi's boldness. Instead, he looked at him in disbelief. They got offended you? Why did Duan suppress his own strongest man? Suhi's head is full of black lines. Metaphor. This is a metaphor, he said quietly. You asked me to reincarnate with the Tao Sutra. Isn't it just to ensure that the Daoyun lasts for a long time? Doesn't it count as the source? Bain shrugged. It's a bit meaningful, but it's still far from it. It's bigger than the gap between a mortal baby and an immortal. According to our inference, the real source of all things comes out, instead of just affecting a few people around him. The real source is a god like the Yuanzun clan, who cuts off a little finger and creates the strongest clan in the world. Suhi has the Tao Sutra and has the possibility of becoming the source. Suhi suddenly realized, isn't that someone's ancestor? So you were trying so hard not to train your husband-in-law or your clan brother, but to train yourself a father? Bah! Bain twisted his dragon horn's hand and squeezed it hard, then burst out laughing hard. Suhi looked at her appearance. His expression changed, and asked, Sister clan, are you Bain or Bai Ling now? Her current gaze is different from Bain in the ancient times, but it is 90% similar to Bai Ling, who left a message at the White Tiger ruins. A sly look flashed in Bain's eyes. Guess! I never guess. Suhi snorted and tried again, but Bain in front of him chuckled. If you don't guess, I won't guess. If you don't guess, I won't tell you the time is up. We have to leave. As she spoke, the power of time exploded from her body, and a double image appeared on Bain. The double image collapsed back, fell into the power of time, and left suddenly. Bain in front of him returned to that consciousness. Bain and Bai Ling have always been the freest and most carefree. Even when facing Suhi, they just go as they should without any hesitation. Bai Ling's consciousness slowly opened his eyes. Bah! Bah! You're having sex with yourself. What do you think? She raised her head and looked at Suhi. The Netherworld White Tiger took it away? Suhi nodded. How come the clan's sister is the Netherworld White Tiger? How can I train my third body? What the third body needs is the essence and blood of the White Tiger. The essence and blood are gone, and the tiger bones are gone. Now there is only a ghost white tiger lying in the inner world, almost frightening the sluggish Lu Ying inside. He was suddenly stunned. Lu Ying was still in his inner world. She was probably stunned by the conversation between him and Bai Ling. She was in a daze at the moment. Okay. This girl helps her repair her inner world. And then she has to erase her memory. He was stunned for a moment. He forgot that Lu Ying was really negligent. How could Bai Yin not notice the situation in his inner world? She was still speaking openly in front of Lu Ying. Maybe it was not intentional. He was in a daze when he saw Bai Yin's conscious body in front of him shrugging. How do I know? Anyway, I used the fighting spirit to refine the tiger bone according to the memory left by the main body. After refining, it looked like this. Just now. The main body didn't tell you how to use the white tiger. He remained silent for a long time before taking a step forward. Sister Clan, was it Bai Yin or Bai Ling who had sex with you just now? Bai Yin consciousness blinked. Is there any difference? These two are the same person. Of course. He replied. If Bai Ling still has this attitude towards me, then you must have retained all the memories in reincarnation. And you are still yourself. Then I can be unscrupulous. Bai Yin's consciousness was stunned for a moment. And he asked stupidly, why are you so unscrupulous? He chuckled and whispered back. Bai Ling is a turtle. Bah! Bai Yin's consciousness burst into laughter. After laughing enough, he hooked his fingers at Suhi. Suhi came closer, and Bai Yin whispered in his ear. Little clan brother, I will tell you quietly before I leave. I'm telling you what I mean. Next time you see her, be direct. Be bold. Suhi. Dot. Are you taking revenge on yourself? The real body left her in Bai Yin Palace, unable to leave, and possessed her upper body. It would be strange not to retaliate based on Bai Yin's mentality. Are you leaving too? Suhi asked softly. Bai Yin's conscious body shrugged. The time has come. My task is to refine the tiger bones. The tiger bones have been refined, and we are going to dissipate. She chuckled. Don't worry. The memory will still be there after the consciousness dissipates. When the main body comes to Bai Yin Palace, you will get this broken memory. As she spoke, her figure gradually dissipated. Before she left, she looked at Suhi raising her fists in front of her to cheer her up. Be bold. If she dares to resist, you can snatch her back. Go. As he spoke, his consciousness dissipated, and the word Chu formed intermittent echoes in the air. Suhi suddenly felt disappointed. He closed his eyes slightly and recalled the scene just now, feeling more and more that the person who just spoke was probably Bai Ling. Non-easy is in the same vein as her previous life, and she escapes in the same way. It's definitely not dead, but I don't know how to get rid of it. That guy, isn't he facing the source of the enemy? So Chiju Dantian left a message asking him for help, and now he showed up to guide him? Probably not. Suhi shook his head. If you are facing the source directly, you will not hide it. Everything in Xianhuang Dantian can be said directly. But no matter what it was, Suhi had a goal for the second time since he entered the world of cultivation. The first time was when I tried my best to become the dragon turtle. After I achieved the dragon turtle, I had no lofty goals. Although I practiced every day, I was just getting by. After being able to sleep with his wife in Changyu Mansion for 100 years, Suhi would never move away from home and do everything passively. I have a goal again after 30 years. Source. No matter how you listen to it, this source is something like the way of heaven. But there cannot be two ways of heaven. Suhi couldn't understand, but he knew what he should do at this moment. Powerful. Getting stronger step by step. At the very least, it must first be powerful enough to influence the battle situation in the two big worlds. Speaking of the history of Xianhuang, it is a history of never-ending wars. The heaven that once was gone. The barbarian king who almost unified Xianhuang was gone. The Xianhuang world led by Bai Yin and the other immortals is gone. Now it has fallen to the point where it can no longer even keep its name as the Xianhuang world. Suhi wondered if Senior Xianhuang was always like this. He kept winning from generation to generation, but he lost more and more. Suhi took a long breath and looked up at the top of the cave, where Feng Xiu was still bouncing. The nether white tiger has been taken away and will no longer be affected by the fighting spirit. Kill this officer first. Suhi stepped forward and saw the bubbles colliding on the top of the cave, knocking down countless gravel, and a figure hanging in the stone wall at the top was revealed. It was a sergeant in broken armor. The stone wall was smashed by the ceiling bubble and exposed. A pair of eyes slowly opened. He glanced down, and his eyes fell on Suhi. His eyes immediately lit up. He pulled himself out of the stone wall, fell down with a loud bang, and hit the ground with a loud bang. Then looked up at Suhi. This is not a living person. This is a ghost, with a mummified look on its face and body. There is even no skin or meat on the chest and calves, directly exposing the pale bones. He broke through the stone wall and fell, and the stalagmites that flew away penetrated the bubble of Fengxiu, and Fengxiu hit the ground along with the ghost. He raised his head to look at the ghost. He didn't know what he thought of, but he looked suddenly enlightened. Yes, that woman just now is not the owner of this place. The aura of this place is extremely dark, and the only person who can be the master of this place is the ghost cultivator in front of me. This ghost cultivator is the master here. He is the owner of White Tiger. He cupped his hands and bowed. Senior! It was this turtle that snatched the White Tiger from Senior's cave. Fengxiu opened his mouth to complain. The woman just now had no idea where she came from. Although he couldn't hear what He was talking to the woman, he could clearly see the woman turning into bubbles and dispersing. The woman was either dead or escaped. As he was talking, he saw the ghost in front of him looked at Suhi and said, My name is Jin. Mistress, make me general of the netherworld. This ghost, feeling the faint aura coming from the ghost, Suhi felt like he could kill the ghost at any time. This feeling is like seeing a ghost coming out of a netherworld passage. Suhi looked at his face, and suddenly realized that this was the ghost that Bain caught from the netherworld of his inner world in ancient times. At that time, he was just a brat whose combat power was at the second level of skytreading. But now he can even speak? Bain trained him. Mistress, name me netherworld. General. The ghost spoke again. General Netherworld. If Suhi has some realization, Netherworld is talking about the netherworld in his inner world. Right? Is this Bain's promise? Suhi nodded. I will make you the netherworld general. If you have merit in the future, you can go further. The face of Fengxiu beside him had completely changed. He turned around and ran away. This dragon turtle and the ghost are one family. At this moment, his soul was at risk, and he was deceived. From beginning to end, there was no possibility of snatching away the White Tiger's treasure. Despicable insider information. Outside the cave, the fighting had stopped when Feng Qiaofei returned. The Emperor's world and the mysterious world were clearly separated and looked at each other. While the two sides looked at each other defensively, they also looked toward the cave. The aura of the White Tiger that was raging just now suddenly disappeared. The White Tiger treasure has been put away. On one side of the Fengwang Palace, some people gradually showed signs of joy. The dragon turtle also entered the cave, and the White Tiger treasure was taken away. But Fengxiu did not die. If dragon turtle had obtained the treasure, Fengxiu should have been killed long ago. They had great trust in Fengxiu. Even if Fengxiu couldn't grab the treasure at the last moment, they would risk their lives to prevent dragon turtle from getting it. Fengxiu is not dead, and the treasure has an owner. That means that Fengxiu probably got the White Tiger treasure, and is probably fighting against the dragon turtle right now. That's the only way it makes sense. Of course, it's also possible that the dragon turtle obtained the treasure through trickery, and is trying its best to suppress it, so it doesn't have the energy to suppress Fengxiu. Wouldn't that be better? Fengxiu's combat power is comparable to that of dragon turtle, so he just takes this opportunity to kill dragon turtle. Several people looked at each other, and their eyes lit up at the same time. At this moment, the expressions of everyone in Fengwang Palace suddenly changed. Sensations came from the battle formation disc. Fengxiu is dead. Several people immediately stared fiercely at the entrance of the cave. Dragon turtle! Dragon turtle! Kill me again! The Emperor's general! Fengxiu died, which meant that the White Tiger treasure fell into the hands of the dragon turtle. Sui Fengho, who had just woken up, looked extremely pale. It has been 3 or 4 months since Emperor Feng entered the White Tiger ruins in a large scale. After several months of fighting, countless people died at the 7th level of the sky. I didn't grab the core of Bayan Palace. That's it. I didn't even grab the White Tiger treasure. The bad guy is still the little dragon turtle. Damn it. Why do you care for a turtle like this? There were many people in the Emperor's palace who had the same thoughts as her, and a depressing atmosphere rose in the Emperor's camp. Unlike them, in the Xinhuang camp on the other side, Gu Luo immediately sensed the changes in the people of Fengwang and didn't even want to know what happened. He looked up to the sky and let out a long groan. And the entire Xinhuang camp suddenly cheered. The cursing laughter of Monk Sanxiang came out. Ha ha! Emperor Feng's bastards! Thank you for the war in March and helping our little friend Suhi open the entrance to the treasure. As soon as his words came out, He immediately caused laughter from the Xianwang world. If Zhu Yan was there, no one would be a fool and would have guessed how the cave was opened. Feng Nan from the Emperor's camp had already woken up. He glanced this way with his empty eyes and said in a clear voice, "Xianwang has a good plan. This time we will lose." Monk Sanxiang smiled even more brazenly and asked, "May I ask, Mr. Nguo, which time did you win?" The Emperor's camp was instantly angry, but Xuanwang's side was smiling happily. Feng Chaofei glanced at Sanxiang and felt that this monk seemed to have no moral integrity. But he had a cheerful temperament. So he was a real person. Is this Sui's fellow Taoist? Although his morality is not high, his ability to make friends is not low. Anyone who can be lured into Qianjiang by Ji Feishue is a monster. Chapter 402 Yanjun? He looked at the ghost in front of him. This guy was quite powerful in the cave. He could borrow the power of the cave and kill the 6th level Tatian with just one sword. The power of cutting down the entire cave with one sword was all slashed on Feng Xiu's body. From his physical body to his soul, connected to his natal stars, all cut away with one sword. Much cleaner than He. If He suppresses Feng Xiu, there will at least be a fight. But if not, it may even overturn. Ghost Town is simply invincible in the cave. Unfortunately, everyone outside should be scared now. And no one can enter the cave rashly. Otherwise it would be a good time to hunt. After being taught by Bai Tiao for some time, this ghost can use the power of the netherworld. Which is good. However, his own strength was still a bit weak. He estimated that he could only reach the 6th level of skywalking alone. Tens of millions of years in vain. "Come!" He shouted, and a pull fell on the ghost. The ghost did not protest and followed He's pull directly into the inner world. He didn't even look at the upper level. He just flashed and entered the underground like a familiar road. Enter the netherworld through the entrance to the underworld. He's underworld world was dim and vast. Compared with the cave outside, it was vast and boundless, and the edges could not be seen at a glance. The ghost came in, opened his arms, and felt the atmosphere of the netherworld with a contented look on his face. He was more comfortable in the netherworld than in the nether cave at the White Tiger ruins. He was kidnapped by Bain from this underworld. And when he returns this time, is he a glorious return to his hometown? He danced his arms gently, mobilizing the aura of the netherworld, as if merging with the netherworld. This kind of compatibility. If He goes one step further and condenses the laws in the netherworld into authority and falls on this ghost, this guy will be a good candidate for Lord Yama. Guiwu Town felt the atmosphere of his hometown motionless. He no longer paid attention to him, and a consciousness fell into the inner world. The nether White Tiger and Lu Ying stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes. Seeing He come in, Lu Ying's face suddenly turned pale. "Are you here to kill people and silence them?" She looked at He with resentful eyes. "If you want to keep such a secret, can't you hide it from someone else? Can't you close your inner world? Why are you negligent, and now you want me to take responsibility? Is that kind of secret something she, a young monk, can afford? Just because she has an extra pair of wings?" He is not a person who kills indiscriminately. But there are some things that must not be known to outsiders. He sighed. "Fellow Taoists will stay in my inner world for a while. When the environment settles down, I will ask the seniors to take action to save these fellow Taoists. The memory is deleted, and the fellow Taoists can leave later. This is my negligence, and I will make compensation afterwards." He said seriously, and the anger on Lu Ying's face turned into misery. "Are you going to kill me? My clan can even repair the heaven and the earth. Not to mention the mere memory. As long as the soul and brain are still there, even if the memory is crushed into paste and thoroughly dug out, it will still be repaired instinctively. Shouldn't this ability be concealed quietly? Sure enough, it was the first time I left home, and I had no experience in living in the spiritual world. Can this ability to look after one's family fortune be exposed? Now I can't even let you go." He was silent for a while, then sighed and asked, "I haven't really met you yet. May I ask what clan your friend is from?" Lu Ying immediately became on guard and looked at He warily. "I am the only one who knows your secret. My family does not have the ability to communicate spiritually." He shook his head in amusement. "If you don't want to say it, fellow Taoist, then don't say it. I thought that fellow Taoist's clan must be somewhat related to the Butian clan. And I still have some connections with the Butian clan. Well, I helped them guard the forbidden area once, although the Butian clan didn't know it. He also obtained 2 copies of white tiger blood in their forbidden area, and later used the white tiger blood to test the netherworld white tiger. Lu Ying frowned, thought for a while and asked, "What is the Butian clan?" "I haven't heard of it. But I can't tell just from the name. Maybe the 2 races are actually related." Mending the sky. Mending the sky. Are you afraid that you have similar abilities? Probably sensing that he really meant no harm. Lu Ying thought for a moment and replied, "My clan's name is Tian-Ni. God's arrow? That's probably what the name means." He took a step closer. Lu Ying immediately backed away. He sighed. "Do you think this is okay? I really can't let you go for the time being. But I am not imprisoning you, but hiring you to stay in my inner world. During this period, you are responsible for the maintenance of my inner world, and I will pay for all the things you need for practice. And you will be rewarded with spiritual stones when your fellow Taoist leaves." Lu Ying was silent for a long time, then raised her head and looked at He quietly. "I don't want to be a dependent. She will never be a follower like a shark." "Not the dependents. You are different from the dependents," He emphasized. "I never pay the dependents." Lu Ying looked at him in disbelief. Is this something to be proud of? He was also a little embarrassed. Suddenly he remembered that in the past 30 years, he had not paid any reward to his subordinates. Once upon a time, the sharks lived in Yunmings, and they were self-sufficient, hunting and breeding, and there was no shortage of resources for cultivation. When they arrived at Changyu Mansion, the sharks rarely even went out of the Changyu Mansion. But they have been neglected. This time when they go back, they should be given a regular amount of resources. Lu Ying waved her hands with some emotion, took out a shovel from somewhere, carried it to the foot of a mountain and river, quarried rocks, dug foundations, and built a house. All in one go. Unlike Su Huanyan, who likes thatched houses and wooden houses, this woman likes pure stone houses. Maybe it's because He's inner world has not yet evolved. There are no plants and trees, so he could only make stone houses? While she was building the house, she suddenly turned back to look at He. "You are not allowed to peek where I live. I have to be released when there are no outsiders outside the Xianwang cave." Employment is not imprisonment. Since the day she was rescued by the dragon turtle, she had asked many people about it. The dragon turtle seemed to have a soft spot for humanoid women. But she's safer. She has wings and isn't quite human. He didn't respond and turned to look at the netherworld white tiger. This white tiger gave He an extremely close feeling. Maybe it was like a magic weapon that monks used to sacrifice. The white tiger doesn't seem to be intelligent. It's just like a machine that can move back and forth. He's spiritual consciousness tried to probe towards the white tiger. But the white tiger's hair flicked out his spiritual consciousness and refused to get up. Then he gathered the true energy and the power of the world to try to refine it. The white tiger roared and jumped away, refusing to accept the refining. It turned around in a circle and laid down on a rock again, staring at He with big eyes. "Be fierce." He took out the white tiger's blood and flicked the dragon's head, signaling the white tiger to attack the hill nearby. The white tiger remained motionless, licking the small pads of its claws. He has no interest in the white tiger's blood. Upon closer inspection, not only was this guy not under He's control, but since he entered the inner world, his every move was still consuming the power of his inner world. It is of no use at all, and can only be eaten. This is bringing back an ancestor for myself. He sighed, laid down in front of Baihu, and looked at Baihu carefully. This is not a firstborn creature. Strictly speaking, it's a bit like a Xuanwu statue condensed in the mind. I don't know how Baiyin did it, but Baiyin understands He's situation very well, so naturally he won't trick him. In other words, this netherworld white tiger can definitely bring him a third body. It's just that He hasn't found the trick yet. He has a basic method of practice. If you can't practice it, just meditate on it from time to time. Just like when I first understood the Xuanwu stars, I had to look at them even though I couldn't understand them. Anyway, the dragon turtle doesn't care about time. 1 year is not enough for 10 years. And 10 years is not enough for 100 years. One day, he will be able to understand it clearly. If it doesn't work, you might just go back to the ancient times. Just ask the founder face to face. White Tiger has arrived. Bai Ling left it to him to not experience the happy waves. And it would be truly magical if there were more waves. Logically Sui can leave. But at this moment the upper and lower layers of the White Tiger ruins have been merged. If Sui leaves the cave, he will be a living target, which will put pressure on Xianwang. No one dares to enter the cave. It is better to practice in seclusion here for some time, and wait for the landing of the immortal platform. You can't fight on the immortal platform, but you are not afraid of being the target of public criticism, since opening the second heaven, except for consolidating the inner world on the way back from the ancient times, and then hastily passed on a few magical powers. I have not really closed a single level. If you don't retreat, it's time to open the third heaven. At this moment, he has collected 2 hexagrams. As long as the Xianwang cave heaven is over, you can go out to find the ancestral ancestor to learn the Kan hexagram, and then go to the Phoenix clan to search for it. Calculating the number. The Dragon Turtle clan has now mastered 4 hexagrams. The Phoenix clan has the ancient Phoenix ancestor. How can it be possible that there are so few hexagrams? Thanks to Jifeishua's connections, we can go to the Dragon clan to do some searching. And with Yaya's connections, we might even be able to go to Guiwang Mountain to enjoy the autumn breeze. Based on this calculation, there should be no need to worry about the hexagrams at least up to the 5th level. Not to mention the 6th or 7th level. After opening the 5th level of the sky, the world is so big that you can go anywhere, and you can attack the enemy's hexagrams. However, if Kaitian wanted the inner world to reach its peak, Su He was still a little short of it. Having had 2 experiences of opening the sky, Mingjian could already estimate that Su He had entered the country. Su He's consciousness fell on the mind aperture Mingjian, which densely revealed all of his current state. Status, injured, 77%. Realm, open heaven 2nd level, 43%. Xuanwu. Magical powers, negative mountain. Divine power. Jinghong. Divine seal. Spells, backtracking. Ice breaking. Witchcraft, netherworld. It has been 30 years since Su He created the Mingjian. It had already become popular among the 10 immortal sects in the Xianwang realm. At this time, the Mingjian has many small functions. The ones that have been deleted are the most practical ones. Clicking on the status can clearly show where Su He's injury is, allowing him to know at a glance how to heal the injury. In terms of realm, it's a bit confusing. There is no problem in opening the 2nd level of heaven. 43% refers to the level of cultivation in his inner world. 100% is to the point where he must open heaven if he can no longer make any progress. In fact, as long as it reaches about 70%, it will be enough to support Kaitian. Just like overcoming a tribulation and becoming a dragon turtle, 70% of the bloodline is enough to trigger a catastrophe. But the Xuanwu at the back was condensed, and then shattered without showing the specific progress. This was a sign that Su He had not yet truly entered the Xuanwu path. When he truly gets started, the Xuanwu statue in his mind will become one with him. At that time, he was no longer a simple dragon turtle, but also a part-time Xuanwu. Xuanwu is not just a bloodline. It is a god. It is a person. It's just that when I first merged with the Xuanwu statue, my moral conduct was still low. But don't think of primary school students as students. As long as you don't fall behind after entering school, it will be a matter of time before you go to college. Especially with the backing of Dragon Turtle. It is almost like a guarantee all the way. Suehua, there's something going on outside. Please borrow some origin stones from your uncles. I'll recover from my injuries in the cave and stay in seclusion. Su He said to the toad from the bottom of his heart. Toad is still opening space permissions for everyone in Xianwang. Did not come back to Suhaichu. Oh! Not return. How could it be returned? What to give in return? He advanced so quickly that he didn't need to realize the Tao and condense the heaven-opening artifact. And the time saved was at least 1,000 years. With such a speed of advancement, the few origin stones produced in his suppression area were not enough to fill the gap between his teeth. If it weren't for Taiga's group and the great wizard of the Yuanzun clan who rewarded him with a river of origin power, the inner world would not be able to be consolidated. Pay it back with your life. Understood, came Toad's voice. If you can't return it, then you can't borrow it from your peers. The only ones who can speak are the elders of Dragon Turtle and Phoenix. Their goals are clear. A moment later, the toad appeared directly in Suhi's sea of consciousness, jumped into the inner world, and the source stones that formed a river poured out of his pocket. Half of this is sponsored by Uncle Luo, Uncle Huai and Uncle Chi, and the other half is sponsored by my aunt. My aunt is generous. But if you have to go home 9 times, I dare not break your 5 legs. These are my aunt's exact words. I do what I say. Arrive. Suhi. Is this what an elder should say? From now on, I will only use the peacock body in front of her, not the 5 legs. Suhi made up his mind, sank to the bottom of the underground river, and slowly closed his eyes. With the pure water energy of the river, He slowly recovered from his injuries. At the same time, the toad controlled the origin stone to spread evenly in the inner world. After doing all this, it returned to the cave it built in the inner world of Suhi, got into its own hut, and fell into a deep sleep. Ling glanced at the toad's cave and looked at the stone house she dug with a bit of envy. Toad is the sole beast of dragon turtle. It is an existence close to God in the inner world. It is easy for stone to turn into wood. She can't do it. Suhi slept very deeply this night. He did not inherit magical powers or practice Xuanwu Taoism with all his heart. He simply fell into a deep sleep. During this period of time, the body has been in a state of exhaustion. The battle at Fengzhong was followed by the Xianwang Cave Heaven. The second layer of Kaitian had a fight and immediately defeated Taiku and his party. After returning, there was another series of battles. During this period, he also inherited the magical power of the second level of Treading Heaven. At this moment, the body is suffering from numerous injuries, large and small, and needs a real sleep. The cave is like a ghost. The temperature is extremely low, and a feeling of hibernation rises from the bottom of the water. Everything became peaceful. Outside the White Tiger ruins, Emperor Luan looked in the direction of the White Tiger ruins. Just then, the White Tiger's aura suddenly dissipated, and the entrance to the White Tiger ruins opened. The ruins that were originally only accessible, but not accessible now became accessible. From time to time, Sword Light rushed out of the ruins and fled to other places, as if they had been granted amnesty. A series of flying swords shot out. Emperor Luan held several letters in his hand, including Feng Nan's watch, information from the inner guards, and letters from the 12 guards. The core of Baiyan Palace and the treasure of the White Tiger ruins were all obtained by that little turtle. As expected, he is a dragon turtle with great luck. Or maybe the White Tiger ruins are the masterpieces left by the Dragon Turtle clan when they opened the Baiyan Palace last time. Or even longer ago. Emperor Luan was silent for a moment, then turned to look at the young man standing bowed below. Prince, did you have a special feeling when you saw the little dragon turtle last time? The prince said without thinking. Hexagram. That little dragon turtle had half of the Tai hexagram on his body. He used the Tai hexagram to suppress me, but he did not take back the hexagram afterwards. But the Tai hexagram disappeared automatically. Emperor Luan was silent for a moment. The Tai Gua is the symbol of Taizu. The Tai Gua is here. Is the power of Taizu in that little turtle? Or can Taizu influence this place through the Xianwang Cave sky? Is there anyone who can do this kind of thing? Emperor Luan groped for the mountain and river cauldron and pondered for a long time before asking again. Is there anything else? The prince thought for a while, then bowed and said, Father, that little turtle has the power of time. Time is a monk's restricted area. Emperor Luan nodded. He just came out of Phoenix Tomb. He has been exposed to the power of time. But he is normal. The little turtle embarked on the path of Xuanwu, and was not afraid of the erosion of the power of time. This is the most terrifying thing. As long as you awaken the magic power of time, you will be almost invincible at the same level. Once it grows up, the trouble it will bring to the Fengwang Palace will be immeasurable. Emperor Luan sighed, and turned to look at the old man on the side. Mr. Yuan, have you determined the location of the landing of the immortal platform? The old man was dressed in bachelor's uniform, with a wet tablet hanging in his hand, and bowed. Your Majesty, I can only confirm that it will appear in 3 places. One on the Qianshan Mountain in the southeast corner of Baiyan Palace, and one on the 3rd cloud in the middle. There is another place right at His Majesty's feet. Naturally, the Emperor's habitat was not randomly selected. This place is a treasure of Baiyan Palace. The prince next to him asked. My father wants the teacher to locate the location of the immortal platform, but he wants to compete with the Xianwang realm. The positions occupied by the Ascension platform are different, and the ancient vitality hanging down is also completely different. The difference between the lower level and the upper level is several times greater. The competition for seats has always been a major focus at Shangxiandai. However, fighting is not allowed on the immortal platform, and other methods are used to fight for seats. The more powerful people step into the area of Shungxian platform, the stronger the strong wind hanging down from Shungxian platform will be, and the harder it will be to reach the top. If we deal with and block most of the Xianwang enemies in advance and reduce the power of the Ascension platform Gangfeng, it will be much easier to reach the top. In the past years, due to the dispute between the 2 parties, the wind on Shungxian Terrace was so strong that no one could climb to the top of Shungxian Terrace. It was not unheard of. Emperor Luan shook his head and said solemnly, Avoid fighting. This time we all go up to the immortal platform. Chapter 403, The Demonic Fruit Tree. Mr. Yuan, have you ever found out where everyone in Guangshan went? Emperor Luan looked at the old man who made the move. This old man is the current head of the Emperor's Scholar's Palace. And he is also the crown prince and tutor. The old man bowed. Your Majesty, it's still the same as before. It can't be tracked or monitored. Guiwang Mountain has special privileges in the entire Xianwang Cave. Guiwang Mountain is the ancestral home of the Taoist sect. And it can even be said that it is the real place where Taoism originated. Except for those who have their own systems such as mythical beasts, witches, and barbarians. The roots of cultivation in all the worlds are in Guiwang Mountain. Guiwang Mountain has a rich heritage and countless secrets. Under normal circumstances, they would normally participate in the Xianwang Cave Heaven. However, Emperor Luan had been in power for 100,000 years. Only after he came to power, the Xianwang Cave Heaven was opened nearly 1,500 times. Among them, Guiwang Mountain had at least 38 maverick. Just like this time. If you don't go to the White Tiger Ruins and hunt for treasures, you will disappear as soon as you enter. If Ji Feishua is not imprisoned, Guiwang Mountain will not show up. The unknown is scary. The existence of Guiwang Mountain has always been a thorn in the heart of Emperor Luan. Just like these 100,000 years. What Emperor Luan hated most was never Taizu, Longzu, or Fengzu, but Bai Ling. That female turtle doesn't play by the rules. But she still has a lot of tricks up her sleeve. Guangshan is different from Bai Ling. Guangshan does not have the ability to make comprehensive plans. But Guangshan has too many secrets. When the intelligence is poor enough, the war becomes a dimensionality reduction strike. But I don't know what those smart people are planning in secret. The emperor was silent. Of course, each clan has its own plans in Xianwang Cave Heaven. The low-end ones are like the White Tiger Ruins, enclosing a piece of land to arrange a secret realm for future generations. And the high-end ones plan a dojo for generations. Even if they can't do Taoism, Lord, he can actually occupy the ashram. Just like the angry old man. All the emperors in the Fengwang Palace had their plans. But he stepped in. And all the plans of the previous emperors were interrupted. He finally mastered the mountain and river cauldron. But the secrets in the mountain and river cauldron have not been completely dug out. And he has not yet obtained many things. Emperor Luan was thinking deeply. At the same time, outside Baiyun Palace, there was a space above the head of Baiyun Palace. A towering tree has the sky above its head. Its feet touch the earth. And its branches connect all the heavens and all realms. From this perspective, all the worlds seem to be connected by this big tree. This tree was supposed to be a willow tree. But it happened to bear fruit. It was clearly a big tree. But it gave people the feeling of looking directly at an emperor. The overwhelming majesty pressed down on the entire space, making people dare not look sideways. But within the majesty of the emperor, there is also the endless vastness of the gods. This is the emperor among gods, and the venerable among immortals. Taoist Xuanzhen walked in the space with the people of Guangshan, as if worshipping an emperor, dressed in formal attire and extremely solemn. Behind the back, the disciple is holding an offering plate. But it is not a sacrifice, but the essence of the five virtues. The group of people walked to the big tree thousands of miles away, and without squinting, they bowed and paid homage. Returning to Wanshan Mountain, the underachievers pay homage to the emperor. The group bowed to the end, kneeling 3 times and bowing 9 times. The willow tree in front was motionless, its branches swaying in the wind without any response. If you look closely, there are many small animals running on the branches, such as hares, red foxes, gray dogs, green tigers. The beasts are large and small. Some occupy a branch alone, and some live in groups on a leaf. There is a white snake like a dragon, entwined in the trunk of the willow tree, and there seems to be endless waves rolling between it moving and lying down. There are goshawks spreading their wings, building nests on the tops of willow trees, waving their wings, like phoenixes flying through the 9 heavens. But these beasts are incorporeal. They are said to be souls. But they are not even the most basic true spirits. They are like phantoms condensed from the memory of the willow tree. Taoist Xuanzhen looked at the phantom and bowed lower in admiration. Returning to Wanshan Xuanzhen, I have met all of you seniors. His greeting was filled with reverence and solemnity. There was no response. The dragon did not roar, and the tiger did not roar. The phantom did not respond. And the willow tree only swayed its branches gently without any response. The disciples of Guiwang Mountain enshrine the essence of the 5 virtues in front of the tree. Taoist Xuanzhen visited again. Your Majesty the Emperor, This time the Xianhuang cave opened unexpectedly before it reached Jiazi. The demon-transforming fruit was not yet mature, and should not have landed properly. The disciples dared to be rude. So I came here to ban the demon-transforming fruit. The essence of the 5 virtues fell into the willow tree. But the willow tree still had no response. And could not have any response. It was just a big tree. Without intelligence or consciousness. Nothing more. After paying homage, Taoist Xuanzhen took a few steps back and took out a talisman pen. He bowed 3 times and asked for the talisman paper. He picked up the pen and wrote, "Quiet. It's not a talisman. It's just an ancient demon script. Without any magic or magic power." But as soon as the demonic writing was written on the talisman paper, the talisman paper automatically floated without any wind, and floated crookedly towards the willow tree, gently sticking to the trunk of the willow tree. The willow tree looked toward the heavens and the world, and the branches that were constantly shaking stopped, and the fruits that were about to be shaken off also became quiet. As soon as the Xianhuang cave's heavenly armor opens, it connects all the heavens and all the realms. The demon-transforming fruit falls into all the heavens and all the realms, takes root in the ground, grows in 3 days, blooms in 3 days, and bears fruit in 3 days. Beasts that swallow demon fruits can condense their minds and apertures and follow the path of demons. The origin of the demon transformation fruit lies here. With the word Xuanzhen, the willow tree no longer shakes its branches. There are demonic powers on the tree that nourish the small fruits all over the tree and slowly grow. The small fruits are like sweet dates, but they are transparent in color. But there are also green fruits swaying on the tree with the branches. On the topmost treetops, there are several fruits of different shades and red luster growing quietly. Although green and red fruits are good, they are only a minority. These transparent demon transformation fruits are the foundation of the demon clan and the basis for its continuation. This time, the Xianhuang cave opened suddenly, and all the demon transformation fruits in the tree were immature. If they fell like this group of beasts would not be able to hope to embark on the path of demons and transform into humans. A tree of demon transforming fruit was wasted. Junior brother, if it is banned now, will the Xianhuang cave heaven be opened in 30 years? After the demon transforming fruit tree was banned, an old Taoist stood in front of Xuanzhen. He carefully identified it as the sloppy old Taoist Xian Quan. He only came to pay homage to the demon transforming fruit tree. He was also wearing a brand new Taoist robe, and his face was solemn and solemn. Taoist Xuanzhen shook his head. No, it will be 90 years later. The opening of Xianhuang cave heaven has its own rules, and there is basically no possibility of violating it. The early opening this time does not mean that the opening of future generations will be advanced by 30 years. So this wave of demon-transforming fruits will actually take 120 years to grow before falling? Xuanzhen's eyes lit up. Junior brother, do you have to? No. Xuanzhen turned around and looked at Xianquan seriously. Senior brother, we owe the demon clan too much. The path of the demon is decided by the demon itself, and the human race cannot interfere. The demon clan is free. Whether it is good or bad, whether it is success or failure, it is all up to itself. This is what the demon emperor asked for back then, regardless of whether it is reasonable or not. Ge Wangshan agreed. Xianhuang agreed. All heavens and worlds agree. Then it's unbeatable. Even if there are red fruits falling, humans will never be allowed to participate. For the Qingyuan sect, Hongwu is a legendary existence, an impossible thing that has never been seen before. It's speculation. But for Guowang Mountain, naturally every time the red fruit falls on the ground, there is a record. Who gets him, which sect he joins, and his achievements are all recorded. The latest red fruit is Feng Qi from the Feng clan, also known as Feng Chifei. Except for Yunli, all the other birds in the Feng clan have been cultivated by mortal birds in recent years. Feng Chifei also walked step by step from a starving bird to what he is today. Going forward again, a lion got a red fruit. But unfortunately, it was lost before it could reach the sky. The cause of death was a mystery, and even Guowang Mountain was not optimistic about it. The lion had just transformed into a demon and died before becoming a master. Going forward again, it takes longer. It happened more than 700,000 years ago. 2 red fruits fell to the ground at the same time, grew side by side, and were caught by Ji Feishue. Counting it all, among the 4 spiritual beasts, only the Dragon Turtle clan has not swallowed red fruits. But the Dragon Turtle clan has its own destiny. There is Taizu suppressing all the heavens and worlds. There is Huangzu below, and Gu Luo leads the army. And then Bai Ling comes out. Bai Ling is hiding in the world. And now there is another turtle. It is foreseeable that Su He's achievements will not be low. There is also Xiao Yaya, who they decided to assist in returning to Wangshan, the emperor's way out of the Xianwang realm. As long as he does not perish, he will definitely be the best in the world. The first-class person in the world. Whether or not there are red fruits seems not that important to the Dragon Turtle clan. After stopping the fruit tree to prevent the demon-transforming fruit from falling, Gu Wangshan and his party bowed respectfully again, and then exited this world. The entrance and exit were behind him, and everyone filed out. When they came out, their appearance changed. Xuanzhen still looked like a child with fair hair and a fairy-like spirit. Xianquan next to him changed his look of a sloppy old man. Everyone behind them has changed their appearance. The one carrying the piano. The one who is proud. The one who is cold. There is even a blind man. As soon as he came out, he was in an undercurrent. A picture scroll above Taoist Xuanzhen's head separated the undercurrent and prevented it from falling. Everyone looked behind them with blank expressions. Are we coming out again? Judging from their faces, they seemed to have no memory of what happened before. Xianquan leaned close to Xuanzhen, with a constipated expression on his face. Junior brother, why don't you pass on the position of headmaster to me once before I emerge? Do you want me to take the memory with me when I go in and out? This time, I will scratch my heart and liver again and again. It was as if he had clearly participated in some major event in the world, but he had no memory of it at all. This is worse than never participating. Xuanzhen looked back at him, with a bit of joy in his eyes. Senior brother, don't wait until you emerge. Return to Baiyun Palace, and immediately carry out the inheritance ceremony of the master? The inheritance of the leader of Guiwang Mountain has always been in Xianwang Cave Heaven. Xianquan immediately seemed to have heard the most terrifying news in the world. His head shook like a wave, and he ignored Taoist Xuanzhen and jumped into the Baiyun Palace. Taoist Xuanzhen shook his head helplessly. According to the inheritance rules of Guiwang Mountain, only senior brother should inherit the position of head teacher. Taoist Xuanzhen smiled and shook his head. The scroll above his head sent everyone back to Baiyun Palace. However, he did not follow the crowd in. Instead, he turned around and headed towards the depths of the undercurrent. The picture scroll floated, chasing the mountains and chasing the moon. For a moment, the Baiyun Palace was no longer visible. In front of Taoist Xuanzhen, a half-finished dojo appeared. Although it was not completed, there was no glow from the dojo. But just looking at the size of the dojo, it is extremely grand. It is like a royal palace. Extremely majestic. But the palace was not finished yet. Taoist Xuanzhen pointed out 2 tripod toes with his finger, and they began to spin around him like magic weapons. The toe of the tripod is the foot of the tripod. The 2 tripod toes looked familiar. If Emperor Luan could recognize them at a glance, they were the 2 missing legs of the Shanhe tripod in his hand. The last emperor of the previous dynasty, who was granted the title of Imperial Palace, fell into this state. How could he have the ability to split the mountain and river cauldron? If Gu Wangshan hadn't secretly helped him, then Han Jun would have left the mountain and river cauldron to Emperor Luan in its entirety. Wouldn't it mean that even his death would be unreliable? A rival and friend for many years, Gu Wangshan helped him. The person who took action at that time was Xuanzhen and his master. These 2 tripod toes have been in Guiwang Mountain for 110,000 years. Over the past 110,000 years, this ashram has basically been converted to Wangshan Mountain. Taoist Xuanzhen walked in. There are already cracks in this unfinished dojo, which have been broken by life. Some cracks have the aura of the emperor's lineage, and even he is frightened. And some cracks have Taoism. The breath is long. This is the trace left by the battle between the great patriarch of Fengwang Palace and the Dao patriarch of Guiwang Mountain. I don't know what kind of battle happened here when no one could see it. Taoist Xuanzhen glanced at the traces and then walked inward, directly entering the Chuntian Hall. There is no undercurrent in the Chuntian Palace. The strong aura of the Imperial Dao here pushes the undercurrent out. Throughout the hall, 18 coiled dragon pillars rise into the sky, stably supporting the magnificent hall. But there is no dragon coiled around the pillar. The former Fengwang Palace had great ambitions, and did not want to deal with it with fake dragons. But he was unable to get even a real dragon. So the dragon column remained empty. The Panlong pillar was empty. But as soon as Taoist Xuanzhen came in, the aura of the Emperor's Way in the hall condensed into a divine dragon. A dragon roar came, and the aura of the Emperor's Way was about to push him out. A Tai Chi diagram flashed above Taoist Xuanzhen's head, flashed to isolate the Imperial aura. Standing firm, Taoist Xuanzhen took out a clay doll from his arms, and walked step by step towards the emperor's throne in the clouds of the hall. The clay doll is vivid, but it looks like Yaya. Taoist Xuanzhen placed the little clay doll on the throne of Chengtian Hall. The little doll moved and adjusted its sitting posture, and sat on the throne like a golden sword in a horse. The little clay doll is dressed like an emperor, with a calm gaze in her eyes, and the dragon of national luck hovering behind her. She really looks like a female emperor. The empress fell, as if something had been touched. The imperial divine dragon in the Chengtian Hall roared unwillingly, and then in the entire dojo, a steady stream of breath poured into the body of the clay sculpture empress. The clay dolls have an increasingly imperial majesty. Taoist Xuanzhen nodded with satisfaction, and something jumped on his shoulder. But it was Yaya's barbarian king puppet. The barbarian king rode an iron-eating beast and jumped on the armrest of the dragon chair. The two little ones as big as a palm looked like a plaything, but the wild aura on his body is not inferior at all. This wild wilderness also carries its own royal way, making the little puppet unaffected by the royal aura of Chengtian Palace. The little man king sat on the iron-eating beast, waving his hands casually, with a confident face. "Don't worry. If there is an accident, I will smash this as soon as possible." He looked around and looked at the layout of Chengtian Hall. Every floor tile here was more than 100 times bigger than him. The little man king looked around and his eyes fell on the Yaya clay figurine. "If there is an accident, I will smash this clay doll as soon as possible." He waved a battle axe in his hand. With his current strength, it seemed that he could only smash the clay doll. Yaya clay doll glanced at him majestically. Taoist Xuanzhen smiled slightly, bowed his hands and said, "Thank you so much, Senior Man King," he said, and exited Chengtian Palace. At the same time, southwest of Baiyin Palace, there is a dojo hidden in the undercurrent. This dojo is like 3 intersecting rings, like 3 bracelets connected in series. The dojo has never fallen above the Xianwang cave heaven and earth. Instead, it is floating in the undercurrent. Outside Sanyuan Palace, Ji Feishue held Yaya's hand and broke through the undercurrent and walked over step by step. Ji Feishue was in a low mood, holding a green dragon's walking corpse in her hand. Once upon a time, a green dragon fell into the Xianwang cave. The divine beast, spirit, body and body are one and only. So it stands to reason that nothing can be left behind in the undercurrent. But this green dragon, like an ordinary monk, still has a broken body left behind. This dragon can be considered to have some tricks, and it did not completely turn into fly ashes. But there is only a body left, and there is no intelligence at all. He is a complete walking corpse. "Auntie!" Yaya grabbed Ji Feishue's finger and squeezed it gently. The aunt brought her here to get the dragon scales. But just outside Sanyuan Palace, she was attacked by this tattered green dragon. Qinglong was very weak, and the aunt suppressed him with a backhand. But from then on the aunt's mood became low. Ji Feishue shook her head. "I thought that this silly dragon had entered the suppressing evil doubt palace and had some tricks. Maybe it was hidden in the undercurrent and never came out. But it turned out that it really fell here. It was just a mere undercurrent. But it actually killed a green dragon? Is it difficult to fall into a state of suspended animation immediately when you encounter an undercurrent and have no means to resist it? This guy is not considered a weakling in the dragon clan. Compared with the Qinglong of Zuanshanmen, he is much more powerful. He has always been the target of Gu Luo from the Dragon Turtle clan. Ji Feishue suppressed Qinglong's body, put it into Suhi's prison, and then took Yaya into the Sanyuan Palace. The day has not yet come for the opening of the Sanyuan Palace, and the undercurrent within it is even more powerful. 3 hours, Ji Feishue said softly. The hairpin on the top of the head can only last for 3 hours. If you don't leave here, the undercurrent will break through the hairpin, and the consequences will be unpredictable. Here! The undercurrent of Sanyuan Palace was filled with endless dragon energy. As expected, the dragon ancestral scales were left here by that idiot. The scales here were measured by Bai Linghua 9,000 years ago. Bai Ling's fortune-telling never let her down. Ji Feishue followed her feeling and walked forward, when she saw a canyon covered by a large formation. The breath of dragon scales came from the canyon. Ji Feishue's expression completely darkened. This formation is for the Imperial Palace. She could tell with just one glance that the power of this formation was no longer at its fullest under the Xinyuan formation. Even for an adult 4-spirit beast like Gu Luo, it would take 4 or 5 of them, and it would take another 3 to 5 years to break through the formation. Ji Feishue flipped her hand and took out the sword piece that had not yet been refined. She pulled Yaya back 2 steps. then pointed her halberd and struck down with a sword. A ray of sword light flashed across, and the formation, like a large upside-down bowl, instantly shattered. The huge impact rushed in all directions, blowing away the undercurrent, and the white light of the collision illuminated the world. But this impact deliberately avoided Ji-Fei-Xue, blowing past the two of them without even blowing the corner of Yaya's clothes. The formation broke open, and a quiet voice came out with a bit of heartiness. Ha ha! The Emperor's brother was able to find this place. Before the Sanyuan Palace was opened, the Emperor's brother came. It seems that the sun is really here. The Emperor's brother, in hand. After the aftermath fell, the area covered by the formation was revealed. I saw Emperor Luan dressed in regular clothes, with an altar behind him, and a huge dragon scale on the altar, with endless dragon power emanating from the dragon scales. Under the altar, Emperor Luan was still talking. Only the Emperor can master the dragon prison formation and break it with one blow. However, the Imperial brother is special, so it is not difficult to master it early. The only one who can break the formation is the Imperial brother. Emperor Luan raised his head and looked at the two fairies, one big and one small, opposite him. His mouth was opening and closing, and he was speechless. He was really stuck. The Emperor Luan in front of me is not a real person, but a puppet. The undercurrent of the Xianwang Cave's sky is dedicated to destroying souls. It is impossible for clones and conscious bodies to remain in the undercurrent. Only puppets without souls can stay in the undercurrent if they are programmed. This puppet requires special means and special materials to be refined. Otherwise, once it enters the undercurrent, the puppet will be corroded first. This was Emperor Luan's response strategy after he left the deposed prince to break the formation. But the puppet discovered that the person who came in was not the deposed prince, so it was unable to process the information and went down. Chapter 404, National Destiny. Dragon Turtle. The Emperor's puppet groaned for a long time before recovering from the downtime. Two gleams of majesty flashed across his eyes, and a rich voice came. I am the master of the title of Emperor. Do you want to take care of the matter of the title of Emperor? It does not presuppose what to do if you encounter Ji-Fei-Xue. When he left the puppet behind, he had been fighting Xianwang for 100,000 years. At that time, he only had a rough estimate of Ji-Fei-Xue's fighting power. He estimated that Ji-Fei-Xue was stronger than him, but he never thought that Ji-Fei-Xue was stronger than him. You can cut through his formation with one sword. This is Xianwang Cave Heaven. In order to prevent others from predicting it, he didn't even take the dragon scales out, but left the puppet to be refined in the Xianwang Cave. Things in Xianwang Cave are unpredictable. This is common sense. It was just a puppet. Ji-Fei-Xue had no chance of answering. She raised her hand, and the Luan Emperor puppet seemed to be dragged to the front by someone's chest. The whole body shook in midair, and a scene unfolded in front of her. And in an instant, he was dragged to the front. 9,000 years are revealed little by little. This puppet has done nothing in the past 9,000 years. It has not even left the formation once. It is simply refining dragon scales. His memory went back all the way to 9,000 years ago, when he was thrown out of his sleeves by Emperor Luan and thrown into this large formation and began to work consciously. The memory did not reveal whether the stupid dragon was killed by Emperor Luan. But even if it is not, it cannot be separated from the relationship. It's fair. Didn't my husband also kill the third prince of Fengwang Palace? The eldest prince is still in Xianwang realm, so the prince is not far away. It's just that Emperor Luan is in some trouble. After this time, Emperor Luan will probably never leave the Emperor's world again, and neither will the mountain and river cauldron and the divine dragon of national fortune. A bit hard to kill. But so what? Ji-Fei-Xue wants to kill her, and if she blocks the fate of the country, she will smash the entire world of the Emperor to pieces. Ji-Fei-Xue's eyes were calm. The puppet in front of her seemed like pieces of paper. Pieces were flying around. A terrifying self-destruction exploded in the puppet's body. However, Ji-Fei-Xue slapped her and pulled out a crack in the void. The puppet was also sucked by the explosion. Got in. Yaya! Wait! Ji-Fei-Xue calmed down Yaya, stepped forward, and reached out to grab the dragon scales on the altar. The scales, which had been refined by Emperor Luan's puppet for 9,000 years and had not changed at all, suddenly flew up. Before Ji-Fei-Xue could catch them, they flew over and landed in her hands. The large scales were held in Ji-Fei-Xue's hand like a shield. A feeling of blood connection came from the dragon scales. All the dragons in the world are descendants of the dragon ancestor. Even the divine dragons, who were born from carps, and swimming snakes have the blood of the dragon ancestor flowing in their bodies. Not to mention that Ji Feishue is half of the mythical beast bloodline from her mother. I also ate the red demon fruit. The purity of the blood essence is incredible. Even so, Ji Feishue also came into contact with the dragon ancestral dragon scale for the first time. The dragon ancestor is not the ancestor of the current dragon clan, but the beginning of the dragon clan, who existed countless epochs ago. It is said that the dragon ancestor carries both curses and blessings. I don't know if getting this dragon scale is a blessing or a curse. Dragon scales contain the power of extremely pure blood. If the method is clever, the blood can be refined, and an unrelated creature can be transformed into a dragon with pure blood. I am afraid that this was what Emperor Luan had in mind when he snatched the dragon scales. Not to mention anything else. This dragon scale alone could materialize his national destiny dragon. If it were refined into his body, Emperor Luan would have the opportunity to be like Ji Feishue, transformed between divine dragon and human body at will. Ji Feishue was thoughtful. His consciousness moved slightly, and he noticed something strange behind him. He turned his head suddenly, and saw Yaya startled in the distance. The national fortune dragon appeared behind her. The dragon was originally circling quietly, but now it became impatient. It raised its head to the sky, and let out a long roar. Hovering above Yaya's head, its momentum continued to rise. It was not that the national luck dragon became more powerful, but that the dragon seemed to be purified. The originally fuzzy scales and dragon mane became solidified bit by bit at this moment, as if they were about to materialize. Are dragon scales so useful? Just meeting once can have such an impact? Ji Feishue was suspicious. A divine light flashed in her eyes, and fell on the national fortune dragon. Wrong. It's not the reason for the dragon ancestral dragon scales. It's because someone is nearby and uses other means to forcibly improve the quality of the national fortune dragon. The Dragon Turtle Clan? Probably not. The national fortune dragon is only related to the territory and subjects. Unless the Dragon Turtle Clan sincerely joins Chong Maple City as ministers, there will not be much improvement to the national fortune dragon. What method is this? Ji Feishue's face darkened as the aura of the dragon continued to improve. The national destiny of the dragon was different from others. It could not be faked. The territory had to be managed bit by bit. Finance, government, military, literature, law. Everything needed to be steadily improved before it could be gradually condensed. Only by yourself understanding the royal way bit by bit can you truly control the destiny of the country and transcend the destiny of the country. Even if the country collapses, my way will remain the same. Only then can we truly step onto the imperial path. Now using fake means to improve the national fortune is ruining Yaya's path. Ji Feishue had jumped up and reached out to point at the dragon. But the moment her fingers touched the dragon groaned in pain and shattered. The entire dragon suddenly collapsed in front of Ji Feishue, and then turned into the purest aura of national destiny. Immediately afterwards, as if afraid of Ji Feishue's manipulation, the aura of national destiny immediately condensed bit by bit, and gradually turned into a white and flawless egg. Ji Feishue stopped and stood. Guwang Mountain? This is not the dragon that destroyed Yaya's national destiny. This is reorganizing and condensing the national destiny, and then hatching it again. Ji Feishue saw Guwangshan's method from the collapse of the dragon to its reunification. This was the method used by the people of Guwangshan from a distance. The national destiny is special and difficult for outsiders to influence, unless it is part of the national destiny. Xuanzhen? At this moment, Xuanzhen plays a role similar to National Master in Changfeng City. He is the kind of villain seen in the market in storytelling books. Under normal circumstances, he is pulled out and whipped to death without any injustice. The person who said he bewitched the king to make elixirs and cultivate immortality to achieve immortality. Xuanzhen was not bewitched. He really had this ability. In addition to the king, the national advisor and prime minister can control the destiny of the country the most. Just as I was thinking about it, the egg cracked open, and then crawled out a pure white turtle. It can be seen that this is a white jade turtle that is about to become a dragon turtle. Corresponds to the dragon that is about to become a divine dragon. It is completely consistent with the state of Chong Maple City. The white jade turtle is also translucent, swimming above Yaya's head, with Qingyun shrouding it below. It did not enhance the national destiny or manipulate the national destiny, but change the image of the national destiny. National destiny may not always be condensed into a dragon, but is related to a country's totem, legend, culture, etc. Different countries have different national destiny gods. In Suhi's previous life, there was also a saying that the destiny blackbird descended and gave birth to Shang, and the blackbird became a totem. Totems and national luck gods generally match. Huh? Yaya looked up at the national destiny turtle above her head. After turning into a turtle, she felt that her connection with the national destiny was getting closer. It seems that I can control it like Emperor 1. Although it is not as smooth and perfect, I can still control it with a little bit. Yaya raised her hand and waved, and the national fortune turtle above her head came down and became one with her. Yaya jumped up and punched the big rock in front of her. Boom! There was a roar, and a large crater with a diameter of no less than 10 miles was created on the ground. The power is at least double compared to before. This is because Changfeng City is still weak. Its territory is too small. She has never ascended the throne as an empress. And the national fortune turtle has not been able to condense into a dragon turtle. Otherwise it will be more powerful. Just like Emperor Luan. He could even compete with Ji Feishue by relying on the national fortune Shenlong. A smile appeared on Ji Feishue's face. Is this Taoist Xuanzhen paving the way for Yaya to make the reborn Changfeng City use the dragon turtle as its totem? Yaya can be more harmonious with the national fortune dragon. But Taoist Xuanzhen may not have the idea of completely tying the dragon turtle clan to the chariot of Changfeng City. Of course, with Yaya here, the dragon turtle clan itself belongs to Changfeng City. But there is an essential difference between the Chang Maple City's backing and the Chang Maple City's dragon turtle. Baiyun Palace. The Emperor's position. Emperor Luan, who had closed his eyes to rest, suddenly opened his eyes and looked to the southwest. The puppet of Sanyuan Palace was obliterated. He didn't feel the process of breaking the formation. But the formation was suddenly broken. And then the puppet was killed. Such speed can only be the deposed prince. Even Ji Feishue couldn't break the formation with one strike. Only the deposed prince had the ability to break the formation. After waiting for 9,000 years, the emperor finally found Sanyuan Palace. Dragon scales can finally be taken out of Xianwang Cave Heaven. I have obtained dragon scales for 9,000 years. But I only touched them once 9,000 years ago. And I will never have the chance to touch dragon scales again. He didn't dare to take dragon scales out. Dragon ancestor dragon scales might even lead to the dragon ancestor. At this moment, no one in the world dares to challenge the two ancestors of the dragon clan. It can only be taken out by others. Moreover, it seems that the sun disk lost in Fengwang Palace is indeed in the hands of the emperor. Emperor Luan slowly closed his eyes and fell into a state of tranquility again. The immortal platform will be opened in less than half a year. Although fighting is not possible on the immortal platform, there are so many things to do. The previous battle consumed too much of the mind. To recharge your batteries, you will have to devote yourself to many things next. Time passed day by day, and I don't know when. The white tiger relics began to disappear little by little. It was not that the relics were dissipating, but that they were integrating with the Baiyun Palace outside. At this moment, we can already see all kinds of shadowy scenes in the outside world. There are signs of monk activity everywhere, including treasure hunters and secret explorers. But if a mortal comes to see it, they feel that no one is there for thousands of miles. Baiyun Palace is so big that only 10,000 monks from all over the world can enter through the Xianwang Order, including those who have entered through the Xianwang Cave Gate during this period. There are only 20 to 30,000 people in total. They are too sparsely scattered in such a large dojo. However, the monk's gaze is thousands of miles away, and there is no difference between his colleagues, who are thousands of miles away, and those who are right in front of him. So he couldn't sense the changes in the outside world. He sank to the bottom of the river motionless, and even his breathing came to a standstill. He only took in and out once in a day or two. But the injuries on his body were really healed completely. The turtle SHL is dark and translucent, and it is more moist than before. But the solidity revealed in the warmth has been improved a bit. The dragon's horns become more ferocious, and its scales become thicker. Even the breath is rising steadily. But He did not wake up. He was still in a deep sleep after recovering from his injuries. And the magical power he had just inherited in his body was adjusted bit by bit. Each dragon turtle has its own characteristics. And even dragon turtles, with the same attributes, use completely different magical powers. Just like Huangzu and Suhi. They are both water dragon turtles. One seems to be transparent, and the other is as black as ink. The differences in magical properties are also huge. These differences stem from subtle differences in attributes, slight physical differences, and even have to do with emotions, states, and personalities. The most typical example is that the more wretched a beast is, the more wretched its magical powers will be. Just like Suhi's Mingjian. I don't know who added the function. Seeing the female nun will show the body proportions and desire level. This function was secretly hidden by Suhi. Suhi didn't know how long he slept. It wasn't until the White Tiger ruins and Baiyan Palace were completely integrated that there were no barriers and no entrances or exits. Suhi only woke up halfway. When he woke up, he didn't do anything else. He took Toad and quickly went to the Inheritance Palace, inherited the magical power, Taiyuan, and immediately fell into a deep sleep. The Toad's injury had already healed, and Suhi fell asleep. It stayed in the inner world, holding a ball of backflow smoke in its paws and studying it repeatedly. This is the Xinyuan formation that was damaged after the prodigal dragon turtle used the same death strategy to collide with the Tianji formation. It was secretly and quietly taken back. The backflow of smoke was intermittent at the moment. Xinyuan's formation was many times more powerful than Tianji's formation, but it couldn't stand Xinyuan's empty and weak state. The heavenly machine shattered upon impact, and Xinyuan was damaged. However, such a large array has the function of self-repair, and it is not a problem if the energy is restored enough. Such a good formation. The prodigal dragon turtle doesn't want it. It wants it. Later, when he returned to Changyu Mansion, he arranged the formation outside his hut. Its residence was too close to Ji Feishua's fox. The fox had violent tendencies, or it might just be because he disliked the dragon turtle. But no matter what, there was no formation guard outside the hut. So I always felt insecure. And I always felt that the fox would come in at any time. The Toad constantly monitors the progress of the inner world. If there are enough source stones, the inner world is in a state of continuous advancement. There is also a laying at the foot of the mountain next to it, so there will be no problems in the inner world. Toad was generous, and had already paid Suhi once. Lo Ying was meditating in seclusion at the moment. But without world repair, the speed of practice is too slow. She even wanted to use the same method as in her hometown. The Tian family stayed in their own little world for generations, and never came out. The way to practice is to constantly destroy the small world, and then repair it again. Once you have learned the tactics, use them to destroy. And if they are damaged, repair them immediately. By tinkering and tinkering, the small world will unknowingly become stronger than it can be. They are also growing rapidly. Lo Ying quietly looked at the ball formed by the laws above her head. The dragon turtle was too stupid, and did not take the initiative to come into contact with the law or understand it. Such a shortcut was placed in front of me. But I didn't even take it. She really wanted to help him sort out the rules. But Lo Ying was about to make a move. But she suddenly reacted and immediately held down her eager left hand with her right hand. Don't seek death. Now I am still a contract worker and receive a salary. If you really sort out the rules, you will never want to leave the inner world of Dragon Turtle in this life. Time flew by as Lo Ying continued to fight against herself. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed since Suhi fell asleep. Taiyuan also completed the inheritance unknowingly while Suhi was sleeping, and even fit into his body. But Suhi still didn't wake up. This moment actually has the meaning of a dragon turtle sleeping for thousands of years. But Suhi wanted to sleep. But reality didn't allow it. While still sleeping, the entire Baiyan Palace suddenly shook violently. Like an earthquake, the entire underground river was bubbling, as if it were boiling. The ghostly atmosphere in the cave found an outlet, followed the bubbles all the way down, and penetrated into the underground of the cave, slowly dissipated into the earth. Suhi suddenly woke up and looked up at the sky. Although he was across the cave, he could feel the changes in Baiyan Palace. Something was coming. Shanxi and I. This kind of majestic, thick, and unparalleled aura can only come from the ascending immortal platform. Feng Qi's voice came from outside the cave. Little guy, are you awake? The immortal platform is open. If you don't wake up, you won't be able to get a good seat. Coming! Suhi responded, jumped out of the underground river, shook his head, feeling a little uncomfortable. Next time you retreat, you can't do it in a place where others can't come in. At least the sharks can come in. In the past, when he slept in Changyu Mansion, even if he just took a short nap, the shark would take the opportunity to help him clean the turtle SHL, polish the scales, and clean his body. The shark's technique will not disturb sleep, but will make Suhi sleep more soundly and practice better. No wonder even though the turtle ancestor knew that extravagant life would corrode the dragon turtle, and had to restore the dragon turtle to an ordinary turtle every 10,000 years, and once again experience a precarious life of wallowing in the mud, he still left the shark man behind. The help of the shark to the dragon turtle was too great. Not just enjoyment. Being in a state of enjoyment makes the body and mind happy. And even the speed of practice can be improved. Suhi drove out of the cave as the water rolled beneath him. Outside, he saw the dark sycamore tree standing at the entrance of the cave. And he was lying on the sycamore tree, enjoying himself comfortably. There is a breath of the netherworld in the cave, which is very similar to Feng Chi's Phoenix True Fire. Its attributes are similar. Planting parasol trees at the entrance of the cave will actively absorb the breath of the netherworld, which will be of great help to his practice. Uncle 7! Suhi shouted from a distance. Feng Chi chuckled and looked down at him. This turtle boy's aura became stronger again. If he continues to grow like this, he won't be able to surpass him within 10,000 years. Thinking about this, I suddenly became angry. He sighed quietly. The immortal platform will be open soon. Go there to practice, and you will get twice the result with half the effort. Suhi nodded, and Feng Chi didn't need to say anything. The clouds in the sky were already glowing with glow, and many monks were flying towards the clouds. Let's go! Feng Chi said, and grabbed Suhi's turtle SHL with his claws. He flashed through the space and appeared in the third cloud. The space restrictions were lifted by the toad, and the mysterious beasts like Xian Wang were free and crazy. As soon as it appeared, it landed on a large mountain in the clouds. Countless monks gathered at the foot of the mountain, but they all lived in peace and harmony. At most, they quarreled. At the center were Feng Chaofei and the others, while on the other side were the people from Fengwang Palace. Emperor Wan was at the top, with a small table in front of him and a small red clay stove boiling tea. Seeing Suhi and Feng Chi coming over, he raised the tea cup and motioned to Suhi. Want to drink tea? Suhi. Dot! Do you want to use a tofu pot instead? No matter how small he is, he still has a huge head. Wandi's teapot is not as big as his eyeballs. Chapter 405. I wonder how many floors the dragon turtle can climb. This tea smells good, but it's too little brewed. Give me a few kilograms of tea later, and I'll make it myself. Suhi sniffed and said, this tea is fresh and elegant, with a strong breath of life. A sip of it can eliminate all diseases and prolong life for ordinary people. Drinking a cup of tea is not a big deal, as long as you can sustain the tonic of the tea and not die from the tea itself. Emperor Wan shook his head. Don't even think about it. There is only one tea tree in the Imperial Palace. We can only pick about 10 leaves a year, and it takes 1,000 years to get 1 pound of dry tea. I can't bear to drink it myself. It's not that the immortal stage is about to come, and you have to adjust your condition to the best. You really can't bear to drink such tea. Feng Chaofei glanced at Suhi with a dark look on his face. This turtle boy is so embarrassing. If you want to drink tea, go to your wife. She has several tea trees. Which of Ji-Feishua's treasures is inferior to this tea tree? The combination of several key types of tea trees will have better effects on concentration and health. Suhi shook his head and replied, is that the same? It belongs to you, and you can drink it at any time. It belongs to the Imperial Palace. If he really can't hold back the dignity of giving it to me, he will be missing one portion. He can't say it's just this one. If Dao Xing is one step short, he may not die in our hands at any time. Feng Chaofei was speechless for a while, and Emperor Wan laughed. While laughing, his defense against Suhi increased by 1 point. This turtle is not an idiot. He said it so openly, as if he was heartless, but it made people subconsciously lower their guard against him. That's what's scary. People's prejudices are always formed inadvertently. There are good and bad prejudices, but the prejudice against the enemy is undesirable, whether it is to regard the enemy as high, low, or even biased. Suhi said Lo to Gu Luo and Gu Huai, then approached Feng Chaofei's sycamore tree, transformed into a peacock, and flew to the branch where Feng Chaofei was perching, standing side by side with her. The bird's head arched. Feng Chaofei whispered, Thank you, Auntie, for the origin stone. The mythical beasts were all prepared when they came to Xianwang Cave Heaven, and they all brought origin stones with them. It takes 10 years to practice on the immortal stage. How can we waste 10 years of getting twice the result with half the effort? In fact, Suhi also brought them with him. As soon as he entered Xianwang Cave Heaven, Ji-Feishua asked Yaya Feijian to pass on a message and give him a batch of origin stones. But Suhi opened the sky. Feng Chaofei looked at him sideways and said, Don't get too close. We are not familiar with each other. We come out 9 times and come back 13 times, even if we are missing one. Suhi. Ignoring this topic, The interest was too heavy. It was the weight of the origin stone that Su he could not bear. So he went back to rob some of them from Fu Do and Zhu Yan's lair. Not all Zhu Yan is one of his own. Maybe the Zhu Yan family is betting on both sides.
Auntie, the immortal stage hasn't arrived yet. Why aren't you fighting?
Here, the Fenghuang Palace and the Xianhuang realm are actually at peace with each other. And there isn't even a single person looking for trouble. Feng Qiaofei gestured to the top of his head. Above the head, the sky seemed to be broken open, and a regular hole was slowly expanding. And a beam of light shone down from the sky and fell on the mountain peak.
That's the precursor to the opening of the immortal platform. No fighting is allowed wherever the light shines.
Feng Qiaofei gave him some popular science. After all, Su He's knowledge of spiritual practice was far behind, and he needed someone to guide him personally. When he and Ji Feishue lived together, Ji Feishue only mentioned a few things about his spiritual practice and rarely touched on other matters. Su He thought for a moment and turned to look at Gu Luo.
Uncle Luo, after we get out of Xianhuang Cave, can you lend me Elder Me?
Su He felt that Gu Luo's Maimen was very good. Not only could he train the sharks, but he could also guide him to practice common sense. Gu Luo laughed.
As long as Elder Me is willing, I have no objection.
Maimen, who was shrinking aside, lowered his head slightly, and things were back to the original point. If the young master hadn't overcome the calamity too quickly, she should have been with him now. Su He looked around and saw that most of the people present were acquaintances. Either acquaintances or acquaintances. The Xianhuang realm occupies a large area, including all 10 major immortal sects, as well as other aristocratic families and gangs. But Su He searched around and found no one from Yunmengzi. Neither Yumeng Dragon King nor Miss Lu Ru came. The Fenghuang Palace was divided into small groups according to the Yamen and the army, occupying almost a large area. Next down are the other big worlds in the heavens and the world. Most of them are gathered around the two gangsters, but some are independent, such as the Buddhist world. The group of bald heads did not belong to the emperor's camp. Instead, they occupied a hilltop alone, facing Gujingjai from a distance. On the top of another mountain, there is a group of people. Judging from their aura and appearance, they are inseparable from the Fenghuang Palace. But Su He saw how they were at war with each other. The deposed prince? Su He looked at the middle-aged man in the group and saw that he was about the same age as Emperor Luan. The temperament is also quite similar. The deposed prince played with a pearl in his hand and looked at Luan Emperor with a condescending look. Su He followed his gaze and looked at Emperor Luan again. He chuckled and asked,
"It seems that your majesty is not doing well this time in Xianhuang Cave Heaven."
Emperor Luan took a sip of tea, put down the teacup, looked at Su He and sighed helplessly.
"It's very bad. You took away the core of the plan. You also took away the white tiger treasure. And I was beaten by Madame."
"Done. That's it. I finally escaped from the battle and was attacked by Xiao Xiao. Even the most valuable treasure of the dynasty was stolen."
He did not hide his failure at all, and seemed not to be afraid of affecting the morale of everyone in the Fenghuang family. Nor was he afraid of affecting the Fenghuang status in the world. As he spoke, he turned to look at the deposed prince. Su He also looked at it. The deposed prince is 60 to 70% similar to the young man who intervened in the battle with the prince before. He is also very similar to the elder of the prison clan in ancient times. In terms of noble bloodline alone, he must be higher than Luan Emperor. As if he felt Su He's gaze, he also turned to look at Su He. An inexplicable look flashed in his eyes. This is the dragon turtle, and it was his woman who killed his young son. Half a year has passed, and naturally what needs to be investigated has already been found out. For monks, as long as they have a general appearance and general characteristics of the other party, it is really not difficult to investigate, especially since Long Gui is so high profile. The people around him are not secrets in all the worlds. They have just returned from the Sea of Stars, so they don't know much about it. In fact, I have heard the name of the dragon turtle family's little dragon turtle before, and I also know about Su Huanyan's. It existed, but he didn't think about it. Su Huanyan didn't have the ability to kill Feng Shi, and even with this little turtle, he couldn't do it. Is it Ji Feishue? The deposed prince's eyes were clear, but Su He could sense the looming hostility. The hostility was intermittent, but every time it was revealed, it was as if he wanted to eat his flesh. Sure enough, no matter whether the deposed prince or the former emperor, as long as his surname is Feng, he is definitely an enemy. Emperor Luan also noticed the difference in the deposed prince, and looked at Su He with a slight smile.
Fellow Tao is Su He,
How about after Xian Wang cave heaven? The two families join forces to kill him? Xian Wang is the enemy, but he is upright. The rats in the gutter are the most annoying. Okay. Su He chuckled. He lowered his head and glanced at the deposed prince. He raised the corners of his eyes and said, "Don't leave after school." The corners of the deposed prince's mouth were slightly raised, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Su He glanced at Emperor Luan again, with a bit of curiosity on his face. As far as I know, in the ancient times, the Emperor's clan was almost exterminated. Your Majesty, please explain to me how our clan prospered. The Hell clan was almost wiped out by Bai Yin's palm. The remaining Miao Miao were in Bai Hu's Tian Lao cave, and nearly half of them died in the battle between Su He and the clan elders. Su He really couldn't understand how the few dozen people who survived could lead the clan to such an extent within tens of millions of years. All the bones of the white tiger were taken away by him. Emperor Luan shook his head and said with a smile, "It's worthless to say it. The ancestor of the four spirits must also know that our clan is not inherited by blood in the first place. The prison clan was originally the jailer of heaven. As long as someone could inherit the power of jailer, they would essentially be of the emperor's lineage. And now the great ancestor of the emperor's lineage was no longer a jailer, but a prison guard in Tianyao, wearing a Guansu official robe. Xingxi Guansu is in charge of the prison. The great ancestor does not know how he jumped over to heaven and rose to his position. If he really needs it, he can immediately open a new line of the emperor and summon a jailer. There are 12 lines of the emperor. Which one does not come from this way?" Su He was thoughtful. Emperor Luan asked in reply, "It seems that fellow Taoist disciples know the origin of our clan very well. Do you know who was the powerful one who destroyed my clan back then?" Su He flapped his wings and replied casually, "Ah, I know. But we are on our side, so we can't tell you." Biantang Immortal Lord does not need Su He to make her famous in this era. Emperor Luan nodded to express his understanding. Anyone who hurts the title of emperor will definitely be in trouble. You don't need to think too much to know this. As he was talking here, he saw that the scattered sunlight above his head suddenly began to float, and streams of majestic power leaked from the holes above his head. Clouds and mist slowly rose from the mountains below, forming a huge white cloud in an instant, gathering at everyone's feet. Feng Chaofei collected the sycamore tree and landed on the ground with Su He. The white clouds are so misty that they cannot sink when you step on them, as if you are stepping on solid cotton. The top of the head was shrouded in light, and the entire sky was clearly divided into 7 layers from bottom to top. The bottom level is the entire mountain, and the top level is like clouds. Each level is more beautiful and more attractive than the previous level. This is the Xingxian Terrace. The 7th level immortal platform is not a platform descended from the sky, but is layered with white clouds under you in the sky, from the 1st to the 7th layer from top to bottom. The 1st level is above the 9 heavens, where the white clouds break through, and the 7th level is the mountain below. The layers are counted from top to bottom. Different levels have different concentrations and qualities of ancient vitality falling down. Whichever level you can ride on the clouds can absorb the vitality of that level. It's useless to fly by itself. Su He had never had the experience of flying in the clouds. When he stepped on the cotton-like white clouds with his paws, he saw the ant beside him let out a cry of phoenix, and the white clouds beneath her body floated up, holding her up. At the same time, Gu Lu, Gu Huai, Feng Qi, and the others all flew up. Su He looked around and saw neither Ji Feishue nor Su Huanyan. Then he asked, "Uncle Lu, what about the people who didn't come?" Before Gu Lu could reply, Feng Chaofei had already snorted and said, "Mind yourself. The Xingxian platform has been open for 10 years. So what does it matter if it's sooner or later? It's not like if you don't come, you will never come again." Feng Qi laughed loudly. "It's a great realization. Don't be embarrassed. The first time I participated in the Ascension platform, I almost reached the 2nd level. If you give me half a year more, I will definitely enter the 2nd level." Gu Lu, Gu Huai and Feng Chaofei looked over at the same time with contempt. Feng Chaofei snorted. "You won't be able to enter the 2nd level even if I give you 1,500 years." She is Feng Qi. Feng Qi is only more than 10,000 years younger than her. She almost grew up behind him. There is basically nothing about Feng Qi that Feng Chaofei doesn't know about. Feng Qi ascended to immortal platform for the first time and only opened the 2nd level of heaven. It was extremely lucky to be able to reach the 3rd level. Even after 10,000 years, he never climbed to the 2nd level. Until the 3rd level of the open sky, he was still almost perfect at the 3rd level. and he only reached the second level when he was close to the fourth level. Layer. Everyone around them understood immediately. Let out a long "oh." The contempt is even stronger. When it comes to Feng Qi, Feng Qiaofei has the most say. At that time, these two birds had the best relationship in the entire Phoenix clan, connected by blood and similar in age. Feng Qi was Feng Qiaofei's absolute follower at that time. This is also the reason why no other members of the Feng clan came when the Xianwang Cave Heaven was open this time. And only Feng Qi came, with Yunli as a guarantee. The relationship between Feng Qiaofei and the Feng clan can be greatly eased. It would be best for Feng Qi to bridge the gap in this matter. Gu Luo looked sideways at Feng Qi and chuckled. First time, entering the second level in the 7th year. It's the same as the second level of Kaiqian. But the second level of Kaiqian is different from the second level. Climbing to the immortal platform tests more of the talent. Gu Huai held a piece of grass above his head and said swaggeringly, I'm a little worse than my clan brother. I can only climb to the second level before the end of the ascension stage. Feng Qi was stunned and looked at the three-headed beast in disbelief. There are so many outsiders here. You are tearing me down? The beasts laughed, and the Yunsheng beasts rose up into the sky. Mr. Yuan, what level do you think fellow Taoist Sui can go to? White clouds gathered under Emperor Luan and lifted him up. These white clouds are not condensed by the monks and mythical beasts themselves, but connected to form a piece of white cloud under their feet and cut from the white cloud. The crown prince and tutor fell behind Emperor Luan, bowed his body slightly, and said with a smile, Let's go to the 3rd floor. Oh, Emperor Luan asked with a smile. Why? There are not many divine beasts who practice so fast and have a solid foundation. The prince's expression was a bit serious. It's because he practices so fast. Other divine beasts, Feng Qi and Gu Luo, who are both 4 spirits, are also at the second level of Kaiqian and have just set foot on the ascension platform for the first time. However, their second level of Kaiqian is different from Suhi's. When they opened the second level of heaven, the youngest was 6 or 7,000 years old, even if their realm was not high enough. But the knowledge and knowledge reserves are enough. But Suhi's training time is too short. Just 30 years, all spent on training and fighting, are not enough. How can he have time to absorb so much knowledge? This turtle even lacks common sense and spiritual practice. The Xingxian platform does not pay so much attention to Taoism and combat power. It is just the foundation. What matters more is the knowledge reserve and understanding. The knowledge reserve is not enough, and some things cannot be seen in front of you. Emperor Luan smiled and said without comment, What do you think An Gong did? Next to him, Feng Nen had his eyes wrapped with delicate cloth and sealed them. Hearing Emperor Luan's question, he bowed slightly, cupped his hands and said, 2nd floor, and very fast. Emperor Luan was delighted. What's the basis for this? Sister? And Guogong is not Luan Emperor's sister, but they are siblings who rebelled together 110,000 years ago. It is normal to call them brother and sister. Dukingwa smiled. Your Majesty, this is intuition. He is Yunli's son, but she clearly knows Yunli's talent. Yunli's son's talent cannot be lower. Doesn't the luck and talent revealed during this period explain everything? Emperor Luan laughed. A woman's intuition sometimes trumps all reasoning. What do you think, Your Majesty? Feng Nen asked with a smile. Me? Emperor Luan smiled. I bet he can enter the 1st level. It's also intuition. From top to bottom, from the 1st floor to the 7th floor of the Xingxian Terrace, the counting seems to be reversed. But this has been the counting since ancient times. The higher you climb, the better your energy will be. Especially the first time. There is an extra blessing. Feng Nan laughed. Nen's intuition is not accurate. There is no intuition that goes beyond common sense. Those who can reach the 1st level are at least 7th level heavenly beasts, or divine beasts that open the 5th level heaven. There has never been anything beyond the range. It's not necessarily true. Rumor has it that Fei Xue exceeded this limit when she was young, and reached the summit without ever reaching the 7th level of the sky? But that happened a long time ago, and there is no record of it in Fengwang Palace. The 3 of them were talking, and the white clouds fluttering under their feet carried them up to the sky. The mountain is the 7th level. If you can't cut the white clouds, you can only practice on this level. At this moment, white clouds are rising from various places at the foot of the mountain. Everyone who was familiar with Su, he did not even stop. They instantly flew over the 6th floor, jumped over the 5th floor, and went straight up. But not everyone can fly. A 4th level monk next to Su, he rose up from the clouds. As soon as he took off, he fell down with the clouds and everyone else. It seemed like something hit him hard. Calm down normally. Gangfeng. This is the Gangfeng that Maiman is talking about. But he didn't feel the wind blowing. Nor did he see anyone else being blown by the wind. But as this person fell, groups of people fell from the sky in a moment. Some people fell as soon as they stood up. And some people fell after they almost reached the 6th floor. The boundary between the 7th and 6th floors was like a dividing line, blocking 70% of the monks. Just as he was about to try to connect with the white clouds under his feet, the white clouds that condensed on his feet began to fly, when he saw two figures coming from a distance. At this moment, the immortal platform has just appeared. Other monks do not have the ability of Xian Wang and Emperor. They can predict the location of the immortal platform. They only look this way when they see the glow. Most of the monks have not arrived yet. They are coming one after another at this moment. Come this way. What came along the way were two monkey monsters. While beating and cursing, he rushed into the ascension platform in an instant. And then disappeared. Fighting is prohibited on the immortal platform. Even Xian Wang Realm and Feng Wang Palace abide by this iron law. And others have no right to provoke. The monk next to him shook his head and sighed. If you are thrown out of the battle once, you will not be able to enter the Xian Wang cave heaven 10 times. Why bother? The Xian Wang order is so difficult to obtain. And the entrance to the Xian Wang cave is so difficult to enter. Why bother having a fightable here? He withdrew his gaze and stopped looking for the monkey. The consciousness sank to his feet. And a white cloud naturally peeled off from the entire white cloud, replacing the water waves under He, rolling and surging slightly. Try to control it. Just like controlling water vapor. There is no difficulty. He raised his head and looked at the people who were rising higher and higher, whose shapes could no longer be seen clearly in the sunlight. The white clouds also rose slowly. As soon as he rose, everyone looked towards him. Every time a four-spirit beast enters the ascension platform for the first time, it is a good opportunity for everyone to learn. It is impossible to imitate those powerful ones. But the four-spirit beasts, who first enter the ascension stage, are different. They can at least rise to the 3rd or 4th level. But it's impossible to master the secrets of liftoff immediately when you first come. It still takes trying again and again. Others will learn a lot as they try again and again. He's white clouds rose, and he suddenly raised his head. At the moment when the white clouds left the ground, a hurricane blew from the sky and landed on He, like a waterfall rushing him down. The strong wind here does not blow everyone at the same time, but a strong wind falls on only one person, like an illusion, and only he can feel it. No wonder the monk was seen falling, but no wind was blowing him down. Chapter 406. It's my turn to prove Xuanwu. The strong wind washed down. He gritted his teeth and held on. His body flew upwards in a creaking and twisting manner. But after flying more than 10 feet, he could not fly at all, completely stuck with Gangfeng. Even as more and more people rushed into the Shengxian platform, the power of the Gangfeng became stronger and stronger. In just half an hour, they could not even maintain a height of more than 10 feet. And they were about to be pushed back to the ground. This is wrong. This is very wrong. He asked himself. If he can't compare with anyone, he can't compare with Uncle Chi. Even if he couldn't compare to Uncle Lei, he would admit that Uncle Lei was weak because Uncle Lei had no boundary beads and no inner world. His turtle energy is pure true energy, without any power from the world. To a certain extent, Uncle Lei's talent is incredible. No inner world can reach the top 100 on the Baizhe list. And it can be on par with the normal four-spirit beasts. Such talent is unimaginable. Speaking of which, Uncle Lei and Uncle Chi were contemporaries, with almost no age difference. His talent is not as good as that of Uncle Lei, but he can recognize him. But if you can't compare with Uncle Chi, that's too much. Uncle Chi was able to enter the 3rd floor for the first time. He was suspended in midair, trying his best not to fall. At the same time, his spiritual consciousness reached out to investigate Gangfeng. My spiritual consciousness probed out, but found nothing. In my spiritual consciousness, this was just a strong wind, blowing down from the place above the 9 heavens. He's dragon horn flashed, and he used a magical technique to collect the wind. In fact, there is not much difference between general wind control and water control. If you have a high level, you can control it even if you don't have a special method. He had magic spells, which were taken along with him when he passed on his magical powers. He classified them as useless and basically never practiced them on his own initiative. It's just that once the inheritance comes, it's like the knowledge is in your mind, and you can't forget it. When you reach a higher level, you can figure out the technique after just thinking about it, and you can start to control it directly. Sui pulled his tortoise claws down, trying to subdue the Gangfeng. But the Gangfeng was as motionless as a mountain and still hit his turtle SHL, as if a force of suppression was about to crush him alive. Sure enough, it doesn't work. If it were so easy to take away Gangfeng, everyone would be on the first floor. This Gangfeng just looks ordinary, but is actually not an ordinary Gangfeng. Sui laughed and felt that the energy around him had changed. It was originally just the most ordinary spiritual energy, but the spiritual energy in Baiyan Palace was many times richer than the outside world. Now, with the strong wind blowing in the sky, there was an unexplainable aura within it. Is this something that only existed in ancient times? And is it related to the vitality of the monk's immortal sect? Sui was stunned and ignored the strong wind, and was blown to the ground by the strong wind. Others looked sideways. Basically, there was no sarcasm. Instead, everyone opened their eyes to see how Sui would deal with it. After entering the Shumxian platform, I have experienced the strong wind. It goes without saying what it feels like to be blown by the strong wind. The higher the realm, the stronger the strong wind you encounter. It's not too late to learn now. Those who could enter the Xianwang cave heaven and ascend to the immortal platform, after abandoning the influence of external objects, there are almost no real fools. Even the enemy would not be able to ridicule Sui because he was blown down by the strong wind. Instead, he would take the opportunity to learn. Sui landed on the ground and didn't feel embarrassed. He just magnified his senses and realized it carefully. The strong wind dissipated after landing. But at the same time, I can no longer feel the existence of ancient vitality. Take a breath and analyze it carefully. What you breathe into your mouth and nose is pure spiritual energy without any impurities. There is no strong wind or ancient vitality on the ground. Sui floated into the air again, this time at an extremely fast speed, like a rocket soaring into the sky. But after flying 20 feet, it crashed down again, flying rapidly to an altitude of 20 feet. The strong wind had condensed into a solid form, making it impossible to resist. The North Ming dynasty cannot move away from the strong wind, and the heavy raindrops wash upward. But it is of no use. Even if Taiyuan spreads out, it cannot absorb the Gangfeng. In the eyes of the supernatural power, Gangfeng seemed not to exist, and the thing only hit his turtle SHL. Sui was smashed to the ground, and the whole turtle was buried in the white clouds, and remained motionless for a long time. The people in the sky, Feng Wang and Xian Wang, who had already rushed into the second level, lowered their heads and looked down. Gu Luo and Gu Huai laughed, not caring about Sui's failure, who wouldn't fall down more than a dozen times when entering the immortal platform for the first time. How dare you say that you have set foot on the immortal platform without falling 20 or 30 times? Brother Luo, how many times do you think the little guy has to fall? Gu Huai asked with a smile. Gu Luo smiled. Within 10 times. Although he doesn't have enough knowledge, his turtle boy's understanding is not bad. You should be able to find a way. Emperor Luan's laughter came from a distance. Brother Luo, do you want to bet? I'll bet within 5 times. There was no possibility of fighting in the immortal platform. Emperor Luan and Long Gui communicated normally like fellow Taoists. I don't know how many years of existence I have lived, but as long as I think about it, my emotions can be whatever I want. Emperor Luan has not yet experienced the level of comprehension of Dragon Turtle, but he can recognize the Bing Xian jade crystal between Dragon Turtle's brows. It was prepared for the Yuanzun clan. The Yuanzun clan had their spiritual intelligence damaged, so they could rely on this jade crystal to raise them to the level of normal people. Dragon Turtle is already smart, and with the help of Bing Xian, the effect should be better. Gu Luo said 10 times. Then half of it would be enough. Of course, if the Dragon Turtle doesn't find the real use of Bing Xian and just relies on Bing Xian's own bonus, the effect will be much worse. Maybe 7 or 8 times? You can tell later by looking at Bing Xian's twinkling light. If there is a flash of green light, Bing Xian is being used. At this moment, Feng Chefei turned around, glanced at them, and snorted. 3 times. Next time he can enter the 6th floor. Doesn't she know more about her son than others? In terms of relationship, she was much closer than the Dragon Turtle. For a long time, the turtle had to call her mother. Not closer than Gu Luo and his uncles? At most, Gu Luo and the others had tested Su He's speed in inheriting magical powers. But she had tricked Su He and forced a whole set of formation knowledge into Su He's mind. Apart from Ji Fei Xue, she has the most say in Su He's speed of understanding. Feng Chafei raised her head, and her peacock took off 3 times. Just 3 times. Dare to go one more time. 9 times out and 4 times back. Emperor Luan laughed and looked at Feng Chafei's eyes flashing. He said 5 times based on facts. But this phoenix took it for granted. He took off 3 times. Even he had never done it back then. He only fell 8 times before he could fly. Su He was lying in the white clouds. He closed his eyes and recalled the sprint just now. Flying under the strong wind is not something that can be achieved by brute force and magical powers. It is something else. The strong wind cannot be removed or dispersed. So it is really difficult to deal with. He got out of the white clouds and looked at the sky again. The white clouds rolled slightly under him, lifting him up slowly. This time, Su He rose extremely slowly. So slowly that it was almost impossible to detect. But it had just risen a little. And the white clouds under me had barely left the mountain. And the strong wind fell down. This Gangfeng is not only related to the realm, but also related to the number of people entering the Shunxian platform. Now more and more people are entering the Shunxian platform. And the power of the Gangfeng is getting stronger and stronger. But when it flew up and Gangfeng appeared, the ancient vitality also appeared again. It's not that there is no ancient vitality on the mountain, but that these vitality can only be felt when the Gangfeng is revealed. Vitality is related to Gangfeng. If so, Su He was silent for a moment, raised his head and took a turtle breath. And the energy from all directions entered his body gently, different from the previous spiritual energy. Although the vitality breathed into the body this time is not much, the quality is terrifyingly high. Not only the quality, but in fact this is not the same thing as the spiritual energy. It seems older and more violent. Inhaled into the body, it is like a small bomb, running rampant in the body, colliding with each other and exploding. A strange thought arose in Su He's heart. The ability to open immortal gates in ancient times was not due to this vitality. Right? This kind of vitality. That is, he is a dragon turtle. Usually a monk inhales it into his body, and is injured by the vitality before he can practice. Simply absorbing vitality is wrong. Gangfeng. Su He immediately thought of it, raised his head, and inhaled gently towards the strong wind, and used the method of absorbing spiritual energy. Sure enough, the strong wind mixed with the vitality entered the body at the same time. This time the vitality was no longer so violent, and became docile. Gangfeng is like clear water, gently sending vitality into the body. An inexplicable feeling arose from the bottom of Su He's heart. This ancient vitality is weak. Compared with the ancient vitality, it is much thinner. Not only is it thinner, there are many factors that are completely different. The time division in the spiritual world is not uniform. But generally speaking, the heavenly period is called the legendary period or the mythical period. From the destruction of heaven to the great world of Xinhuang, which dominates all heavens and all realms. This is called the ancient period. The period from the rise of the emperor to the destruction of the Xinhuang world, and the formation of the Xinhuang realm is called the ancient period. After the Xinhuang world was renamed the Xinhuang world, it became modern. Of course, the period when the emperor and Xinhuang fought for hegemony were called ancient times. And then it became modern. Ancient times are after the ancient times. The ancient vitality was much weaker than the vitality Su He breathed in the ancient times. This is not the focus for the time being. Su He has absorbed the Gangfeng and vitality. But Su He still cannot fly too high, up to more than 300 feet. He can only float here to form a balance, neither going up nor down. Although it is far from reaching the 6th level, the method has some clues. Just not enough. Absorbing Gangfeng and Yuan Qi at the same time can offset the blowing and suppression of Gangfeng. As long as it is absorbed quickly enough, you can rush out of the 7th floor and enter the 6th floor. It's worthless to figure it out. The only question is, how can it be absorbed faster? Su He is currently using the dragon turtle's breathing method, which basically matches his own realm. Any faster and it's racing. In other words, it is possible to break out of this level only when the level of the first step to reach the sky is reached, but the absorption speed reaches the 2nd step to the sky. The 7th to 6th floors are okay. But what about the 2nd and 1st floors? Want to reach the absorption speed of the 7th level of the sky at the 1st level? This is simply impossible. Not to mention Su He. No one else could have done it. Su He raised his head and looked resentfully at the clan uncles above. If you can go up, Then there must be a very suitable method. Wouldn't it be good to pass on another method? As if he knew what he was thinking, Gu Luo's voice came down. Don't even think about taking shortcuts. So many people from all over the world are trapped here. But they don't want to take the shortcut you want to take? You can only find your own way to get there. If I tell you method, you will be thrown out of the Immortal platform in an instant. And you will not be allowed to enter the Immortal platform 10 times in the Xianwang Cave Heaven. Su He. Dot! He stopped talking. His breathing method reached its limit. And his breathing speed increased instantly. Above the 9 heavens. Everyone laughed. And Gu Huai's eyes flashed. We have found a way! Feng Chufei glanced down. Arrogantly and disdainfully said. It's far from perfect. It is not difficult to find the key to breaking the game. And it is not difficult to speed up the absorption. How to refine it is the key. Otherwise, it will be absorbed into the body several times. But it will not be refined. It will not take long to reach the limit. At that time, it can no longer be absorbed at a faster speed. And it will be hit by the strong wind and fall from the upper level. That would be a shame. Understood? Su He nodded. Although after becoming the dragon turtle, he rarely used the method of absorbing vitality to practice. It didn't mean that he couldn't. Especially when I embarked on the path of Xuanwu. I became more and more focused on traditional cultivation methods. Su He opened his mouth like a whale sucking water, and instantly sucked in the energy from all directions, and the strong wind above his head. The strong wind above his head instantly became weak. There was no need for Su He to drive Baiyun. Baiyun had already lifted him up, breaking through the 7th floor and entering the 6th floor in a moment. Entering the 6th floor, the speed of ascent also slowed down. Above the 9 heavens, everyone watched with interest. As Feng Chufei said, it is easy to rise up in one go, but staying on the upper level is the difficulty. How to refine the vitality beyond one's own limit is the real test of understanding. As soon as Su He rushed into the 6th floor, he immediately felt the difference between the 6 floors. The power of the Gangfeng became stronger, and the quality of the vitality became higher. The refining speed has been reduced. He was in a stalemate with Gangfeng again, and even slowly pressed down again. Su He raised his head and looked up at the sky. Everyone above his head was practicing with their eyes closed. Different people were shining with different lights. His eyes fell on the dragon turtle and phoenix. They were the same. Su He generally understood. There are actually 2 directions for spiritual beast cultivation. One is the inner world plus true essence, and the other is the physical body. The inner world cultivation uses the source stone, but using other vitality is somewhat neglecting the basics. In addition to condensing the true energy, these ancient vitality are basically used to temper the physical body. A jade bone that reaches the 7th level of the sky? Su He thought of this. Could it be that it is like the realm of metamorphosis? Starting from the true blood with the help of ancient vitality to recondensate the true blood, until finally re-sacrifice the bones and refine the bones? It should not be wrong. Everyone's situation is different, and the methods used are different. But the direction should be correct. The only way that suits you is the best. Just like the dragon turtle, the elders will not directly teach the younger generations how to open the sky, but let the younger generations explore on their own. Of course, the exception is Su He. He cheated, using ancient vitality to change his own flesh and blood bit by bit. Su He knew what to do. But he couldn't let go of his own body. The transformation of the physical body is not that simple. The Xianwang Cave Heaven is opened again and again, and the monks and divine beasts are doing it again and again. I don't know how many thousands of years. Gu Luo and the others are still doing this step. This is a long process. And Su He is a little reluctant to let go of his physical body. He can return to the ancient times. Why use the ancient vitality to ruin yourself when you have better vitality from the ancient times? It is impossible for different vitality to enter the body and change the flesh and blood over and over again. Once the ancient energy begins to change the body, it is most likely that all changes must be completed before the ancient energy can be used to change the body again. Otherwise, Su He's own physical body plus ancient vitality, with 3 different kinds of energy in the body at the same time. Who knows what uncertain things will happen? Of course, it is also possible to live in peace. And there will be a step-by-step progression? No one could explain this clearly. So Su He fell silent. Everyone in the 9 heavens looked at Su He while practicing. Emperor Luan had a smile on his face. 5 times! Su He fell into deep thought. Was he thinking of ways to change his own flesh and blood? This kind of creation, which is close to a skill, most tests one's understanding and knowledge reserve. To try again and again. The little dragon turtle would have to fall at least 5 times to do it. This is still the premise of using Bing Xian. If you don't use it 10 times, you can't stop it. Others also looked at Suhi. Is this the first time Suhi has tried to create a technique? Still about the physical body. Not counting Mingjian. Mingjian was actually first proposed by Suhi. The ones who actually put it into practice were several elders of Qingyuan sect, as well as many people who practice Mingjian in all the worlds. After pondering for an unknown amount of time, just when Suhi was about to be pushed down to the bottom by the strong wind, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the top. With a question in his mind, I wonder if the vitality on the top can reach the level of the ancient times? I don't know what the ancient vitality lacks compared to the ancient times. Tempering the physical body is different from practicing martial arts. To temper the body is to use the ancient energy as an elixir. While taking one elixir, it is best not to take another elixir. It is best not to temper a body tempered with ancient vitality for the time being, unless the 3 daughters-in-law say it's okay. As for practicing Qigong, the vitality is simply the vitality. Absorbing ancient vitality to practice is not powerful enough. Just go back to the ancient times and continue practicing. The nature of vitality to the physical body and to the martial arts are different. Just like the same herb has completely different effects on humans and animals. Mint cats will get drunk after eating it, but nothing will happen to dogs after eating it. Suhi felt his sinking body, and his eyes gradually brightened. Practice the exercises. Xuanwu Yen Dao Ju. He closed his eyes slightly, and with a movement of his mind, the Xuanwu statue in his mind orifice escaped and merged with his own turtle and snake. Suhi opened his mouth and inhaled, and the vitality around Gangfeng above his head, together with the power of the stars and the true martial god card of Iqiao, poured into his body at the same time, forming a force. As Suhi's spiritual snake swam and the dragon turtle stepped on its feet, it began to operate steadily within the body. On the way back from the ancient times, Suhi did nothing but study the Xuanwu Taoist art. Every being has a different way of practicing Xuanwu. Suhi just found his favorite way. Originally, the speed of cultivation using external spiritual energy was much slower, but now it was replaced by the ancient vitality of the immortal stage, and the speed of cultivation increased rapidly. Suhi took one step forward, and the spirit snake on his back and the turtle's body had formed a perfect fusion. The spirit snake swayed as if it were drawing Tai Chi on the dragon turtle's body. The breathing method was originally the breathing method of the dragon and turtle clan, and the turtle and the snake breathed together. But gradually the spirit snake's breathing became different from that of the dragon turtle beneath her. The body of the turtle is long, and the body of the snake is light. Suhi's mind flashed with the trajectory of the Xuanwu stars. When he was in Chaoyu Mansion, he had not yet obtained the Xuanwu encyclopedia technique, so he could only contemplate the stars all day long. In Suhi's eyes, the stars had turned into a wandering and roaring Xuanwu. At this moment, Suhi acted according to the Xuanwu method. The more it works, the better the effect. And a feeling arises in the dark, this time in Xianwang Cave Heaven. It is my turn to realize Xuanwu. Time passed little by little, and the existence above the 9 heavens looked at Suhi, but did not see Suhi fall into the mountain. Not only did it not fall, the turtle seemed to gradually enter a state, and the aura around it was billowing, which was clearly a sign of insufficient vitality. Everyone was stunned when they saw the white clouds flashing under Suhi, holding Suhi straight up, rushing into the 5th level in a moment, and without stopping at all, he went straight to the 4th level. Emperor Luan. Feng Qi. Chapter 407 Xuanwu's first step. Nandu. Feng Qi's whole phoenix was in bad shape. The immortal platform will only be open for a few hours. Not even 1 day. This turtle boy is highly talented and has a second body. If he tempers 2 bodies at the same time, it is completely normal for him to rush to the 6th level in 1 day and stabilize on the 6th level. He can accept it. Yun Mei is extremely talented, so it is natural that his bloodline talent is superior. But this turtle boy has not shown his true body as a peacock at all, nor has he tempered his true body as a dragon turtle. He is practicing the technique, although he couldn't understand what the technique was. Turtle's eye was constantly debugging and making changes. He was obviously creating his own Xuanwu Yando. The real way of practice was created by himself. Different people will create different cultivation techniques when they obtain the enlightenment art. Suhi's breathing adjustments and Xuanwu posture are all his own. It was the foundation formed by his many years of understanding the Xuanwu constellations, and he transformed it bit by bit after encountering the Xuanwu encyclopedia. No one can achieve success overnight. Suhi can quickly get into the state, and his 30 years of stargazing are indispensable. Feng Qi looked at Su He on the 4th floor, his heart aching. The same 4 spirits. It took him 10 years to ascend to the 3rd level for the first time. And it wasn't until the end that I reached the 3rd level. 1 year for the 7th floor, 2 years for the 6th floor, 3 years for the 5th floor, and 4 years for the 4th floor, increasing year by year. Why did Turtle Boy turn over when he got here? It fell twice on the 7th floor. And then, it really took off, flying all the way to the top of the 4th floor before finally stopping. Looking at Su He's state, it's not that he can't rise any higher, but that he is absorbing and refining it at this high level. Neither strenuous nor too leisurely. It's a delicate balance that allows him to be in a state of enlightenment. This makes people even more jealous. Doesn't this mean that if Turtle Boy lets go and enters the immortal platform for the first time, he can go straight to the 3rd level on the first day? Is the gap so big? Feng Qi was stunned for a long time and quietly looked at the others. Emperor Luan next to him was also looking at Su He quietly. Emperor Luan said that Su He could enter the 6th level after falling 5 times. Turtle Boy is doing better now. But it seems that Emperor Luan is not as happy as he imagined winning the bet. Feng Qi rolled his eyes and said in admiration, Emperor Luan really has a vicious eye. How did you know that my son will take off within 5 times? Everyone next to Feng Nan also looked at Emperor Luan. Feng Nan was covering his eyes, and it was hard to judge. But the others showed a bit of admiration, although he didn't know if he was an old actor. However, it seems that they are indeed impressed. The people who conferred the title of Emperor did not let it show on their appearance, but inadvertently flashed a hint of exclamation in their eyes. You are worthy of your majesty. The superior does not need to be omniscient and omnipotent, but he must know himself and his enemy. Your majesty can see the talent of the dragon turtle, and has his own means of dealing with it. Emperor Luan. His so-called 5 times were based on Gu Luo's judgment. As for Su, he being able to reach the 1st level, it was not considered praiseworthy, because no one would believe it. His face was neither happy nor angry, and his eyes were deep and somewhat unpredictable. Turning his head slightly to look at Feng Qiaofei, there was a slight smile on his face. Fellow Taoist, your vision is very accurate. Sure enough, it takes 3 times to take off. Feng Qiaofei raised his head slightly, making a proud gesture. A trace of pride flashed in her heart. Her nephew should be called her aunt. Very good. 9 out and 12 back. A layman looks at the excitement. An expert looks at the door. Although she didn't expect Su He to do this at first, she could clearly see what method Su He used. It was Xuanwu. Feng Qiaofei only relied on Fengzu's reminder to embark on the real Suzaku path. Naturally, it can be seen that Su He is walking on the Xuanwu Avenue, and has truly embarked on the right path. He is still in a state of search than she is. I don't know. How much has been improved? Is this turtle boy afraid that he has a complete Xuanwu inheritance? You are a dragon turtle with less than armor. Where did you get all these things? Do you want to go back and dissect him, and refer to his Xuanwu practice method? One method can overcome all methods. Understand the art of Xuanwu cultivation, and then speculate on Suzaku cultivation, which is a much shorter way than my own mindless hard understanding. Feng Qiaofei's wings fluttered, and white clouds rolled under him. The first one broke through the 2nd floor and entered the 1st floor. The white clouds turned into a cloud platform. Like a branch, Feng Qiao flew down on the branch and slowly closed his eyes. Everyone in Golyuo glanced at Feng Qiaofei and accelerated towards the 1st floor. In just 2 or 3 hours, the familiar people had already rushed into the 1st floor one by one. The white clouds under them turned into cloud platforms with similar properties, holding the master up and down in the 1st floor, drifting slowly, and began to truly fall into practice. State. There are quite a few people who can rush into the 1st floor at this moment, although the total number is less than 100. It is similar. However, the level of the immortal platform is not always fixed. The more people come later, the more powerful the wind will be. I wonder how many people will be left on the 1st floor in 3 to 5 days. This time on the immortal platform, the Xianhuang realm and the Emperor's great world have not stumbled upon each other. They have been fighting for a year, and they are probably tired? The number of people entering the immortal platform suddenly increased, and it was impossible to repeat the rare situation hundreds of thousands of years ago, when no one among the tens of thousands of monks could enter the 1st floor. But when that time comes, it doesn't matter whether you can enter the 1st level. The more people there are, the stronger the wind will be, and the quality of the energy will be higher. At that time, the 2nd level will have the same effect as the 1st level now. Generally speaking, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. At least for the 7th level monks. Anyway, it was originally impossible to reach the 6th level. With more people, the quality of vitality increases, and high-grade vitality is obtained in vain. In the first layer, the cloud platform floats, holding a statue of being slowly rotating around the center. A beam of light shines down from the highest point of the 9 heavens in the center of the first floor. This beam of light is only on the first floor. It does not enter the second floor. It is the real center of the immortal platform. The center is the real treasure of cultivation. The vitality is getting richer and richer, and its quality is incomparable to other places. Moreover, the vitality in the center shrouded by the light beam has elements that are not found on the outside. It is the best of the best. But there are hundreds of monks on the first floor. Everyone is self-aware, and no one goes to the center. This time Ji Feishua is also in Xianwang Cave Heaven. The central Gangfeng is independently born, just like the Shunxian Terrace in the Shunxian Terrace. If you go in, you will have to bear a stronger Gangfeng, which is nothing. But the center cannot bear many people. If someone goes in at this moment, once Ji Feishua comes back and steps into the center light pillar, the center Gangfeng will be raised to an unpredictable level. Those who stayed there had to fight with Ji Feishua to see which one could withstand the strong wind in order to stay there. Even if you think about it with your toes, you can tell who is the one who was thrown out, who can get to the first floor, who doesn't want to lose face. The eyes of the monks below who were still working hard to ascend to the next level turned to astonishment when they fell on Suhi. Everyone is ready to observe how the dragon turtle uses vitality and Gangfeng to temper his body, try to gain enlightenment, and modify his own way of practice. As a result, I saw nothing and understood nothing. Many people can probably tell that the dragon turtle is using the turtle body and the snake body to practice together. But how to practice it? Everyone is blind, unable to understand or learn. However, Suhi went straight to the 4th level in one step. This kind of ability is impossible even for normal 4-spirit beasts. Is this the legendary Suhi? The existence of the 2nd level dragon turtle from the grass turtle to the open sky in less than half a year? Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Sure enough, there was no one with false reputations. They can't even be jealous. Especially in the White Tiger ruins. The monk who was robbed of the Xianwang order by Suhi, and who had seen Suhi's invincibility, didn't know what expression to show at this moment. Not jealous, but relieved? They all said that they were weak, and did not dare to fight with a half-armored turtle. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they gave up? After the immortal stage is over, let's see who still wants to compete with the dragon turtle. On the 4th floor, Monk Sanxiang and Zhan Xiu looked towards the center at the same time, staring blankly at Suhi, wondering what they were thinking. 30 years ago, Dragon Turtle first entered Xinjiang. He was a newbie and spent all day in Xinjiang asking all kinds of common knowledge about cultivation. Even some common sense that was clear to the mortal realm was so lacking in Suhi that it was unimaginable. At that time, Suhi relied on tank battles to get closer to everyone. In the blink of an eye, it's clear that Suhi hasn't gotten tired of playing the new game yet. How come the owner of the game has changed to such an extent? One of them was giving a lesson to the boy next door. Before the lesson was finished, he turned around, and this boy won 3 yuan in a row. And he rose to great heights. His official position was no longer below them. And he was even about to surpass him at any time. An inexplicable feeling arose. And the Xianwang Cave Heaven ended. This turtle boy wouldn't be more powerful than the two of them. Right? Monk Sanxiang and Zhan Xiu looked at each other, and saw the uneasiness in each other's eyes. They both turned their heads at the same time, and looked at Taoist Shinshin on the other side of the Shunxian platform. Taoist Shinshin sensed the gaze, and moved away from Suhi. Look at the two people. The three of them looked at each other, with indistinguishable eyes. Suhi blocked his perception of eyes. There is more or less spiritual consciousness in the eyes of the creatures. And the perception when it falls on the body is extremely clear. At this moment, most of the people in the Xingxian platform had their eyes on him. With ill intentions, envy, and surprise. They cannot be distinguished, nor can they be divided. Feeling it all the time will actually affect your practice. Suhi blocked his perception, and was completely immersed in his own world. Suhi did not mark the territory. He did not form a cloud platform, but kept swimming on the 4th floor, just like the Xuanwu stars moving in the sky. If the monks below the 4th floor were to use stargazing to examine Suhi at this moment, they would see a starry sky moving around, like a greedy wolf. At this moment, Greedy Wolf is still staying with Xie. The two divine beasts have just risen to the 5th level, and can no longer go up. Looking at Suhi with envy, he clawed at the clouds beneath him with his claws, secretly making up his mind that he would never sleep for 100 years again. This feeling of powerlessness happened twice in a row. They were the same generation as Bai Ling, and they had just watched Bai Ling disappear. He had remained the same for hundreds of years, leaving them far behind and unable to even eat ashes. Arrive. Now do it again. However, after 30 years, the time came again when I could only look up at the dragon turtle from below. Xia secretly made up his mind, but Tan Lang was dumbfounded. In his eyes, there was no Suhi or dragon turtle. There is only a starry sky constantly flowing in the sky. Suhi is like a star. The Greedy Wolf clan originated from the fragments of the star Greedy Star Wolf. Greedy Wolf Star is the first star in the Beidou, although it does not belong to the 28 stars, but it is opposite to Nando and Xuanwu. The relationship is more complicated. When one glance falls on Xuanwu, there is an indescribable feeling. The urge to jump up, land next to Suhi, and turn into stars was almost uncontrollable. Suhi swayed in the sky, with the trajectory of the Xuanwu stars in his mind, and his whole body moved with his heart. He forgot about the strong wind on his back, the vitality of the four directions, the power of the stars in his mind, and the world of world beads. Just without thinking, crawling in the sky step by step, his whole body fell into an indescribable state, forgetting himself and the environment. Just a dragon tortoise crawling and a spiritual snake coiling around. The vitality, star power, and world power naturally merge and circulate within the body. In Suhi's consciousness, he gradually disappeared and was replaced by stars. The 7 constellations of Xuanwu in the North Palace, 65 star officials, and more than 800 stars correspond to the major points and meridians in Suhi's body one by one. The stars are shining one by one, each time one is lit. The Xuanwu statue formed by the Xuanwu Taoist art. Then he was nailed to his body. It was just like the time when I had just obtained the art of turtle life and long rest from Gulaodao, and began to melt acupoints, sacrifice bones, and use acupoints to connect blood, flesh, and bones together. At this moment, the stars were making acupuncture points, nailing Suhi and the Xuanwu statue together bit by bit. Sure enough, the practice of all heavens is a cycle of reincarnation. It's like going to college in the previous life and starting over from the very basics. The most basic is the closest to the road. At this time, practicing Xuanwu has returned to the simplest way. Suhi completely fell into silence, neither rising nor falling. He was swaying on the 4th floor, with his body of turtle and snake absorbing vitality and strong wind. With each breath, time passed slowly. Suhi had long forgotten the outside world, and had forgotten that he didn't know the passage of time, or the mysterious situation. But as time passed, the stars in his body lit up one by one, until the head of the spiritual snake, the Dosu, lights up completely. There was a roar in the head of the spiritual snake, as if the consciousness had been opened alone. When consciousness fell into it, one could see a distant starry sky inside the snake's head, full of life. It was just a lonely starry sky, but Suhi felt endless vitality. The first place in Xuanwu is called Dosu, which is often called Nandu, and is also often called the Do in the angry bull fight. The North Dipper is the ruler of death, and the South Dipper is the ruler of life. The Do sway merged and fell into the snake head, and the vitality of the sky rose in the snake head. This vitality was continuously generated in the rotation of the stars. Endless. Suddenly, it gave Suhi the illusion that he would never die. As long as Nandu exists, Xuanwu will never end and survive forever as long as he is not killed by one blow. This is somewhat similar to the Honghua, and indeed the practices are all connected. Just as he was thinking this, Honghua came out from nowhere and turned into a stream of smoke that floated into the snake head and merged into Dosu. It's not that they melt and disappear, but that they merge together, and Honghua and Dosu cooperate with each other. Suhi could feel that as soon as his mind moved, the Honghua would be restored immediately. Nothing can transform the 64 hexagrams. Not even dice can copy the hexagrams. The small 64 hexagrams in the inner world are the only exception Suhi has seen. Even so, even the 64 minor hexagrams cannot escape from the inner world. Only in the inner world can the power of the 64 hexagrams be found. With the integration of Honghua, the vitality of Dosu suddenly became more and more vigorous. And this prosperity also brought with it a distant charm. The eternal, forever. This vitality not only enveloped Long Guasian, but also fell on Peacockshan through a mysterious connection. Outside Sui's body, On the first floor of the immortal platform, Feng Chifei, who was practicing, suddenly opened his eyes. Phoenix is the most sensitive to life and death. Or perhaps because of Su He's peacock true form. Feng Chifei had already sensed something strange as soon as Nan Do condensed. He lowered his head and followed the mysterious induction to look at Su He. The real fire burned in a pair of phoenix eyes, and the runes flickered. Immediately, he noticed something strange about Su He. This turtle is one step closer to Xuanwu. It is different from the original Xuanwu meaning, and revealing some Xuanwu authority. This step is to truly embark on the path of Xuanwu. At this moment, it's only been more than a month since I entered Shengxian Terrace. Feng Chifei was stunned. The Emperor Luan on the opposite side also opened his eyes. And following him, the Feng Wangang Mandong opened their eyes one by one and looked down at Su He. They didn't feel Su Hunan Do's majestic vitality, but felt the pressure. This kind of pressure was not that Su He was so powerful that he could suppress them, but that he saw Shengwan and had stronger authority. Emperor Luan was silent. That little dragon turtle was following the path of Xuanwu. The authority to seal the imperial palace comes from the former heaven. Xuanwu is the real emperor of heaven. Even the four sacred beasts are inseparable from the creation of heaven. Emperor Luan looked at Su He, and everyone in the imperial conferment looked at Su He, with murderous intent filling the air. A powerful person in the Xianwang realm also woke up, and the cloud platform moved, slowly approaching everyone in the Fengwang palace, showing a tendency to surround them. Emperor Luan looked around and suddenly laughed. The murderous aura in this smile dissipated instantly. He looked at everyone in Xianwang and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, why bother? You can't fight on the Shengxian platform. We can't hurt Taoist Su He, so there's nothing you can do. We can't wait. Why don't we practice hard and make plans after the ascension stage is over?" Everyone in Xianwang was silent for a long time. Gu Luo sneered twice, did not answer, and led everyone back. Emperor Luan was right. There is no fighting here. This is an iron rule. Gu Luo and Luan Di took a step back at the same time, and the tense atmosphere dissipated for a moment. The cloud platforms under everyone's feet returned to their original positions. They all looked at each other defensively and slowly fell back into practice. Su He didn't know that because of himself, he almost caused a fight among the powerful people. He almost did the craziest thing in the history of Shengxian platform and threw everyone out of the Shengxian platform. Su He's consciousness was still immersed in practice. Nanda condensed, and his understanding of Xuanwu suddenly reached a new level. The absorption speed of Gangfeng and vitality increased several times in an instant. The body rushed uncontrollably into the third floor of the immortal platform. In an instant, strong wind and majestic vitality pressed up. Compared with the fourth level, the power of the Gangfeng on the third level is increased several times, and the power becomes stronger as it goes up. No wonder Uncle Chi is trapped in a big realm on the third level. I'm afraid it's not just him who is a phoenix. Anyone can be trapped here for a long time. Su He took a deep breath. Nanda concentrated, and the whole turtle felt relaxed and comfortable. Even breathing becomes easier. Closing his eyes slightly, the spirit snake and the turtle body began to absorb vitality at the same time, falling into practice again. Fusion of the Xuanwu statue is just the first step in Xuanwu. It can even be said that it has not really started to practice. Its nature is probably like a grass turtle swallowing the demon transformation fruit and awakening the dragon turtle bloodline. Just setting foot in Xuanwu is an ongoing process. This era is not as high quality as the Heavenly Court era, and Su He's cultivation is still slow. For 10 years at the immortal platform, there was nothing else to do except practice. This is a place of retreat. The only thing that made Su He feel uneasy was that neither Su Huanyan nor Ji Feishue came back. Even Yaya and Yaya didn't know where they went. These three people were not in Baiyun Palace. There was an undercurrent outside the Baiyun Palace. Even the dragon turtle's strong defense could not resist it. Su Huanyan was particularly able to prevent it. How did the other two people escape? If you haven't come back now, what fun things have you encountered? Chapter 408, Climbing to the Sky. Coveting the first level. Su He was concerned, but not worried. Baiyun personally made an evaluation. His Bailong has the fighting power of an immortal. Not to mention modern times. He can walk sideways even in the ancient times. Baiyun gave half of his existence to him. And even though he had lost the power of the immortal lord, he could still take him across the Yuanzuan's hinterland and deliver him to the temple safely. What's more, Ji Feishue is good at fighting. Su Huanyan never had any strange feelings again. So he was safe. Su He thought about sinking into practice again. Time once again fell into unconscious consumption. As soon as He closed his eyes, he cut off all perceptions from the outside world and immersed himself in practice wholeheartedly. To get started with Xuanwu, it is not difficult to find the method and possess the Xuanwu enactment technique. To integrate the Xuanwu statue with oneself, it will take at least 20 years to absorb spiritual energy from the outside world in practice. This is just the simplest introduction, and it is the result of He's 30 years of studying the 7 places in the north. But with the help of ancient vitality and Shengxian platform, the speed is more than 10 times faster. The effect is also much better. The stars in He's body lit up one by one, and for an unknown amount of time, there was a roar at the base of the turtle's neck. Then an unexplainable long moan came from He Guotian's mouth. It looks like a turtle, like an ox, and a bit like a dragon. Just like an ordinary beast refining a heavy building, it can speak. This cry is not the sound of dragon turtle, but Xuanwu. Below the 3rd floor, everyone in the emperor's palace turned pale and looked at He in horror. They felt the vibration of authority within their bodies. Ordinary emperor monks didn't know what the authority was, but they also felt that their foundations were shaken by the dragon turtle's roar. The dragon turtle has become everyone's nemesis. What kind of skills did this dragon turtle realize on the Shengxian platform? Everyone was shocked. Emperor Luan opened his eyes and looked at He. This was just a simple roar that did not contain He's subjective malice. It was not an attack and did not trigger the rules of the immortal platform. Just like the aura emanating from their bodies, the monks below felt it and instantly became paralyzed. Not to mention that one cannot even perform normal actions due to cultivation. But as long as it is not suppressed by malicious aura, it will not be judged as an attack under normal circumstances. Emperor Luan's eyes were filled with darkness, and the Xuanwu implications of this little dragon turtle were getting stronger and stronger. He let out a long groan and felt relief in his chest. The 2nd Neo constellation was opened. After Do is the ox, the angry ox, cowherd and weaver girl's cow, located at the throat of Xuanwu. This roar brought out a strange aura. He dispersed the aura, and his consciousness fell into the deep building in his throat, where it also turned into a starry sky. But unlike Doshu, which is full of vitality, He could only think of one word to describe it. 3 disasters and 9 disasters. The owner of the ox house must be related to disasters. He didn't know much about the Sifong star territory. The 4 holy beasts in this world didn't appear. If he didn't understand it step by step, he would even think that Xuanwu didn't exist in this world. This world has too few records about Xuanwu and the Sifong star region. However, after studying the starry sky, He also had some insights. Xuanwu guards the northern star region and belongs to Yin, water and cold. His roar is very different from the dragon turtle's divine power. Be more domineering, more gloomy, and say murder, being roared by Xuanwu. There is no possibility of survival, and the murderous intention is extremely strong. However, the specific function cannot be explained clearly at this moment. He is just fusing the Xuanwu statue with himself, and it is still far away from the real Xuanwu. You should practice slowly and discover Xuanwu's magical power bit by bit. After He roared, the stars in his throat circulated, and the speed of refining Gangfeng and vitality increased again. He's realm has not changed at all. He is still at the 2nd level of open heaven, but the speed of absorbing Gangfeng has been increasing. The white clouds beneath him kept lifting him high into the sky. When the ox and constellations merged, He opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. It was probably March when he entered Shengxian Terrace. Looking at the stars now, it seemed that it was already August. Only 2 starry skies were merged in 5 months, and the speed was a bit slower than expected. Ji Feishua and the others still didn't come. He suddenly wondered if the 2 of them had secretly refined the Jianshan mountain. We won't meet later. The person in front of you is a Taoist master who controls the dojo. Right? There will be a sense of loss. He was thinking, and saw a scroll flying from outside the immortal platform. It was the people from Guiwang Mountain, who had returned from nowhere, and began to enter the immortal platform one after another. Without his wife and daughter in the scroll, He would inevitably feel lost. There were people practicing in all directions. It was better not to be too enthusiastic. He nodded and said lo. He closed his eyes and stopped paying attention. Taoist Xuanzhen naturally went straight to the 1st floor. Passing by he looked at the dragon turtle lying on the 3rd floor in surprise. He didn't know what to say for a moment. He had just helped Yaya sort out the national fortune artifacts, and he was thinking that maybe within 100 years, he would see his daughter surpass his father. But he didn't want Suhi to shine here? Looking at the expressions and eyes of the monks around, I'm afraid they were all shocked by this dragon turtle. Shangxian I opened in May, and was already on the 3rd level. This was much faster than he had been back then. He was simply crushed. Monks cannot be compared with divine beasts, and their physical endurance is far inferior to that of divine beasts. It was the 3rd time that he stepped into the ascended immortal platform before entering the 3rd level. Taoist Xuanzhen was silent for a moment, silently walked up to the 1st floor, and found a deserted corner to get off the platform. Fellow Taoist, it's too late. Emperor Luan opened his eyes, looked at him and said with a smile. Taoist Xuanzhen laughed. As people get older, their spiritual consciousness is still severely depleted, and their actions are inevitably slow. Next time, Your Majesty, don't beat the old Taoist at all times. There is no way I can be faster than Your Majesty. Emperor Luan. God! This bull-nosed guy is not even half as old as him. Fellow Taoist, please don't rely on me. Guiwang Mountain is mysterious, and I don't know what arrangements have been made secretly. Emperor Luan sighed. Ha ha. Your Majesty is different. Where are Your Majesty's internal guards? In the beginning, they were in the name of investigating fellow Taoist Xian Wang, but they disappeared after a while. Xuanzhen also said with a look of helplessness. If you don't even participate in the ascension stage, there must be something more important than improving your Taoism. The two looked at each other and said nothing. Slowly close your eyes and practice your own medicine. The 3rd place is the female place. The girl of the morning cow and the weaver girl. Its refining is different. It is not refined alone, but is related to the ox constellation. It is pulled by the ox constellation, and a starlight goes straight into the female constellation. Like a bomb, it exploded on Suhi's breastplate. The Xuanwu statue exploded into strips of auspicious energy that penetrated into his chest. First, he blasted away the female dormitory, and then quickly absorbed the power of the wind, vitality and stars. Get on the bus first and pay later. In line with the cowherd's temperament, he first steals the weaver girl's clothes, forcibly takes them off, and then seeks to marry her home. No wonder there are 3 disasters and 9 disasters in Nyoshu. When the female dormitory is opened, the blessings, misfortunes, good and bad fortunes within it are difficult to judge at the moment, and women are the most difficult to figure out. The female host can bring blessings and good luck, or she can turn into great evil. The real effect depends on future practice. After the female dormitory merged, Suhi's speed of absorbing the gangfeng instantly increased. But the rising speed was not as fast as expected. It only increased slowly, heading towards the 2nd floor bit by bit. Above the sky, people kept looking down, watching Suhi rise steadily. Looking at this speed, the dragon turtle can directly enter the 2nd level. The 2nd level of Kaitian. In 7 or 8 months at most. Enter the Ascension Immortal platform for the first time, and rise to the 2nd level in 1 year? Feng Qi no longer looked at Suhi. He hoped that the next generation would be stronger than the previous one. But he never thought that he would want the next generation to be this strong. At least, like Gu Luo and the others, they will enter the 2nd floor again in 6 or 7 years. With such speed, is it possible that you really want to follow Emperor Luan's prediction, and go straight to the 1st floor for the first time? Everyone on the 1st and 2nd floors, whether they were enemies or friends, looked at Suhi in strange ways. As for the monks below, they no longer look at him at all. The skills he cannot learn seem to be useless. On the contrary, they may be jealous and disturb their Taoism. Time passes day by day as everyone practices. Summer comes after autumn. Autumn comes after winter solstice. And in a blink of an eye, it's the flower blooming season again. Jian Shan, Qingchuan. Su Huanyan walked up from the pool, his clothes drying as he walked. Dressed in white, he has a sharp temperament, and his sword energy lingers around him, like a sharp blade that has left his body. The sword energy carries the meaning of frost. Every time you step out, an area will be frozen under your feet. Then the Tongyu sword grass will sway and shake, and the thin ice powder will fall off. No wonder Buying wanted to call her Bingtuozi in her previous life. At this moment, Su Huanyan had already recovered from his injuries, and even Dao Xing was moving forward steadily. She has a fairy sword in her left hand, and a pure gold hairpin in her right hand. This was said by concubine Ji Shufa Jian in a message. The gold liquid was refined into hairpins by her. Golden light slowly shines through the hairpin, trying to isolate the undercurrent. But there is no undercurrent that can get close to Sword Mountain. A mountain of sword grass exudes a faint blue light, which has long since driven away the undercurrent. The fact that Su Huanyan has not completely taken control of Jianshan is not because of ownership issues. Jianshan belongs to her completely, and there is no possibility of any accidents. But the power required to activate Jianshan was too strong, and Su Huanyan couldn't do it. Maybe one day, Xian Wang Dongtian will open Sword Mountain. With the support of Xian Wang Dongtian's power, she can truly control Jianshan for once? At this moment, I can only borrow a little bit of Jianshan's power. Through Jianshan, you can see the direction of Baiyun Palace, and the whole sky seems to be cracked. A golden light shone down. This is the light of the immortal platform. Su Huanyan had participated in the Xian Wang Cave Heaven. Although he had never been to the Shunxian platform, he still knew it very well. At this moment, her realm of the third level of Tian has been stable for a long time, and she has advanced a lot. With the help of Jianshan Sword Pool, she has even advanced a lot to the extreme realm. With a little effort, you can open another realm. Her practice is different from that of ordinary monks, so naturally she cannot be viewed with ordinary eyes. If you really have the chance, you will be able to reach the first level in one day, and it is normal to reach the 7th level in the sky within 7 days. It's just that although Su Huanyan is still a sword cultivator, and is still a the eyes attribute, the sword path he follows is completely different from that of his previous life. If he still follows the old path, just in this year's Sword Mountain practice, it will be easy to enter the 5th level of the sky, and he will still be absolutely perfect and perfect. Su Huanyan walked out of Sword Mountain in one step. With a wave of his sleeves, all the Tongyu sword grass on the Sword Mountain darkened. The undercurrent hit again. The Tongyu sword grass didn't care about the surge of the undercurrent. Each one of them swayed with the wind, exuding reluctance towards Su Huanyan. The whole mountain exudes a similar mood. Next time the Xian Wang Cave Heaven opens, I will come back, Su Hua said in a young voice. Although his voice was soft, it was as clear as a clear spring that is about to freeze. After saying that, she completely closed the Jianshan mountain and took one step towards Baiyun Palace. At the same time, Yaya carried her own pure gold hammer and ran towards Baiyun Palace behind Ji Feishui. While running, he pestered me and asked, Auntie, you agreed. When you get out, you will introduce Yunming Dragon King to me. If I can surrender him, Yunming's will be the territory under the jurisdiction of Chanfeng City. Ji Feishui turned around in amusement. Dragon King Yunming has been at the 7th level of heaven soaring for more than 10,000 to 20,000 years. I can't even use a finger to beat you up. And to conquer a party that is no less powerful than the top 10 immortal sects, one must at least have the strength to match it. Let's expand your little Chong Maple City to a scale of 10,000 times first. There must be no less than 10 subordinates at the 7th level of treading heaven, on the platform of the ascension to immortality. Feng Qi looked at Su He with a painful expression, full of tangles, and wished he could flap Su He down with his wings. Just 2 days to go. Can't wait? Feng Qi's wings were trembling as he looked at Su He at the top of the 3rd level. In just 2 days, it will be a year since Su He entered the ascension platform. But that guy looked like he was going to break into the 2nd level, no longer consolidating his practice, which made Feng Qi heartbroken. Feng Qiaofei glanced at him with contempt. Worthless. She also looked down. Divine beasts usually enter the 2nd level when they enter the immortal platform. It took her more than 3 years, and less than 4 years, to reach the 2nd level. She is also outstanding among the mythical beasts. But Sui Jun of the Kirin clan is even better than her, with 3 years and 3 days. Although both of them claim to be less than 4 years old, the beginning and end of the year are completely different. Ji Feishui is a genius among the 4 spirits. That guy was special. Feng Qiaofei couldn't decide whether he was a mythical beast or a fairy. Bai Ling, the remaining member of the Dragon Turtle clan, and Feng Qiaofei thought it was a lie. It was said that Bai Ling stepped onto the ascension platform and climbed 1 level a day. It only took 7 days to reach the 1st floor, which is not what I would brag about. At this moment, Sui let out a long groan. The stars in the sky exuded silvery white golden light, nailing the Xuanwu statue into the body. The stars drilled in, and the two merged. The 4th night. The virtual night is open. Su He was then lifted up by the white clouds, as if a bubble film had been burst, and the whole turtle rushed into the 2nd layer. It was just after midnight, 1 day shy of 1 year. As they got closer, the monks on the 2nd and 1st floors had a clearer perception of Su He. Everyone in the Fengwang Palace paled slightly, but they no longer looked at Su He with strange eyes. After watching it for a year, all the emotions I should have been expressed. It's just that another dragon turtle has risen in the dragon turtle clan. So it's okay to get used to this kind of thing. From the day he survived the catastrophe and became a dragon turtle, everyone knew that this day would come sooner or later. As long as a dragon turtle is not extremely lazy, it is a sure thing to reach the top 100 of Baizé ranking. But now it seems that this time will be a little earlier in the morning. But as long as the hints are enough and you get used to it, you won't feel that there is anything to make a fuss about. So he climbed up to the second floor. It happened that the two monks next to him could no longer bear the strong wind on the second floor and sank to the third floor. This kind of thing has happened too many times at this glance. Some people rise and some people fall. Which level you can reach on the immortal platform is related to Taoism. But it doesn't have much to do with it. Here, people with the 7th level of skywalking can only stay on the 4th or 5th floor. On the contrary, there are people with the 5th or 6th level of skywalking who have reached the 3rd floor, which is not that rare. So he raised his head and looked at Feng Qi on the 1st floor, and said with a smile, "Uncle Qi, I'm on the 2nd floor." Feng Qi was lying on the cloud platform, as if his practice had reached a critical moment and he couldn't respond. It's not all pretending. Feng Qi's talent was average, and there were only 10 people on the 1st floor at the moment. He was already on the verge of danger. If monks continue to enter the ascension platform one after another and increase the power of Gangfeng, they will most likely fall to the 2nd level and be on the same level as Suhi. Phoenix once face. Suhi laughed and was in a good mood. Mythical beasts have always been like this. The older generation teases the younger ones, and the younger ones don't want to tease the elders when they have the opportunity. Birds that are hundreds of thousands of years old are not too much to play with. Suhi smiled and looked at Emperor Luan above. "Your Majesty, do you want to make another bet to see if I can climb to the 1st floor?" Emperor Luan opened his eyes and laughed. "Before the Immortal Ascension platform was opened, I told you that fellow Taoist Su he would go to the 1st level this time. If you don't come up, it will be a disappointment." Suhi laughed. "I have received His Majesty's trust. How can I live up to it?" Suhi smiled, opened his mouth and chanted, "Open!" Just as there was a muffled sound inside Suhi's body, the 5th nirvana suddenly opened. Xuanwu Chisu never operates independently, but is involved in each other and assists each other. Opening 4 nights in a row in a year is already more than half of the 7 nights. It will be much easier to open the next 3 nights. Although he had just opened Shisu, the power accumulated in his body was more than enough. So he directly ignited the stars in Weisu, and instantly nailed Weisu into his body, completely integrating with his body. At this moment, most of Xuanwu has been integrated into the body. At this moment, Suhi's Xuanwu aura even surpasses that of Dragon Turtle. It's not that his practice in Xuanwu has surpassed that of the original Dragon Turtle. It's just that Xuanwu was in the midst of cultivation and was completely revealed. Emperor Luan above looked down at Suhi, and after pondering for a long time, he finally spoke. "Friend Suhi, you know that with your current practice, not only the Imperial Palace wants to take action against you, but also the ancestors in the Sea of Stars will not give up, and even take action personally. The ancestors have lived for who knows how many thousands of years. They don't know what face is. They need to do everything they can to sneak attack, sap, and kidnap the younger ones. Only 1,000 days to be a thief. How can 1,000 days to guard against thieves? Can the Dragon Turtle clan stop other ancestors? Can they stop the Great Ancestor, the Second Ancestor, and the Third Ancestor? These 3 are existences that truly stand alongside Taizu. Without these 3 people, why would Fenghuang Palace fight with the Xinhuang realm?" So he looked at Emperor Luan. The white clouds under his body were carrying him upwards. The strong wind and vitality had formed a whirlpool visible to the naked eye on the turtle SHL. Even outsiders can see his Gangfeng whirlpool. Such speed is eye-catching. 2 constellations were opened at once, and the speed of extraction was too fast. Suhi smiled. "How can you kill yourself because of the fear of the enemy?" Emperor Luan wanted him to give up the Xuanwu path. But how could Suhi obey him? At worst, I have to live with Taizu for a while. If one day I can suppress the great ancestor of the emperor, who would dare to scream in front of him? The enemy has gone from Feng Yin and Feng Feng at the beginning to the point where Feng Huang ancestor is now taking action. Doesn't this prove that he is on the right path? Even the great ancestor of the emperor is afraid of him. So how can he become the strongest person in history that Buying calls him? Emperor Luan spread his hands and made an invitation gesture. "Then, fellow Taoist, please come forward." His eyes were shining. He wanted to see how this turtle got straight to the first floor for the first time. Chapter 409 First Floor. In the fifth night, the dangerous night merges. In Suhi's inner vision, the body has transformed into pieces of starry sky. The 5 starry skies are interconnected and independent of each other. They want to merge together to become a whole. A complete starry sky. But they can't. 2 nights missing. Suhi's spirit snake and turtle body breathed alternately. In the past, the spirit snake was the spirit snake, and the turtle body was the turtle body. It feels like 2 bodies sharing one soul. The spirit snakes can both break away from the turtle body and act independently within a certain range. But at this moment, the starry sky opens up, and the spirit snake and the turtle body have gradually merged together and are truly connected. It's not a fusion of flesh and blood, and it still looks like a turtle and a snake, but it's actually a ball of flesh. The true essence no longer operates independently. At this moment, the true essence is connected, and the flesh and blood are also connected in an undetectable way. To put it simply, if you cut a knife on the spirit snake and bleed it all the time, all the blood in the turtle body will be drained dry. The speed of absorbing Gang Feng and vitality increased again, and the vortex on his back became clearer and clearer. Suhi was lifted up by white clouds and rose steadily. Danger. Integration. Suhi did not stop practicing. Instead, it absorbs vitality like a whale absorbing water. The vitality of the second level is no longer the same as that of the third level. The higher the level, the higher the quality of the vitality. If we chart the Shengxian terrace from top to bottom, the higher it goes up, the closer it is to the vitality of the ancient times. Is there really a chance to reach the ancient times on the first level? It's a pity that when Suhi returned to the ancient times last time, his previous and present bodies were fused, and what was exposed was only a mortal body. The few vitality absorbed was also used to support the fusion of the 2 bodies, and he was unable to truly use the ancient vitality to practice. When the dragon turtle's true form appeared, it was already before his return. Come and go in a hurry. Next time you have a chance to return to Taiku. As long as the anchor is stable enough, and you can stay there long enough, you must have a good retreat. Suhi swallowed quickly, and the 5 starry skies that had merged became brighter and brighter. The remaining rooms and walls also shone with light at the same time. But the light was weak. Less than half of the previous 5 places. It's not that these 2 nights are too weak, but that they are too strong. There are too many stars, scattering the vitality. The 2 constellations in the room and the wall look like a standard square, like the 4 walls of the wall. In the original time, these 2 constellations were originally considered to be the same constellation. It was only later that they gradually separated. But compared to other 5 places, the connection was still extremely close. These 2 nights can only be merged at the same time. Difficulty times 2 is 2 points higher. However, with the help of the previous 5 nights, it is not as troublesome as 1 night in the first 3 or 4 months. Call. Suck. While Suhi was refining his vitality and condensing the starlight of the 2 constellations, the 5 constellations that had been merged also had power coming through. This power was already 67% similar to the Xuanmu power. Suhi's momentum steadily increased, and the whirlpool on his back became more and more obvious. And even the sound of wind howled. This attracted everyone's attention, and everyone looked at Suhi in surprise. On the second floor, apart from Suhi, the only person in Qianjiang was Master Naming. Brother Qianjiang is not very old, and basically does not reach the age of 10,000 years. In the 5th, 6th and 7th levels of Tatian, they are considered the younger generation. Master Naming was no different from other fellow Taoists. When his eyes fell on Suhi, he was inevitably shocked. He stayed on the second floor for a long time, and had a deep understanding of the intensity of the second floor's strong wind. Only then did he truly understand how powerful Suhi's words were, that he was about to rush straight to the first floor. At this moment, there was a vortex of strong wind and vitality on Suhi's back. It was like a tornado, except that the tornado rolled upwards, while this vortex rolled downwards, spinning the strong wind and vitality at the same time and being sucked into Suhi's body. The true energy in the body is circulating, and the energy is gathered in the last 2 nights. Time passed little by little. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Emperor Luan looked at Suhi with a smile on his face. Manpower is sometimes exhausted, and no one's talent or understanding is infinite. This dragon turtle has reached its limit, and its rising speed has slowed down. On the first day, Suhi rushed through 1/3 of the second floor in one breath. But now, His rise is getting slower and slower, almost stagnating. Emperor Luan had an expression of interest on his face. And somehow, there was a hint of joy in his heart. At this stage of his life, he would not be able to fluctuate his mind at will, nor would his emotions rise at will. He could not control it. But it was the universe. No matter how big things happened, it was difficult for him to raise his emotions. Even if the emotions are turbulent, they will calm down instantly. Is this probably the sorrow of high-level people? I have seen too much and experienced too much, and many things are difficult to shake myself. This is also the reason why the Dragon Turtle clan has the magical power, Yuzhen, and constantly restores their mentality. Longevity is really hard. But he was special. A junior ruined his plans time and time again. He watched this junior jump out of chance and coincidence, and cause trouble again and again. He's weight in his heart increased again and again. But it was a rare occasion to see he deflated. And he couldn't help but feel happy. It felt great. And he didn't want to force control yet. Emperor Luan had a smile on his face. It was not easy to climb up to the first level. He never doubted that he would reach the first level. It was a matter of time. But coming up after 3 or 5 times in the Xianwang cave heaven is completely different from coming up now. Everyone below also looked at He. They had already said the big words. But they didn't know how the turtle was going to end it. 3 days later, people started whispering. He had already closed his senses and could not hear anything. Even if you can hear it, you won't pay attention to it. Now you are rushing away from the next 2 nights. How can you have time to pay attention to these people? At the same time, 2 figures, one large and one small, walked outside Baiyun Palace. Yaya jumped next to Ji Feishue, still asking questions without stopping. Auntie! Is that light pillar the immortal platform you mentioned? Is it true that you can't reach the legendary fairyland by climbing up the light pillar? Yaya asked, looking at the light pillar of the immortal platform in the direction of Baiyun Palace. Ji Feishue didn't even show any impatience when she was here. She smiled sweetly and said, We can't get there. And the legendary fairyland is not good at all. There are only a bunch of shabby houses and a broken planet. There is no fairyland in this world. If we go by the legend, then the current Shanghai is the so-called fairyland. Heaven is in the sea of stars. To others, heaven is a legend. But Ji Feishue in black has practiced in heaven for hundreds of thousands of years. So she naturally knows it clearly. But it is difficult for ordinary creatures to survive there, let alone to absorb spiritual energy and practice. The aura of the sea of stars is poisonous. What's on the light pillar? Yaya asked, blinking her big eyes. Light is extremely mysterious in the eyes of mortals, but not so magical in the eyes of monks. It shouldn't be impossible to climb up according to the light. Right? Ji Feishue smiled and said, Your father said it is an old willow tree. Not everyone can go up to the light pillar of the immortal platform. Yaya tilted her head, not understanding. But when he looked at the immortal platform, his eyes suddenly brightened. Daddy! It's Daddy! She pointed at He on the second floor of the immortal platform and shouted happily. Yes! Yes! Ji Feishue chuckled. He took Yaya into Baiyun Palace and looked at He. The young husband is quite powerful. Calculating the time, it has just been a year since the immortal stage was opened, and it is already on the second level. Back then, it took her a year and a half to reach the second level after entering the Sendai for the first time. And judging from my husband's posture, he's about to be promoted to the first level? She stayed on the second floor for a full 7 years before entering the first floor. Did my husband cheat again? Just talking about talent. Not cheating. My husband is actually not as good as her. It's normal to be able to enter the second floor of the ascension platform for the first time. But to go to the first floor, it should be the second time. Ji Feishue pulled Yaya into Baiyun Palace. And in a flash, she was already in the immortal platform. As soon as they appeared, they immediately attracted everyone's attention from He. Fairy Ji! Princess! Voices sounded one after another. And Ji Feishue responded with a faint smile. Ji Feishue was different from others. She was directly on the second floor as soon as she appeared. A white cloud fluttered up at the foot of the mountain, all the way up, and took the initiative to get under Ji Feishue's feet. This dragon doesn't have to rise step by step from the 7th level like others. Appearing on the second floor is all because He is here. She had to come to see He. Otherwise she would have been on the first floor. Xianwang Ling, who is in charge of 5 times the quality, also has his own dojo. You have your own privileges in Xianwang Cave Heaven. Yaya opened her eyes wide and looked at the white clouds under her feet and shouted. Yeah. Feishua raised a finger to her lips. Shoo! Little guy. Wait until you reach the second level of heaven, and then you can ascend to a mortal platform by yourself. Let's just come and see it this time. Yaya stepped on Feishua's white clouds. She couldn't feel the strong wind in the immortal platform, and couldn't absorb the vitality. If she practices cultivation, what she absorbs will still be the ubiquitous spiritual power. Yaya didn't know why and nodded. Suhi, who had been shielded from outside perception, suddenly opened his eyes, as if he was sensing something. When she opened her eyes, she saw Feishua dressed in red in front of her. Feishua looked at him with a bit of a smile on her face. And she was dressed in red without any color at all. Surprise filled Suhi's eyes. Elder sister! Ba! Feishua yelled at him. A guy who has a wife who cares about things and a sister who doesn't care about anything. However, looking at Suhi's expression, it was different from before. There was less confusion from time to time. More friendship. More apology. More self-blame. And 90% less shame. Taiku and his party can infer too many things. And Suhi has obviously changed. You're late. Suhi chuckled. Feishua chuckled and said, Yes. Next time I'm late. My dear husband, please remember to pick me up. Okay. Suhi chuckled. Yaya next to her pouted and looked at the two people with an unhappy look on her face. Especially the gaze that fell on Suhi had a dangerous aura. Suhi felt as if two swords were slashing at his body. Even the turtle's sh. I was about to be peeled off. This look is very understanding of the dragon turtle. And he has already planned which scales to start pulling out. Suhi. Dot. Whose little fairy is this? So murderous. How could such a cute little fairy make her unhappy? Suhi chuckled. But Yaya put her hands behind her back. And the aura of a superior person was revealed. Her eyes were as calm as water. And her voice was unhurried. Father! Suhi was suddenly stunned. This father's call was so mature that he was at a loss what to do. It seems that as soon as she lowers her head and raises her head, the girl who is just the boss suddenly grew up. All the intermediate processes were omitted at once. There was no joy. No mischief. No growth. Suhi came to his senses in a daze and saw Yaya snorting, running and jumping towards the first floor. She never gathers white clouds, doesn't have to bear the strong wind, and can go wherever she wants. A cunning flash appeared in Yaya's eyes, telling her bad father to ignore her again. I have seen this kind of thing before in Maple City. In a wealthy family in Dongcheng. The man committed a crime and was imprisoned for 12 years. As soon as he was released from prison, his daughter grew from a 4-year-old girl to marriable. With the word father, the man was stunned for a long time. And Qing said that the man missed his daughter's growth. And this was the biggest punishment for him. Although Yaya didn't know why missing out on growth was punishment. She remembered the loneliness and self-blame in the man's eyes. There are many things you can't figure out. So just do it. Act mature. Having been the city lord for almost 30 years, Yaya is the best at it. After putting up a posture, Suhi was stunned by the sound of her father calling her. But she ran and jumped up to the first floor, waving to Gu Luo and Gu Huai from a distance. Does Mr. Gui have something delicious? Yaya is hungry. Got it! Suhi had been in Fengzhong for a long time, and he had never seen his daughter during this time. But he had seen the dragon turtles, who merged with the spirit snake and came out of seclusion countless times. No dragon turtle can do it, and be indifferent to the addition of a granddaughter. Although most of the time Yaya didn't know that they were here, they still got to know her granddaughter. Especially when entering Xianwang Cave Heaven. If Feishua had not agreed, these two turtles would have snatched Yaya away. Yaya knew how to please her elders. When she saw Gu Luo and Gu Huai, she had already transformed into a small dragon turtle. The electric light flashed all over his body, and he looked like a little green thunder. Hearing that their granddaughter wanted to eat, Gu Luo and Gu Huai became weak. They took out prawns, fresh fish, and various spiritual fruits for free. Gu Huai unfolded a flying carpet and put everything on the table. How to pamper well. Beside Feng Qi, there were also streaks of spiritual food flying out from his body. This was also his great uncle. But he didn't talk to Yaya. His eyes were closed tightly, and he seemed to have reached the most critical stage of his cultivation. And his body was trembling. It was as if there was a huge weight on his back, weighing him down so much that his legs were shaking. Thank you, 3 grandpas, Yaya said sweetly, looking at the babies on the flying carpet. Her eyes lit up, and she turned her head and waved to Ji-Fei below. Auntie, there are silk moon fruits you like to eat. Come here quickly. Ji-Fei responded. Okay. She looked at Su-He, who was still dazed. White clouds gently enveloped the two of them. Ji-Fei poked his eyebrow with a finger and giggled. My dear husband, you are so stupid. After saying that, the white clouds dispersed and returned to their feet, carrying her towards the first floor. Yaya continued to wave. Dad, there are prawns. Come quickly. Su-He suddenly reacted and looked up at Yaya on the upper floor with a look of helplessness. This little girl is a bad learner. But he is indeed smarter and grown up than before. He hasn't grown up yet. He still looks like a 3-year-old. But after being a city lord for a long time, his spiritual intelligence has finally been developed. Once the body is completely replenished, it should really start to grow. Come on! Yaya pouted and waved to Su-He. Then I heard a voice from the second floor laughing. Little girl, your father has no ability to go to the first floor now. The speaker was a top general from the 12 guards of Fenghuang Palace. The Lord was worried about the humiliation of his ministers. They could clearly hear the previous conversation between Su-He and Emperor Luan. This dragon turtle has no respect for his majesty. Even with ridicule. There is only one civil servant here. The crown prince and the tutor. He is the head of the bachelor's palace and is not a show-off. Of course he has to do this. Dragon turtle is talking nonsense. But he can't ascend to the first level at this moment. What could be more satisfying than ridiculing him in front of his daughter? If you lose Longui's face, your majesty will definitely punish you. But so what? He looked at Su-He and Yaya with a smile on his face. Not everyone can go up to the first floor casually. Yaya lowered her head and looked at him, her happy expression darkening. Who are you? This big guy? This stupid big guy is not as polite as her monkey. The general laughed and said, We, a general, are a rough guy and don't speak well. The little city lord will bear with you. His voice was rough, and he had an expression that said, I don't speak well, but I tell the truth and never lie. As he spoke, he looked at Su-He again. Su-He laughed twice. If you know you are stupid, just be quiet. Don't embarrass your emperor everywhere. The general's expression changed, and he was about to speak. But he heard a muffled sound inside Su-He's body, and a star power flashed through, like a starry sky descending. Immediately afterwards, the dragon turtle's momentum suddenly increased, and its stagnant body grew taller bit by bit. This elevation was just the beginning. As his momentum increased, Su-He soared faster and faster. White clouds rolled beneath him, supporting him all the way up. There was a feeling of impatientness. With the help of the first 5 constellations, the starlight of the 2 constellations in the room and the wall has not reached its peak yet, but has already broken down and turned into starlight auspicious energy and merged into Su-He's body. Chisu is fully open. The fusion of Chisu was completed, and the Xuanwu statue completely merged with Su-He. 7 starry skies converge within the body. It's not that Su-He has opened up 7 areas in his body. Rather, it is a feeling of looking inwards. Just like the meridians in the human body. You can't see or touch it. You can't find it with a knife. But the meridians and acupuncture points are always there. The same is true for the starry sky. You can't see or find Su-He when you split it open. But when you look inside, it's there. Even to a certain extent. It replaces the original meridians and acupuncture points. At this moment, Su-He's acupuncture points were more than 800 stars. And the meridians were the paths of the stars. None of the stars was fixed. Su-He only heard the beeping and beeping sound of beans being fried inside his body. The 7 star fields continued to expand outwards, trying to completely connect the Xuanwu's 7 constellations into one, transformed into the northern star territory. Outside the body, white clouds rolled under Su-He, carrying him straight upwards. In an instant, he reached the boundary between the 2 levels. At the boundary, Su-He pushed up a thin film. He tried to break through the thin film, but failed. Stopped. The general's expression had changed and his face was blood red. His eyes lit up, and he laughed loudly. This turtle tried its best and couldn't get up. This is embarrassing. It's better to be on the 2nd floor like him. But he was only halfway out of his laughter when Su-He's body flashed with starlight. And the 7 star fields were completely connected. Su-He looked inside, and saw that instead of 7 unrelated star fields, they had transformed into an entire northern star field. Beigong Xuanwu Chisu. The membrane that blocked his ascent broke open with a pop as the red-faced general laughed. Su-He jumped up and entered the 1st floor. The white clouds rolled beneath me, turning into a cloud platform that looked like waves.
On the second floor, the red-faced general stopped laughing suddenly, like a drake being pinched by the neck. The second half of the laughter got stuck in his neck and turned into a weird dry cough. He didn't even look at him and said low to Emperor Luan.
Your Majesty, I'm here.
If you say you're coming, you're coming. 3 days, and I did it.
Fellow Taoist believer.
Emperor Luan had a smile on his face and greeted He calmly, as if he was not secretly grudged at all. The general on the second floor turned dark purple. Everyone in Fenghuang Palace breathed heavily. At this moment, He's Xuanwu statue is completely integrated with itself. To a certain extent, he can be called Little Xuanwu. The power on his body has dropped, but the quality of his aura has been drastically improved. When it fell on everyone in Fenghuang Palace, it became an unbearable burden. If he were in the outside world and could release his own aura and collide with He, it would be better to resist. But in Shengxian Terrace, you can't fight or hedge. Momentarily frustrated, they glared at He. He heard a cold snort from next to He.
The general of the tiger and leopard guards can just feed the dogs with his eyes. Why can't he afford to embarrass others and still want to take revenge on my juniors?
A black shadow flashed past, and Fengqi rushed to the second floor, spread his wings, and landed next to the general. After Feng passed by, Yutai caught up with him, landed under Fengqi, and turned into white clouds again. The cloud platform only condenses on the first layer, and the bottom is in the shape of ordinary white clouds. Fengqi looked at the general with a fierce gaze, not hiding his murderous intent at all.
I'll just watch here. You try glaring at him again.
He looked like he was complaining about He, and he was almost going to ignore the rules of the immortal platform and kill this person directly. On the first floor, Yaya asked in confusion.
Grandpa Seventh has stopped shaking. Is his practice over?
Her voice was not loud, but it made Fengqi's body on the second floor suddenly tremble. Chapter 410. Are you here? On the first floor, Gu Luo and Gu Huai burst into laughter. Feng Chufei glanced down, with a look on his face that said he didn't recognize this phoenix. Fengqi acted as if he didn't hear anything and just glared at the red-faced general, as if he was ready to lead him out of the immortal platform at any moment and fight to the death outside. He didn't seem to hear the sound from above, but his wings couldn't help but tremble.
Idiot!
Feng Chufei muttered. Just keep going and practice hard. It's obvious that you can't hold on any longer, and you still have to hold on. I couldn't hold it any longer, so I found an excuse and rushed down. Wouldn't it be a shame to fall on the second floor of Shengxian Terrace? The power of Shengxian Terrace's strong wind is related to the number of people entering and one's own Taoism. If you can reach the second level, you will be a real monster. It has little to do with bloodline or inheritance. It represents one's own talent. Fengqi can reach the top 100 on the Baizhe list, and his talent and abilities naturally need no elaboration. The top 100 goalkeepers are also the top 100. In any big world, it would suppress everything. In any war, he is a person who can change the direction of the war. The first level and the second level are up and down. For them, sometimes there is just a little bit of inspiration. Seriously speaking, Fengqi has no introduction to practice at all and has not truly confirmed his Tao. Being able to reach the top 100 depends entirely on blood and talent. It would be good for him not to stay on the first floor to save face, but to go to the second floor to stay more comfortably. Ascending the immortal platform, it is naturally not that simple. It is just an ancient energy that is not qualified to carry such a big name. Ancient vitality, some ancient secret realms, and unopened ruins can also be found. But only Shengxiandai can help people realize the Tao. Tao is the foundation of spiritual practice. The sixth level of the monk's journey to the sky is called the ladder to the sky. The ladder to heaven is the aggregation of his own great path. At the end of the ladder, the immortal gate appears, and the seventh level of the monk's journey to the sky knocks on the immortal gate. If you can push open the gate of immortality and step in, you will immediately become an immortal and live forever. The divine beast opens the sky, and each time the divine weapon opens the sky, the great avenue condenses. There are at least 7 great ways to open the sky 7 times. After the 7th level of the opening of the sky, you must truly confirm your own great road. Determine the path in the inner world. Expand the path, and walk all the way along the great road. Although the realm will no longer be the same as before. With the first level opening, the sky significantly improved. The Taoist conduct can be improved endlessly. They are also at the 7th level of Kaitian, the ancestors of the 4 tribes in Fengqi. A top 100 goalkeeper.
have very different ways of doing things. After the first layer of laughter fell for a long time, Feng Qi turned back and glanced at Gu Luo and Gu Huai. These two guys are waiting. Sooner or later this situation will come back. But my family knows their own affairs, which is probably no better than Daoxing. Or, he glanced at Feng Chufei quietly. Sixth sister is back. The Phoenix clan is different from the old bachelor of the Dragon Turtle clan. The Dragon Turtle clan doesn't even have a female turtle of the right age. Phoenix has it. Should I discuss it with Sixth sister another day, and try to give birth to a baby bird and hold it in front of them to show off to them? A bunch of old bachelors. The ultimate guys. Feng Qi was thinking like this. And suddenly the feathers on his back stood on end. And a life and death crisis fell from the sky. His expression suddenly changed. And a huge wave arose in his heart. This is the immortal stage. Who dares to unleash such murderous intent? He looked up and met Feng Qiaofei's cold eyes. Murderous? Can you feel it even if you think about it? Feng Qi shrank his neck and shook his head like a rattle. Forget it. Just keep practicing honestly. Go back to find Suhi. The space where Suhi stored the ghosts had the energy to adapt to his practice. He turned around and asked Suhi where that kind of vitality came from. I always feel that that is where his path lies. Feng Qi's Phoenix True Fire carries a ghostly aura. But Feng Qi's tomb is actually his true cultivation place. But Fengzhong is not usually open. You can't even find the gate. And you can't get in even if you want to. Feng Qi stopped thinking about it, and nodded to the fellow Taoist above, saying that he was fine. He found a place to lie down in the white clouds, and no longer felt anything. Emperor Luan and Suhi looked at each other on the first floor. Emperor Luan still had a faint smile on his face. But outsiders had no way of knowing what he was thinking in his heart. He slowly closed his eyes, seeming to be immersed in practice. Only he himself knew his surprise. This turtle has really risen to the first level. Is this a prophecy? No one below said anything. Except for the red-faced general, who finally regained his composure. A trace of annoyance appeared on his face again. He chuckled and blamed himself. You idiot! His Majesty predicted that he would go to the first floor. Emperor Luan's eyebrows trembled. His eyes were tightly closed. And he remained silent. For some unknown reason, starting from just now, the power of the first layer of telepathy spells suddenly increased. The stupid phoenix below was sensed by Feng Qiaofei. So does this idiot. Because Ji Feishuo came and enhanced the power of this kind of magic? Or the smallest turtle hatchling? Or Suhi? When a monk enters the immortal platform, it will indeed have an impact on the immortal platform. But under normal circumstances, it will enhance the Gangfeng and vitality. Could it be possible to add additional attributes to the immortal platform? Or maybe someone brought in a special magic weapon. At this moment, everyone on the first level who sensed the change was thinking. Suhi didn't have any similar spells, and could only vaguely sense the emotions of the monks below. But there are so many monks that it is impossible to distinguish them one by one. He could only slightly perceive the eyes that fell on him. Envy, wonder, jealousy, adoration. The list goes on. Suhi has experienced this kind of emotion a lot. Ever since he awakened to the dragon turtle bloodline, all the eyes that fell on him were basically filled with this kind of emotion. And Suhi was used to it. He looked around. The 4 dragon turtles that entered the Xianwang Cave's sky are all on the first floor now. Except for Yaya, who came up to play. The remaining 3 came up based on their ability. Even if Suhi is suspected of cheating. At this moment, there are only a few people left on the first floor. On the Emperor's side, Emperor Luan, the Crown Prince and tutor, and a woman Suhi didn't recognize. She had been silent since she first stepped onto the immortal platform. Her sense of presence was extremely low, as if she didn't exist. On the other side was a useless prince who said nothing. Xian Wang sighed. Suhi's family and then disappeared. Oh no! There are also many mysterious things. There were a lot of people on the second floor. Suhi alone felt that there were 2 people in Jixia Academy who should be able to set foot on the first floor. But they didn't come up for some reason. There was also Feng Nan from Fengwang Palace, who always seemed to be at ease, but never came up. When Ji Feishuo came up, she didn't practice any practice. But just like Yaya, who came up to play. However, Suhi was quite motivated and raised his head and looked up. From the moment he came up, he had a strange feeling. As if there was something above the first floor. A vaguely familiar breath came. It's like you can climb up along the light beam. Suhi quietly moved closer to the central light pillar and stretched out his claws to scratch, but failed to catch it. The beam of light passed through the claws. It's a little difficult to climb up. Once you reach the first level, there is no such thing as the purer your energy becomes as you go up. Except for the central light pillar on the entire first floor. The vitality in all places is generally the same. The power of Gangfeng is also the same. You can think it high or low. You can do whatever you want. He retracted his paw and turned around to see Ji Feishua's expression that was half smiling but not smiling. He was silent for a moment. I didn't want to steal your territory. Just now. He used his claws to probe into the light beam and sensed it. The strong wind inside was several times that of the outside world. It was basically impossible for He to stay in it based on his current condition. Su has been integrated, and nothing can support him to absorb stronger Gangfeng. I didn't say I wouldn't give it to you. Ji Feishua smiled sweetly. Understood. He understood. You didn't say it, but I have to understand it myself. It doesn't matter if I understand it wrong. You will only practice sparring with me. In sparring, it is inevitable that there will be bumps and a little damage. Ji Feishua looked at him and giggled. Next to them, Gu Luo and Gu Huai shook their heads and sighed at the same time. This turtle boy was manipulated to death in front of Ji Feishua. But this is the way young couples get along. One is willing to fight, and the other is willing to suffer. The two of them enjoy it. What can they say as elders? Elder. The two dragon turtles glanced at Ji Feishua and suppressed a smile. The silk moon fruit that Ji Feishua pinched in Ji Feishua's hand suddenly turned into jam. The two dragon turtles suddenly looked serious and stared at He at the same time. The ascension platform is rare. It is a good place to practice. Enlightenment here and condense the divine weapon of Kaitian will have the best effect. They stopped mid-sentence. Damn it. This guy doesn't need enlightenment to open the divine weapon. But after opening the 7th level of heaven, he still has the way to move forward. If you don't realize it now, you will regret it one day. Gu Luo looked at He with serious eyes. What a great enlightenment! He nodded and walked to Yaya's side. The dragon's head lowered to Yaya's little head and said, You are not allowed to leave the immortal platform. As long as you don't leave the ascending immortal platform, you won't be afraid of anyone's attack. Even if all the elders are locked in practice, there will be no accidents. Yaya nodded obediently. She is no longer a 2-year-old and knows what she can and cannot do. He nodded with satisfaction and turned to look at Ji Feishua. Ji Feishua stretched out, rubbed Yaya's little head, and stuffed a fruit into He's mouth. The dragon turtle-shaped platform under her body carried her up and floated. Ji Feishua also fell into practice. They didn't say much to He. Both of them were relatively reserved. Although He had a lot to say and wanted to give her a hug. There were tens of thousands of people watching here, so it was impossible for He to do a live broadcast. He's platform moved slightly, and he slowly closed his eyes between Yaya and Ji Feishua. Now that you have truly embarked on the path of Xuanwu, it is time to gain enlightenment and clarify the next step of your practice. When his consciousness fell into his body, he saw a starry sky and his mind moved. The starry sky has turned into flesh and blood again. And the heart, liver, spleen, stomach and kidneys can still be seen. It's not just that you can only look at the Xuanwu stars by looking inside. At this moment, the true energy running in the body is rapidly reorganizing. If he was not a dragon turtle, he would only have Xuanwu true chi in his body at this moment. However, the dragon turtle's own world power and turtle essence are not weak, and they cannot be easily washed away and replaced. As the starry sky moves and the boundary pearl rotates, Sui's true essence is renewed again, and the 3 powers are rematched to form a new true essence. But this time it was much slower. Sui restored the inner view of the starry sky, looking at the starry sky and feeling the movement of each star. In fact, the movement of stars across the sky is a kind of spiritual practice in itself. The stupidest way, as long as he continuously absorbs vitality and devotes himself here. Maybe tens of millions or billions of years later, he will have the opportunity to truly realize Xuanwu. It's probably like a dragon turtle sleeping for tens of thousands of years, and then directly opening the 7th level of heaven. But in that case, it must be a weakness that has never been seen before or since. Sui's consciousness fell in the starry sky. Not thinking about it. Just a simple perception. This starry sky is an illusion of Xuanwu Dao. The Xuanwu Dao itself is within it. And there is no need to force it to be understood. Just let nature take its course and understand it carefully. And you may be able to get there faster. Ascension? A feeling of ascension suddenly appeared in Sui's consciousness. Just like when he was taken by Su Huanyan in Changyu Mansion, and his consciousness rose to the starry sky to feel the Xuanwu stars. At this moment, consciousness is also rising. But it's not to go to Xuanwu star, but to follow a light and keep going upward. Fly away from the first level. Still upward. Flying farther and farther. Rising higher and higher. Below, Ji Feishue and Taoist Xuanzhen opened their eyes at the same time, both looking towards Suhi. Taoist Xuanzhen looked astonished. But when Ji Feishue tapped her index finger, the strangeness he felt disappeared instantly. Xuanzhen. I got it! Did the consciousness of this dragon turtle go to that space? Only Guiwang Mountain knows that place. To be precise, only Guiwang Mountain's past leaders know about it. If other people go, their memories will be blocked when they come out. This kind of blocking is voluntary and cannot be solved even if you want to. But Suhi is gone, is the aura that suddenly appeared on the first floor, which strengthened the perception spell several times. Extending from above? Root? Xuanzhen has always suspected that the light shining from the immortal platform is actually the roots of the willow tree, come down specifically to guide the consciousness of the dragon turtle? What's so special about this dragon turtle? Xuanzhen was stunned for a moment. It was quite special. Putting aside the speed of cultivation, a dragon turtle can actually cultivate the beast chapter and condense a second body. The Xuanwu aura in Long Guizhen's body has become so strong that it's unimaginable. Is it time to call it Xuanwu? And the dignified eldest princess Yunming's actually committed herself. This in itself is incredible. That little turtle was special to begin with. But there were too many special things that made it feel like it was no longer special. Now that I think about it, that guy couldn't be the reincarnation of some powerful person from the ancient times. Right? Or even the willow tree above? Thinking like this, even Xuanzhen himself was stunned for a moment and shuddered. Shake your head to get rid of this terrible thought. It's impossible. In the Guiwang Mountain inheritance, that person's soul is completely destroyed, and it is impossible for him to be reincarnated. Friends? Regardless of this for now, you can wait until Dragon Turtle comes back to ask. But he could find that it was normal for Suhi's consciousness to enter that space. After all, Guiwang Mountain has always guarded the space. How could Ji Feishue find out? Not only can it be discovered, but it can also disconnect his induction. Fairy! Xianhuan Cave Heaven is over. Can you stay for a while? Taoist Xuanzhen sent a message to Ji Feishue. Ji Feishue remained motionless and had fallen into cultivation. Neither agreed nor refused. Suhi's consciousness rose all the way, and he could vaguely feel that he was being pulled by someone. The force pulling him was a little familiar, but he couldn't tell who it was. But there was no hostility or, in other words, no meaning. Just like a program that has been set long ago. As long as he appears, his consciousness will be drawn up. There is no good or evil. Suhi didn't break free. It's just that the consciousness is not the original body. Or there is an accident. At worst, this consciousness will be shattered. Just as he was thinking about it, his consciousness burst into a layer of space, and the scenery in front of him changed drastically. With a flash of light, consciousness condensed into a conscious body and fell to the ground. This is a pure white space. There is a towering willow tree in front, with swaying branches connecting all the worlds. There are fruits on the willow tree rippling gently with the branches. This fruit was very familiar to Suhi. It was only after he snatched one from the Wolf King that he embarked on the path of the Dragon Turtle. It can be said that everything started with that demon-transforming fruit. But Suhi didn't pay much attention to the demon fruit, but looked straight at the willow tree in front of him. This willow tree looks so familiar. I just met him in Taiku a year ago, just above the Xinhuang world. The Turtle SH. LS of the Dragon Turtle Clan and the Dragon Turtle Clan simultaneously blocked the existence of the three major artifacts of the Yuanzun clan. Bayan said that it was the true form of the Demon Clan Emperor. But at this moment, Suhi only took a glance and knew that the willow tree was dead. The tree is still alive, and its branches are flourishing. But the soul is gone. Moreover, the willow tree showed traces of being sacrificed. He was used as a magic weapon to be sacrificed. The method of this sacrifice was, the Demon Emperor himself had sacrificed himself. Use your soul as fire to refine your body. The demon transforming fruit on this. The willow tree will not bear fruit. This is a function that can only be obtained after refining. On the willow trees, phantoms of beasts were running, and spiritual plants were swaying. Suhi recognized that white snake occupying a branch. Back then I was at Qingyuan Gate, at Tinghai Lake. The green snake got the inheritance before him. Suhi took advantage of the green snake inheritance and saw a giant snake making trouble. Xing Feng was passed down normally by green snake. But Suhi stopped him from making waves. It's just that after Suhi hibernated, Zuolong merged into his water-bending instinct. In the eyes of others, in front of them is a big tree that holds the sky and the earth, and is an endless creature. In Suhi's eyes, this place was full of corpses. From the emperor of the demon clan to the great demon. What happened in the ancient times? That's the demon clan emperor. The existence of the immortal lord can be heard from Bai Yin's words. This immortal lord even surpasses hers. Bai Yin once said that the immortal lord cannot die even if he wants to. But the willow tree in front of me is clearly dead. Suhi's breathing became rapid. This is what Bai Yin said. Yuan? Because the Yuan Zun clan has origins? So almost lost? Suhi had difficulty breathing. And then a pleasant voice came into his ears. You're here? Chapter 411 Immortal Sect. You're here! The sound was neither urgent nor slow. It was impossible to distinguish between male and female. Nor its source. It came from all directions at the same time. It might be the demon emperor willow tree. Or it might be the big demon on the willow tree. Senior is looking for me, Suhi asked. The voice came again. You are here. This voice has no intelligence, but is mixed with thoughts and spiritual consciousness. It is not a simple voice. It seems to be a rule that has been set long ago, and it is conveying some message when it encounters Suhi. Suhi lowered his head slightly and said with reverence, Senior, do you have something to say to this junior? The consciousness behind the voice was clearly sending a message, but Suhi couldn't receive it. His own realm is not enough, and his spiritual consciousness is not strong enough. He feels it but cannot read it. It's like not being on the same channel. Suhi asked several more times, but the voice continued. But in the end, there was only one voice, and Suhi couldn't get the information behind it. After a long time, the sound gradually stopped, and the space fell into silence. The willow trees were swaying, but there was no sound of wind blowing willow leaves. There were wolves, insects, tigers and leopards on the willow trees, but there was no roar of animals. Just when Suhi was at a loss, a section of light slowly rose from the root of the tree to the treetop, and then escaped from the treetop. It landed in front of Suhi. It was a white jade, the size of a bronze mirror, with one side white, flawless, with broken animal patterns on one side. This jade was like the magic tablet that Suhi retrieved from the Huanxue forbidden area. It transformed into a ray of light and rushed into his consciousness. It rushes into the body of consciousness, but appears directly in the sea of consciousness. Quietly immersed in the sea of consciousness. Suhi didn't know why. The conscious body in the space looked at the willow tree again. The willow tree had no reaction, no sound, no fluctuation of consciousness and thoughts, and no more information was transmitted. It was as if Suhi was pulled up just to give him the white jade. Even when Suhi's conscious gaze fell on the willow tree, he actually felt that the willow tree's expulsion was not discussed, but like magnets repelling each other. Following his gaze, a burst of awe-inspiring power attacked Suhi, pushed out. As soon as the scene changed, consciousness returned to its original state. When Suhi woke up from his consciousness, the white jade was lying quietly without any abnormality. Suhi opened his eyes and saw Taoist Xuanzhen looking at him eagerly on a futon-shaped cloud platform opposite, as if he was hesitant to speak. Looking around, everyone else was practicing. Only Ji Feishue opened her eyes at some point and looked at him with a smile. Sure enough, the departure of consciousness was not hidden from Ji Feishue. As for Taoist Xuanzhen, Suhi regarded him as an accident. Sister, come here. Suhi sent the message. Ji Feishue fell off the cloud platform and landed next to Suhi. But he didn't pay attention to Suhi immediately, and first pulled a white cloud over and covered Yaya, who was already asleep. The little girl regained her human body at some point in her sleep and curled up into a ball in the corner of the flying carpet. After doing this, Ji Feishue looked at Suhi. Ichio, Suhi said concisely. Ji Feishue was enveloped by a spiritual consciousness and was pulled into her consciousness by Suhi. Landed directly in front of the white jade. Ji Feishue turned into a conscious body, dressed in red, and landed on the sea of consciousness. Her jade feet stepped on the surface of the sea of consciousness, looking at the white jade that sank in the sea of consciousness. Just now, my consciousness was led to the immortal ascension platform, where there is the remains of a senior. He is the supreme demon clan from the ancient times. Suhi said a thought and told Ji Feishue what he had experienced just now. There was a smile on Ji Feishue's lips. My dear husband, there are always accidents wherever you go. I won't go out with you next time.
As she spoke, she started to giggle, her smile bright and colorful. Even the conscious body is trembling. After laughing, he poked Suhi's eyebrow with his finger.
If the level is not enough and you can't receive the message,
then you can go there again after raising the level. As for this jade,
when it came to the jade buy, even Ji Feishu had corrected her attitude.
This is the immortal sect.
A colon appeared above Suhi's head. Then Ji Feishu said again,
this is the immortal gate condensed by the 7th level of treading the sky. However, the immortal gate is illusory and cannot be seen by others except the owner himself. It cannot be touched or touched. However, this immortal gate has turned into a physical entity.
This is not just a matter of Taoism. Even immortals cannot condense the immortal gate into an entity. This thing is quite a secret. Seeing Suhi's confusion, Ji Feishu had gently revealed her fairy gate above her head. Although she couldn't see it clearly, she could vaguely feel that this fairy gate was not an entity. Even Ji Feishu is not an entity. Looking at the white jade again, Suhi immediately became interested.
Could it be related to the fact that no one can open the immortal gate now?
Suhi asked in a low voice. Are all the immortal sects sealed here? Concubine Ji gave him a white look.
My husband is not very capable and has a lot of imagination. There are many reasons why the immortal gate cannot be pushed open. If such a big cause and effect fell on your mind, you would have exploded on the spot.
Not to mention Suhi, even if all the dragon turtles and all the 4 spirits were gathered together, they would not be able to withstand such karma. Ji Feishu smiled, retracted her gaze from the white jade, looked at Suhi and poked him hard.
In the future, I don't want to show anything to others. If this immortal sect still has a chance to return to the ancient times, it will do research.
This guy raised an immortal lord in the ancient times. 2. At that time, the heaven and earth could still open the door to immortality and become immortals. The understanding of the immortal sect is more comprehensive than it is now. Suhi nodded and put the white jade aside temporarily. Since Ji Feishu had seen it and saw no potential danger, it was no big deal. Isn't it possible that there is another secret on the body? If there are too many lice, don't be afraid of them.
Do you want it, sister?
The physical immortal sect may be able to comprehend something. Ji Feishu, however, looked disgusted. No, don't want to put any weird things into my body. However, she was still very satisfied with Suhi's concern and went back so that she could give him a reward. Suhi threw the jade aside, looked at Ji Feishu, and asked curiously,
why did my sister's clothes turn red again? Has the clone been completely fused? Or was it chopped off by you again?
Ji Feishu's clothes are not a magic weapon, but a manifestation of her own state. The fusion of different clones will show different colors and patterns. After the battle at Phoenix Tomb, it turned into red and black. But now it turned into pure red again. Ji Feishu laughed, came over and stroked the dragon's horn with one hand, and twirled the fingertips of the other on the scales on his neck.
My husband? Do you want me to merge with the clone? Or do you want the clone to be independent?
We are separated from each other, with different personalities, habits, and hobbies. Suhi blinked and laughed. This time, he didn't back away from her teasing. Instead, he turned his front paws to hug her. Ji Feishu blocked him out and smiled evilly.
Sister Su is back. Aren't you afraid?
Yes. Suhi hooked his paw inward, but Ji Feishu chuckled and spread out.
I don't want to. You are too ugly now.
Suhi opened his eyes, glanced to the side, and saw Ji Feishu sitting on the cloud platform, looking into the distance. Suhi followed her gaze, but saw nothing. The gap in realm was too big. There were so many things that Ji Feishu could see that Suhi couldn't see. Suhi was silent for a moment, then moved a little closer to Ji Feishu. The cloud platforms were connected, and a voice was transmitted.
Sister, Bain said that you have reached the combat power of the Immortal Lord. Can't the Immortal Lord's combat power push the Immortal Gate open?
Ji Feishu was quiet for a long time before replying.
This road.I is broken.
In fact, it is said that the path of spiritual practice has changed many times since ancient times. The road of stepping on the overpass to open the Immortal Gate has probably really come to an end. The path to immortality cannot last forever. There are not even real guardians.
Ji Feishu is not a real monk who follows the path of immortality. She has the body of a dragon and has survived the catastrophe. She has the nature of a divine beast and is immortal. Suhi let out a breath, wondering what he was thinking. Guardian. Source. After being silent for a long time, He saw a flash of sword light in the distance. Towards the end of Bayan Palace, a fairy stepped on a fairy sword and came with a sword. You can still vaguely see the fairy breaking through the barrier of Bayan Palace. Outside, a giant walking zombie roared and hit the barrier, but was blocked by the barrier. The whole giant fell on the barrier and slid down along the line. Ji-Fei-Xue didn't lie. Su Huanyan is really here. Su He's expression became serious and his eyes lit up. In total, I haven't seen Su Huanyan in half a century. Taiku came back and separated again just after seeing him. Seeing it again at this time, I can't hide my joy. Behind Su Huanyan, he saw blue wings flashing, flying towards this side quickly. Su He was overjoyed, then stunned. It's not right. The sight in Bayan Palace is so limited that he can't see so far. When can we see the boundary of Bayan Palace? You can even see some of the scenery in the undercurrent outside. You can even see the giant's expression clearly. Has the toad completely conquered Bayan Palace? This idea was rejected by Su He as soon as it came up. At this moment, the toad was still sleeping in the inner world, and was still far from mastering Bayan Palace. It will take at least 100 years. A dojo can only be mastered by an immortal under normal circumstances. Toads are all special in their own right. And Bayan personally transfers ownership, so they have the opportunity to control Bayan Palace. It's white jade. Su He confirmed immediately. The white jade not only allowed him to see the barriers of Bayan Palace, but even after realizing it, Su He looked at the Xingxian platform a little differently at this moment. Stretching out his claws and scratching, Su He had an inexplicable feeling that he could close the immortal platform. It can seal the vitality of the sky back into the willow tree space. This is a very strange feeling. The white jade should not have such a powerful function. Perhaps it is because the Xianhuang cave heaven was opened in advance this time, and the Xingxian platform is inherently unstable. The entry of so many monks did not raise Gang Feng to an unstoppable level. Su He subconsciously wanted to do this, be it Bayan or Bailing, since it is said that Fenghuang Palace is probably a derivative of another source. And it cannot be said that it is the continuation of the Yuanzun clan. Why are they still allowed to enter Xianhuang cave heaven? Su He still hasn't figured it out. Just hearing the name, one should not have any doubts about the ownership of Xianhuang Dongtian. But Su He looked down and saw that no matter which of the first 3 floors, there were more people in the Xianhuang realm. There have always been more top powers in the mysterious realm than the emperor. The advantage of being an emperor is that he is a sergeant. At this moment, the Xingxian platform was closed, but he killed 800 enemies and lost 1,000, which broke the understanding of fellow Taoist Xianhuang. If you have a chance, check out why the Xianhuang cave heaven was open to the great world of the emperor. These thoughts just passed through Su He's mind. His eyes fell on Su Huanyan again. If it weren't for the Xianhuang cave heaven opening every time, he could only enter the immortal platform once. At this moment, Su He had already welcomed him out. Yaya beside her seemed to feel something. She fluttered her eyelashes and woke up. She stood up and looked in the direction of Su Huanyan. After watching for a while, I finally saw it. I clapped my hands and shouted, "It's my mother!" The little girl became excited instantly. Su Huanyan's cyan wings spread out behind his back, and the Lingsu fairy's sword under his body flashed with escaping light. And his speed was a little faster than before. In a moment, it went straight from the border to Shengsendai. Before he arrived, he heard 2 long chants of a dragon and a turtle coming from the Xingxian platform. One large and one small. The fairy's frozen eyes instantly melted. The corners of her mouth slightly curved, and she landed on the immortal platform. Looking up, she saw 2 dragon turtles looking at her at the same time. Her husband and daughter were both here. Su Huanyan laughed. Others also looked sideways at Su Huanyan. Everyone's eyes were filled with wonder. What kind of fairy was she? She was as cold as frost and her sword aura was awe-inspiring. But she was so beautiful that people dared not look directly at her, and would feel ashamed after just one glance. It happened that such a fairy was occupied by a turtle. The dragon turtle also took up 2 of them at once. One is the top fairy in all the worlds, and the other seems to be a monster even though his level is not high. He only has the cultivation level of the 3rd level. But his speed is not necessarily what ordinary people at the 7th level can achieve. Such 2 fairies. Isn't this turtle using his status as a dragon turtle to bully men and dominate women? He saw a lot of looks coming towards Su He. Even after he climbed to the 1st floor, there were only slightly jealous looks. At this time, Su He actually felt a trace of hostility. Of course, the hostility is not strong. They are all men. But they are not fools. How could anyone force Ji-Fei-Xue to exist like that? Although this fairy's realm is not high,
Her temperament alone is not something that anyone can threaten. The deposed prince opened his eyes at some point and looked down at Su Huanyan with an indescribable expression on his face. Did his youngest son die because of this woman? The sword Shura was talking about was the fairy sword that this woman came to wield. He is only at the 3rd level. But he doesn't know how to keep a low profile, and his wealth not to be exposed. If such an immortal sword is revealed, it will lead to death. There are dragon turtles, and many great powers in the mysterious world here. The deposed prince did not dare to reveal anything and slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he didn't want to pay attention. But he heard the noisy little dragon turtle next to him jumping happily. Mother! Mother! Come up quickly! He opened his eyes quickly, looked at Yaya, and glanced slightly at the corner of his mouth. This is the 1st floor! Does this little dragon turtle have any misunderstanding about the 1st floor of Shunxian platform? So he could come up and take advantage of the dragon turtle bloodline and the advantage of the Xuanwu path. No matter how lucky that woman was, she could only reach the 3rd level of the sky. Although you are more than 300 years old, what can you bring up? No matter how disgusted the deposed prince's face is, it can't change the fact that he and Long Gui are mortal enemies. So it doesn't matter what they do. Yaya looked back at him with undisguised displeasure in her eyes. I can count! Who doesn't know this is the 1st floor? This man is really annoying. Although he didn't speak when my father came up, he was the most hostile one. Now that my mother came, he spoke again. Mother is the most powerful fairy in the world, Yaya said seriously. The deposed prince glanced at the corner of his mouth and smiled. I have absolutely no interest in arguing with a little kid. Children always feel that their parents are omnipotent and the most powerful in the world. There is no fighting. It wasn't until they saw their parents' failure with their own eyes and saw that they were not omnipotent that they realized how vast the world is. 3rd floor! The deposed prince uttered one word quietly. This woman is extremely talented and very lucky. But it's not a mythical beast. And it has the aura of not ascending to the immortal platform. This must be the first time to ascend to the immortal platform. Being able to go to the 3rd floor is already the limit. The emperor next to him looked at the deposed prince and laughed. My brother and I have different views. The deposed prince looked at him with an indescribable meaning in his eyes. Why? Emperor Luan wants to bet again that this woman can go straight to the 1st floor? Emperor Luan laughed loudly. Why not? Brother Huang, do you want to place a bet? The deposed prince smiled. What do you want to bet on? Emperor Luan took out a large seal and floated it on the 1st floor. He looked at the deposed prince and said, The mansion of the gambling sect. The Tontian Order. The Tontian Order is one of the ways for the clan government to contact the ancestors of Shanghai. There is no need to go to the ancestral land or open an altar. You can contact Shanghai ancestor directly in the ancestral temple. The deposed prince was silent for a long time. The ancestor of Shanghai was actually not very interested in who was in charge of the imperial palace, no matter which one is their descendant. The so-called direct line inheritance has actually been dispersed for a long time. How can there be any direct line or not at this time? Who can tell the difference? It can be said that the ancestors will not object to any royal bloodline in the great world becoming emperor. It would be better if the new emperor was capable and obedient. Before returning to the lower realm this time, he was actually asked by his superiors to return the Tontian Order to the Fengwang Palace. He was reluctant to part with him before. But then, Patriarch Zhong, who was his backer, could no longer be contacted for some reason. And the contact between the deposed prince and Shanghai was temporarily severed. Later, when he heard that several ancestors of Shanghai had died, he became even more unwilling to hand over the Tontian token. When I contacted the ancestors in the past, I was able to contact the last few ancestors. Now, when I contact them again, I have the opportunity to contact the first 3 ancestors. But if the Tontian token is left in hand, it will be of no use. It is even more impossible for the deposed prince to contact the first 3 ancestors. Once he is asked by the 3 ancestors to return to the throne, what should he do if he obeys the orders of Emperor Luan? But he also wanted the big seal that Emperor Luan took out. This is a great seal that my father personally sacrificed before his death. It is made from the mountain soul of a Jedi in the starry sky. No one can control it except the blood of my father. With this big seal, one can easily enter the Jedi land and have a real place to stay in all the worlds. But Emperor Luan will be kind enough to send the big seal. Could it be that this woman can go straight to the 1st floor like a dragon turtle? Why? Besides Suhi, Chief Feishu laughed. Gambling is good. I'll pay for it too. If you do, my sister can go to the 1st floor. As she spoke, she kept her hands bare, and a pure golden hairpin floated out, falling in midair. The Emperor Luan and the deposed prince looked at the hairpin, and their expressions changed at the same time. Looking at Ji Feishu again, her eyes became profound. This is a hairpin made from the sun. It was not the deposed prince who broke through the Sanyuan Palace formation. It was Ji Feishu who killed Feng Shi. Both of them were shocked at the same time. Emperor Luan looked at Ji Feishu. This was Ji Feishu's intention to avenge the green dragon. But why didn't he show any expression when he returned before? His mind was spinning. And the deposed prince was not idle either. Looking at the hairpin, I didn't know what I thought of. I took out a token and threw it in the air. Okay, it's a bet. He put down the token, looked at Ji Feishu, and laughed. I'll wait and see. The first level is really worthless. Everyone wants to reach the sky in one step. There are so many monsters. What else do they do? He looked down at Su Huanyan at the bottom. Su Huanyan also looked up at him and nodded thoughtfully. It turns out that the people who were chasing him before were his descendants. The monks can see the state of blood connection at a glance. Just like his relationship with Su He and Yaya. Other monks can see it clearly at a glance. Everyone looked down. Especially Gu Luo and Gu Huai, who felt a sense of gloating about their misfortune. They knew Su Huanyan's identity clearly. Wasn't it a sure thing that he would go to the first floor? Emperor Luan, on the other hand, deserves a little more attention. How could he see that Su Huanyan had such ability? Emperor Luan also looked at Su Huanyan and became serious for the first time. Probably due to the effect of the bet. Except for the monks who had closed their senses. Everyone else looked at Su Huanyan. Although Feng Ning couldn't see it on the second floor, he could sense Su Huanyan clearly. Your Majesty's original intention was to take the opportunity to lose the seal to the deposed prince. But it seems to be a bit beyond expectations. This woman was okay. But the hairpin Ji Feishu took out confused His Majesty for a moment. Feng Nan looked at Su Huanyan. Suddenly stood up, with the white clouds as a backdrop. Went directly to the first floor. Landed under Luan Emperor. Bowed and descended from the cloud platform. Immediately, there was an exclamation from below. Another being ascended to the first level. The difficulty of climbing up to the first level is even higher. Can this third level fairy really climb up? Everyone looked at Su Huanyan. While everyone was watching, Su Huanyan didn't care. When she stepped on her foot, a white cloud rose up, carrying her up to 3 feet, and then stopped. This pause lasted 4 or 5 hours. It was not until everyone began to whisper, not knowing why, that Su Huanyan opened his eyes and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. That's it. She spoke with a sword sound, and then walked towards Jiotian step by step. No rush. No hurry. No hurry. It seems that the time has been calculated correctly. At the end of the first day, I just walked out of the 7th floor and entered the 6th floor. Entering the 6th floor, without any pause. The speed is still the same. All the way up. Stepping on the tail end of the 2nd day, enter the 5th floor. Then, the 4th floor. The 3rd floor. 1 layer a day. As graceful as a fairy. As awe-inspiring as a sword. The exclamations below started ringing out intermittently from the moment Su Huanyan stepped onto the 5th floor. 1 floor a day. Which was even more shocking than Su He entering the 1st floor in a year. There were constant sounds of surprise. But no one dared to come forward to disturb him. This was not a genius without roots. If he was an ordinary casual cultivator, or if Su Huanyan was just a member of the Qingyuan sect, and showed such ability, he would not be in trouble at the immortal platform. And he would never be safe and sound when leaving this place. But this woman is the daughter-in-law of the Dragon Turtle clan. Those who dare to have evil thoughts must first think about how many lives they have to kill. Except for 2 idiots. Passing by the 4th floor, Tanlang and Xiongdui came over unexpectedly. But they didn't act recklessly. They just shouted in unison from a distance. Hello, sister-in-law. Judging from their expressions, they might have originally wanted to say, hello, brother and sister. But when a look from above came over, the 2 beasts gave in. Is this your husband's follower? Su Huanyan nodded slightly and walked up step by step without stopping, getting closer and closer to Su He and Yaya. By the end of the 6th day, it had reached the 2nd level limit. Just like Su He at that time, he was blocked by the boundary film. On the 1st floor, Yaya looked at Su Huanyan, who was close at hand, put her hands on her hips and laughed. She turned back to glance at the sullen-looking abandoned prince, and asked, Hey, uncle! I told you that my mother is the best in the world. Awesome fairy. Do you want to refute now? Yaya holds her head high and chest high. The useless prince's face twitched, and he said nothing. Next to her, Ji Feishua laughed first.
Little guy. Isn't there another floor? Are you afraid that your mother won't be able to get up?
Yaya chuckled.
Don't be afraid.
She shouted to Su Huanyan.
Mother, come here.
Su Huayan laughed.
Okay.
A ray of sword light flashed from her body, and the boundary membrane blocking her body opened in response. One step forward, and you are already on the first floor. Chapter 412 Ascension to Immortal Platform.
Dispersed.
The air suddenly became silent. 1 level a day. 7 days to reach the sky. This is no longer just a way to reach the first level, but a severe refresh of everyone's worldview. The entire Shengxian terrace fell silent after being surprised. They all looked directly at Su Huanyan, not knowing what to say. Especially Feng Chaofei stared at Su Huanyan, his chest bulging. 1 layer a day. Bai Ling. It turns out that the legend of climbing 1 level in 1 day really exists. If Su Huanyan can do it, then Bai Ling can definitely do it too. Sometimes rumors are not entirely false. Feng Chaofei's breathing suddenly became tight. Throughout her life, she had joy, family affection, remorse, and regrets. Apart from Yunli, if anyone has the greatest influence on her, it can only be Bai Ling. After a fight, I don't know what tricks the female turtle used to revive Yunli's consciousness in her body. Yunli was someone she regarded as her sister, but she was beaten to death by her own hands. Regardless of whether there were other reasons, this was the reality. For nearly 30,000 years, Feng Chaofei left the Feng clan and wandered all over the world, even losing contact with the Suzaku sect. She finally closed the knot in her heart and plunged into the path of Suzaku. And then, Bai Ling appeared,
and Yunli came to life in her body. The chirping was endless. One cry lasts for thousands of years. Feng Chaofei's feelings for Bai Ling over the past thousands of years have been so complicated that even she herself can't explain them. Disgust, hatred, gratitude. Regardless, a competitive spirit was activated. She couldn't save Yunli, but Bai Ling did it. The knot in her closed heart was peeled out by Bai Ling again. In the next thousands of years, she will do whatever Bai Ling can do by herself. And whatever Bai Ling cannot do, she will do by herself. The Immortal Platform is no exception. She has been on the first level for several years, but she never believes that Bai Ling can reach 1 level in a day. But now a living example appears before our eyes. The thought that had denied her for thousands of years was instantly broken, telling her that Bai Ling might have really done it. This feeling. Suddenly, I no longer like this daughter-in-law. At this moment, even the madman Ji Feishua was more pleasing to the eye than this. Feng Chaofei slowly closed his eyes, and for some reason wanted to rush out of the Immortal Platform. The entire Shengxian terrace was as silent as cicadas, and a pin drop could be heard. Only Yaya jumped up and cheered, bumping into Su Huanyan's arms. She screamed happily, but she raised her head again halfway through the scream, with a surprised look on her face.
Mother has a dangerous aura about her. Has she been seriously injured?
Su Huanyan touched her head.
Yes, but your father saved me.
Without her husband Xin Huang order, she wouldn't be able to kill the 7th level of the sky. Su Huanyan spoke and glanced at the deposed prince. The deposed prince's face turned slightly gloomy. This woman has really risen to the 1st level, and it doesn't look strenuous. Such luck. Such talent. How did she do it? Everyone also looked at Su Huanyan curiously. Su Huanyan had already pulled Yaya to Su He, not paying attention to the questioning looks of others.
Husband! Just come back!
Su He said with joy on his face. The white clouds under Su Huanyan's feet have turned into a sword-shaped cloud platform. He nodded towards Ji Feishua.
Thank you very much.
According to the time, she should have returned half a day earlier than Ji Feishua. But she was surrounded by the walking dead on the road. If Ji Feishua hadn't sent the hairpin, she might have been seriously injured before she could escape. Ji Feishua giggled. Now Su Huanyan is going to be famous in the world. Back then, Bai Ling ascended to heaven on the 7th day. But he came up mysteriously and invisible. Only a few people knew about it. And even so, it spread out without knowing how, forming a mystery in all the worlds. Su Huanyan walked up in an upright manner today, and tens of thousands of people saw it with his own eyes. They are all the true elites in all the worlds. I don't know how these guys do it. Climbing to heaven in 7 days. Is it standard for the reincarnation of the Immortal Lord? As if sensing Ji Feishua's psychology, Su Huanyan raised the corner of his mouth slightly. This thing is actually worthless.
It's just to throw the absorbed vitality onto the soul of the previous life, to speed up the integration of the soul of the previous life into one's own body. That's equivalent to the absorption speed of the third level of Tiantai, but with a trace of the immortal lord. It's strange that it's not fast. In fact, she could be faster. But in 1 year at Jianshan, her realm happened to advance by leaps and bounds. But her true energy failed to keep up. And she was absorbed and restored along the way. It also took 7 days to come up. But Bai Ling was weighed down by his body. Bai Yin once cut off half of his existence to resurrect Su He and reverse time. By the time she was reincarnated, her soul had actually not reached the level of an immortal. The dragon turtle's soul and body are one, regardless of each other. Therefore, we need to practice step by step. While strengthening the physical body, we are actually reshaping the soul. Ji Feishua smiled, took back her hairpin with a backhand move, and looked at the Tontian order that the deposed prince had lost. There is only one order, but I don't know how to split it with Emperor Tongwan. Just when Emperor Luan looked at Ji Feishua, he saw Ji Feishua flipping her hand and throwing out a cage, directly imprisoning the token in the cage. It was the same cage that had imprisoned her before. If we can't separate them, then we won't separate them. Leave them here, Ji Feishua said nonchalantly. Don't ask for it from anyone. She's not afraid of losing money anyway. The Tontian order connects the Sea of Stars and all the worlds. Maybe one day the Emperor's ancestor will be able to break through the restrictions and appear directly in all the worlds through the Tontian order. Taizu has runes that can take her straight into the Sea of Stars. And the Emperor fellow ancestor may not have such means. No matter who comes out, he will go to jail first. Ji Feishua clapped her palms. And the formations and runes on the cage flashed, sealing the cage again. Pushing forward, the cage rushed out of the immortal platform, away from Baiyin Palace, and headed to the south. That's where Taizu's monastery is located. That's fine. Emperor Luan laughed. He originally did not want to have any contact with the ancestor above. Yaya, who was holding Su Huanyan in one hand and Ji Feishua in the other, tilted her head and looked at Luan Di on the flying carpet. The emperor who sealed the palace was not that annoying. Uncle, how come your dragon is so big? Yaya suddenly asked. The question she was asking was about the national fortune divine dragon in the great world of Fenghuang. Her national fortune had clearly turned into a turtle. But she didn't know how to make it bigger or how to make the turtle go further. She always feels that her spiritual practice has become involved with the turtle. If the turtle doesn't grow, she won't grow either. Emperor Luan did not avoid this question, but thought about it seriously for a long time before saying, "Be a good emperor. National destiny is directly connected to the state of a country, and the state of the country is tied to the emperor alone." Yaya nodded and said seriously, "I'm not the emperor yet, but I also want to know how to be a good emperor." Isn't the emperor to a country what the city lord is to a city? She now owns several cities. At first, I just wanted to take the Thunder Monkey and capture one island after another. Later, I just wanted to occupy a small village. I don't know how, but there was a county seat, then a big city, and then several big cities. There are always people lining up to send him to the city. Later, as she walked over the city every morning and listened to the constant greetings from the people, Yaya knew that she was going to get lost in the sounds of the city lord. She didn't hate this feeling at all. She liked watching her army gradually grow from a group of monkeys who knew nothing to people and monks. I like watching the city lord's mansion change little by little from a turtle, a snake, and a frog to the current scene with people coming and going and countless officials. I like to watch the people under the rule, plowing in spring, busy in summer, harvesting in autumn. If you like it, you will have the national luck dragon. And now it has become the national luck turtle. Yaya looked at Emperor Luan with big eyes that wanted to know how to be a good emperor. This question made the former emperor silent. Not only the former emperor, but also the deposed prince beside him became silent. After a long time, Emperor Luan slowly spoke. This question is too easy to answer, but too difficult to do. Even an immortal has to try his best and spend his whole life. But he may not succeed. If it were that easy, where would the legendary Emperor of Heaven be now? The Emperor of Heaven is the Emperor of all heavens and realms. Emperor Luan sighed. Everyone knows what to do, but few can do it. He looked at Yaya, who was listening, and somehow he felt like he was meeting a friend he had forgotten for years. A little confidant who was at least a friend. He had 3 sons and a princess, but no one dared to discuss with him the topic of how to be a good emperor. They don't even dare to listen. A smile appeared on Emperor Luan's face. and he felt a little relaxed. You can't be a truly wise king. And you can't be a truly universal king. There has never been a king who can take care of everything in the country. Whether a mortal king or a monk. Country! He looked at Yaya and said seriously. In terms of strategy, I can't compare with Xuanzhen. In terms of talent, I can't compare with your family. In terms of military skills, all the 12 generals are my masters. In terms of policy, I call the crown prince and tutor Mr. Yuan. As an emperor, I only want two things. He was quiet for a moment and then said, the first law and rules of the emperor are not against the people's hearts. Secondly, no one who belongs to the emperor should violate the rules. Wherever the law exists, from the prince and his concubines to the beggars and actors, they all act in accordance with the law. His voice was calm, yet powerful. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone on the 3 floors above fell silent. After a long time, even the deposed prince bowed to him. If nothing else, over the past 110,000 years, the former emperor's management of the emperor had indeed far surpassed that of his father. Being granted the title of emperor on such a grand scale ensures that these two things are realized, and everything else becomes possible. Yaya nodded thoughtfully. Her eyes were no longer cute, but instead shone with the wisdom of the city lord. She raised her head and looked at Emperor Luan. But this is not enough. Her rules don't go against people's hearts, and they are constantly being improved. Even she herself will not trample on the law. But this alone is not enough. Far from enough. Emperor Luan laughed. Of course it's not enough. It involves too much. But there is always the real core. If we talk about other things, it would take 3 to 5 years to finish. If you want to ask about war. The emperor was quiet for a moment. The best way to strengthen the national destiny dragon was war. The greatest enemy of the emperor was Xian Wang. The war with Xian Wang. Openly, secretly, fighting, and plotting. A country must do things in an upright manner. And it must be both cunning and cunning. Otherwise, the atmosphere will be treacherous. And how can it last long? Just like at this moment. As he spoke, he suddenly stood up and looked down at the immortal platform. Generals, form formations. This sound, following the strong wind, fell straight into the sky, and instantly spread throughout the entire Shengxian platform. I saw everyone from the emperor's throne stood up quickly, as if they had been ordered to do so, and gathered together in an instant. More than 100 people came into Fenghuang Palace this time. But some people also borrowed the Xianhuang order from other big worlds, and also quietly borrowed the gate entrance, and slowly gathered, adding up to more than 400 at the moment. That doesn't include inside defenders. The inner guard is not at Shengxian Terrace. With an order, everyone gathered together. The other people in the great world immediately quit practicing and enlightening, and looked at the Emperor Feng people defensively. The swords of the top 10 immortal sects in the Xianhuang realm were unsheathed, and the magic weapon shone with light. But they all restrained themselves from attacking the Emperor's world. Someone accidentally attacked, and was immediately thrown out of the immortal platform. Emperor Luan looked at everyone and smiled. Fellow Taoists, there is no need to be nervous. Fighting is not allowed on the Shengxian platform. This is an eternal truth. We are just borrowing the vitality of the Shengxian platform. As he spoke, he saw the people who had gathered to confer the title of Emperor in formation, with iron ropes protruding from their hands. The Xuanwu aura on Su He's body automatically erupted and pressed downwards automatically. I saw that everyone's faces were slightly pale, but they did not resist. Instead, altars and formations rose up under everyone's feet. The deposed prince looked at the altar. His expression changed, and he suddenly looked at Emperor Luan. His face instantly turned cold. Bon Yao, I'm gone! But Emperor Luan turned around and smiled. Chuanwu has appeared, and the white tiger has appeared. Brother Huang is still dreaming of the dream of banning the world. The power has long been restricted by the emperor's lineage. He laughed, ignored the deposed prince, and waved his hand. Go away! As soon as a voice fell, dozens of altars below could be seen lighting up at the same time. The people on the altars all repeated Emperor Luan's order at the same time. Disperse. A set of jailer uniforms appeared on everyone. And then the jailer uniform shattered and turned into fragments all over the sky. The iron ropes in everyone's hands also shattered one by one. Countless iron ropes flew in all directions. But before they flew out of the area covered by the altar, they turned into the purest vitality and returned to the world. Presumptuous. On the first floor, the expression of the deposed prince changed completely. Bon Yao, seize the throne. Kill my father. and destroy my bloodline, my ancestor will not care. If you lose the power of becoming emperor, my ancestor will forgive you.
No wonder. No wonder he snatched the Shana Cauldron Dragon Ball so easily. That Dragon Ball was the condensation of power from the Emperor's lineage. Emperor Luan let him snatch it away on purpose, just so that the power can be dispersed without any hindrance. He shouted, feeling the authority in his body suddenly increase uncontrollably. The authority that sealed the Emperor's crowd dispersed, and a steady stream of energy fell on him. The iron ropes and punishments he uses now will definitely be far greater than before. But he was not happy at all. Suhi narrowed his eyes slightly in his eyes. Things like waist badges above the heads of everyone below shattered and scattered. The jailer deserted and gave up his authority. For a time, the momentum of everyone in Fenghuang suddenly dropped, and most of them were even in danger of falling. Emperor Luan felt relieved. Without authority, there is ancient vitality on the immortal platform. The generals can use this vitality to achieve their true selves. He turned his head and looked at Yaya.
This is called conspiracy.
The immortal platform cannot be fought, and the authority is broken by using this place. The authority falls away. The talent is insufficient, and the state falls. But there is endless ancient vitality in Shengxian platform. This is a conspiracy, unfolding in front of everyone in the Xianwang realm. But everyone in Xianwang is helpless. Chapter 413, This turtle is in my way. Emperor Luan smiled and looked at Yaya, Suhi, and everyone in Xianwang. Seeing everyone's shocked looks, seeing Taoist Xuanzhen's rare solemn expression, the emotions that had been suppressed for many years suddenly seemed to be vented. Emperor Luan's eyes fell on Suhi, and he saw an indescribable strangeness on Suhi's face. A dragon's face actually gave out such a wonderful expression. There was surprise, admiration, solemnity, and, at a loss, Emperor Luan didn't know how to describe the look in Suhi's eyes at this moment. This kind of surprise made him feel inexplicably comfortable, like a cup of herbal tea that penetrated his whole body. Seeing this look, his hands, which had been blown up by Suhi and then reassembled, felt numb.
Fellow Taoist has worked hard to prove Xuanwu, but the Emperor is about to break his former authority,
Emperor Luan said with a smile on his face.
Fellow Taoist made a detour.
He was actually a little apologetic. For the first time in front of Suhi, I breathed a sigh of relief, and a feeling of relief rose in my suffocated chest. From the moment the dragon turtle stepped onto the stage, it used unexpected means to destroy his plan time and time again. It was a rare success, and it was also related to the future plans of the Fenghuang Palace. Emperor Luan felt happy. Even the roar of the deposed prince behind him became less harsh. The deposed prince looked at him, already out of anger.
There are weaknesses in authority. Don't you ancestors know it? Have you ever thought about why the ancestors who have been here for thousands of years have never abolished their own authority?
Authority is insufficient. Change authority is. The authority to become emperor comes from the former heaven. So Xuanwu can be broken. As long as you abandon heaven and seize power from heaven and earth, everything will be fine.
You have given up the power of becoming emperor like this. If something unexpected happens, have you ever thought about the consequences?
The deposed prince looked at the former emperor. Emperor Luan smiled but did not speak. A voice came from the second floor.
Amit Ba, fellow Taoist, you are too worried. The Buddhist world has been in alliance with Emperor Feng for thousands of years. How can anything happen to Emperor Feng?
The speaker was a fat monk with big ears. There were 2 monks beside him. The 3 of them sat on the white clouds, and there was an arhat throne on the white clouds. The 3 of them looked solemn, clasping their hands together and looking at the upper level. Emperor Luan smiled and returned the greeting.
Thank you, Master Jingran.
Liao Heng, Liao Dao and Jingran are the 3 great monks in the Buddhist world. It is comparable to Masters Gu Jingjai Ci Feng and Ci Shan. During the second Fengzhong festival, Fengxi killed Dao, and the true spirit sealed the Fengzhong passage. In this battle at Fengzhong, Liao Heng's novice body was shattered, leaving only his soul. When Feng Qiaofei was holding up the cloud gravel to fight against the nether passage, he took the opportunity to sneak attack Feng Qiaofei, and Su He, who was driven back, shattered his soul. At this moment, I don't know where I went. At that time, Su He didn't have the means to counterattack the 7th level of the Sky Trading Sky. If he shattered the Hung soul, he wouldn't be able to die. The one in front of me is the fat monk who guarded the Buddhist world during the Battle of Fengzhong. Hearing Emperor Luan express his thanks, he clasped his hands together again.
Your Majesty, you're welcome. How can the Buddhist world not know how to make a decision when it comes to right and wrong? the Emperor can practice peace of mind and protect the Tao, which belongs to the Buddhist world.
Ming Ren bowed slightly. Since Emperor Luan dared to abolish power, he must have found a more suitable way to become emperor than power. Feng Huang has always been inferior to Xian Wang in terms of top monks. So he abolished his authority and changed his path. As long as it can withstand Xuan Huang's attack during the downturn, Emperor Feng will surely reach a higher level. Xian Wang is defeated. Monk Ming Ren turned around and shouted the Buddha's name like a lion's roar.
Buddhist disciples obey orders, protect fellow Taoists, and drive away evil spirits and heretics.
Immediately on the immortal platform, except for the first floor, there were monks appearing, rushing to the nearest altar, acting as protectors of the law and respecting the gods.
Bah! It's inappropriate for a good person to go out and treat others as a dog. Bald dog.
The three-phase monk spat. Thousands of years ago, the Buddhist world was just a simple deserter. But now it has completely become a lackey. Especially after the death of Mahavatar Bodhisattva. He lost even the slightest bit of restraint. In the secret realm of the White Tiger, the monk who was conferred a black hand by the emperor should not be able to see it. Right? The three-phase monk was not angry and cursed loudly. A weak voice from the side came.
Master, our dog tribe has never betrayed anyone.
The one who spoke was a dog demon who was quite good-looking. He was looking at the three-phase monk with resentment. San Xiang was stunned for a moment, bowed and apologized seriously. It is indeed wrong to compare the Buddhist world to a dog. As soon as the Buddha realm started, monks from several great worlds gathered around the emperor's altar. They are all in the state of protecting the Dharma. Be careful with everyone in Xian Wang. The immortal platform cannot be fought, and whoever attacks first will be thrown out. But she couldn't attack. But she couldn't avoid being provoked. Just like Yaya. Although she was in the Shengxian platform, she didn't actually participate in the Shengxian platform. If she provoked the emperor's generals and caused resistance, all previous efforts would be in vain. But at this moment, the altar was covered with formations, enough to block all provocations. Coupled with the support of several colleagues, it is naturally foolproof. At this moment, there is an altar, a formation, and fellow guardians. The emperor and the people who collapsed the authority immediately entered the state of cultivation. The quality of the ancient vitality is far higher than the spiritual energy of all the heavens and worlds. This is what one emperor wants to collapse in the Xian Wang cave heaven, the root cause of everyone's authority. Apart from such vitality, there is no other means that can quickly restore so many soldiers and officials to their moral conduct.
Thank you all fellow Taoists.
Emperor Luan thanked him, then turned to look at the deposed prince with a smile.
Brother, please rest assured, since I dare to do this, I have all the means.
Not to mention other people. Even the Emperor Feng himself. Not everyone lost their authority at this moment. Such as him, Feng Nan, and the crown prince and tutor. If you have enough talent, you have long since lost your authority. He had recovered his Taoism a long time ago. Feng Huang quickly entered a state of seclusion. Everyone in Xian Wang looked at Taoist Xuanzhen on the first floor. Taoist Xuanzhen was deep in thought. But Emperor Luan's move caught him off guard. Indeed, as Emperor Luan said, it is indeed difficult to crack an upright conspiracy. But at this moment Ji Feishua's voice came out.
My dear husband.
He looked up and saw Ji Feishua looking at him with a smile. He understood her gaze, and Ji Feishua knew that he could destroy the immortal platform. There are still many things that this witch has not told him honestly, and she will have to be tortured to extort a confession if she turns back. He nodded, took a step forward, and looked down at the people protecting the emperor.
Do you really want to be the enemy of Xian Wang?
Monk Ming Ren burst out laughing.
Daughter Suhi, if you do any unrighteousness, you will be punished by yourself. Where do so many comrades in the title of emperor come from? Daughter still hasn't realized it. The sea of suffering is boundless. But we must turn around and find the shore.
The monk put his hands together to persuade him. He smiled. Now he is no longer the tortoise in the Qingyuan sect. The more knowledge you have, the more you will naturally understand. Whether he protects the emperor or not is not the important point. The important point is that the enemy is Xian Wang. Who doesn't want to knock Xian Wang down so he could eat him and become fat? When the Xian Wang world fell, all the worlds made a lot of money. Xian Wang has become Xian Wang. But these people have a guilty conscience. How can they really rest assured? Especially in these years. No one can open the gate of immortality. There have long been rumors in all the worlds that those who push for the immortal sect must be in the dark. Everyone felt that Xian Wang had hidden a way to open the immortal gate. So the land of Tao origin was naturally different. Otherwise,
Why would Xianwang, which has already fallen, have the most powerful people in the world? It is impossible to say that there are immortals hiding. I don't know how many people in the world are thinking about the way to open the immortal gate. The human heart is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. Sui looked around, stopped paying attention to everyone, turned to look at Emperor Luan, and chuckled. Your Majesty is right. As an emperor you should be upright. Why do you need so many calculations? If there is no calculation, there will be no miscalculation. As he spoke, he took 2 steps forward. Emperor Luan was slightly startled, and a bad feeling arose. The Suha man stood up and stepped down hard with his front paws, as if he was about to overturn the sea. He thrust his 2 paws into the white clouds and lifted them up. The originally invisible Gangfeng appeared at this moment, washing from top to bottom like a waterfall. The Gangfeng waterfall came from the unknown void, carrying endless vitality. Everyone is in the waterfall. If they can withstand the erosion of the waterfall, they can absorb the energy from it. Originally, everyone in the immortal platform was quietly absorbing their energy. But at this moment, the Gangfeng waterfall, which was lifted up by Suhi's claws and washed downwards, suddenly stopped, and then reversed the flow. How the Gangfeng came down, how it turned back. The reverse flow of the waterfall carries countless vitality and rushes straight to the source of the 9 heavens. Suddenly the strong wind reversed the current, and the people who had tried their best to resist the strong wind above their heads suddenly seemed to have been equipped with springs, and were carried by the strong wind towards the upper level. The monks on the lowest floor were blown up by the strong wind. Before they could react, the strong wind had already rushed into the 6th floor. They hit the ground one by one and screamed in shock. The strong wind flows against the current, and the ancient vitality is gone. On the altar on the 7th floor, the faces of the people who had just begun to absorb vitality and stabilize their aura changed. They spat out blood, and their aura suddenly dropped. When the 3rd prince was broken by Suhi, the noble prince couldn't bear it and ran away immediately. These people's resources were much inferior to the 3rd prince's, and they couldn't bear it. They vomited blood and raised their heads, looking at the people in the strong wind countercurrent in horror. Suhi! Suhi roared. His claws lifted up, and the speed of the reverse flow became faster and faster. Everyone looked at Emperor Luan. Emperor Luan's face turned cold. This dragon turtle can control the immortal platform. The strong wind swept from bottom to top, sweeping the vitality in the Shangxian platform like this. It wouldn't even take half an hour, and there would no longer be any ancient vitality left in the Shangxian platform. Emperor Luan looked very bad. He turned over the mountain and river cauldron with his hand and appeared. He followed the Gangfeng and jumped up, chasing the Gangfeng and Yuan Qi towards the source above his head. Gangfeng Yuan Qi comes from the clouds that break above the 9 heavens, and then returns to the clouds. Rushing up to the clouds, he entered the willow tree space and disappeared. Emperor Luan dragged out a trail, went straight up into the sky, rushed between the clouds, and then just passed through it, without following the Gangfeng into the willow space. That space was invisible and intangible, and he couldn't even sense where the Gangfeng returned. There is no space fluctuation, no magic weapon breath, nothing. Gangfeng and vitality disappeared for no reason. He chased him all the way, but instead of catching up with his vitality, he rushed out of the ascension platform. The Xingxian platform is not an entity. It is only shrouded by light pillars, and the strong wind and vitality descend. After rushing out of this range, they left the ascension platform. One emperor bumped out of the immortal platform and was stunned. He looked back down, looking at the people struggling in the immortal platform and the vitality that was flowing back and disappearing. The corners of his eyebrows jumped. Dragon turtle. He was still in the air. Suhi's name was suppressed in his chest, and he felt so powerless that he couldn't even shout out. It's like this again. And he ruined his affairs by means completely beyond imagination. Is this turtle bothering me? Ever since the history of Fenghuang Palace began, there has never been any record of anyone being able to control the immortal platform. Dragon turtle. Is this the world where parents and children cannot be together? This is an unintended crime. Emperor Luan's pursuit of vitality was useless. He immediately lowered his figure and rushed towards the Shangxian platform, but was blocked by the light pillar of the Shangxian platform. Once in the Xianwang cave heaven, you can only enter the ascension platform once. Once you exit, you will not be able to enter. Form up! Come out of the immortal platform! Emperor Luan ordered in a deep voice. On the 1st floor, Taoist Xuanzhen looked at the vitality flowing back, and his heart was filled with turmoil. These vitality entered the world of Demon Emperor Willow Tree. He immediately thought of the previous incident where Suhi's consciousness was led away. There must be a connection between the two. But this is not the time to think about that. Everyone in the Feng Huang dynasty is going to escape. Everyone in Xianhuang escaped from Shunxian platform, surrounded this place, and started fighting. How could you miss this opportunity presented to you by Emperor Luan? The 400 Emperor generals and officials are naturally a drop in the bucket compared to the bureaucracy of the Emperor world. But these people are not unknown people. It is also extremely important to be placed in the Feng Huang Palace. Not too many. If you can kill half of them, it will be the biggest victory in tens of thousands of years. Taoist Xuanzhen called, and figures rushed out of the immortal platform, circling in all directions, and instantly surrounded the immortal platform. At this moment, the people who sealed the Emperor rushed out of the immortal platform. Not even 100 people. Emperor Luan's expression remained unchanged. Attack each other! As soon as he spoke, everyone in the immortal platform immediately attacked each other. But before the attacks could land, they were thrown out by the immortal platform. At this moment, the Xingxian platform was just sucked back by Suhi, and the light had not yet faded away. It is still unclear where he will end up after being kicked out of the immortal platform. They appear randomly throughout Baiyun Palace. At the same time as Emperor Luan gave the order, the mountain and river cauldron shook, and nearly 100 people who had rushed out had been collected into the cauldron. The palm of his hand was inserted into the mountain and river cauldron. It was slightly shaken, and the whole hand collapsed. It turned into pure vitality, and filled the mountain and river cauldron. Restore your Taoism immediately! Emperor Luan's voice reached the Shanha cauldron. His palms were condensed by special means, which turned them into vitality to replenish the foundation of these people. Emperor Luan rolled up the mountain and river cauldron with his empty sleeves, and threw the cauldron at the Xianhuang people who rushed out of the immortal platform. But at this moment, a plain hand came lightly and slapped the mountain and river cauldron, and the mountain and river cauldron made a buzzing sound. Emperor Luan took a step back, and the dragon of national destiny appeared, coiled behind him like a dharma form. He looked down at Ji Feishua who came out, and suddenly realized. I see! Ji Feishua had known that Qing Long had died because of him, and that he had taken away the dragon ancestral dragon scale. But she did not directly attack when he came back, or even thought of attacking now. Are you planning to find a suitable time to make the calculation again? The hairpin was suddenly revealed earlier because she was convinced that Dragon Turtle could close the immortal platform. Revealing your hairpin is tantamount to declaring war on yourself. And he had to use the Emperor's people to set up a battle formation to compete with him. But Dragon Turtle was one step closer to the path of Xuanwu. The power of the Emperor can be broken at any time. This forced Emperor Luan to resolve the authority issue as soon as possible. So it seemed that he had conspired on his own to deprive everyone of their authority. But there was also a reason for Ji Feishua's persecution. Otherwise, he may have to absorb enough energy from Shanha Cauldron to have greater confidence before he can do this. Was it because they were expelling the Tongtian order because they were afraid that the great ancestor would appear and help the Emperor to continue his power across the Sea of Stars? Sure enough, the most poisonous woman. From the moment he entered the immortal platform, his every move was plotting against him. Emperor Luan stretched out his hand to pull the National Luck Divine Dragon down, turned around and merged with the National Luck Divine Dragon. The mechanical eyes of the National Luck Divine Dragon flashed with a complicated light. The dragon flicked its tail and threw the mountain and river cauldron towards Feng Nan. Mr. Ngua, gather the sergeants. Recall the Yaogu guards. At this moment, even the light pillars began to rise upwards on the Shunxian platform. The place no longer covered by the light pillars no longer belonged to the Shunxian platform. But just now, Emperor Luan was a step slow in ordering the order, and the Emperor and the others did not exit the Shunxian platform. At this moment, they had to face Xianxian directly, surrounded by the wilderness. On the mountain where the Immortal Ascension platform was originally located, a group of monks were dumbfounded. The Emperor was gone. What should they do? Especially the people surrounding the altar who were protecting the Emperor and protecting the law looked at each other in confusion. Let's go! Someone yelled first, and a group of people rushed out. However, I saw that the group of monks in the Buddhist world had escaped from the immortal stage without knowing when. And they were running so fast that they couldn't even see their shadows. They had already reached the third floor of the Ascension platform. And then they thought of escaping. But it was already too late. The monks on the Xianhuang side have already attacked. The war is about to break out. Feng Nan grabbed the mountain and river cauldron and slashed toward Xianhuang with a sword. Without killing anyone, The Xingxian platform was closed to the third level. The first level was still there. She borrowed the rules of the Xingxian stage and teleported away. She slashed out with her sword and left in a flash. When he landed, he found a world of ice and snow. And he didn't know where he was. She felt the mountain and river cauldron in her hand, with an indescribable expression on her face. Your Majesty should not let the prince leave with the inner guards. The mountain and river cauldron is the imperial seal. It is not a law that no one can touch it except your Majesty. But it really cannot be controlled. If his Majesty authorizes it, the prince can also control it. If the prince is here, after his Majesty rushes out of the immortal platform, there is no need for everyone to teleport away immediately. He can directly send the mountain and river cauldron to the immortal platform. The prince can use the mountain and river cauldron to collect everyone. Go find the prince first. She took out a bronze mirror, and the mirror flashed, and light spots of different colors flickered on the mirror. Feng Nan didn't look at the mirror, but her spiritual sense sensed it, and she immediately jumped out. As soon as she left, the space where she was originally twisted slightly, and Feng Chefei followed her out. However, he did not kill Feng Nan to snatch the mountain and river cauldron, but instead stayed away from him. The golden light of Xingxian Terrace is getting higher and higher, and it has reached the second floor. Xingxian Terrace is really closed in advance. There was no one on the third floor, and they had just taken advantage of the ascension platform to escape. At this moment, two giant dragons were fighting overhead. For some reason, Ji Feishue changed her normal behavior, and instead of fighting in person, she showed up as a white dragon and fought against the Wan Emperor as a divine dragon. In the immortal platform, Gu Luo's voice came. Get out of here! His turtle boy didn't know what means he used to shut down the immortal platform in advance. He will definitely become the target of public criticism. There is a melee here. If the enemies join forces to attack Su He, they may not be able to save him. Su He knew that everyone in the Feng Huang family wanted to eat his flesh raw. The water flow swept up Su Huanyan and Yaya and fled away in a flash. The landing was a desert, putting down Su Huanyan and Yaya. The space around them fluctuated, and a figure appeared. Someone was teleported here at the same time from the immortal platform. Looking up, he saw the woman who looked very similar to Feng Nan, and who had teamed up to fight Xuantian's headmaster Ying Yuan. Feng Su! Su He said in a deep voice. Feng Huanggong is a being who transcends the ordinary 7th level. In the battle at the White Tiger Ruins, it was the three of them who fought, shattered the space, and opened the White Tiger Cave. When Su He came out again, he didn't see Ying Yuan. However, this man and Feng Nan seemed to have no serious injuries. As soon as Feng Su appeared, he immediately vomited out a mouthful of blood, and then retreated. He looked around, and his eyes fell on Su He again. There was no one else around. Just this family of three. Chapter 414 Taya Palace. There is no adult dragon turtle, no adult peacock, and no 7th level power. Only this turtle and that woman. As for the little dragon turtle, he was just a burden and was not counted by her. Feng Su looked pale and was obviously seriously injured, but he fired his spear. Come and kill. She looked at Su He with overwhelming anger. If it weren't for this dragon turtle, she would definitely be able to borrow the vitality of the immortal platform to recover from her injuries and return to her peak. How could it have reached the point where the injuries are getting worse at this moment? The power is gone. The realm has fallen. And life and death are difficult to control. How could the Xian Wang realm let go of such an opportunity? She raised her spear, pointed the tip, and stabbed Su He directly. Su He roared, opened his mouth, and struck out the mountain god's seal. At the same time, Su Huanyan beside him followed the mountain god's seal and thrust out with his sword. The mountain god's seal hit the spear and exploded. The spear paused slightly, but still pointed directly at Su He. But when he was picked up by the immortal sword that followed, the spear was deflected immediately. Weak. Su He and Su Huanyan confirmed at the same time that Feng Su was seriously injured. He was originally a being whose combat power surpassed the 7th level of the sky. But now his power was inferior to that of the ordinary 7th level of the sky. Fightable. Feng Su's shot was misplaced and missed Su He. But he did not panic. Instead, he trembled and drew an arc with the gun tip, aiming at Yaya beside Su He. Su He's eyes narrowed, and he turned around and bit the barrel of the gun to prevent her from making any progress. Feng Su snorted coldly, and the strength in his hand suddenly increased. Electric arc shuttled back and forth on the gun barrel, and struck Su He's head along the gun barrel. Su He didn't even realize it. He pressed his jaw hard and bit the gun barrel. Su Huanyan flashed and stabbed Feng Su with his sword. Feng Su turned a blind eye. The rune flashed in the hand holding the gun, and he thrust forward. The spear was bitten to death by Su He without wavering. But the spearhead suddenly flew away. The sword stabbed straight at Yaya. She! There was a sound of flesh penetration, and Su Huanyan's sword hit Feng Su's chest. Feng Su didn't care. He just looked at the flying gun head and grinned. But before the smile spread, an abyss suddenly appeared under Yaya's feet, and Yaya was instantly sucked into it, narrowly avoiding the gun. Supernatural power, Taiyuan, who stipulates that imprisoned supernatural powers can only be used against enemies. Taiyuan sent a letter, and Yaya disappeared. Su He bit the gun barrel and pulled it back, and Feng Su immediately let go. Anger flashed across her face. With a step of his foot, he was pulled off the Su Huanyan sword. He clapped his hands together, and thunder and lightning flashed between his hands. A waterfall of thunder and lightning struck Su Huanyan with a backhand. But at this moment, a big flag was planted in the sky. Magical powers, nirvana, forbidden laws. The flag fell, and the thunder and lightning in Feng Su's hand paused for a moment. It did not disperse, but seemed to be frozen in the air by a body-holding technique. Su He's realm of nirvana is too low. She couldn't resist Feng Su's technique, but it could make her pause for a moment. At this moment, Su Huanyan struck out with the fairy sword in his hand. An afterimage passed by, and even Su He didn't see clearly that Su Huanyan had fallen behind Feng Su. A drop of blood fell to the ground along the blade. A human head rolled down. The head fell to the ground and bounced twice before realizing it. He couldn't believe it. He stared at Su Huanyan blankly and opened his mouth to speak. Black clouds had gathered in the sky, and the heavenly punishment was falling like rain. The jet-black thunder and lightning struck Feng Su hard on her head and body, but failed to break her into pieces. Su He cannot kill a being whose combat power exceeds the 7th level of treading heaven, even if his head is missing. Su Huanyan turned around and slashed with his sword, cutting her body into several sections in an instant. All her mind and heart were cut out of her body, making it impossible for her to self-destruct even if she wanted to. Su He was stunned, but saw Su Huanyan shaking his head. The spiritual element is insufficient, and I can't reverse the root cause. Without the power of Sword Mountain, even the sword technique with the root of reverse slash cannot be used at this moment. Just like Su He's heavenly punishment, it can kill anyone by attacking the source. But Su He's Taoism was not enough, and the power of heaven's punishment was not enough. He could kill Feng Su because she was seriously injured. If she were normal, Su He and Su Huanyan might not even be able to escape. At this moment, it is completely impossible to really suppress the killing. Sui Hua! Su He called out, and the toad jumped out immediately. With a snap of his fingers, all of Feng Su's parts were moved to different places and suppressed separately. After doing all this, Su He opened Taiyuan and fished out Yaya. As soon as she came out, instead of being afraid, the little girl was extremely excited. Dad! Daddy! When can I learn this? This magical power is great. March and fight. Pack the soldiers inside, and go wherever you want. Su He. Dot! Su He blew the ice off Yaya's body. Just by looking at this little girl's expression, you can tell what she is thinking. However, not everyone is a dragon turtle, and not everyone is treated like a daughter. The others entered Suha Taiyuan and were frozen to death in an instant as they fell. Dragon turtles with different attributes have different environments in Taiyuan. Suha Taiyuan reaches in and causes cold. Only Yaya, who is a little dragon turtle and is still connected by blood to him, can get in and out safely. Su He Shinji was only 100 miles away from the immortal platform, and a battle had already fallen in everyone's eyes. At this moment, dozens of sword lights were shooting towards this side at the same time. It is already a deadly battle, and there are no longer a few people hunting the dragon turtle. Even if they don't kill, kidnapping the dragon turtle can be a little safer. Su He released Yaya and immediately rolled the two of them into the turtle SHL and took them away. But at this moment, a ray of starlight shot from the sky. It was the message sent by concubine Ji Shuefei's sword. The starlight hit Su He's eyebrows and turned into a map in his mind. The map is empty, but has an arrow pointing south. Can you please take a trip here? Ji Feishua's voice rang directly in Su He's mind. Su He didn't think too much, took Su Huanyan and Yaya, turned around, and went directly to the place marked by Ji Feishua. The dragon turtle flew, and at the same time, the divine machine flashed in the air. Within a quarter of an hour, it flew to the border of Baiyun Palace. and the arrow in his mind was still pointing outwards. There is an undercurrent surging outside. Dad, are we going out? Yaya asked curiously. She had just come back from outside and was going out again. It should be. Suhi was not sure either. But when Yaya took out a pure gold hammer and looked eager to try it, Su Huanyan also smiled softly, took out a hairpin and landed it on Suhi. Let's go! Nothing happens, Su Huanyan said. If my wife says it's okay, then it must be okay. Suhi turned his head and let out a long groan towards Ji Feishue, who was still fighting in a very far place. Then he jumped through the barrier and dived into the undercurrent. A golden light rose from the hairpin, immediately driving away the undercurrent. The hairpin and Su Huanyan's methods of resisting the undercurrent are different. The hairpin drives away the undercurrent, but Su Huanyan lets the undercurrent fall on him without fear. Entering the undercurrent, the arrow in my mind is still pointing south. South. Suhi sensed something carefully, and then he sensed something. A prison. Prison in the south. Ji Feishue wants him to take over the prison? Suhi went south with suspicion. No one in Baiyun Palace can hunt down the undercurrent. If not for Ji Feishue's request, Suhi would have refused to leave based on his temperament. Fighting is the best way to advance. As he walked forward, with the water rolling beneath him, Suhi followed the arrow and went deep into the undercurrent. Without the interference of Baiyun Palace, his perception of the prison became clearer, but faster than him. There is a sense of being unable to catch up. After leaving Baiyun Palace, the divine machine was banned again, and the space was frozen and unable to jump. Unless Suhi also refines a Xian Wang Ling with 5 times the quality. Suhi's figure flashed and turned into a peacock. Su Huanyan and Yaya fell on the peacock at the same time, and the peacock spread its wings and flew forward quickly, chasing after the prisoner. But the speed of the cage was too fast, especially along the way. The walking dead would not approach the cage, but they would rush towards Suhi one by one, hindering his footsteps. If it weren't for Su Huanyan's cooperation, he might have been imprisoned even further. Su Huanyan smashed the body of a tiger demon with one sword and sat on Suhi's back again. Feeling the sword energy splitting the undercurrent, Suhi blinked, feeling a bit unreal. The power of Su Huanyan's swordsmanship has increased again, even without the Lingsu immortal sword to strengthen it. Her sword was 70% as powerful as the Suha Mountain Divine Seal. She is only at the 3rd level of heaven. Could it be that he secretly ate treasures of heaven and earth in Jianshan Mountain? Yaya curled up in Su Huanyan's arms, kicking her legs and humming random tunes. I don't know how long I have been flying, but I can already see the cage flying rapidly in the undercurrent from a distance. Suhi now sees the undercurrent, which is much further away than ordinary monks. Not long after seeing the cage, he saw a huge dojo ahead. This is a palace, towering and majestic. But the palace was dark, and there was no light. This is a dojo that has not yet been opened. Rushing over, he saw the cage entering the dojo. The arrows in Suhi's mind dispersed at this point. Destination arrived. Suhi followed closely and saw a plaque outside the palace, which read, Taya Palace, in 3 big characters. This name seems very friendly. Be careful, Suhi warned. The body transformed into the dragon turtle's true form again, and Taiyuan was ready to put Su Huanyan and Yaya inside at any time. Don't worry, husband. Su Huanyan held the fairy sword in one hand. Follow Suhi and walk inside. Yaya held the little golden hammer in her hand, licked her lips, and looked excited. This is my first adventure with my parents. Suhi's dragon's head lightly hit the barrier of Taya Palace. He pushed it forward and knocked open the barrier of Taya Palace. Dragon's head went in, glanced at it, and quickly retreated. He retreated halfway, but stopped. In the Taya Palace, a dragon turtle was looking at the cage curiously with his claws pressed down on him. A pair of big eyes that were old and dim actually shone with a desire for knowledge. Taizu! Suhi was speechless. The old turtle heard the voice and turned his head to look, seeing a smile on Suhi's lips. Ah! You are here! Master Gui! Before Suhi could say anything, Yaya had already jumped in first and shouted with a smile. He rushed towards Taizu, not giving in to life at all. Suhi and Su Huanyan followed closely and saw Taizu poking Yaya, who had transformed into the dragon turtle's true form, with a smile. During this period of time, he was used to seeing dragon turtles that looked like turtles and snakes. Suddenly he saw a pure dragon turtle, and the old turtle couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. Suhi came in and looked at Taizu. Why are you here? Shouldn't it be sealed in the 3 drums of the Yuanzun clan at this moment? Condensing the Xuanwu body? Taizu chuckled. I didn't come. I didn't come. There is just a clone kept here all year round. As Taizu spoke, he turned to look at Su Huanyan. His face condensed slightly, with a bit of reminiscence and a bit of a wry smile. I haven't seen you for a long time. Su Huanyan was stunned for a moment. Okay, and saluted. My granddaughter-in-law has met my ancestor. After saying that, she was quiet for a moment and saluted slightly again. It's just, I don't remember most of the things in my previous life. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Taizu laughed. You remember that I was embarrassed. I don't know if it's because of the clone, or because this old turtle has no heirs. He's not at all as domineering as when he slapped the Emperor's ancestor to pieces during the Emperor's battle. Although it was a projection at that time. When it appeared, it occupied half of the starry sky, and all the heavens and worlds were as silent as cicadas. At this moment, he looked like his own old man, without any power at all. Yaya hung on his dragon's beard and swung on the swing, not even the slightest bit impatient. Taizu, this is your dojo? Suhi looked at the palace and immediately thought of something. To be able to leave a clone in Xianwang Cave Heaven for a long time, you can only do it if you own a dojo. Right? Suhi looked around and saw that the palace was not big. When he opened the door and entered, there were sky-high pillars supporting the dome. The entire dojo is only a few dozen miles away. Ah! Yes! Taizu chuckled. If you are bored in your spare time, build a dojo here so you can be lazy. Suhi looked around. The dojo looked more and more familiar. It looked very similar to the temple of the Yuanzun clan in ancient times. Just the last crack in space and time is left. Su Huanyan also recognized this place. And the two looked at each other. Sure enough, Uncle Luo and Uncle Lei were right. None of the old guys could believe it. None serious. If you want to fool a junior, just open your mouth and do it. Are you bored and want to build a dojo that just looks like a temple? Even if you build a dike mountain, I believe you built it haphazardly. The old turtle was vague, as if he didn't want to say this. So he didn't ask. Taizu, do you know why my wife tricked me into coming here? Taizu shook the cage under his paws. I should ask you to help me open this thing. The seal on this cage was very strange. Even if he couldn't break it for a while, even if he studied it carefully, it would take at least hundreds or thousands of years to do it. This method is ancient, but the habits are very similar to that of his little white turtle. What's inside? Taizu was also curious. Seal the imperial palace and grant the heavenly order, Suhi replied. Taizu looked like he suddenly understood. No wonder. That little dragon of yours is not authentic. This thing was thrown into the crater of old Phoenix's house. Why did you send it to me here? I am sealed, ancestor, and I still want to fight with others? He shook his head with a smile and said to Suhi and Su Huanyan, Little guys, you can rest for a while. I will contact the main body and send this hot potato to him. I will be alone and cannot withstand such a torment. He spoke, stepped on the prison cell, and slowly closed his eyes. It was like a stone statue, motionless. Yaya jumped down from his dragon beard and ran towards Su Huanyan with a smile. Mother, Mother, this is Grandpa Gue. I have dreamed about it. Grandpa Gue and I were dreaming I played there several times. Suhi looked at Taizu's clone in disbelief. Eccentric? Who didn't come up step by step from the little turtle? Suhi and Taizu haven't exchanged a few words yet. So this old turtle sneaked into Yaya's dream to play with her? They are both turtles, but their treatment is so different. Suhi sighed. Su Huanyan laughed. How could he be jealous of his daughter? She looked around the hall, and her eyes fell on Suhi again, raising his hand to caress Suhi's dragon head. He closed his eyes slightly, and a strange power was transmitted to Suhi. Suhi was stunned, and Xiao Jiangua, whose inner world had been hidden, jumped out uncontrollably, swinging happily. With this beginning, the rest of the hexagrams are like wild horses, jumping out of Time Mountain one after another. Luing, who was practicing in the inner world, sensed something strange, looked up at the roaring Time Mountain, and looked at the hexagrams that appeared one after another. Suddenly I was stunned. She knew this thing. There was one in the ancestral land at home, and it was enshrined by the ancestors as a treasure. Who dares to come close to hanging it and smoking it? She accidentally saw it when she was a child, and was punished for 30 years of violating the clan rules. An ancestor is regarded as the most precious treasure of the clan. And there are a group of them here. Luing suddenly froze, and her face fell away bit by bit. as if she was criticizing this turtle for being so misbehaved. Having this treasure. Not hiding it. Deliberately showing it off in front of him. This means there is no plan to let her go at all. Or are you going to kill people and silence them? Li Ying's breathing was filled with tears, and she heard a voice from the sky that sounded like the creator.
Don't think too much. This is an accident.
Su He looked at the extra Jian Gua in his body and looked at Su Huanyan in surprise. Su Huanyan smiled slightly.
The one left by Jian Shan should be the one left by you in the previous life.
Ha ha! Su He was overjoyed. He hooked his paws into Su Huanyan's arms and hugged her hard. The third hexagram. Yu Gua. Tai Gua. This is the third gradual hexagram. Both came by accident. The second level of Kaikion has not yet reached its limit, and 3 hexagrams have been prepared. After leaving Xianwang Cave Heaven, I immediately went to find Huangzu and got the Kinghua. It was said that I would be able to condense the third heaven opening artifact immediately. However, the inner world is still a lot worse now. So he put down Su Huanyan, who had reddish cheeks, and ignored the stunned Yaya next to him. His consciousness fell into his mind, and the sea of consciousness hung high in the sky. The status on Mingjian shows. Condition, perfect. Realm, Kaikion second level, 54%. Xuanwu, entry level. The growth of the inner world has reached half, and the sky will be opened when it reaches 70%. Of course, if it can be higher, it will naturally be better. If you can reach more than 90% before opening the sky, your cultivation speed will be faster after opening the sky. Xuanwu has also started. It's really on the right track. This time Xianwang Cave Heaven gained a lot. The Jian Gua enters the body and does not conflict with the Hung Gua. It stays aside quietly. Only the small Jian Gua in the inner world jumps happily, leading a group of small hexagrams to rotate around Mount Tai. Here, they were happy to see the cage at the feet of Taizu's clone, flashing and suddenly disappearing. Taizu also slowly opened his eyes and looked down with a smile. Not a clone. It's the ontological consciousness that has come over. Su He confirmed immediately.
Taizu, don't you need me to open the prison?
Su He looked at Taizu and asked. Taizu chuckled and said,
We won't open it for now.
After a meeting, those old guys sensed that this was not the time for a fight.
His dim old eyes were flashing with wisdom that had experienced many vicissitudes of life. He looked at Su He and let out a long breath.
Little guy, thank you for the Tai Gua.
Su He took a breath and said,
Taizu, do you understand? Ah, I know something.
He looked down at Su He. His eyes seemed to connect the past and the present. With a reassuring smile.
It would be better if you would tell me more.
Chapter 415, The Difference Between the Third Level of Kaikion.
What does Taizu want to know?
Su He asked. With Taizu existing like this. Of course. What you need to know are the major events of the world and the secrets of ancient and modern times. But Su He didn't know much. This time, the focus of Taiku and his party is love. You can't talk about love and love to your ancestor, let alone in front of Su Huanyan. But he didn't know much about the structure and layout of the other Yuanzun clan. He didn't even know how to get to the hinterland of the Yuanzun clan. Su He. Direct access to space. Do you know more about the Yuanzun clan or Su Huanyan? Su He turned to look at Su Huanyan. Understanding and understanding. Looking at Su He's eyes. You knew what he was thinking. Su Huanyan shook his head slightly.
I only remember you.
Tentai only left the memory of Su He. Su He's whole head was numb. Su Huanyan didn't know how to talk about love. She could only tell the truth. But it was this kind of truth that cost the most lives. Taizu laughed and looked down at Su He.
I don't want news about Yuanzun's family. I don't want information about Taiku. Little guy, tell me about you and Baiyin.
Su He's head was full of questions. Taizu was silent for a moment, and there was a hint of vicissitudes in his tone.
Both Yuanzun and Taiku, they have all passed away and cannot make waves. The old guy just wants to judge whether our little white turtle is alive or dead. Where are you now?
Nothing can compare to your own family. When people get old, they just want their children and grandchildren to be safe. And when turtles get old, they are no different.
It should be alive.
Su He said seriously after thinking for a while. As he spoke, a picture unfolded in front of him. But it was Baiyin, who appeared in the cave of the White Tiger ruins.
Taizu, I always suspect that this guy is Bai Ling. Can you see if he is right?
This is a recollection of Su He's memory. On the screen, Baiyin is sitting on the netherworld White Tiger, sealing the 6th level of Fengwang Palace in a bubble with a single click. Then he mentioned the source.
mentioned the war that was about to be lost, and repeated it bit by bit. Although Buying at that time even mentioned the origin of Xianwang Cave Heaven, which really sounded like an ancient war. Su-hee somehow felt that this was Bai Ling. This is an indescribable feeling. Taizu watched the rewind scene completely without missing a beat, and closed his eyes for a long time. Su-hee held his breath and concentrated, not daring to disturb him in the slightest. Su Huanyan was as quiet as usual, and even Yaya also fell silent, blinking at the freeze frame, until Taizu suddenly let out a laugh. The dragon's beard curled up, carrying Yaya lying on it, and the tip of the dragon's beard touched the scene of Su-hee's recollection. The picture shook and another pattern appeared. It was a scene that Su-hee had never seen before, and the woman who called herself Baiyin put her hands on her hips and looked up to the sky laughing. Ha ha! Old turtle, I know that Su-hee is unreliable, and I will definitely go to you to complain. She had a proud look on her face, as if Su-hee could not figure out what he was doing, but she could predict what he had done based on her resourcefulness. Taizu smiled and turned to Su-hee. Su-hee actually saw the ridicule in his eyes. This picture was not sophisticated at all. Su-hee could tell. This wasn't some profound magic at all. It was just bullying Su-hee into being honest. This is in the ruins of the White Tiger. While Bai Ling appeared to talk to Su-hee, he also took a picture of Taizu. But the photo was hidden by her, and Su-hee didn't notice it, until Su-hee recalled his memory in front of Taizu. The hidden picture was played together. Taizu just showed the hidden picture, when he thought that the woman was being serious with him, and showing off in front of him with her hands on her hips. He couldn't notice it at all. Su-hee held a breath in his chest, as if anticipating Su-hee's reaction. The woman in the picture burst out laughing. After laughing, she looked up and looked out of the picture, as if staring directly at Taizu. Hey! Old turtle! Her tone was not polite at all. We have been calling you ancestor for 30,000 years. Now you know that we actually have a greater origin and are older than you. Then, how about you also call us ancestor? Su-hee. What a treason! The stone is hammered. It's Bai Ling. This girl deserves a beating. Thinking like this, he saw Taizu looking at him with a half smile. Su-hee's head was suddenly filled with questions. No. This is Bai Ling's treachery. What are you doing to me? Su-hee? Why are you looking at me like that? Taizu glanced at him and snorted. His eyes fell on the retrospective screen again. In the picture, Bai Ling was talking, sticking out his tongue in the direction of Su-hee, with a playful look on his face. Okay, I admit it. It's me, old turtle. Whip that little turtle with a whip. You have paved the way for him. It will take decades to reach the next level of enlightenment if he possesses great power. If he continues to waste time like this, our tortoise SHL will be rotten. She sighed bitterly, as if she was about to cry, and suddenly raised her head again. Hey, is my little thunder beast here? She asked. But she had already confirmed that Yaya was beside her, and said with a smile, What? We are so good. I said I want you to be a dragon turtle. So I want you to be a dragon turtle. I said I want you to call me mother instead. You have to change your name. Don't treat your second mother like your mother. As she spoke, she became more and more proud. I was proud, but the picture stopped and naturally dispersed at the end of the playback. The scene fell silent for a moment. Even Yaya stopped making trouble and hung on Taizu's dragon's beard, blinking her big eyes and looking at Su Huanyan and Su-hee. She is not stupid, and she knows more or less her origins. Su-hee and Su Huanyan have never avoided this. There is nothing that cannot be said to anyone. Yaya has the absolute right to know about her past. Yaya blinked her big eyes. Was that woman just now the owner of her previous life? In this life? Second mother? Yaya muttered softly. Taizu laughed at the sound of her voice. Ernyang is a good word. He likes it. The whelp does not go to other people's fields, and one's own tortoise marries one's own cub. This is no longer a good match. Let her give birth to a baby turtle in the future, and I will note your crime of disrespect for the time being. Su-hee, what does it have to do with me? When did I become disrespectful? Taizu didn't care about his protesting gaze at all. He turned his head and looked at Yaya. He didn't know what he thought of. His eyes were filled with adoration. Su-hee. Sure enough, the old guys from the Longday family are more unreasonable than the last. He sighed and asked, Taizu, the one taking the photo is Bai Ling. What is she doing now? Who is she going to lose the war with? Su-hee asked doubtfully. I always felt that there was something in Bai Ling's words. On the surface, He was using Bai Yin's identity to talk about the war in the ancient times. But behind the scenes, He was confused about what he wanted to express. Taizu shook his head, and his dim eyes looked a little deeper. He looked like he was distracted and didn't know where he was looking. After a long while, he replied, I don't know. Who knows what that girl is doing? He was silent. I always feel that the old turtle is deceiving people again. Where is the clan sister now? He took a step back and asked. Taizu shook his head again. For 6,000 years, my ancestor, I have searched them all. From the Sea of Stars to the Netherworld. Hidden places. And top secret places. Without any trace. She just disappeared out of thin air. Thinking of Bai Ling's bad temper. Even Taizu once thought that the turtle was really tired of living. Had enough fun. And stopped playing. He fell silent. The biggest trace was that no trace could be found. It was obviously deliberately erased, and not allowed to be viewed. That means that what she did was either not suitable for the Dragon Turtle clan to know, or even the Dragon Turtle clan couldn't handle it. The Dragon Turtle has Taizu, and even the Dragon Turtle cannot bear it. It's not very realistic. He thought for a long time, but couldn't think of a clue. So he simply shook his head and stopped thinking. There are many things that are out of reach. Just like him. Before he became a Dragon Turtle, he had no contact with the Dragon Turtle, and could not even imagine what a Dragon Turtle was. After becoming the Dragon Turtle, he struggled with Bai Ling's various designs several times. And later, he doubted Jifei Xue's approach. But as time goes by, as the Taoism becomes higher and more people are exposed to it, many doubts will naturally be solved. If the second level Bai Ling of Kaitian is hiding something from him, then open the third level, fifth level, or even seventh level, and everything will eventually be revealed. He raised his head and asked about other things. Taizu, what do you think of the source that the clan sister said? Taizu chuckled and shrugged. Lie down and watch. He held his breath in his chest, and heard Taizu laugh again. Yuan, we old guys also have some guesses, but no one can achieve it. You are a special case. You have a great mind, or you may have a few possibly. He blinked. Taizu seemed to know him very well. He never told Taizu that he had the Tao Te Ching on him. He looked at Taizu in confusion, but saw Taizu smile mysteriously. What to know? When you give birth to a turtle baby, I will make you the clan leader, and I will give you Dishan. You can know everything you want to know. He was silent for a moment. Maybe the Dragon Turtle clan has the same methods as Bai Zhe? Are things about your own turtle automatically recorded? What is the netherworld that ancestor said? He asked another question. After asking, he didn't give Taizu a chance to talk nonsense, and immediately said, Ancestor, don't fool me. Ancestor Netherworld said that I transformed into the Netherworld with my body. I am the Netherworld. A ghostly passage deceived me, and if something goes wrong, my life will be lost. These old guys are so secretive, so unhappy. I'm a sister from the academic clan. Even the results of divination are told directly. Bai Yin has never been a riddler, and the divination runes left by Bai Ling are always short videos, clearly revealing things. Taizu shook his head and laughed. In the era of Netherworld and Heavenly Court, there were top powers in the Xianwang world at that time. They opened up the Heavenly Court of Star Sea, and opened up the Netherworld and Death World below. The immortals pushed open the gate of immortality, and entered the Sea of Stars to become heavenly officials. The ghost path was accessible. He will be reincarnated under the Netherworld palm. There was a hint of yearning in Taizu's voice. The era when he was born out of his SH. I was called the ancient era of heaven. It is even called the legendary era now. But it is a pity that we have never witnessed that magnificent era with our own eyes. Taizu continued. Later, heaven was shattered, and Netherworld collapsed. The largest piece of the broken heavenly palace was the central land of the Star Sea, and Netherworld was shattered even more completely than Heavenly Court. Under the Phoenix Tomb, the one who was suppressed by Netherworld was the Ghost Emperor's Taoist temple is located. Even I don't know where your Netherworld passage is connected. In the future, you can use it as you wish, but don't rely too much on it. To put it bluntly, Suhi's Netherworld passage is to shake people. It can save lives, but it is too dependent on it, and is not good for one's own practice. At this point, he paused and looked at Suhi seriously. The things of that era should not be discussed with outsiders. Just like Netherworld, there is no immortal lord. If you know the news of Netherworld, you will be remembered by Netherworld. Might be pulled into the Netherworld. Just like the Phoenix clan, Fengzhu has lived for an unknown amount of time. Taizu even suspected that the old phoenix had witnessed the turbulent era of heaven and witnessed the real netherworld with his own eyes. But the old phoenix only told the Phoenix clan that it was an invisible place and never used words like netherworld. Suhi was startled. His face changed slightly, and he looked at Su Huanyan and Yaya. Taizu smiled. It doesn't matter. They all have the foundation of immortals. So it doesn't matter if they know. After saying that, the old turtle looked at Suhi again. As for you, it doesn't matter. You have already transformed into the netherworld passage. If you have too many lice and you are not itchy, just pull them in. Suhi. Sure enough, he is not his biological child. No wonder Hongzu offended Taizu and was named. Suhi now seriously suspected that the two of them were just joking. Taizu couldn't afford to play with it and was too powerful. Seeing his expression, Taizu couldn't help but laugh. Suhi turned into a ghost himself, and usually nothing would happen to him. If he died, he would probably find a way to resurrect from the Phoenix tomb. A peacock's true body cannot really be treated as a decoration. He just laughed and then said, I have never been to the Xianwang cave this time. The time to realize it is limited. If you have any questions, please ask them. Xianwang cave is special. If the little turtle boy has any problems, you can ask them all together, so as not to keep slandering the old guys for hiding their secrets. When he opened his mouth to ask questions, Suhi didn't know what to ask. In fact, he didn't have that many questions. After thinking for a while, he asked, Old ancestor, besides the hexagram from Huangzu, who else do you know who has the hexagram? One of my own? Before the 5th level of Kaitian, it is not realistic to snatch the enemy's hexagrams. Taizu thought for a while. There are 2 from the Qiling clan, 2 from the Dragon clan, and there are 2 more from the old Phoenix besides the good hexagram you got. At the moment, the old guy is guarding the passage and has nothing to do. You can go find him first. Return to Wangshan Mountain, yes. But it is difficult to borrow the hexagrams of Guiwang Mountain to suppress the forbidden area. You can try it after opening the 4th or 5th level of the sky. If you can enter the forbidden area, you can get it. Several places were similar to what Suhi had guessed. Suhi wrote them down one by one, and then heard Taizu say again, By the way, your little phoenix that turned around should also have one. And? Suhi was delighted. Fengzu was not very familiar with it, so he came to ask for it, which was a bit embarrassing. But there is no pressure if I borrow the hexagrams from my aunt. People are so wonderful. Before Fengzhong, Feng Chaofei was regarded as a life and death enemy. Even in Fengzhong, they were wary of cooperation. But as soon as Yuli came out, the relationship became closer in an instant, especially after joining forces to fight against the enemy. Suhi was able to let go completely in front of that arrogant phoenix. I always feel that my relationship with Feng Chaofei is even greater than that of Yunli. Maybe we don't know each other without fighting? Taizu looked at him and said with a smile, Don't be too anxious about the hexagrams. It will only take you 2 or 3 years to open the 2nd heaven. You will have to grind it out. Before you open the 3rd heaven, you must make the inner world reach its peak. He looked at Suhi. The 3rd heaven is different from other heavens. It is the most important heaven of the 4 spirits. Suhi nodded. The importance of the 3rd heaven has been repeatedly emphasized by the experience of every senior in the inheritance sea. The 4 spirits are independent of all divine beasts. Not just because the 4 spirits can open the 7th heaven. Baizhe can also open the 7th heaven. Legend has it that when there was still Tao Tai in the world, Tao Tai could also open the 7th heaven. But he was not called a spirit. The combat power of the 4 spirit divine beasts and the ordinary divine beasts truly expanded in the 3rd heaven. The 3rd heaven of the 4 spirits far exceeds the 3rd heaven of other divine beasts. The 4 spirits opened the 3rd level of the sky and began to shape spirits. Depending on the inner world, different creatures began to appear in the inner world. Just like the inner world of Huangzu, there are water element creatures. The inner worlds of Hongzu and Jushu have fire element creatures. Although the creatures in the inner world cannot leave the inner world, it is extremely simple, but they are indeed living creatures. After the 3rd level of opening the sky, the true essence carries the energy of all living beings. This is the basis for distinguishing the 4 spirit beasts from ordinary beasts. Sui's inner world has never condensed a single law, nor has it deliberately favored any one attribute. Balanced like the real world, the creatures gathered in the future should and will not be limited to a certain type. Suhi raised his head and looked at Taizu. Ancestor, would you like me to visit your inner world? There is no outward display of Taizu's attributes. Under normal circumstances, no matter who it is, no matter how high the realm is, the attributes are always clear. Ji Feishu is water attribute, and Bai Ling's metal are the oldest Fengzu. There are also records in the Feng clan that he is a fire attribute. Only Taizu. He couldn't tell what attributes Taizu was. The attributes of this old turtle are constantly changing according to the observer's thoughts. When he felt that Taizu was of the metallic nature, it turned out that Taizu was metal. When he felt that Taizu should be of the earth type, Lao Gui turned out to be the earth type. Even when I thought that this old turtle should have no attributes, when I looked at Taizu, I really felt that he had no attributes. I wonder what the inner world of such a turtle is like. He felt that if he wanted to refer to it, perhaps Taizu's inner world would have the greatest reference value. He looked at Taizu eagerly, but saw Taizu shaking his head slightly. You are too weak. Not only the conscious body that goes in will die, but also your body will die. The world of spiritual practice is such a reality. You are so weak that you don't even have the ability to look at me. Dot! Is this being looked down upon? Taizu chuckled. If you open the fifth heaven, I will allow you to come and see at once. However, now I can take a look at your inner world. Maybe the advice of an old turtle is of some use? He was overjoyed, and immediately opened his mind, trying to pull Taizu into his inner world with the force of his mind. However, Taizu smiled and only condensed a small mind body, following He's pull into his inner world. With Taizu's size, even if he was just a clone here and directly entering He's inner world, it would be enough to completely collapse his inner world, making it impossible to even repair it. Pulling Taizu's consciousness, he turned to look at Su Huanyan. Would you like to come and see me? Su Huanyan shook her head. Tenai had been there in Taiku, and she had memories. Just protect the Dharma outside. Husband, please bring Yaya in. Although Yaya is on the path of the martial god, Dragon Turtle is the foundation. Sooner or later, she will face Kaitian. She will bring in a lot of insights, which will also be of great use to her future practice. Okay. He laughed, and his consciousness had completely sucked Yaya into the inner world. Yaya felt like the world was spinning, and the scenery in front of her eyes changed. When she opened her eyes again, she was already in a strange world. But this world gave her an extremely close feeling. Just like she was in an egg, cozy and comfortable. Next to him, Taizu stepped on the earth with all four legs, like a divine beast suppressing heaven and earth. Looking left and right, his eyes fell on Tai Mountain, and then looked at the little 64 hexagram. Surprise rose in his muddy old eyes. He nodded and smiled. You two are really good at it. And you actually got it done. His eyes followed Tai Mountain and landed on Luying at the foot of the mountain. He looked a little surprised. The Tianli clan? Huh? Ancestor recognizes her? Taizu chuckled. After living for a long time, you will know more or less about everything in the world. They can barely be regarded as the continuation of the Butkian clan. It would be quite good if they can be conquered and turned into followers to stay in the inner world. Turtle Boy's inner world is different from that of other dragon turtles. He does not deliberately favor his own attributes, but it is suitable for the survival of the Tianli clan. But it's the best of both worlds. Taizu smiled and looked around. He shrank back, feeling like he had been stripped clean and no secrets were left. Netherworld. Taizu glanced across and murmured softly. His eyes passed over Netherworld, stopping for a moment on the ghost named Zhen, and then looked elsewhere. After looking at the inner world bit by bit, he looked up at the sky and smiled slightly. Little guy, don't you feel that your inner world is missing something? Chapter 416 Dependence? Prisoner? He followed Taizu's gaze. It was night in the inner world at this moment. The moon was half waning, and the sky was filled with stars. There are sun, moon and stars in the inner world. But only the sun and moon can barely be regarded as real existence. The stars are just the first time to open the sky. The visual effects are presented, and there are no real stars. At this moment, the real stars in the sky are source stones, shining like stars. By consuming the source stone to nourish the inner world, those illusory stars will solidify sooner or later. But this only starts from the third level of the sky. Only when there are stars, sun and moon, and mountains and rivers, can there be living things. What's missing? He asked in confusion. Taizu chuckled and said, Xuanwu is the star. Since there are northern constellations, why abandon them? The inner world condenses the starry sky from scratch. If the stars are not careful, they will collide and explode, destroying the starry sky instantly. even if there is a Tianli clan. How long will it take to repair it? The four holy beasts suppress all directions. Wouldn't it be a pity to abandon them? He was stunned for a moment and suddenly realized. Before the excitement fully arose, I saw Taizu stepping down with his paw, and the stars moved. In an instant, the night turned into day. The stars overhead disappeared, and the sun rose in the east. The night has stars. The day has the sun. The stars have the four holy beasts, and the sun has the golden crow, Taizu said. He saw a flash between his eyebrows. A golden light went straight up to the sky and turned into a bird. Throw yourself into the great sun. The growth rate of the inner world suddenly slowed down significantly. Refining it will make the day come true. If you have the chance to see Mingzu again, you can ask him for the jade toad essence. Taizu looked at the sky and said quietly. He looked at the heavy sun that seemed to be falling, and he was immediately overjoyed. This is the origin of the sun. The real source of the great sun is not the sun projected by the great sun in the various small worlds of the universe, but the real big day. The inner world suddenly carried the source of the sun, so the operating burden increased and the speed slowed down. There is a rumor that Taizu imprisoned a sun. Is it true? He turned to look at Taizu, but saw Taizu's eyes far away, as if he didn't notice his curiosity. He asked in a low voice. Is Hao Yue imprisoned in Mingzu Taiyuan? Taizu chuckled. It's not imprisonment. It's suppression. Is there a difference? Suppress Hao Yue? It sounds even scarier. What's going on with each of the dragon turtle ancestors? If you don't suppress the sun and the moon, don't you deserve to be a true ancestor? He blinked. Ancestor Ming.is still alive? There is such an existence. Living till now. Being crowned emperor. Is it just a ball? The more he learned about it, the more he felt that he should be at least 70% sure that Xianhuang realm would really devote all its efforts to defeating the emperor. But I don't know why it hasn't worked out for so many years. Taizu didn't say it clearly, but was vague. Maybe he's not dead yet. He shook his head as he spoke, and then changed the subject. With the sun, moon and stars, the innate holy land, and the ghost master of the underworld, there should be a lot to do in this world. So be diligent. Taizu smiled and chattered endlessly, just like a grandpa giving instructions to his great-grandson. As he spoke, he glanced at the netherworld white tiger in the distance and retreated outwards. There is also a white tiger. This white tiger actually made him unable to see through it at a glance. But it was difficult to trap his breath at this moment, lest it affect the white tiger. Otherwise, you must study it carefully. The little white turtle was very kind to this guy. Taizu smiled and disappeared, and his consciousness retreated. He followed closely and asked, Taizu, don't talk about Mingzu. Let's talk about Dishan. Why is Dishan sealed? Where did the 40 or 50 dragon turtles go? Taizu must have lived from ancient times to the present, and he must have seen the prosperity of the dragon turtle clan. If there were many dragon turtles around, the heavens would be at peace. Taizu chuckled and shook his head. This is a question. I can say it, but you can't listen. Just like Netherworld will be pulled away when it hears it. If I tell you where Netherworld is, if I tell you about the accident in Dishan, you will be free. Went. Dragon Turtle can still withstand the pull of Netherworld, but Dishan's hidden pull really can't bear it anymore. He was silent, then suddenly raised his head and asked, except for the 5 ancestors, all the 4 spirits are millions of years old. None of the older beasts exist. Did they go to that unspeakable place? The oldest among the 4 spirits is the generation of Huangzu, only 1,000,000 years old. Taizu smiled and said nothing. Is Bai Ling there? This was what he was concerned about. Taizu was silent for a moment and shook his head. Not here. This was what he was struggling with. Bai Ling was neither in the sky nor on the earth, nor anywhere he knew. He let out a long sigh and asked again. Ancestor Huang and Ancestor Hong went to Tizhan. Will nothing happen? Taizu shook his head. It doesn't matter. They will be back soon. Seeing Sui's suspicious look, Taizu laughed. Dishan is not completely sealed. If Huang goes further, he can come and go freely in the unsealed areas. The ancestral ancestor takes another step forward. Immortal Lord? Taizu shook his head. There is no such thing as an immortal beast in terms of divine beasts, but in terms of combat power alone. The desolate scene at this moment does have some hints of an immortal being. Where is Hongzu? Suhi asked again. Half of Hongzu's body was broken into pieces, so some of his flesh and blood will inevitably be taken away by the Emperor. The flesh and blood of mythical beasts cannot be easily lost. If Suhi is fighting now, If he is injured, the toad will definitely show up and take away his flesh and blood. It is better to be completely annihilated than to be left outside. This is also the main reason why the divine beast contracted the soul beast. Taizu smiled and shook his head. Don't worry. You don't need to worry about the elders. That guy dot has no name. Taizu chuckled and looked at Suhi. Longshu made a silent gesture. No need to think too much. Just practice hard. I'm really worried that I will surpass your red ancestor. Surpass your wild ancestor. And surpass me. Suppress all the naturally. Nothing will happen to anyone in the world. Suhi suffocated for a moment and nodded. Then he saw that the light in Taizu's eyes gradually faded. And when the time came, Taizu's consciousness was about to leave this clone. Suhi bowed his head and saluted. The ancestor has returned. And my grandson has also returned to Baiyun Palace. There is a war going on over there. The light that dissipated in Taizu's eyes stopped for a moment. There is no need to go back. Just practice here. Huh? Suhi was puzzled. Taizu said with a smile. You are not the only one in Xianwang. A mere dragon turtle at the second level of Kaitian has done enough. Leave the rest to others. As he spoke, the light in his eyes completely disappeared, and his body came to a standstill again, only to become active again in a moment. It seems to be no different from before, but it has clearly become a clone. The clone stepped down, and the Taiha Palace suddenly lit up. The stars and the bright moon appeared above the head, and the undercurrents from all directions were expelled from the palace and pushed out. Practice with peace of mind, came the dull voice of Taizu's clone. Suhi was silent for a while. Taizu's clone laughed. There is no need to worry about Baiyun Palace. Your toad is there. Xiao Bailong and Xiao Luozi have their own destiny. You have done enough. And you cannot take advantage of all the benefits. Suhi didn't know why. Then I saw Su Huanyan next to me with a slight smile. Husband, the Xianwang cave heaven is over, and every great world has its own reward. This time, my husband, the soul beast got a dojo. He personally snatched the white tiger and cut off the path of the emperors. If you continue to hunt and take advantage of all the benefits, what will happen to the other people in Xianwang? The world of Xianwang realm and the world of Emperor Fengwang are inherently hostile, and the way of hostility is naturally to encourage the monks there to fight. My husband has done enough this time. Suhi suddenly realized. He nodded and became quiet. After a moment of silence, he asked Taizu, Old ancestor, can you even see everything in Baiyun Palace clearly while you are here? Then when Bai Ling came before, Taizu didn't know? As if knowing what he was thinking, Taizu's clone smiled. The location of Taiha Palace in Xianwang Cave is not fixed. It has only been 30 years since I moved here. Besides, that little guy Bai Ling, she deliberately concealed it. Did you see what she did? Bai Ling concealed it, and even Taizu couldn't monitor it. Besides, it was the only female turtle in the Dragon Turtle clan. So who would monitor it? Suhi understood. Practice well. This avatar of mine doesn't have much memory. If you want to ask, there are many things I can't answer for you. Taizu's clone smiled. Suhi nodded and became quiet. Su Huanyan looked at him. Where's Yaya? I just want to see the inner world. Why haven't I come out yet? Suhi was stunned for a moment and smiled bitterly. Yaya is helping him get married. At this moment, Suhi is in the inner world. The two fairies, one big and one small, looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes. Point 6 Nyang? Yaya asked in confusion after looking at each other for a long time. Luing suddenly became furious and took a step back. No, don't talk nonsense. Her face turned pale little by little. You could tell who this little human-shaped dragon turtle was at a glance. Who in the world didn't know that the dragon turtle had a daughter who was a little human-shaped dragon turtle? Who in the universe doesn't know the interests and hobbies of that dragon turtle? Xinjiang. Now that I hear it, she doesn't have two wives as in a legend. Did Dragon Turtle have this intention in detaining her here? Her face turned pale, but Yaya breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Daddy is not that excessive. Forget it. Aunt, I already have it. Nyang. Nyang is also one of her own, so she doesn't feel resentful and can convince herself to accept it. If there's one more, she won't be able to accept it anymore. She's going to break off her father's dragon horns and pull out his dragon scales. No, Xinjiang. What are you doing in Dad's inner world? Yaya asked curiously with wide eyes. Lu Ying's whole body felt bad. She hugged herself with her arms, and her wings came up to hide her whole body. She looked at Yaya with a bit of panic on her face. Before she could speak, tears started to flow out. Yaya blinked. In this situation, her father didn't look like a good person. He might have been beheaded in Chanfeng City.
Don't be afraid. If anything happens, tell me. Dad listens to me. He doesn't dare to do anything to you.
Yaya put her hands behind her back and acted like a city lord. With an upright look on her face, Ling looked at her, opened her mouth, hesitated, and finally said,
Your father thought maybe he wants to kill me to silence me.
This little dragon turtle doesn't look like a bad guy. Yaya blinked and quietly approached Lu Ying.
Dad found a fourth lady for me.
And you discovered it? Lu Ying's head shook like a rattle.
That's okay,
Yaya said carelessly. If the enemy, the Birdman's sister, had been directly killed by her father, since she was not killed, she was definitely not the enemy and was detained for other reasons. Yaya rolled her eyes, like a green snake up her body, and her little head immediately grasped the key point.
Accidentally know Daddy's secret?
Lu Ying nodded.
Can't you delete the memory?
Lu Ying nodded again. Not only could it not be deleted, but the dragon turtle also released one shocking secret after another, clearly not planning to let her go. Dragon turtle didn't hide the hexagram, so he definitely didn't plan to let her go. So the bird that just crashed directly into the sun didn't carry her at all. A world within a mythical beast is about to have a real son. Is this kind of secret accessible to ordinary people? Yaya glanced at her sympathetically. Although Yaya's spiritual intelligence is limited by her body and does not grow wildly with age, her knowledge is not low. She always feels that this Birdman sister is simply terrifying, just like those little girls squatting in the embroidery building in Chanfeng City. Never seen it. Going out for the first time? The first time I went out I met a bad dad. Yaya sighed.
Dad didn't kill you. I'm sure you are still useful now. Then think about whether you can be of greater use. As long as you can keep Dad from letting go, I won't kill you. Don't want to be my fourth mother.
Yaya warned in advance.
Otherwise, if my father doesn't kill you, my mother will kill you with one sword.
Mother has already warned Dad. 3 is the limit. At this moment, every bit of the conversation between the two fell into Suhi's ears. Suhi's dragon face was already full of excitement.
When did I have such an image in my daughter's heart? Suhi had never thought about Xin Yang or anything like that. Even if you don't believe in his character, you should believe in his aesthetics. With 3 immortals in front of him, who else can catch his eye? He smiled bitterly and was about to show up, deciding to sign a contract and make an oath with Lu Ying. As long as Lu Ying doesn't reveal it to the outside world and allows Suhi to set restrictions in her mind, Suhi can let her go. Of course, we have to leave Xianwang Cave Heaven. Letting Lu Ying out at this moment is killing people. Lu Ying has no ability to survive in the undercurrent. Just as Suhi was about to show up, he saw Lu Ying biting her lip. A flash of determination flashed in her eyes, and she raised her head and looked at Yaya.
I can help him sort out the rules.
Yaya was confused. She couldn't open the sky yet, had no contact with the law, and didn't understand what Lu Ying meant by this sentence. The sky was already changing. Suhi, who was about to gather his body, stopped and looked at Lu Ying below in disbelief. Lu Ying looked at the suddenly still clouds in the sky and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, this little girl didn't lie to her. As long as she had a real role, Dragon Turtle would be reluctant to kill her. This cloud.is the Dragon Turtle coming to suppress her? Was the execution suspended by her words? Lu Ying smiled bitterly. That's it. That's it. This life was originally given by Dragon Turtle, so it should be returned to Dragon Turtle. I hope that when the Dragon Turtle opens the 7th level of the sky and truly achieves the existence of being invincible in heaven and earth throughout the ages, and doesn't care about the secret being leaked, he can still let her out for some air. Lu Ying smiled bitterly and raised her hand to grab the law ball condensed with clouds in the sky. With all his strength, he pulled out a thread from the law ball and pulled it down like a reel. The wings spread out, and with a slight wave, the flames on the wings steamed, melting the silk threads bit by bit. The melted law threads just scattered in the air and disappeared with the wind. Although Lu Ying spent a lot of effort to melt the half-inch long law thread, Suhi clearly felt that the laws of the inner world had improved. It's a law about wind. At this moment, the wind in the entire inner world became somewhat regular. Suhi was stunned, as if he had found a treasure. The consciousness slowly eases away, just afraid of scaring the baby. Lu Ying worked hard to refine a trace of the law. She looked at the dark clouds above her head and let out a long sigh of relief. This little girl is right.
Those who will be killed are useless people. People like her who have mastered real skills are irreplaceable talents. She sighed and looked at the great sun above her head. At her speed, it would take at least thousands of years for all these laws to be refined. At least it will be safe for thousands of years. If the legends of other monks in the White Tiger ruins are correct, thousands of years are enough for this dragon turtle to reach the top. As she thought this way, the flames on her wings became a little more powerful, burning towards the law threads again. Now that you've made up your mind, let's help. The earlier the dragon turtle reaches its peak, the earlier she can go out. She must be serious. That's why she thought like this. A light flashed in front of her, and Suhi's consciousness had condensed. Dad! Yaya jumped over and landed on Suhi's turtle SHL, pleading with her to please. Dad! This sister said that she can help you refine the law. Okay? Suhi looked complicated. Okay. With a thought, he sent Yaya out, looking at Luing again. Her face became even weirder. If she told the girl now that she was actually planning to send her away, would the girl not be able to think about it? Never mind. From the moment Luing showed that she could refine the law, it was destined that Suhi would never let her go. Suhi is not a bad person, but he is not good either. Suhi sighed and looked at Luing. That's it. I won't kill you, but I can't let you go. For other things, you can make any demands. You need resources. You need skills. You need to take care of Tion and I. If you have a clan or an enemy that I need to kill, you can bring it up. I will make it perfect. A dragon turtle is qualified to make such a request. Luing opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say for a while. She thought for a while and finally said, I want to send Feijian a message to my family at any time, so that my family doesn't have to worry. If possible, the trouble that is entrenched near my house can be eliminated. Can you help clean it up? She saw that it was really easy for the dragon turtle to kill and fight. But Fu Do is also a divine beast. The same divine beast makes dragon turtle and the Fu Do clan enemies. I wonder if such a request would be too much. She is a prisoner after all. If that doesn't work, then can. Suhi agreed readily. It sounds like the Tion and I clan also knows where Fu Do's lair is. Is there such a good thing? Chapter 417 Dishan. Luing was stunned for a moment. Yes. Okay. Can Dragon Turtle help her drive away Fu Do? That's not a small feud between one or two. There is more than one adult Dragon Turtle, so at least 2 or 3 adult Dragon Turtles need to be dispatched. Right. Can Suhi make decisions for adult Dragon Turtles? Was he trying to keep me here and deceive me? This idea came out uncontrollably. Looking in her eyes, Suhi knew what she was thinking. He curled his lips and said, If your entire clan has only 9 members for countless generations, you will know that what any one person says can represent the entire clan. This is the honor that the 4 spirit beasts least want. There are too few members. Anyone who speaks can represent a clan. Even if they say something wrong, the family will recognize it. Especially in the Qiling clan. There are only 4 of them. Mu Wei's status in the Qiling clan is more terrifying than Suhi's in the Dragon Turtle clan. Only Yaya, as the only female turtle in the Dragon Turtle clan, can be compared. It's really just Mu Wei's fault. And the heavens will give way. If you scratch a piece of skin, the ancestor of the family might pop out. Don't reason with anyone. At this time, the Qiling clan is also trying to save its capital. This time there will be a big battle in Xianwang Cave Heaven, so they will not participate directly. Luing opened her mouth, but did not refute. Dragon Turtle's reason was too strong to convince her. She bit her lip and nodded. Okay. I will be your dependent. Is there any difference between staying in the inner world of Suhi and being a dependent? Freedom without dependence? Captivity? My heart is congested and my wings are hurting. Hold on. The conscious body in front of him closed his eyes slightly, and the real body of Suhi from the outside called to Taizu's clone. Ancestor, can you support me in imposing a restriction? It's like sealing the palace, prohibiting people from viewing the memory, and prohibiting the disclosure of information to the outside world. 2 electric currents flashed between the dragon horns of Taizu's clone, and turned into a rune and fell on Suhi. He looked at him and laughed. There are not many people in the Tiani clan who can return to their ancestral lineage. In 2 to 3 million years. Maybe they can. Come on. Don't bully others. After finishing speaking, he was afraid that Suhi would not understand. So he added, The relationship between the Tion and I clan and the But-Ian clan is complicated. They have a combination of merits and virtues. If they are forced, there will be disaster. Taizu reminded seriously. Suhi nodded and wondered. That's not right. The Fudo clan is entrenched in their home. And it's okay to swallow their flames. The flames of the Tian and I clan are linked to the origin. Devouring the flames is equivalent to sucking in the origin, which is fatal. But Suhi stopped mid-sentence. I understand. We are the disaster of the Do clan. Isn't that right? Luing has come to visit? The battle is over. Don't worry, ancestor. Luing and I are a consensual deal. As he spoke, his mind took the talisman and entered the inner world again. He watched Luing click on the talisman and said, how about adding some insurance? I promise you won't reveal those secrets to anyone. Lu Ying's expression changed again and again as she looked at the rune. And finally she gritted her teeth and said, how do? Death. Suhi replied. Lu Ying may not know that the Fudo clan has long been marked as the enemy of the entire clan by Dragon Turtle, Tongue Snake, Fudo, Tengu, are all recorded as enemies of the entire clan. The Tingsha clan has been exterminated, and the few remaining survivors have been imprisoned and will be kept in captivity for the rest of their lives. This is not an ending that can be changed by a vine snake repenting. From the day Bai Ling found a way to fuse with Soaring Snake, the outcome was doomed. Even if the Dragon Turtle clan doesn't ask everyone to follow the path of Xuanwu. But the 30% combat power bonus brought by merging with Soaring Snake doomed Soaring Snake's outcome. There is no justice or evil in front of race. What's more, they are enemies in the first place. The misfortune started at Fengzhong, and they emerged one by one without fear of death. Those who are truly marked by the Dragon Turtle clan will only die if they show up. Being able to mark the entire clan would normally be a threat to the continuation of the Dragon Turtle clan. Suhi of the Tongue Shi clan didn't know, but the Hudo clan probably knew. Fudo feeds on fire, especially the top flames. Phoenix True Fire, Great Sun True Fire, are all rare materials. Both Hongzhu and Zhushu almost suffered disasters when they were young. As for Phoenix, he is a sworn enemy of the Fudo clan. After leaving Xinhuang Cave Heaven, you can contact the two clans to jointly suppress the bandits. A tribe of mythical beasts that lasted for an unknown length of time should have countless treasures. The dice are ready to roll. As for the Tengu, Suhi hasn't seen it yet. Hearing Suhi's decisive voice, Lu Ying nodded, bit her lip, and took the initiative to bump into Suhi's rune. The rune fell into her eyebrows. Lu Ying frowned slightly, and then relaxed. He looked at Suhi in surprise. This restriction is unexpectedly considerate. If she actively or passively leaks Suhi's secret to outsiders, the runes will appear. Dispersing her memory is not erasing it. This is simply a temporary punishment. The Tian Ni clan can recover their memories even if they are lost. I don't know why, but I felt a little moved in my heart. He is obviously being imprisoned. She gritted her teeth, angry at herself for not living up to expectations, and at this unreasonable disaster. But she couldn't bring herself to mention her hatred for Dragon Turtle. If it were another powerful person who could do this kind of thing, maybe he could kill her with a backhand. Right? Accept your fate. Lu Ying clenched her fists. I want a tree-shaped cave house. I like to live in a tree house. I want a place of privacy. You are not allowed to peek. No problem. Suhi smiled, and the silver maple tree fell directly into the inner world. Is there anything else? Suhi asked. This is really a treasure. It doesn't matter if you repair the inner world. You can sort out the refining rules. This was much faster than Suhi slowly comprehending it himself. Lu Ying said no more, flapped her wings, and flew to the silver maple tree. That's all for now. If I think of anything else, I'll come back to you. I'm going to start refining the rules. She looked like she was seeing off a guest 1,000 miles away. It was clearly Suhi's inner world. But Suhi became the one being kicked out. But he didn't care. He laughed and his consciousness dispersed. Lu Ying looked at the dissipated Suhi, raised her head and shouted, seal the inner world. Don't let outside sounds come in again. And I won't be responsible for hearing your secrets again. After selling myself, I can no longer afford other responsibilities. Suhi smiled. His mind moved, and his inner world closed. When she opened her eyes, she saw Yaya huddled in Su Huanyan's arms, whispering into her mother's ear. Su Huanyan's mouth was slightly curved, looking at Suhi with a half smile. Seeing Suhi wake up, Yayu immediately stopped talking, happily jumped over and patted Suhi's turtle SHL. Don't worry, Dad. I've explained it to my mother. It's definitely not you who is hiding in the golden house. She patted her chest solemnly, as if she had settled the matter, and it was all settled on her. Suhi opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word for a long time. If a daughter is like this, what more can a father ask for? It's a pity that the world is wrong. Otherwise, I would have bought 30 sets of review questions for my daughter as a reward. Suhi shook his head and walked to Su Huanyan. He felt that he should explain a few words. But Su Huanyan said, "Have a good life and practice." Taizu said that the ancestral bloodline of the Tiandi clan is extremely rare. Don't waste this opportunity. Suhi was startled, nodded his head at Su Huanyan. My daughter-in-law is so awesome. And it's not necessarily all bad. Many things don't need to be explained. She understands everything at a glance. Taizu's clone had already laid down at some point. His limbs huddled in the turtle SHL. His dim old eyes were closed. His breathing was long and distant. And he was not practicing. Was asleep. Refining a clone will lead to the state of old age. I wonder what this old turtle thinks. Yaya transformed into a small dragon turtle again, and climbed up the Taizu turtle SHL like climbing over a mountain. With each claw falling, Taizu's scales and turtle SHLs were slightly raised, allowing Yaya to use it well. Suhi felt that if he climbed like this, he would be trampled under his feet by Taizu, and he would have to suppress him for 300 to 500 years. Yaya didn't use magical powers or magic. She even hid the thunder and lightning on her body. She climbed to the top of the mountain with all her strength and lay down on the highest part of Taizu's turtle SHL. She stood up with her hind paws on the ground, stretched her neck and front paws, and struggled to reach the roof of the hall. On the roof, there was a bright pearl hanging like a chandelier. It was a shrimp bead. Taizu had forgotten which era of shrimp monster it was. He only remembered that the shrimp monster was jumping sideways repeatedly in front of him, was slapped down by him, and turned into shrimp beads for roof lighting. If it could be kept by Taizu and released to the outside world, it would be a treasure that could cause a war. Yaya climbed up following the scent, and stood on tiptoes to reach it. But she couldn't reach it. She felt so lazy today that she didn't want to fly. She was debating whether to force herself to fly up. Suddenly I felt that the shrimp bead was getting closer and closer, and I could reach it by stretching my neck slightly. This shrimp is so sensible. Yaya was so happy that she stretched out her neck and bit down the shrimp in one bite. She lay on the Taizu turtle SHL with the shrimp in her mouth, held the shrimp in front of her with her two front paws, stuck out her tongue and started licking it. A look of satisfaction. Suhi looked at Taiha Palace, who took the initiative to lower his height and return to the original shape after Yaya took off the shrimp beads. He opened his mouth to protest. Taizu would spoil Yaya too much and he would spoil her. But the moment he opened his mouth, without even saying the first word, a life and death crisis arose, and he wisely closed his mouth again. The sense of crisis subsided instantly, and turned into a breath that made all dragon turtles feel friendly and safe. This was the breath from the elders. Taizu seemed to know nothing, and slept deeply. Next to him, Su Huanyan's mouth curved slightly. Walking to Suhi's side, the divine hand touched Suhi's turtle SHL. Suhi's dragon turtle has shrunk in size, and standing next to Su Huanyan is no longer as wild as before. Don't worry. Yaya is sensible, Su Hua said in a young voice. Speaking of which, Yaya's parents are not reliable. Both Suhi and Su Huanyan took very little care of Yaya, and they were busy for 30 years. The little girl took the toad and the green snake, and punched the country with her little fists. And she stayed there for 30 years. No one cared about my parents. Purely free to grow. But crooked growth. As long as the little princess of the dragon turtle clan doesn't grow up to be a dandy who bullies men and dominates women, her education has been successful. In particular, Yaya City Master did a very good job. It is people-oriented. Really sympathize with the people at the bottom. After all, with 30 years of experience as a city lord, how could he be spoiled just because his elders pampered him? I know. Suhi laughed helplessly. You just think you should be pampered by yourself? Su Huanyan glanced at him with a bit of amusement in his eyes. Practice. The Shenhuang Cave Heaven does not have the ancient vitality. The spiritual energy is much better than the outside world. Practice will get twice the result with half the effort. One person and one turtle have a lot to say, but this place is not suitable. Okay, Suhi said with a smile. For some reason, as long as Su Huanyan is around, I feel an inexplicable sense of security. This kind of solidity can't even give Ji Feishua the feeling of being around her. On the contrary, she is always on tenterhooks. Yaya licked the shrimp beads and fell asleep on Taizu's turtle SHL at some point. It has been more than 2 years since she entered Xianhuang Tongtian, and the little girl has basically not slept at all. Really need a long sleep. The little turtle was greedy, and even fell asleep, still holding the shrimp tightly. A bolt of thunder and lightning shot out from Taizu's body silently, and turned into a small thunder pool when it landed on Yaya's body. The thunder pond is to the thunder dragon turtle what the sea is to Suhi. Yaya's whole body relaxed, and the shrimp beads rolled down Taizu's turtle SHL, but before landing, he flew up again and landed in Yaya's arms, where he was hugged tightly by the little dragon turtle with his claws curled up. Su Huanyan walked to a corner of the Taiha Palace and stepped on it. The area where she was froze, and Su Huanyan's whole body was completely frozen. Breaking the ice? Suhi said in surprise. His wife was better at breaking the ice than he was. In terms of talent alone, Su Huanyan is still above Suhi. She is just a simple swordsman and has not learned much about other things. It's not that she can't learn it. Suhi blinked. Could icebreaker be used like this? Breaking the ice is not about how powerful you are, but about your high intentions. In the concept of breaking ice is everything, and everything frozen in ice, virtuality, reality, true energy, space. Everything is inferior to ice. It regards ice as the pure supreme. So the ice breaks and everything collapses. It was as if the emperor died and the whole court collapsed. Thinking from this perspective, freezing yourself and then understanding the laws of ice will indeed get twice the result with half the effort. But if you understand it this way, it's not pure ice, but the queen of ice. Right? Suhi blinked, and could not help but imagine in his mind that Su Huanyan looked like a white ice and snow empress. Surprisingly, a little excited. Not good. The status is changing again. Finally, my Taoist mind is stable. I won't show in heat when I see the three of them, and I can practice with peace of mind. Suhi held his breath and concentrated, gathering his thoughts. Close your eyes. Immerse your consciousness in the starry sky of Xuanwu's true body. Feel the movement of the starry sky, and understand the meaning of the 7 constellations. At the same time, recite morality silently in your heart. Xuanwu Yan Dao Ju contains everything about Xuanwu, but whether it can be understood, comprehended, and turned into a skill that one can practice depends on the practitioner's own ability. Suhi was immersed in practice, and the rhythm of the Tao Te Ching came out of his body unhurriedly and floated in all directions. The sleeping Taizu clone opened his eyes slightly, glanced at Suhi, and then slowly closed his eyes. This little boy really has the background to be a source. If this sutra alone falls into the hands of the enemy, it is possible that it will be refined and turned into a source. Isn't that what Bain wanted at the beginning? But later on, the path went crooked, and he got himself involved. With the rhythm of Tao flowing, Su Huanyan, who was practicing, and Yaya, who was sleeping, relaxed, and unknowingly fell into the meaning of Tao. Xianhuang realm. Dishan. This place is completely different from what Suhi saw in ancient times. There were no signs of dragon turtle activity, and everything returned to its original appearance. The waterfalls in the mountains and forests are roaring, and the water is rushing. There are insects chirping, birds chirping, and deer howling. Going upstream along the waterfall, Tianya Cave, which was once half submerged in the water, is now halfway up the cliff. Passing through Tianya Cave is the real ancestral land of dragon turtle. In ancient times, there was a Tianya Cave blocking the way. Only dragon turtles could enter. Outsiders, even immortals, had to be led by dragon turtles to enter. Except for Bain. At this moment, even dragon turtles are not allowed to enter Tianya Cave, unless Taoxing really reaches the highest level. If Huangzu wants to bring Hongzu here, he must break through the realm in advance, and have the meaning of an immortal before he can enter. At this moment, Dishan is no longer as vast as the mysterious world of mountains and seas. The vast world in ancient times now only has one mountain and one water left. A big mountain falls on the ancestral land. Climbing up the mountain, you will find a lake like Tianqi. At this moment, Huangzu's transparent body was half hidden in the air, and thunder and lightning struck down from the sky, hitting the water below. However, Huangzu straightened his body and completely blocked it. Every thunder and lightning has the power to obliterate the 7th level monks who step on the sky, and it strikes Huang ancestor like falling rain. Huangzu remained motionless, like a giant mountain. The water in the pool below was like molten gold, with a dragon turtle soaking quietly in it. Huangzu held the thunder and lightning above his head, looked at the water in the pool, and looked at Hongzu. A look of understanding flashed in his eyes. It is rumored that in addition to Longmen, the Dragon Clan once had a Huolong Pond. But the Huolong Pond has long been broken and cannot be found. This pool is filled with dragon energy. Isn't it the treasure that old turtle snatched from the Dragon Clan? Probably not. Taizu probably found it from the Shanghai treasure hunt. He vaguely remembered that there were rumors that when heaven was still there, the Dragon Clan's Dragon Transformation Pond was located in heaven. Taizu moved this pond to Dishan. Does the Dragon Clan know? But this pool is quite useful. The energy contained in the pool frightened even him. There is a Buddha pond in the Buddhist world. The Buddha pond was robbed by Turtle Boy and 2 Buddha's coats were condensed into it. Killing the 7th level of the sky is like killing a chicken. If that Turtle Boy has the ability to bring out the power of Huolong Pond, he can condense it as much as he wants with that kind of coat. At this moment, Hongzu was soaking in the pool water, and his broken body had recovered. But Hongzu did not come out. The originally red body also changed at this time. It turned golden, as if made of gold. This pool not only restored his injuries, but also gave him another attribute. Gold. Different from Bai Ling's pure sharp metallicity. Hongzu's metallicity gave Huangzu a golden feeling. Although it was not sharp enough, it was honest and dignified. If Yin Laogui comes out again, his defense will probably be even higher. However, the dragon turtle has always had a single attribute. It has an additional attribute for no reason. It is impossible for Huangzu to judge whether it is good or bad. This has never happened to Taizu except Taizu. Taizu. The ancestor of which clan is not special at all? Besides, Taizu doesn't show 2 attributes at once. He has whatever attributes you think he has. A bolt of thunder struck down, and a long roar of a dragon turtle came from above the head. Huangzu raised his head and glanced, and the illusion of an unknown dragon turtle flashed past through the thunder. These are the traces left here by the dragon turtles that once lived in Dishan. Huangzu has seen no less than 10 of these illusions in the past few years he has been here. Out of more than a dozen dragon turtles, only one left a shadow of inheritance in the Sea of Inheritance. It turns out that most of the Dragon Turtle clan has never left a shadow of inheritance. Where did these turtles go? The ancestors knew much more than the younger generations. Just like when he was a child. When he was still a cub, the Dragon Turtle clan was also the ancestor of Taizu. But there were also other adult dragon turtles at that time. Like Su He had been taken care of by other adult dragon turtles. But since when? Those dragon turtles have disappeared one by one without knowing it. Millions of years have passed, and he has become an ancestor. Looking up, the clan is full of juniors. Now he has improved his realm and entered the ancestral land. Is it time for the old turtle to reveal some secrets to him? Chapter 418 Fusong. Where Shiha lives. Time is like water, especially in the Xianwang cave sky, where the sun and moon are together, making it impossible to distinguish between day and night. If you fall into practice again, you will lose track of time. The stars are turning in the sky, and the cowherd and the weaver girl have only met each other more than 3 or 5 times, which is a rush of 3 or 5 years. At first, Su He knew about the outside world. Taizu, Su Huanyan and Ya. But gradually he couldn't sense anything at all, falling into a true state of emptiness and darkness. The Xuanwu constellations in the body move in the same way as the stars in the sky. Everything is synchronized. But Su He didn't know and didn't investigate. Everything is casual. The Taoist rhyme in him turned into a murmur at some point, and he was able to murmur Taoist sutras. It was clearly a murmur. But when it fell in Taizu's ears, it was like Hong Zong de Lu. It was clearly Hong Zhong de Lu. I wanted to hear it clearly, but couldn't hear a single word. The mechanical gaze in Taizu's eyes turned into the dim old eyes of his true form at some point. The consciousness of Lao Gui's real body came back. But it did not wake up the 3 people who were practicing and sleeping. They just raised their eyebrows and listened carefully to Su He's murmur. He couldn't hear a word clearly, but he listened extremely carefully. There are flowers sprouting and blooming little by little in the Taiha Hall, swaying in the wind, as if cheering for Su He. But Su He didn't know that he wasn't even aware of his own existence. Like a stone falling there quietly, motionless and unshakable. In the inner world, at the moment Su He Dalian rose, Lang hurriedly covered her ears to not listen to the murmurs coming from all directions. But the more she listened to the murmur, the more it went into her ears. It was clear that she couldn't hear clearly. But in the past, things that she couldn't understand with all her means seemed to have no secrets at this moment. She shamelessly got out of her mouth and tried her best to penetrate her. Drill in the mind. Luing looked pale and miserable. It's over. It's all over. Even after refining the law, You can't leave. The dragon turtle harmed me. She was stunned for a long time. Then she smashed the jar, bit her silver teeth, and closed her eyes to meditate with the murmurs all over the world. Fix the damn thing. The flames on the wings behind his back were steaming, and the law was being refined at the same time. The refining speed was surprisingly fast amidst the whispering sound. In the darkness, Guewu Town raised his head and looked at the sky. The armor that had been broken for an unknown period of time was recovering bit by bit. Although the recovery speed is horribly slow, there has indeed been a change. The armor recovered, and the ghost's eyes gradually became animated. In the entire inner world, there is only the netherworld white tiger, which is still horribly stupid, without any intelligence, and is either licking its fur or licking its fur, in addition to licking his own. Sometimes he also runs to Lu Ying, watching her refining the law. She hooked the law ball down and licked it, just like this for an unknown amount of time. An illusory star suddenly flickered in the sky of the inner world. Lu Ying woke up and saw that the illusory star in the sky suddenly became real. 1, 2, 10. Suddenly they form into pieces, and then into groups. In the northern sky, the 800 stars solidified one by one in her shock, and turned into real stars in an instant. Although it is very weak, although it only has a little brilliance, it is a real star. The essence is completely different, just like the great sun. Ever since the bird entered the great sun, most of the world's power has been consumed by the great sun in the past few years. However, the great sun has become more solid, and the improvement of the inner world has reached an unprecedented level. Lu Ying could feel that the power of the sun on the inner world at this moment was several times greater than before. If the great sun is completely refined, the speed of the world's movement will be unimaginable. Before the big day was over, another star appeared. All the northern stars appear. At the moment when all the northern stars appeared, the consciousness of the dragon turtle woke up in the starry sky. Suhi jumped into the starry sky, and the spirit snake and the turtle body opened their mouths at the same time, letting out a long and distant groan. The sound was like rolling waves, resounding throughout the inner world. After the long chant ended, Suhi's empty eyes gradually became brighter. Consciousness awakens. Looking at the familiar starry sky in front of me, it took a long time to react. Epiphany? The previous state should be the legendary Epiphany. After more than 30 years of practice, he has reached the second level of heaven opening and has even killed existences of the sixth level of heaven opening. But he has just encountered his first epiphany in his life. How amazing! But so useful. Suhi, you understand. It's not about understanding the great road. It's about knowing how to take the road in the future. Previously, he was in a state of emptiness and darkness, forgetting his own existence, as if he was the Xuanwu, constantly following the movement of Xuanwu. He gradually knew how to take his own Xuanwu path. There are feedbacks from Xuanwu's Taoist teachings, additions from Tao Te Ching, and insights into the 7 places in the north that have lasted for decades. Practicing the Xuanwu way is not like a mythical beast trying to open up the sky, nor like a monk trying to transform into a demon, but it actually has a somewhat older meaning in it. It's a bit like the legendary chi practitioners in previous lives, refining one's own essence, refining one's own divine will, and rebelling against the source. Just like refining essence to transform into chi, refining chi to transform into spirit. There are just differences. Suhi didn't know what to call it. The specific method of practice is not yet clear, so we can't rush it. I just have an idea now. Taizu is by my side at this moment, so I can ask about it later. Lao Gui would be very happy to bother Taizu with this kind of spiritual problem, so he would not tire of it. However, in a moment of ignorance, my practice has already progressed to some extent. After realizing the dragon turtle, Suhi's practice actually focused more on blood and the inner world. The practice of meridians and true essence has been put down. This is the path of the divine beast, and oneself is the foundation. Meridians are only a means of transporting true energy, and the magical power hidden in the blood is the foundation. True Yuan is nothing more than energy that releases supernatural powers. Xuanwu, on the other hand, was like a monk, paying more attention to meridians and major acupoints. Just as he had perceived before, Xuanwu has 800 stars, and the stars serve as acupuncture points. The movement of the stars is the meridian pathway. It is much easier to grasp the movement of true energy at this point. It is much easier to drop Xuanwu's star in the inner world. The inner world originally belonged to him. Even here is more suitable for Xuanwu constellation. The star set, and a feeling of perfection rises throughout the inner world. The operation of the inner world is harmonious. The power of the world is as majestic as a wave, rolling out from the boundary bead and returning to the true essence. The Xuanwu stars return to their positions, and the inner world reaches a higher level. Suhi's consciousness roamed, looking in all directions and at the starry sky. I am thinking deeply in my heart, not just about the current Xuanwu stars. If one can truly realize the 4 holy beasts and transform into one holy beast, then all the stars in the 4 directions should fall here. With the 4 stars, a bright sun and a bright moon, and the Big Dipper, the sky is perfect. Suhi's consciousness swayed out. The stars in the sky disappeared, and the east became white with a flicker of light. The time in the inner world is the same as that in the outer world. The stars are in the same position, and the sun and moon are at the same time. When it is daytime in the inner world, it should also be daytime in the outside world. The great sun rises in the east, and there is a 3-legged golden crow above the great sun. The 3 legs of the 3-legged golden crow have all submerged in the sun. From a distance, it looks like a legless bird flying in the sky with the sun sucked into its belly. The 3-legged golden crow is a wisp of original aura lifted by Taizu from the great sun where he was imprisoned. It is not something native to the inner world of Suha, and must be slowly refined into the great sun of this world. But during this period, Suhi fell into a state of enlightenment and had been immersed in the Xuanwu Dao. He had never refined the golden crow himself. At this moment, it seems that this golden crow is somewhat rebellious. He was not automatically refined into the sun by the inner world. Suhi appeared next to Dari with one stroke of his claws. In the inner world, Suhi is a piece of consciousness, which can be big or small. If it is big, it can hold up the sky and block out the sun and suppress the whole world. If it is small, it can turn into a small turtle and fall into an ant hole. The most difficult thing is that it is still there. No ants. Suhi landed next to the great sun. He was huge and walked with the great sun. As soon as it came over, the fiery 3-legged golden crow above the sun suddenly let out a shrill cry, resisting the devouring of the sun, the suppression of the inner world, and the arrival of Suhi. Suhi looked carefully and found that the golden crow had no intelligence or consciousness. It was not a real creature. It was quite similar to the white tiger state. Its resistance is just instinct, like water flowing downwards and heat rising. Refining the golden crow. Without refining it, the consumption of the inner world by the golden crow alone would be a huge expense. A waste of world power. Suhi made up his mind and mobilized the power of the world to refine it towards the golden crow. The golden crow spread its wings and let out a shrill cry. It tried its best to resist it, and the entire day was dimmed by it. The sun dimmed, and a dark wind suddenly rose in the inner world, and even the breath of the netherworld was vented outward. If this were the real world, this would be as disastrous as a solar eclipse. Hundreds of ghosts walk at night, and yin and yang are in chaos. Suppress! Suhi shouted loudly, and the Xuanwu stars that had just condensed appeared in the daytime. They stretched across the starry sky, and the power of the stars pressed towards the golden crow. The golden crow was unafraid, and with a cry, the true sun fire on its body was released with great force. Like tongues of fire, it set off waves of wind and blew away the power of the stars. This crow is quite fierce. Fortunately, he didn't have intelligence. If he had intelligence, Suhi wouldn't be able to subdue him now. Come! Suhi gave a low shout, and the netherworld white tiger licking its fur on the ground roared, jumped up, jumped down across the starry sky, raised its paw and slapped it down. With a bang, the solar wind was smashed into pieces. Suhi didn't know how to use the netherworld white tiger, but this was his thing. In ancient times, tiger bones were used to throw quality points. No one could take this thing away. The power of concentration is only in the inner world, and simple use is not a big problem. The white tiger smashed the sun wind with one claw. Instead of giving in, the golden crow screamed and broke away from the sun again, as if it wanted to pull out 3 legs from the sun. It is resisting with all its strength. Previously, the inner world was automatically refined by pressing it into the sun bit by bit. As long as it was completely pressed in and merged with the sun, everything would be done. Outside, Suhi's body was suddenly dazzling with fire. For the first time, a water dragon turtle exuded such a strong meaning of fire. Su Huanyan, who was breaking the ice, opened her eyes for the first time. The ice outside her body broke instantly. She quickly shot towards Suhi, but a gust of wind blew her back steadily. Taizu opened his eyes. It doesn't matter. He is refining the sun. And I am here.
The words,
I am here,
immediately made Su Huanyan relax. Having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. The presence of such an ancestor who suppresses the ethnic group really makes people feel at ease. Su Huanyan nodded, but did not fall into practice again. He just stood at a distance and looked at Su He intently. Yaya was still on Taizu's back and still hadn't woken up. She had slept like this for 5 years. It was not that she was a snoozer. It seemed that Taizu had deliberately let her fall into a deep sleep. In the inner world, Su He's conscious body took a few steps back and grinned at the golden crow. Enough. This bird is born with a reverse species. If there really is a mythical beast like the 3-legged golden crow in this world, I am afraid it is not born to be an obedient master, mobilizing the power of the inner world. It was actually not backed by it. If you want to suppress it in one fell swoop, you may have to mobilize most of the power of the inner world in an instant. But then, the inner world would be in chaos. Mountains collapsed and rivers broke. Luing will cry. The inner world Su he had been concentrating on for many years was also ruined. And he had to start over again. He wanted to open the third heaven. But he didn't know how long it had been postponed. It may even damage the foundation of the inner world. Su he dispersed the power of the world bit by bit. Dispersed the Xuanwu stars. And allowed the white tiger to return to the earth. Look at Jinwu carefully. Without external force, the golden crow became quiet again. It was not a living being and had no intelligence. Resistance is just a rule. Just like blocking a river to form a dam. The river will naturally attack tenaciously. The boulders blocking the river were removed. And the water flow slowed down. With the refining power removed, the resistance of the golden crow was reduced. The 3 legs sank into the sun again. The 3 legs are the weakest part of the golden crow. It has been automatically refined for several years with the power of the world, and slowly merged with the sun. But if you want to fuse the body again, and use this kind of hard work, I am afraid it will not be effective for 300 to 500 years. Rule. The 3-legged golden crow resisted according to its own rules. What rules apply at this moment to ensure smooth refining? Su He pondered. Emperor June? Pretending to be an emperor, and giving an order to let it go into the sun obediently? Not to mention that there is no god like Emperor June in this world. Even if there is, Su He cannot imitate the power of the Emperor of Heaven. Moreover, the relationship between Emperor June and the 3-legged golden crow cannot be imitated. Su He was silent. Outside, Su Huanyan frowned slightly. She could sense that her husband had failed in refining before. For Su He, failures were rare. She looked towards Taizu, who shook his head slightly. What is failure? He had imprisoned the sun for who knows how many years. But he had never refined the sun, so he could only use it a little. Now that the little turtle had succeeded, it was time for him to doubt the turtle. The world inside Su He is just a piece of hard-cut Japanese source. The best way to refine Turtle Boy is to grind it bit by bit over time. It is possible to refine them all within 1,000 years. This is also his original intention. As long as he can refine it, and rely on this trace of the source of the sun, Su Heniai's world will have unlimited possibilities. This is just an introduction. And he does not want him to become fat in one breath. With Su He's Taoism, it would be impossible to refine this origin by brute force without reaching the 5th level of Kaitian. Taizu chuckled. From the time Turtle Boy was born until now, everything has been so smooth. So he should be a little frustrated. This time, he didn't remind him. Just let Su He toss him around and let him suffer setbacks. Taizu smiled even more happily. I saw the aura of the little dragon turtle in front of me suddenly changed. As if the refining method had been changed. But it's useless. If you mobilize most of the world's power to suppress the golden crow, it will be a waste of time. Taizu sensed it, but did not sense any powerful power fluctuations from Su He. After thinking about Long Su for a while, he projected the inner world of Su He. Ji Feishua's projection of Su He's inner world requires a toad as a relay. But Taizu's projection requires nothing. Just a tap of the dragon's whiskers. And things in the inner world are revealed. Su He was silent, looking at the golden crow flying westward dragging the sun. A strange flash in his eyes. He lowered his head and looked at Luing at the foot of the mountain. Luing, who was watching the turtle playing with the birds, suddenly had a bad feeling. Then, the silver maple tree beneath him suddenly disappeared. Her whole body fell to the ground. Dot! Borrow the tree! Su He's voice came down from the sky. Luing wanted to shout that she wouldn't borrow it. But the tree wasn't hers. Su Huanyan's eyes passed from Luing to Su He next to Ri. I saw Su He licking his lips,
and using an unfamiliar weapon refining method to touch the silver maple tree. And a beam of world power fell on the silver maple tree. The maple tree squirmed and turned into 2 large entwined mulberry trees. It did not change the essence of the silver maple tree, but only changed its appearance and breath, which was already extremely difficult for Suhi. Which Feishua here. He had never put any real effort into refining weapons. He just got to know a batch of weapon refining materials. The appearance of the silver maple tree changed, and its own aura was sealed within it, not leaking out at all. With a wave of his paw, Suhi grabbed the golden crow's breath that was scattered in all directions and landed on the mulberry tree. Then Suhi thought for a while, grabbed a strange aura in his mind, sealed it on the mulberry tree, and inserted the mulberry tree into the sun. The whole mulberry tree fell into the sun. Immediately, the aura sealed on the mulberry tree was released, and an inexplicable feeling rippled out. Mother? Taizu was confused. The last breath that Turtle Boy captured was a variant of retrospection, which condensed the things in his memory and landed on the mulberry tree. This is an aura similar to a mother's worry and maternal love. Su Huanyan was startled for a moment. She was very familiar with this aura. It was the aura that came out when she saw Su He in the illusion during the Qingyuan War and asked Su He to protect Ya. What is your husband going to do? Su Huanyan was confused. And Taizu was also confused. Could Turtle Boy use this method to trick the Golden Crow into getting close to the sun? Putting aside the fact that the Golden Crow is a great sun source, there is no emotion or intelligence. So there is no such thing as being deceived. Even if you have this method, how can you be deceived by 2 mulberry trees? Hold head high. While still thinking, Taizu let out a low turtle groan. He looked at Suhi's inner world in disbelief, seeing the bird-shaped sun that was against everything. Suhi seemed to be stunned for a moment when he saw Suhi inserting his paw into the mulberry tree. Then, he dived in. Take the initiative to get in. Taizu. Chapter 419 Prison Day. Taizu's eyes suddenly widened. Surprise and wisdom flowed out from the old eyes that had always been cloudy. Turtle Boy refining the source of Japan wouldn't surprise him. I have seen many surprising things in my life, and many things that exceeded my expectations. Looking at my 30 million years of life. In fact, half of the things I really remember are beyond expectation. What shocked Taizu was Suhi's method of refining the Japanese source. He didn't understand this operation at all. Taizu's eyes fell on the mulberry tree in the bright sun. The 2 mulberry trees were intertwined and twisted, entangled like twists. The trace of motherly aura left by Su He has been burned away by the sun. The golden crow was refined the moment it fell into the sun, and became one with the sun, spreading its wings and flying in the sun. Taizu looked at it for a long time without understanding what kind of refining technique this was. He immediately became very interested. Don't be afraid of things you don't understand in this world. Be afraid of understanding them all. I understand one thing after reading it, and I understand it again after reading another thing. Everything was boring. There was nothing to do except sleep. Turtle Boy raised his interest. Taizu continued to watch as He refined the Japanese source without stopping. Instead, it stood still in the air, its 2 front paws writhing, fiddling with something. He pulled out the hibiscus tree in the bright sun with his tortoise claws. The tree body shook and returned to a silver maple tree. With a wave of his claws, the maple tree floated down and landed next to Luing. Suhi's eyes fell on the sun again. Within the sun, the golden crow flaps its wings and follows the sun westward. Just entering from the outside world into the big sun, the atmosphere completely changed. In Suhi's view, this is not even refining, but reaching a certain condition. Naturally, there was no change like refining a weapon. Just putting the golden crow in it, and it was named Su. There is no longer the slightest bit of unruliness as before. With a pair of wings, the majestic power of the sun surged outward. What Suhi was worried about? The sun advanced and burned the world did not happen. Just a little dry. A little restless? This is not the point. The golden crow flaps its wings, and the power of the inner world surges from the world pearl into the dantian and spreads throughout the body. A feeling of palpitations arose. Heart palpitations come from the body. Suhi's consciousness exited the inner world and returned to the state of inner vision. Following the palpitating feeling, his eyesight fell on the power of time in his body. In fact, it is wrong to call the power of time, just like calling the dantian true essence. After returning from the ancient times, Suhi's world pearl was different. Originally, the world pearl was like a planet, floating in his lower abdomen. Later, Suhi had dantian, and the World Pearl was like a star suspended in chaos. When Taiku returned, the World Pearl had something more in it. Outside of the World Pearl, there was a circle of star rings. There were shining gem-like objects in the star rings. That was Suhi's power of time. These gems are consumed when using magical powers to shock the dragon. The star ring can continuously condense the power of time. Suhi guessed that he would jump out of time again and move around at will. And he would probably land on this star ring. I didn't know how to use the star ring before. And I didn't know how to actively gather the power of time. You could only borrow it from the ancient times and come into contact with what has been accumulated over time. The star ring automatically condenses a little every day, which is probably enough for Jinghong. But just as the golden crow returned to its position, a sudden burst of power rushed into the star ring, and the power of time condensed into several stars in an instant. In an instant, it seemed as if he was about to be sent away. Although I haven't figured out the principle of how the star ring absorbs the power of the golden crow and spits out the power of time, I have found a way. It turns out that cultivating immortals also talks about the conservation of energy, and the power of time cannot be obtained for no reason. My big dice is indeed extraordinary. Double the dice never makes sense. Suhi smiled and quit looking inside. Cultivation does not happen overnight, and the power of time cannot be attempted casually. There is Taizu outside, and Ji Feishua and Feng Chaofei are in Baiyun Palace. Especially Feng Chaofei, who was able to remove the violent power of time from his body in the Phoenix Tomb. He should be very knowledgeable. We are all our own people, so you can ask for advice without being polite. It's easier to walk with more thighs. Suhi opened his eyes and met Taizu's shining wise eyes. Although it was obvious that he had doubts, he still gave people the feeling of a senior who had gone through many vicissitudes of life. It seemed like there was nothing he couldn't solve. Suhi tilted his head and looked at Taizu and laughed. Not to mention Taizu's confusion. He himself was confused. Suhi was sure that there were no gods like Di Jun and Shihe in this world. But why did the Golden Crow take the initiative to enter the sun in imitation of Shihe? Before Taizu spoke, Suhi spoke first. Ancestor, Dragon Turtle crosses the tribulation. How much authority do you have? Taizu smiled. What? You want to open a convenient door? Want to bring people into my Dragon Turtle clan? He looked at Suhi with a smile. That's not possible. Not everyone has that ability. I can decide why the heavenly punishment will fall and whether it will fall. But I can't control the power of the heavenly tribulation. The mythical beast does not allow others to be reincarnated. Reincarnated as a divine beast, God's punishment will come, and there will be no life under the punishment. Taizu can decide whether the punishment from heaven will fall or not. Just like Bai Ling and Suhi, they have never experienced heaven's punishment. But the punishment from heaven did not fall, and the power of the tribulation was increased to an unstoppable level. The dragon turtle has policies, and heaven and earth have countermeasures. Just like Suhi's heavenly tribulation, two worlds were blessed at the same time. If it weren't for the Honghua, he would have died long ago without a complete body. Not everyone has hexagrams in their body, and not all hexagrams can resist heavenly calamity. Taizu didn't need to doubt that there was a reason why Bai Ling left the Hung hexagram to Suhi. Suhi shook his head. Ancestor, do you know my origin? Taizu smiled. I know a little bit. He looked at Suhi gently. The Dragon Turtle clan did not have many particularities. There was no need to think about those things. After passing the tribulation and entering the Dragon Turtle clan, one would become a dragon turtle with pure blood. He is the heir of Longguizi. The Phoenix clan can even treat a second incarnation as their own. So what does a mere reincarnation mean? What's more? Mingzu agreed. Suhi smiled and said seriously, in my former world, there were myths and legends. It is said that outside the Southeast Sea, between the Sweet Waters, there was a woman named Shihe. She was the wife of Emperor June of Heaven. She was 10 days old and lived in Tang Valley. Suhi paused and continued. There is another legend that there is a hibiscus on the Tang Valley, and you can bathe in it for 10 days. The 10th day will be the Golden Crow. Suhi spoke softly, and Taizu listened carefully without missing a word. After listening, he pondered for a while, then slowly raised his head and looked at the sky. The sun and moon appeared together in the Xianwang cave sky, making it impossible to distinguish between day and night. Sometimes white, sometimes black. Most of the time it's gray. It's just that Tian Shao, who can enter Xianwang cave, is also a demon-turning monk and doesn't care about right and wrong. Taizu looked at it for a long time and asked, Are the two mulberry trees transformed into Fusong from the silver maple tree? Suhi nodded and shook his head. I was just a mortal in my previous life. I'm not sure whether there were gods or immortals. I just randomly shaped it based on rumors. Legend has it that Fusang is two trees surrounded by each other, and the tree is 300 miles high. It penetrates the immortal world.
Taizu was silent for a long time before speaking.
At the end of the ancient times, when the great power had not yet retreated, I once wanted to suppress the great sun and match it with the demon emperor. I hoped to resurrect the demon emperor. But at that time, the sea of stars fell, and the great sun is difficult and cannot be captured. Later, the old turtle suppressed Dari, but Dari couldn't refine it into the demon emperor's body, let alone resurrect him.
Fusang. Big sun. Big sun. Willow tree. I don't know if it's intentional or not, but they look so similar. Taizu knows about the demon emperor's legacy, but resurrecting an immortal was beyond imagination. And he couldn't say anything. After a moment of silence, he asked,
Ancestor, you suppressed the great sun. What is the great sun in the sky?
Taizu looked at the sky, then at Suhi, and laughed.
Your world can have 10 great suns. Why can there only be one here?
Suhi. Taizu Long's beard poked at the Bingxing crystal between Suhi's eyebrows, and gestured to the top of his head.
Look.
Suhi looked up, stunned. The sky is still the same sky, but the sun is not the same as before. The sun is in the sky, but it does not exist voluntarily. Instead, there are several iron chains that bind the great sun to the sky. This iron chain is the real one that spans the starry sky. The iron chains are stretched out in all directions, and I don't know where they are tied. The golden crow screamed in the sun and trembled with the sun, but it could not break free of the iron rope no matter what. One of the iron ropes looked familiar, so Suhi turned to look at Taizu. Taizu chuckled.
Yes, that one is mine. There is also the old phoenix, the little guy from Guowang Mountain, and the old guy from the Dragon Clan.
The four most powerful men in Xianhuan locked the sun with 4 iron ropes. Suhi had a dull look on his face and opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He can't even get close to the sun, and he doesn't know where to get close.
Why?
Taizu looked at the big sun above his head and said after a while,
Bai Ling said that there is a source of existence. So you can understand that this Sunday is not from our side. The sun has spiritual wisdom?
Suhi asked in surprise. Taizu shook his head.
Not yet, but it does not belong to our side.
Just like Feng Wang and Xian Wang, they are born to be opposites. As he spoke, Taizu Longxu raised his hand and said,
You don't need to think too much. Before the 7th level. The 6th level of opening the sky. This is not a problem you need to consider.
This turtle boy was weird. He originally thought that he could reach the 7th level of the opening of the sky. It would be nice to catch up with the old guys. I'm afraid it won't be useful now. The turtle is really old. Taizu looked at the sky and sighed.
Tell your ancestors about the myths and legends of your previous life.
Is there anything truly irrelevant in this world? Even a breeze in the Xianhuang realm will affect the great world of Emperor Feng.
Okay,
Suhi said cheerfully, and laughed at the same time.
Just in time. I also want to ask my ancestor for advice on the Xuanwu Tao that I have learned.
As Suhi spoke, he looked back at Su Huanyan.
Daughter-in-law, I'm fine. Go into seclusion.
Su Huanyan smiled faintly, floated up gently, and landed on Suhi's turtle SHL, although he did not speak. His meaning was clear enough. She listens too. In the great world of Emperor Feng, a mirror suddenly appeared over the imperial city. Feng Nen fell from the mirror, her face pale and bloodless, and she vomited out a mouthful of blood before she even hit the ground. But she didn't have time to heal her wounds. Her sleeves, which had been completely stained with blood, touched the sky, and hundreds of figures fell down from the bronze mirror. All of them looked sluggish and looked seriously injured. Some even turned into flying ashes when they came out. They were brought back by her when they were in the process of death, and appeared to continue dying, throwing everyone away. The bronze mirror immediately shattered and completely disintegrated. Feng Nan spurted out another mouthful of blood. This was her natal magic weapon. She had been injured once during the battle at Fengzhong. After the battle, she barely brought back the emperor's people. This time when he entered the Xianhuang cave heaven, he was broken by Zuanshanmen Yin Yuan's amazing pen, and he was already on the verge of collapse. Xianhuang Dongtian fought for several years, and reluctantly borrowed the enemy's corpses to repair it, leading everyone to fight out of the passage in advance, break through the space blockade, and return to the throne. The magic weapon has truly reached its limit. Feng Nan's pupils completely turned into holes, and one of his arms shattered.
This is the price of forcibly repairing the magic weapon. This was nothing. What really made her heart bleed was the loss of Xianhuang Cave Heaven this time. 400 generals and officials went in. Only 100 people have returned. And these 100 people are still seriously injured and about to die. Even if they come back, it is still unknown how many people will survive. This is a complete loss. Xianhuang realm not only avenged Fengzhong, but also caused heavy losses to Emperor Feng. That was all. Emperor Luan hadn't returned yet, which made her really worried. Standing in the air and looking around, there are natural disasters everywhere on the Emperor's land, such as volcanoes, earthquakes, locust plagues, floods. Without His Majesty's suppression, man-made disasters have also occurred under such natural disasters. This disaster all foreshadows the current state of the national destiny. Your Majesty is being beaten. Feng Nan bit his lower lip, his consciousness trembling slightly. But he saw the prince next to him clenching his fists, his eyes flashing, and gritting his teeth. He must be worried about his father. Xianhuang Cave Sky. Baiyun Palace? At this moment, the appearance of Baiyun Palace completely changed. The white clouds in the sky tore apart and exploded to the entire world. Baiyun Palace was shrouded in fog, and various brilliance flickered from time to time. The war had been going on for several years, and it was no longer an intermittent battle. It's real war. 2 divine dragons roared above the sky. One white with blue mane. One strip is golden in color, but a bit mixed. There is black air and gray spots, which is a sign that the national destiny is impure and the emperor's title is damaged. The national destiny is closely related to the country. If the national destiny beast is damaged, the country will inevitably suffer disaster. A national disaster will inevitably affect the national destiny. The same is true in reverse. When the country is prosperous, the national destiny will naturally be prosperous. If the returning generals can sort out the emperor and the prince can suppress his fortune, the fortune of the country here will naturally improve. At this moment, there are not many imperial officials in Xianhuang Cave Heaven, and there are only about 20 or 30 people in total. These are the people who stayed behind to protect the retreat of the large army. At this moment, defeat is not far away. Taoist Xuanzhen waved the fly whisk in his hand, and the scroll flew at his feet. He was fighting against monks from dozens of worlds. Except for the emperor, there really was no big world that could stand up to Xianhuang. There are only a dozen people in the dozen big worlds at this moment, trying their best not to be killed by Xianzhen. There are too many enemies, and the hunt is endless. Moreover, after all the hunting is over, Xianhuang Cave Heaven will face a counterattack from all the heavens and worlds. In addition to killing everyone who met the emperor, Xianhuang had always selectively given up and expelled other big worlds. Temporarily drive them out of the Xianhuang Cave Heaven and expel them from the entrance. As for whether they can escape from the Xianhuang blockade after going out, it depends on them. Of course, there are also many people who escape into the undercurrent to survive and obliterate their souls. As long as they have the means to seal their souls and put themselves in a state of suspended animation, they can escape the undercurrent. It's just that the undercurrent cannot be deceived. If you fall into suspended animation, you must really fake it and truly ignore, ask, listen, and see the outside world. The spirit really dissipates. At this time, if anyone can break into the undercurrent, they will definitely die. These people are headed by the deposed prince, once in charge of the sun disk. The deposed prince's research on the undercurrent far surpassed that of anyone else. At this moment, just in front of the Baiyun Palace barrier, loud and long chants were heard coming into the Baiyun Palace. His voice carried his divine will. You will know the meaning if you touch it. He is taking the opportunity to gather the emperor monks. Emperor Luan did not stop him, and even personally ordered the generals to find the deposed prince if the emperor could not escape. At this moment, there are hundreds of people gathered by the deposed prince. Most of them belong to the monks from all the worlds on the side of the emperor. But there are also 20 or 30 imperial palace soldiers and officials. Every monk who rushed in front of him was gently pulled away by a small tower in his hand, as if his soul was taken away, and his whole body fell into death. Then he threw his body into the undercurrent, letting them wander in all directions. Anyway, the next time Xianhuang Cave Heaven is opened, these people who are not really dead will automatically wander to the opened area. As long as you are tough enough on yourself, you will be safer in the undercurrent. After rushing out of the Xianhuang Cave, who knows what kind of battles are waiting in the outside world? In the Xianhuang Cave Sky, the number of people is getting smaller and smaller. Many Xianhuang monks have already forced their way through the entrances and exits. chasing the enemies and leaving early. This time, Xianwang Cave's sky opened early and ended early. I don't know how many people found nothing and experienced a fight inexplicably when they came in. Although there had been a battle at Fengzhong before, everyone had already expected the Xianwang Cave heaven this time. But they did not expect that the fighting would reach this level. For monks, no matter how great the hatred is, especially between the two forces, as long as they are evenly matched, the situation will generally not evolve into a real deadly battle. But who would have thought that a dragon turtle would disrupt the situation? Not only did he beat all the officials of the emperor to a half-crimped state with a stick, but he also took over the Baiyun Palace. Behind them, everyone in Xianwang unleashed their space power at will, jumping all over Baiyun Palace, making this battle truly turn into a meat grinder. Half of the people in the world can escape, and hundreds of people can escape in the title of emperor. It's all due to Emperor Luan's good leadership. Of course, there is also the courage to fight back in the face of death. They are all the top beings in the world, and killing them is completely different from defeating them, especially if they have to cut back to the source and get too close. They will really self-destruct and die together. With so many monks at level 5 or higher in the sky self-destructing, even Baiyun Palace would be shaken 3 times. At the entrance and exit of the Xianwang Cave, dozens of Xianwang monks stood on a piece of tortoise SHL, rushing out with joy on their faces. If Su He were here, he would definitely find that the entrance and exit of Xianwang Cave is exactly the same as Tianyao Cave in Dishan. Every time Xianwang Cave heaven is opened, the entrance and exit are different. Only the outer gate remains unchanged. Every time you enter, you go through different trials to reach the opened area. The passages are also set up by the Taoist masters of each dojo, and the passages opened by the dojo will appear naturally. Although everyone on the turtle I was covered in blood. Their faces looked happy. Although no treasures were obtained in Xianwang Cave heaven this time. Even the immortal platform has only been open for 1 year. But the gains are by no means small. 3. A monk raised 3 fingers with a happy face, killing 3 enemies in the same realm. The Xianwang Cave heaven is over, and heaven and earth are blessings. Everything will go well until the Xianwang Cave heaven opens next time. The rewards from heaven and earth alone may allow him to go further. Moreover, the rewards of heaven and earth contain merits and virtues, which cannot be taken away by others. Robbery will only damage your luck. The monk next to him shook his head, feeling rather regretful. I only killed 2. But there was one who was at the 5th level of sky reaching. Who would have thought that as soon as he rushed out of the immortal platform, the emperor's monk would be thrown beside him by the immortal platform. A guy who had just cut off his own authority. His combat power was not even as good as the ordinary 3rd level heaven striking monk. He caught the leak. A woman on the right caressed her hair. I'm not very good. I just joined forces with my fellow Taoists to kill a 6th level sky trading man. The others immediately looked at the woman with admiration and alienation at the same time. Even if he is seriously injured at the 6th level, he is still at the 6th level. Aren't you afraid of blowing yourself up? This fellow Taoist is not to be messed with. It's already a favorable situation, and he's still so desperate. It's better to stay away from such people. Don't be enemies or friends. The woman smiled slightly, held the fairy sword in her arms, and let others stay away. Not only did he not care, but he actually enjoyed this feeling. A 4-armed monk next to him changed the subject and took out a Bai Zai Ling from his arms, with a smile in his eyes. The battle in Xianwang Cave heaven has made a good progress. Is there any fellow Taoist who can be on the Bai Zai list? His words immediately attracted everyone's attention. 4-armed Taoist brother actually has Bai Zibang? Can we share him with you? The 4-armed monk laughed. Of course. He touched Bai Zai Ling with his finger, and a picture was projected on the turtle SHL boat, and he thoughtfully translated it into a universal language. Bai's ranking is divided into Young Dragon ranking and Battle ranking. All underage mythical beasts on the Young Dragon list, as well as monks at the 3rd level and below, can be on the list. In fact, this is the list for the mythical beasts. In the eyes of the divine beasts, the 3rd level of treading heaven is almost the same as non-existence. This is considered a kind of protection for the monks. If you are below the 3rd level of skywalking and show your talent, you can be on the list. Let all the heavens and worlds know about it, so that great powers can find good disciples. After the 3rd level, I withdrew from the Young Dragon ranking. In fact, I couldn't be on the ranking for a long time. My genius was not revealed in front of others, so I could practice with peace of mind. Of course, if the combat power is sufficient. In theory, It is completely possible to enter the battle rankings at the first level of Tao Tian. The rankings do not distinguish between realms. Only the combat power is considered. The base list is not just for ranking. Even the ranking is just incidental. The real effect? I am afraid. Only old Baze himself knows that little Baze has no memory of this. Everyone on the Turtle SH. I was a 4th level heaven striking being. They had already left the young dragon list, and were suppressed by a group of mythical beasts. There was nothing wrong with the monks on the young dragon list. What the monks really care about is the battle ranking after reaching a high level of Taoism. Everyone's eyes fell on the battle list, and they were stunned. I saw 2 names on the standing list jumping happily. Dragon Turtle, Su He. Human Race, Su Huanyan. The 2 names flashed and jumped as if they had taken a powerful pill. Dragon Turtle's abilities are obvious to everyone. And Su Huanyan's talent is also obvious to all. The 2 of them really made it to the battle rankings. And even ranked high. Which is not unacceptable. But at this moment, the 2 names seemed to be having fun. Jumping up and down for a while. Jumping from the battle list to the young dragon list. And then jumping from the young dragon list to the battle list. Chasing each other. Just like on the Baze list. A cheerful play. Like a chase. They don't take the ranking rules of Baze list seriously at all. Simply lawless. This young couple finally ruined Baze Bang? Everyone looked at each other. At the same time, in the inexplicable chaos, inside Baze Tower, little Baze was sweating profusely as he looked at the main list of Baze's list in front of him. On it, the names of Su Huanyan and Su He were as unscrupulous as fishes, and they could go wherever they wanted. You may even jump into the top 30 list by accident. Is that a place where little turtle boy and a 300-year-old monk can go? Even the unprecedented Bai Ling never played like this back then. What did these 2 guys do? Bai Zhe grabbed a pen in his paw and erased the 2 names. He placed a stroke on Su He's name. But the name seemed to have never appeared before and disappeared. It's not that it disappeared. But it really never appeared. Time. Xiao Bei's eyes flashed with shock and he murmured. This dragon turtle touched the forbidden area. And he realized the power of time. The power of time is really unreasonable. Who is stronger, and who is weaker in the face of time? If you really use it well, you can do whatever you want with your time. Even Bai Zibang couldn't tell where the dragon turtle should be. It took a few deep breaths, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then clicked on Su Huanyan's name. With one stroke, a big mountain appeared on Su Huanyan's name. A sword light came out of the mountain and cut his claws with a dang sound. On the middle pin, the pitch-black brush buzzed and trembled. Bai Zhe was even more surprised. Jian Shan! Taoist Master! It was stunned for a long time. Is there a Taoist Master coming back? The dojo is no different from the natal magic weapon. There is nothing wrong in saying that the natal magic weapon is oneself. With Jian Shan here, it is natural for Su Huanyan to be the strongest in the world. But this woman must not be able to master Jian Shan perfectly. Otherwise her combat power would be so erratic that even Bai Zibang would not be able to judge. Bai Zhe was deep in thought. But he felt the brush in his paw buzzing and trembling. When he looked down, he saw that the black brush was getting darker. It seems more and more ordinary. Just faintly, a word flashed on the pen. Judgment? Bai Zhe muttered in confusion. Bai Zhe was once the historian of heaven. Therefore, he masters countless secrets between heaven and earth. Even those existences that are old enough cannot compare to it in this regard. Bai Zhe even dares to assert that existences such as Taizu and Fengzu may not know as much about themselves as Bai Zila's records. Bai Zila has nothing included. But this, I really haven't seen any records. Bai Zila missed everything about Bai Zhe himself? This is amazing. Xiao Bei's turned his head and looked towards Bai Zilu. Do you want to go to Bei's tower first before restoring old Bei's Taoism? See if there is any missing corner? It hesitated. In the dark and yellow cave sky, Taizu slowly closed his eyes. The pressure of projecting the ontological consciousness over and over again is quite high. It greatly affects the sleep of elderly turtles. For several days, Lao Gui seemed to be obsessed with the myth of Su He's past life. He refused to let Su He tell it over and over again. I even listened to Western mythology. Although he kept nodding, Su He always felt that he was more or less dismissive of certain things. The old turtle not only listens, but even asks. Myths are legends, and there are even contradictions in them. Su He cannot fully explain them. But Taizu didn't care too much. After confirming that Su He didn't have an accurate answer, he stopped embarrassing him. Lao Gui did not hide anything about Xuanwu Taoism and Su He's practice methods, and explained them to him in detail. discuss carefully. However, he was shocked more than once by Suhi's many thoughts. It shocked Suhi's thinking that the turtle boy actually thought about whether he could imprison the entire starry sky like Taizu, and move the real starry sky into the inner world so that once the stars come to the stars, he wouldn't have to teach the four sacred beasts honestly. Right? He also felt that this turtle boy was probably infected by Bai Ling, and he did not know whether he was alive or dead. Taizu glanced at Suhi, with a hint of surprise in his always calm expression. Gizi, our ancestor has been practicing for 30 million years, and he has not even refined a single sun. Dare to enter the inner world. Who gave you the courage to covet the entire starry sky? He has the ability to suppress the entire starry sky. So why should he seek the four holy beasts? The world is so big and there are so many sentient beings. Who dares to resist? Even if the source jumped out, it could be beaten to pieces by him. Taizu never belittles himself. According to his own way. In any era, whether it is the heavenly era or the ancient era, he is the top existence, and he is ranked within the palm of his hand. But Taizu himself couldn't even imagine suppressing the entire Shinkong. After being laughed at by Taizu, Suhi shrank his neck and became honest, giving up his fantasy. Conceive your own skills again. Everyone's path to Xuanwu is different, so there is no specific technique for Xuanwu Yandao. There is only Tao, which can only be understood. It was impossible for Taizu to help him create a set of techniques to reach the top. If he did create it, it would be Taizu's techniques, not Suhi's. Suhi needs to walk this path by himself. Taizu can only provide enlightenment. Just like Fengzu mentioned to Feng Qiaofei. He said that the red bird is not in the blood, but in the top of the head and in the starry sky. Feng Qiaofei, who had been confused for tens of thousands of years, found his own path in an instant. However, Suhi's cultivation time was too short, and his cultivation knowledge was too lacking. It is somewhat unrealistic to think of creating your own exercises in a short period of time. Taizu gave him a token to go to Guiwang Mountain to study Taoism. After doing all this, Taizu slowly closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep again. Yaya hasn't woken up yet. Su Huanyan also fell into practice again. Suhi had all kinds of things tumbling in his mind, and his mind was not calm, so it was not suitable for him to practice. Although Taizu explained it, the path of Xuanwu has not been clarified, and there are no practical techniques. Blind practice may lead to a wrong step and fall into a place of eternal disaster. There was still the power of time, and Suhi had no clue. Taizu gave some advice. Since the star ring requires a lot of energy, then give it to it. But Suhi didn't know where this kind of thing came from. The star ring cannot absorb energy bit by bit. It accumulates and slowly changes in quantity. It requires a sudden burst of force, an explosion of power. Even the White Tiger ruins were hit with a beam of light, but they couldn't absorb the energy. That beam of light is not enough to explode. What else can help? Let Taizu cut off a leg and try it with explosion. See if we can send him back to the ancient times? Stop making trouble. If Taizu doesn't kill him, he will die in the explosion. Taizu actually suggested that he try to move the star ring out of the body and turn it into a shield or golden bell-like existence, which might be useful. But he didn't know what to do. The star ring is like a boundary bead and cannot be moved. The days passed little by little while he was lost in thought. After an unknown amount of time, a light flashed around him, and the toad landed directly in the sea of consciousness. It screamed as soon as it appeared. Its belly was bulging, and the harvest was not small, but it looked like it had lost money. Patted its belly and complained to Suhi, "Why don't you go back?" He ran out of Baiyun Palace and didn't go back. If Suhi was here, the gains from borrowing the dice would be as much as those of Luandi's inner treasury. I wonder if the Su family's treasure house can be expanded. No. What does Mr. Frog's treasure have to do with the old Su family? It screamed and jumped out of Suhi's sea of consciousness. When he raised his head, he saw the sleeping Taizu. His mouth opened with a creak. He was stunned for a while, and then he lifted him back bit by bit with his chin. He turned around and looked at Suhi in disbelief. That expression seemed to say, "Ancestor, have you invaded Xianwang Cave Heaven?" Suhi nodded. Toad raised two thumbs up and marveled for a while. Then he saw Yaya on Taizu's back. He was very excited and wanted to get closer, but he didn't dare. Finally he shook his head and entered Suhi's inner world again. This turtle is careless and doesn't take its ancestor seriously. It doesn't dare to be big or small, but it doesn't have that ability. It's better to stay in your own territory and be comfortable. As soon as he entered the inner world, he noticed the difference in the inner world.
He looked up at the sky, then turned to look at the laying on the silver maple tree, and opened his mouth to complain.
Hey! Are you lazy?
Why has the atmosphere of this world become so violent? Lo-ing.
Dot!
Suhi shook his head and smiled, ignoring the disputes in the inner world, and turning his head to look outside the Taya Palace. Something was approaching quickly, but it was not a walking corpse. From a distance, a golden light could be seen flashing, which was somewhat similar to Su Huanyan's hairpin. The light was getting closer and closer, finally getting close. A phoenix cry came, and a phoenix with a hairpin on its head was seen coming towards him. He flapped his wings and hit the Taiha Palace, hitting the wall of the Taiha Palace with his head, like a bat hitting the glass, and slid down with a splat. The 3 feathers on Feng Chaofei's head looked like 3 question marks. Suhi turned around and said,
Ancestor!
Tai Ziyu opened his eyes, looked out, and said vaguely,
It's that little phoenix!
Without seeing his movement, the barrier was released, and the undercurrent pushed Feng Chaofei into the Taiha Palace. Then the hall flashed with light, and the undercurrent was pushed out again. The barrier is closed again. The barrier of Taiha Palace was originally open. It was opened after Suhi and others came in to block the undercurrent.
Auntie! Why are you here?
Suhi's tone was filled with surprise. Feng Chaofei snorted at him, ignored him, and turned to Taizu with a slight bow.
Taizu!
Her expression was rare and dignified, but her heart was in turmoil. This old turtle of the Suhi family actually had private property in Xianwang Cave. Isn't it said that this old turtle was sealed? Why are you here? Thinking of this, she felt funny in her heart. Emperor Luan had one plan after another in the Fengwang Palace. In fact, he should be thankful that Suhi had unlocked the prison. Otherwise the Xianwang realm would really fall into death. And an old turtle that had survived for who knows how many years would kill him. The scene is too beautiful to imagine. Taizu Longbeard waved, responded casually, and fell into a deep sleep again. Today's mythical beasts, in addition to the ancestors of various families, were all grown up by Taizu, especially the geniuses of the 4 spirits, who have paid more or less attention to them. Although this little phoenix had a bad temper and even went the wrong way, even his Qing Lei's world bead was broken by her. But his performance in the phoenix tomb made several ancestors very satisfied. Return from your lost ways. As for Qing Lei, that turtle boy has already embarked on his own path and found his own avenue. If the world pearl is still there, I am afraid that I will choose to destroy the world pearl at this time. As an ancestor, he will not be involved in the grudges. The children will resolve their own affairs. Of course, this is limited to the 4 spirits. The 4 spirits and beasts have a close relationship, but over the tens of millions of years, not all 2 of the 4 spirits have an excellent relationship. And even life and death enemies have not never appeared. As long as the ancestors don't mess up their sense of proportion, they won't be afraid of causing trouble. At this moment, Qing Lei is guarding Xianwang, and something happened in Xianwang Cave. They should come to an end, and when the matter is over, Qing Lei can go to Old Phoenix to ask for compensation. With Suhi here, there is no fear that something will really happen to them. This turtle boy is a bit stupid, but he is sincere to his family. Taizu fell into a deep sleep, and Suhi opened his mouth again and asked, Auntie? Feng Chaofei moved away from Yaya with a somewhat affectionate gaze and landed on Suhi. He immediately changed his look to one part arrogant and one part disgusted. He snorted and replied, Chasing people.
I'll catch you when I'm nearby.
The smell. Come and take a look.
She looked Suhi up and down.
What? Did you become an escaped turtle?
There was a big battle, and this turtle actually escaped without participating. Suhi did not explain, but said in surprise,
Is there anyone else who can join the undercurrent?
Feng Chaofei waved his wings and said casually,
Except for divine beasts. Anyone who dares to kill their own souls can enter. You won't join the battle, and you won't leave the Xianwang Cave?
Staying with the ancestor and enjoying the treatment of a cub? You don't get that treatment either. She glanced at Yaya on Taizu's back again. Suhi was curious.
Can I go out now?
Feng Chaofei glanced at him with disdain.
Except for the monks who fled into the undercurrent. There are no more monks in the entire Xianwang Cave heaven than can be counted on both hands.
Has the fight reached this point? Suhi was silent for a moment. He shook his head and smiled. He didn't have to worry about this. Xianwang realm couldn't suffer a loss. Taoist Xuanzhen should apologize for being in such a bad situation. Suhi raised his head and looked at Feng Chaofei with shining eyes.
Auntie, do you have a hexagram?
Feng Chaofei's eyes instantly narrowed. This turtle boy was so unconscious that he was thinking about her hexagram even before he returned the source stone. 9 out and 14 back.
What you up to?
Suhi grinned.
If you need it for practice, I can use my aunt's hexagram to condense the heaven-opening artifact.
Feng Chaofei was stunned for a moment, then became furious. Do you treat me like an ignorant child? What is the relationship between the heaven-opening artifact and the hexagrams?
If you can't explain why you're here today, I can't even stop you Taizu from beating me.
Don't think that just because you are close to me, you can care about my hexagram. A phoenix is lonely outside, being hunted by the entire Phoenix clan, but it can still find a hexagram. Do you think it's easy? Suhi smiled and said a thought. It was the first time to open the sky. Xiao Dui Gua condensed the image of the open sky pen. Feng Chaofei glanced at it and opened his mouth. He couldn't even hold back his arrogance. No wonder this turtle boy can open the sky so quickly. After surviving the catastrophe, the sky will be open within a year, and the second level of heaven will be achieved in just 30 years. This is cheating. She looked down at Suhi, feeling a crazy feeling rising up uncontrollably to break the turtle boy's boundary beats. She was familiar with this. So experienced. It's not jealousy. It's just that I'm unhappy.
Aunt?
Suhi whispered. Feng Chaofei snorted.
There is a fellow hexagram, but it's not on my body. If you have the ability, go to my cave to conquer it. If you don't, just pretend you didn't tell me.
The hexagrams are not something that can be conquered just by conquering them. It depends on the nature and opportunity. To a large extent, it has nothing to do with Taoism. She has been familiar with the hexagrams for a long time, but she has not really conquered them yet. She cannot keep the hexagrams in her body and use them like Suhi. Suhi was overjoyed. He rolled his eyes and whispered,
Auntie, I have information about the gathering place of the Fudo clan. Do you want to go and make a fortune?
Suhi's eyes sparkled. Feng Chaofei looked at him with contempt.
Do you want me to be a thug?
Fudo is the enemy of the Dragon Turtle clan. Suhi turned around and transformed into his true form as a peacock. He shook his head and said with a smile,
Auntie, you think it's just Fudo who still needs thugs? Auntie knows my talent. The Fudo family has collected treasures for countless years. We can increase the amount.
2.5. The one with the best quality. I'll let my aunt pick first.
Suhi blinked, as if it was good for me to think about my aunt first. Feng Chaofei hesitated for a moment.
You haven't told anyone else?
Suhi spread his wings.
I didn't even tell Taizu.
Suhi motioned to Taizu, who was sleeping soundly. He could say this in front of Taizu. Feng Chaofei was silent for a moment. Is this little peacock so kind? The Fudo clan has been hiding from the dragon turtle and the phoenix for countless thousands of years. I don't know how much effort this kid spent on finding them. Is it good to think of yourself first? It's normal. Yunli, the one closest to him by blood, has just been resurrected and can't fight for at least 1,000 years. She is the only one with the closest bloodline and a true relative. Or 0.9 times out and 9 times back? Feng Chaofei lowered his head and looked at Suhi. Suhi looked at him with a smile in his eyes and tilted his head. The aura of the world inside this bird has become stronger again. It's because of the critical moment of cultivation that the origin stone will definitely not be able to keep up. 9 out of 8.6 Home. Chapter 420. At the invitation of Lang. He came to suppress the evil fight. The sea of stars is vast and boundless. It is the same starry sky as all the heavens and worlds. But it cannot fly to it no matter what. In addition to the summons from Guiwang Mountain and Fengwang Palace, there are only 9 passages to reach it. It is said that in ancient times, if you push the immortal gate, you can fly up on the spot and directly reach the star sea. But now this method has long been discontinued. The fairy gate cannot be opened. But that's not entirely the case. Just like in the ancient times where Bain Diaoxing was located, the Fuha Forbidden Area was once the entrance from the lower world to the heavenly galaxy. But the entrance was gone. But from time to time, stars fall from the stars and rivers in heaven to all the heavens and realms. However, in this era, the Fuha Forbidden Land has disappeared, and even the entire starry sky no longer appears. Instead, a world is hidden here. It looks like a small world, but it is much larger and not under the Eldar world. The world is deformed, like a thick-skinned walnut spinning in the air. If Suhi comes here, he should be able to recognize him. This is the damage-free realm of the Butian clan. It's just much smaller than the original non-destructive realm. And it's not as thick as it was in the ancient times. It's just like a layer of armor. Outside the damage-free world, 7 adult food dough
and 3 smaller food dough fell on the barrier of the damage-free world. The flames burning in the sky were about to burn through this world. The non-destructive world is hidden in the world. But this time it is revealed for some unknown reason. How can it be allowed to be hidden again? Uncle Clan, do you want to go back to your ancestral land and call other clan members here? A food dough suggested to the adult food dough next to him. The flames on the wings of the Tian clan have far exceeded the true fire of the phoenix to the food dough clan. The flames that can repair and temper the inner world can make any race of mythical beasts go crazy. The disaster in front of him shook his head. No! There are too many disasters in the world. And the dragon, turtle, and phoenix will definitely notice it. Those 2 tribes really wanted to kill them. Food dough is not tongue snake. He is not that stupid, and would not take the initiative to provoke dragon turtle. This time in Xianwang Cave Heaven, several people had already lost their lives in battles. Although they didn't know what was going on in Xianwang Cave Heaven, it was enough to guess. Either the dragon turtle or the phoenix. Or even the cooperation of the 2 races. While all the eyes of the world are focused on the Xianwang Cave Heaven. Burn through the indestructible realm. Hunt down the Tian clan. The dead will snatch the core. And the living will devour the flames. And return immediately after annihilating this clan. In the non-destructive realm, hundreds of monks with wings on their backs fly in the sky and watch the fighting outside the non-destructive realm. From the outside, the indestructible realm looks like a huge walnut. Looking from the inside out, you can't see any barriers. But you can clearly see the stars above your head. But the stars are not the same as they were in ancient times. In the ancient times, the damage-free world had stars that belonged entirely to itself. But at this moment, half and half. Half of its own stars, and half of the real stars from the outside world. The leader of the Tian clan was an old man, who looked worriedly at Hudo, who was spraying flames wantonly in the sky. A woman in her 50s looked at him and said, Ancestor, is it because of the Xianwang Cave Heaven that the indestructible realm appears? The ancestor smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yes or no? Does it matter? Can't change the outcome. The woman is silent. That's it. The Tian clan follows the ancestral precepts and never leaves the harmless realm. Even if the Xianwang order appears, it will be thrown into the ancestral land and will never be used. But this time, the little guy Liang was teleported away by Xianwang order. Liang entered the Xianwang Cave Heaven, and the non-destructive realm was naturally connected to the Cave Heaven, and it was natural for it to be revealed. Ancestor, what should we do? The woman's face turned slightly pale. 7 adult heads were fighting, which would be a disaster for any ordinary race. The Tian clan only has more than 10,000 people. So how many powerful people are there? There is only one ancestor in the 7th level of the sky. The ancestor was silent for a moment and said in a deep voice, Send all the young children to the ancestral land and let Leheng lead people to try to open the forbidden area. The others are ready to meet the enemy. The woman bowed and accepted the order. Yes. The ancestor had made arrangements. But it didn't make her feel at ease. The ancestral land is relatively safe. But there is no guarantee that it can escape Fudo's search. The forbidden area is still deeper in the ancestral land. It is absolutely safe. But it cannot be opened or entered, unless there is a member of the Tiani clan whose ancestral bloodline is so high that he not only has wings, but can also transform into a snake tail. Others don't know the origin of the Tian clan. As the current clan leader, how can she not know? The bloodline of the ancient Butian clan is just impure, and only the first-generation ancestors, in addition to their wings, have the remnants of the snake body of the Butian clan to enter the forbidden area. They can't get in. Moreover, the Tian clan never contacts outsiders and has no friends or enemies. At this time, even if they want to ask for help, they can't do it. The matriarch looked a bit miserable as she hurriedly returned to the clan and began to make arrangements. She gritted her teeth while flying. Worry and blame flashed in her eyes at the same time. Liang, if this damn girl didn't die in Xianwang Cave Heaven, come back and skin her. He has been making trouble since he was a child. And this time, he brought disaster to the tribe. If she can't resist this disaster, let's see how she overcomes the hurdle in her heart. It would have been nice to just return the Xianwang Ling to his ancestral home honestly. But instead, he took his time and played with it. The clan leader gritted his teeth. Then a loud bang was heard on the world barrier. Boom! The thick barrier was blown open by Hudo Sheng. The clan leader's face changed drastically and he roared. All clansmen, prepare your formation to meet the enemy. She called out to all her clan members. But she flashed and transformed into countless clones. She rushed into the homes of her clan members like a human trafficker, picked up the young child and ran away. The parents of their young children, who were snatched away, looked up at the sky. Take out your weapons and shoot towards the sky. With a bark and a flash of fire, the Tiani people who had just shot up into the sky fell down instantly, like cooked dumplings. This is not a war. This is a massacre. Among the Tian clan, a large formation rose up, blocking the flames that filled the sky. The ancestor's voice was suppressed with anger. Fellow Taoists, you should know that you will be punished by God if you kill the Tian clan indiscriminately. Why do you, fellow Taoists, weaken yourselves like this? A calamity popped up. God's punishment? Is it more terrifying than the hunts of dragon turtles and phoenixes? If the four spirits are not afraid, how can they be afraid of a mere divine punishment? As long as you are strong enough, the world can be shattered. So how can you be punished by God? Ancestor Tian Ni's expression completely darkened. Xianhuang Cave Sky. Taya Palace? Feng Chaofei nodded and reluctantly agreed to Su He hunting Fu Do. He glanced at Su He with an expression that said, I'm just helping you. Tell me, where is the trouble? Su He thought for a moment, then suddenly pulled Ling out of the inner world. Xian Lang raised her eyebrows and said, This one is Fairy Qi of the Feng clan, the most powerful person in the Feng clan, only inferior to the ancestor of the four spirits. You can tell me where your hometown is and where the troubles are. When Su He introduced her, Feng Chaofei's arrogant head was already slightly raised. It wasn't until Su He finished speaking that he glanced at Su He. The ancient ancestor and the third ancestor are also above me. She was so proud that she didn't even bother to lie about it. Strong is strong. She admits it from the bottom of her heart. Just like Su Huanyan and Bai Ling. They reached the sky in 7 days. Although it was unpleasant, Feng Chaofei admitted that she couldn't compare. The only problem was that she didn't even glance at Su Huanyan since she entered the Taiha Palace. Her lowering her status made Lu Ying trust them even more. Although she didn't know who the wild ancestor and the third ancestor were, the four spirit ancestors could still imagine them. The Tian clan is just closed. Not stupid. Lu Ying looked overjoyed. Dragon Turtle did what he said. She pointed her finger, and a star map unfolded in the Taiha Palace. She pointed to an area on the star map and said, My clan is here, but it is hidden. Those troubles are entrenched around it. The Tian clan has no contact with the outside world. But some clan members once went out occasionally, and many of their clansmen have lost their lives and suffered misfortunes. Looking at the star map, Feng Chaofei and Su He showed surprised expressions at the same time. Feng Chaofei. So this is where I originally planned to build the cave abode. Although she didn't find anything special here, it gave her an unusual feeling. It was just that the Feng clan was chasing them so hard that it was better to avoid them at a distance than to do more. Lu Ying. My hometown was almost robbed. Feng Chaofei glanced at Su He as he spoke. The boy's expression was wrong. Do you know this place? Su He shook his head and laughed. The forbidden land of Fuha can be connected to the Sea of Stars in the dark. In ancient times, there were stars flowing from the Sea of Stars. Feng Chaofei nodded. No wonder he felt that this place was special. As she said this, she glanced at Su He in surprise. This guy knew a lot about all the secrets in the world. Even more than she did. Okay, this can't be the nest of Fu Do. There are at most a few Fu Do. After the Xianhuang Cave heaven is over, I can go with you. It's not a lair, so the harvest won't be too big. But even if it's a lair, it's impossible for a phoenix to get rid of it. Maybe he has to call someone. Feng Chaofei is not used to joining forces with others. Su He nodded. Xianhuang Cave heaven would end in 3 or 4 years. It was a good time to ask Feng Chaofei for advice on time cultivation. Just as he was about to take Lu Ying back, he saw Taizu's sleeping clone beside him opening his eyes leisurely. Now that we are here, don't wait for the end of the Xianhuang Cave heaven. Let's go now. There is no use staying in the Xianhuang Cave heaven this time. Su He had a question mark on his head. The old turtle has indeed been eavesdropping. Is this an attempt to drive people out? Before he spoke, Feng Chaofei had already nodded. Okay, you come with me. She looked back at Su He, her tone unquestionable. As he spoke, he wanted to pull Su He out. Although these old guys are mysterious, they are rich in experience, and listening to them is often correct. Taizu smiled and shook his head. Let's go here. He raised his paw and patted it down, creating a swirling passage. Taizu can teleport the cage to the main body, and naturally has the ability to communicate with the inside and outside of the Xianhuang Cave. It is not difficult to open an extra channel to send them away. Sui glanced at Taizu suspiciously. He always felt that this old turtle was mysterious, and couldn't wait for them to get over. Glancing at the passage, Sui looked at Su Huanyan and Yaya, who were in seclusion. Nodded to Taizu and said, "Then, please help me take care of them. And my grandson will leave first." Taizu Long's beard waved. "Go! Go! Merit favors the gods and is extraordinary. The little girl from the Tianli clan here just begged for mercy. And the little phoenix over there came. He also promised to deal with Fudo. That means that it is very likely that the Tianni clan has fallen into a crisis of disaster at this moment. And the heaven and earth have their own protection. If you go late, something might happen." Lu Ying didn't know why she suddenly wanted to hunt Fudo. But she is happy. Of course, the sooner this happens, the better. Following Sui out of the passage, the scenery in front of him had completely changed. I don't know where I am. Surrounded by the endless sea. The sky above my head is clear. And there are flying boats that look like fairy swords patrolling the sky. It's just that it's broken here. In Lu Ying's eyes, there are cracks everywhere. This must be the result of a terrifying war that had occurred previously and shattered the world. It was repaired again. However, this kind of repaired damage cannot be seen by outsiders. But in the eyes of the Tianni clan, it is like cracks in the sky. Lu Ying breathed a long sigh of relief. Every time they saw the heaven and earth damaged, the Tianni clan couldn't contain the anger in their hearts. Fortunately, it had been repaired here. Even if it was ignored, it would be able to recover on its own in 3 to 5 million years. I really want to stay here and repair the world. But now is not the time to worry about this. The most important thing is to deal with the disaster first. Sui took a deep breath and felt a familiar breath. South China Sea. The Phoenix Tomb is right next to it. But it's not the day when the Phoenix Tomb is to be opened. So the door is not visible, and no one can get in. Taizu should have teleported based on his own existence. He could not teleport directly to Fengzhong. So he teleported to the South China Sea. The South China Sea has been repaired. And there is no trace of the aftermath of the war at all. 2 big birds suddenly appeared. And the Jiansheng mountain monk patrolling the sky immediately looked down. When you see a phoenix or a peacock, you have to bow down and salute. But he saw the phoenix spread its wings, and the space fluctuated. The 3 winged beings disappeared at the same time. Boom! There was a loud noise. And a fireball of mixed flame suddenly exploded. The formation set up by the Tianni clan was exploded. In an instant, each and every member of the Tianli tribe was blown to pieces. At this moment, the damage-free world was in a mess. The whole world had never been so miserable. Mountains collapsed. Rivers stopped flowing. And magma raged. This is nothing to the Tianni clan. The damage to the world will be repaired sooner or later. But the death of nearly half of the clan makes them so painful that they can't breathe. And this is not the limit. Once the formation is broken, what should we do next to resist the disaster? Ancestor Tianni had a bleak look on his face. And a mouthful of blood spurted out. He wanted to call out to his tribe. But he couldn't. His entire chest was pierced by a fireball. And his heart and lungs were gone. How could he speak? He couldn't even breathe anymore. So it was time to self-destruct, resurrect, and recuperate. But no. There are thousands of Tianni people behind him. He is the only one who can resist the disaster. The clan leader lying on the ground laughed miserably, and looked up at Fu Do. A Huidu lowered his head, and walked down step by step. If you want to blame your clan for entering the Xianwang cave heaven. If it hadn't been for her, I wouldn't have been able to come in. Once you enter the non-destructive realm, you can immediately sense the reason why this place appears. This is a fight between God and disaster. Bah! The clan leader spat out a mouthful of blood. What's wrong with my clan? Lu Ying was not as naughty as she was when she was a child. Stealing tokens. During her patrol, she found a Xianwang order and wanted to send it back to her ancestral land. However, she was a little late. The Xianwang cave suddenly opened on the way and teleported her there. If Nizi doesn't know what's going on, how can she be blamed? But it's okay. Lu Ying is not here. Lu Ying is of ancestral blood. As long as she or the Tianni clan will not be exterminated, good fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Girl. In the starry sky, 3 pairs of wings flapped and rushed toward the non-destructive realm. The space was sealed. And the space teleportation could not be directly transmitted to the non-destructive realm. It can only be teleported to the surroundings and then fly back. It's still far away, and the Oriole is already chattering. Fly forward and we'll be there in just one day. Our world looks like a walnut. But you can't see it. It's very beautiful inside, with snow-capped mountains and the Chanfeng Sea.
Probably after leaving home. Or maybe he kept his word and really brought people to suppress the trouble. Li Ying's mood was obviously different from before. She became as cheerful as a lark, chirping. But it's not annoying. As she spoke, she saw Feng Qiaofei looking forward with a strange expression. Li Ying didn't notice and still looked at Su He.
What? You are not allowed to tell the clan elder that you want to detain me. The clan elder will definitely not agree, and will use the strength of the whole clan to resist.
Then Su He followed Feng Qiaofei's gaze and looked over. Li Ying was still talking.
Otherwise,
you can say that I have offended the Dragon Turtle clan and want to kill the whole clan. Then I'd beg for mercy. And if you are reluctant to just detain me, the elders should be able to accept it.
As she spoke, she felt two fire shadows flashing around her. When she looked up, she saw the huge phoenix and peacock, one after the other, turned into two rays of light and shot straight ahead, and disappeared in a moment. Li Ying was stunned for a moment, as if she sensed or thought of something. Her face gradually turned pale. The flame suddenly burst out on both wings, and the source flew forward at a speed 10 times faster than before.
Don't want,
she murmured in her mouth, rushed out for half an hour, and saw a solitary walnut floating in the starry sky like a damage-free world. A huge hole in the world's barrier. The cave was filled with flames. The fire looked so familiar. Since I was a child, I have seen the big world from across the world. How could I not recognize it? Fight!
Yeah!
She screamed and rushed forward. She saw the phoenix and peacock in the starry sky chirping at the same time and rushing in through the loophole in the barrier. In the damage-free realm, the ancestor grabbed his scattered internal organs with his backhand, smashed them into pieces with one palm, and turned them into dust.
In the name of the Wushu Realm Lord, I have abolished the merits of my family and cursed you. Curse you to die without a whole body. Your bloodline will be cut off. Curse you until the road collapses. No more heirs.
Above the sky, fighting dogs barked and laughed loudly.
Is this a curse? This is an angry dog barking.
Bah! It vomited on itself and looked at Patriarch Tian Ni more cruelly.
The curse should be imitated by the spirit clan. But if the curse was effective, the 4 spirits would have been extinct long ago.
What kind of misfortune was born that never cursed the dragon turtle? It laughed loudly.
Who will answer this curse?
Blood burst out from the lips and teeth of Patriarch Tian Ni, and he gritted his teeth.
Curse you to death in an instant.
Hu Dou laughed even louder, opened his mouth and sucked in the flames of the Tianli people under his claws. I was about to hunt the next person, but I heard 2 phoenix calls behind me, and a voice came in.
As you wish.
The bad guys suddenly turned around, and saw 2 birds, one big and one small, rushing into the non-destructive realm. Once entering the non-destructive realm, the peacock transformed into a dragon turtle, with a huge wave under him, and crashed towards a 4th level open sky beast. Little misfortunes.
Dragon turtle. Phoenix. Feng Qiaofei.
After Fu Dou was stunned, a shrill scream rang out. Su He ran headlong into Fu Dou, who was in the 4th level of Kai Tian. Although Fu Dou was nominally a minor, he had lived for nearly 40,000 years and had extremely rich fighting experience. The moment Su He hit him, even though he hadn't reacted yet, the flames all over his body had suddenly ignited, forming a strange beast and biting away at Su He. Su He roared, and a big flag fell from the sky. The heaven of Nirvana. The band. Magical powers. At the same time in the Nirvana heaven, the physical body, magical powers, and spells can only be banned, but when used properly, it is the divine spell to reach the sky. When the big flag was lowered, the flaming beast that had been shot out by the battle dissipated instantly. It was startled when it saw a stream of cold air spit out from the mouth of the dragon turtle in front of it. The cold air flowed down the wind and instantly froze it to the core. Immediately afterwards,
break.
Su He let out a low drink and the ice cube shattered. The disaster is on the verge of collapse. Breaking the ice is a magic technique, not a magical power. The monk who was at the 4th level of Fu Dou Kai Tian, equivalent to the 6th level of treading heaven, was not directly killed by the icebreaker, but the icebreaker shattered, causing him serious injuries. His head was so dizzy that he could not react for a while. A mountain god seal crashed down on top of his head, hitting his head. There was a muffled sound, and only one strange thought was left in this disaster. The mountain god seal also has a die shape. Gambler? Immediately afterwards, a black lightning was seen. Crackle. Then nothing is known anymore. Everything is just a flash of lightning. Until this moment,
the ancestor of the Tianli clan had not finished saying the curse. He was stunned on the spot, not knowing why, staring blankly at the sky, killing the phoenixes and dragon turtles in all directions. The dragon turtle killed a Hui Do, turned around and looked down.
I came here to kill a Hui Do at Lang's invitation.
Chapter 421. People become better with age. Ancestor Tian and I was startled, and then his heart felt like a turbulent wave. Dragon turtle. Phoenix. This is Feng Qi from the Phoenix clan. Feng Qiaofei, who was said to have betrayed the Feng clan. The true power of all heavens and worlds. And this little dragon turtle. This is the genius of the dragon turtle clan. That one. The Tian and I clan is closed off. But as an ancestor, it is naturally impossible for them not to pay even a little attention to the outside world. Such two existences. What did Dragon Turtle say just now?
At Lang's invitation, I came to suppress the evil fight.
Although the ancestor no longer had a heart, he still felt his heart suddenly tightening, and his nose suddenly became sore. Lu Ying. What did his girl do? How can one realize such existence? It's just acquaintance. How can I still ask for help? At the critical moment of genocide? Calculating the time. The Xianwang Cave Heaven should still be open at this moment. Did these two break out of the Xianwang Cave Heaven in advance for Lu Ying? Lu Ying. Didn't you sell yourself? Does he know how special Lu Ying is? The ancestor didn't know how to express his emotions for a while. He was sad and proud, and his heartbreaking heartache was mixed with endless excitement. The Dragon Turtle and Phoenix are here, and the Tian and I clan can be saved. I burst into tears for a while, turning his head to look at the ruined Wushu realm. He clenched his fists tightly and let out an unspeakable wail. He looked up at Hudo, who was trying to run away, and jumped up with a roar. He no longer used his clansmen to set up formations, and no longer hid and acted like a cow, forming seals with both hands. A colorful stone condensed out, roaring to kill Fudo with the imperial stone. There was a muffled bang and a stone hit an adult tiger on the head, knocking back the guy who was about to run away. Then he saw Feng Qiaofei flap his wings, and the true fire of the phoenix surged out. With anger in his eyes, "Don't you want to eat the flames? Didn't you chase me down more than 300,000 years ago to absorb the flames? Come!" She used her wings to blow up the phoenix's real fire, and Fu Do opened his mouth and swallowed her fire into his belly. A flash of pride flashed in his eyes, but before he could open his mouth to sarcastically, he let out a miserable howl. The eyes, ears, mouth, nose, the 9 orifices spurted out flames at the same time. But this flame was not the refined flame, but the original true fire of the phoenix. The real fire burst out, suppressing the flames on Fudo's body, burning through his magma-like body, and the magma turned into steam. Fudo howled miserably.
"What kind of fire are you talking about?"
"This is not Phoenix true fire. This flame is of a higher grade than Phoenix true fire, and cannot be swallowed by Fudo at all." Feng Qiaofei had no intention of talking nonsense with it. The sycamore tree appeared and swept down. The vaporized Hudo was instantly shattered, completely disappeared. An ordinary adult cannot fight against the 5th level of open heaven, which is equivalent to the ordinary 7th level of treading heaven. His argumentative power is a whole level lower than Feng Qiaofei's, or even more. It would be easy for the 4 spirits to kill the same realm, let alone the lower realm. Feng Qiaofei turned around and threw the sycamore tree upwards, landing instantly on the hole in the barrier of the non-destructive boundary, blocking anyone's access. Then he turned around and charged towards the other end of the mountain. With a clear cry, the Phoenix true fire raged out. Massacre! Just as Hudo massacred Tian Ni's clan, Feng Qiaofei massacred Fudo's clan. The figure flashes, and the 7 adult heads are fighting. But there is no one enemy. A head of Hudo was killed in an instant and fell from the sky, like a volcano falling from the sky, hitting the ground with a loud noise and splashing endless magma. Feng Qiaofei turned around and saw that He had put away the banner of Nirvana, and Taiyuan was unfolding. The 2 evil fighters were spraying flames and wanted to escape, but they could not leave at all and fell into Taiyuan bit by bit. The 2 sides were fighting at the 3rd level of open heaven, and the panic in their eyes had solidified. "Don't kill!" Feng Qiaofei stabbed the last adult, Hudo, with his kick, and turned to look at Suhi. Suhi shook his head. "Don't make trouble. Even if there is no nest for the evil forces,
They have been here for a long time, so they should have some savings. And let's try to find out where their nest is.
As He spoke, he withdrew his magical power, and the two evil spirits fell into the abyss. The conflict between the two ends of the sky and the third level of the sky cannot cause waves. Feng Chufei shook his head. Divine beasts cannot be insulted, even if they are enemies. This principle is the same. It is basically impossible to interrogate Lao Lao. Fire fell all over the sky, and the war started and ended in just a moment. Without any drag, it would not be too easy for Feng Chufei to kill the 5th level divine beast of Kaitian. It is much easier for Su He to kill the 3rd level Kaitian. He showed up and immediately attacked Fu Do, the strongest member of the 4th level of Kaitian. He first blocked his magical power, then caught up with his magic skills, and then put away the banner with the mounting god seal and Tianju, performing a series of attacks. This turtle boy has indeed grown up, and is no longer the immature novice who threw blood curses at people when they first met.
Do you think it's easy to kill divine beasts other than the 4 spirits?
Feng Chufei's voice was vague. Su He was stunned, but before he could speak, Feng Chufei's cold snort came over.
Put away your arrogant thoughts. Don't underestimate any divine beast if you don't want to die. The monks can't be underestimated either. Which clan of divine beasts can't suppress it?
The clan's greatest treasure?
The sacred beast treasure does not belong to a certain mythical beast, but is formed by a family over hundreds of millions of years, and belongs to this family alone. Just like what Su He had seen in ancient times. The turtle L stretched across the black and yellow world. That is the most precious treasure of the dragon turtle clan. I just don't know where the treasure is at this time. It should be in Taizu's hands. Also, when Uncle Lei and Uncle Luo fought against the Soaring Snake clan in front of the Chijua secret realm, the tree of death that Soaring Snake took out, but 7 adult Soaring Snakes, assisted by the tree of joy and death, blocked the combined efforts of Uncle Lei and Uncle Luo. Although they were all killed, that battle was much more difficult than Feng Chufei's battle to kill. It was Uncle Lei who condensed the Xuanwu form and snatched away the happy death tree to truly kill the enemy. The combat power is completely different if you have the clan's treasure and don't. Su He nodded with a solemn expression. He understood what his aunt meant. His dragon turtle had become famous in all the worlds after passing through the Xianhuang cave. Those enemies will definitely regard him as a thorn in their flesh. And no one wants another white spirit to appear in the dragon turtle clan. Especially in the past 30 years. There have been frequent signs of war between the Xianhuang realm and the imperial world. The decisive battle may come at the next moment. He provoked some mythical beast that might be underage, laid a trap, and suddenly took out the clan's most precious treasure and gave Su He a hard blow. Don't think that only mythical beasts have it. Which sect doesn't have a treasure that can suppress the sect? The same goes for families. Feng Chufei reminded. This thing is owned by a powerful force. It's just that the sects are different, and the treasures are high and low. If the treasure of the ordinary sect is placed among the top 10 immortal sects, it may be a good magic weapon in the hands of ordinary disciples. But who can guarantee that there will be no accidents? Su He nodded. The ancestor of the Tianli clan fell down above his head. He could not hide the shock in his eyes no matter what. He looked at the corpses of Xyluda and the remaining 7 troubled beasts. The expression on his face changed. But he didn't know how to express it. Is this the 4 spirits? Are these the dragon, turtle, and phoenix? Hu Do, who almost wiped out their entire clan, didn't even have a chance to resist in the face of such an existence. There is no way to escape. He fell down and lowered himself on Su He and Feng Chufei. Looking at the turtle and the phoenix, he slowly crawled down and knelt down in the air. The Tianli clan members below raised their heads and looked at the sky, watching their ancestor look at the 2 divine beasts, and then slowly knelt down after their ancestor. Su He was at a loss. But Feng Chufei was used to such scenes and didn't pay much attention. Among the top 10 immortal sects, the Suzaka sect almost belongs to her. There are also countless people from other realms who worship the phoenix. She has been worshipped by others so often that she has long been accustomed to it. The wings quivered slightly, and the plane trees in the sky returned, opening the entrance. Feng Chufei immediately left. The rest of the matter is yours to handle. Feng Chufei didn't like this scene. She flew out and happened to meet Lu Ying, who came in with lowered wings. Lu Ying's body was trembling, and she hurriedly chased after her. But she was too timid to enter the non-destructive realm. Seeing Feng Chufei fly out, he mustered up his courage and flew in with trembling wings. He was immediately stunned as soon as he came in. She looked at the broken corpses on the ground, at the half-destroyed indestructible world, and at the clansmen kneeling on the ground. Tears flowed out uncontrollably. He murmured, "How could this happen? How could this happen?" He seemed to be in disbelief, looking helpless and at a loss. Her eyes wandered uncontrollably, looking at her clan members. Her parents. Her parents were gone. Looking at the clan leader and the ancestor. His eyes finally followed everyone's gaze and landed on Suhi. As if he had grasped the last straw, he walked to Suhi step by step and reached out to tentatively grab his turtle SHL. Suhi sighed and did not move away. He let her hand fall on the turtle SHL, and Luing felt a sense of relief in her helpless eyes. Looking at Suhi, a volcano below suddenly erupted, and several corpses of clan members rushed up. Looking at the corpses flying with the lava, she finally couldn't bear it anymore and cried out, "A girl who has never left home. A clan with no more than 10,000 people. And a clan that has never had any disputes or intrigues for generations. The simpler it is, the harder it is to bear such grief," she cried out, and everyone below immediately began to cry. And the wailing sound spread throughout the non-destructive world. The wailing sound summoned the souls of the tribesmen whose bodies were damaged. Most of the souls could not remain intact in the flames of the disaster. At this moment, they were floating in the air like ghosts. As everyone cried, ghost cries came from their mouths. The ancestor staggered up, walked to Li Ying's side, and gently touched the base of her neck. A ray of light flashed through, putting Lu Ying into sleep. The ancestor shook his head. "Don't blame her. She is not wrong." What's wrong with a child getting a Xianwang order and playing with it greedily? Who would have thought that Xianwang Cave Heaven would open in advance? People who have been in the non-destructive realm may not be able to notice it yet. But monks who come in from the outside world will immediately know why the non-destructive realm appears as soon as they feel the difference in the atmosphere between the inside and outside. The girl has already blamed herself to the extreme. Right? But it's not her fault. It's Fu Dou's fault. Fu Dou has been thinking about the Tian clan for who knows how long. Even if there is no Xianwang Cave Heaven, sooner or later, he will be able to find the indestructible realm and break through. They have been guarding the outside for more than 10,000 years. What kind of world barrier can keep blocking us? Lu Ying brought the dragon turtle and phoenix. The ancestor smiled, rubbed the head of Lu Ying who fell into sleep, and bowed to Suhi again. Tian clan. Lu Xiang. Thank you to the Dragon Turtle clan and Phoenix clan for saving your life. The Tianli people below bowed down at the same time. Thousands of people. A whole world just bowed down. It was extremely spectacular. Suhi took a breath and shook his head. Take care of the world first and save the people. A war is not about life or death. There are also those who are about to be destroyed and are in urgent need of rescue. Ancestor Lixiang bowed again and bowed 3 times before getting up. Thank you, Taoist fellow Longgui. Please rest for a moment while I handle the matter here and rush over immediately. With an empty chest and an indescribable expression on his face, he turned his head and said downwards, Lucy, please don't be negligent in entertaining fellow Taoist Dragon Turtle. The clan leader struggled to get up and bowed to Suhi. Fellow Taoist, please come with me. Suhi glanced at the crowd with complicated eyes, and followed the clan leader Lucy with waves of water. Halfway through, he suddenly turned around and said, Fu Dou's body is mine. There were already dice falling on the bodies of 2 bad guys, which was a sign that the treasures on them had not been broken. The ancestor was stunned for a moment and smiled bitterly. Of course it belongs to fellow Taoist. Not to mention 7 corpses. Even if there were 70, he would not occupy one. If Dragon Turtle goes to raid the Hudo ancestral land, he is willing to be a pawn. Suhi lifted his claws, and a cloud of air rolled up, taking back all the 7-headed corpses. Then he followed Lucy to the inside. Suhi looked around and saw that it was indeed a non-destructive realm. The last time I came here, there were the Butian clan all over the world. But this time, I came back with less than 5,000 Tian clan. Not even a trace of the Butian clan remains. But I don't know where that family went. Is it lost in the long river of history? Or has it left this place? In fact, there was no need for Lucy to lead him. It had been tens of millions of years. But this place had not changed much. Suhi was familiar with the road. Their ancestral land is located in the forbidden land of the Butian clan in the ancient times. A piece of territory outside the forbidden land was enclosed and became the current ancestral land. The Tian clan deserves to have some abilities of the Butian clan, and the construction of their ancestral land is extremely secretive. It should have used the same hiding techniques as the non-destructive realm. But the non-destructive realm was exposed due to the Xianhuang Cave Heaven. The ancestral land has not yet been revealed. After flying over the magma pool and reaching the damage-free realm, Suhi flew through a thick smoke and felt as if water was gently flowing over his body. It was as if a thin film had been broken through. The scenery in front of me completely changed, as if I had entered another world. The battle outside has shattered the world. But here the birds are still singing and the flowers are fragrant. They were just children of different sizes, gritting their teeth and looking outside. And some even flew into the sky, as if they wanted to kill them. Seeing Lucy and Long Gui come in, they all rushed up to ask. But when Lucy took a look at them, they all froze in place and did not dare to move forward. The naughty boy disturbed fellow Taoist monks. Lucy bowed and apologized. Suhi shook his head. It doesn't matter. I also have children at home, and they are extremely naughty. A smile appeared on Lucy's face. In the future, fellow Taoist priests will bring their children to play when they have free time. There are many children here. You won't be lonely. Although he encountered a catastrophe, the patriarch still maintained his self-cultivation and did not act like a little daughter in front of Suhi. Just as he spoke, extreme sadness flashed through his eyes inadvertently, especially when seeing young children. Among the young children here, I don't know how many have lost their parents, and how many have lost their homes. Suhi smiled and nodded, following the patriarch's words. Okay, I will definitely bother you in the future. Although it is not good to think about this at this time. This is the Tianyo clan. If Yaya can get along well and recruit a few Tianyo clan members to enter the inner world, the path of cultivation will be smooth. While the two were talking, they had reached the depths of the ancestral land. It was a land of beautiful mountains and clear waters, and the elegance of the environment surpassed that of Changyu Mansion. Regardless of the But-Ying clan or the Tian-Ni clan, they are all unique in how they deal with the environment. We're here. Lucy looked at the waterfall in front of her and made an invitation gesture to Suhi. This is the place where our ancestors cultivated themselves, and it is the place where our environment is the best. Fellow Taoist, please rest here for a while. Ancestor will come later. Her identity is no longer enough to receive a dragon turtle, especially one who saved their clan. Only the ancestor comes in person to show the sincerity of the Tian-Ni clan. Suhi nodded. Fellow Taoist, there is no need to be polite. At this moment, we should mainly deal with matters within the clan. Lucy hesitated. Then, fellow Taoist, it's good to go on your own. It just so happens that I also use your place to interrogate Hudo. At this time, a patriarch must have countless things to do, and it is difficult to stay here. Lucy's eyes were full of gratitude, and she bowed to Suhi again. If you have any needs, fellow Taoist, just send me a message. Fellow Taoist can give orders to anyone outside, no matter how big or small. She bowed and exited, 30 miles away from where Suhi was, before flying out with her sword and rushing out. Suhi looked around and saw that the pavilions here were all used by human monks and were not suitable for him. After finding an open space, Taiyuan opened it and threw out a beast. A third-level Kai Tian Fu Do suddenly ignited flames when he landed on the ground, melting the ice all over his body. He returned to normal, but instead of escaping, he roared and charged towards Suhi. But Suhi slapped him to the ground. The flag of the Nirvana heaven was lowered, prohibiting its magical power, and he stepped on it with one claw, looking down at it. Wanna die? Chapter 422 Can't Die. Looking for death? Dragon Turtle's voice seemed to be filled with air conditioning, which fell on Hudo's ears. The whole world was frozen. Hudo looked up at Suhi, with resentment and fear in his eyes. Naturally, the ones that Hudo pays the most attention to are the Dragon Turtle and the Phoenix. Unfortunately, both Suhi and Suhi were occupied. I know that this Dragon Turtle has the ability to kill enemies across levels. But should I tell you the basics? Right. Being able to suppress and kill the clan brother who opened the fourth heaven. How can there be such a truth in the world? Hudo was stepped on, rolling his eyes and staring at Suhi. You want to interrogate me? I am Hudo, a divine beast. Is there any divine beast in the world that betrays its people? You don't even understand mythical beasts. Do you deserve to be called a mythical beast? The anger and fear in its eyes gradually turned into disdain, and it looked at Suhi with a bit of contempt. No wonder this turtle could cultivate a second body. It turns out that it was born with two minds. You are a fake dragon turtle. Loyalty in the world. Dogs are not at the forefront, but they are not far behind. Hudo is a dog. Suhi laughed. looked at Fu Do at his feet and said,
Respect the sacred beasts. It doesn't matter where your lair is, as long as you occupy the stronghold around the indestructible realm.
My aunt said, If Lao Chao can't ask, then don't bother. Disdain for disaster. Su He didn't care.
Now it's my interrogation. If there is no result within a quarter of an hour, I will hand over your clan to the Phoenix outside for interrogation. You must know who she is, and what method she has. You can think of it yourself.
Fu Do's expression changed a bit, and he said angrily,
Why didn't I explain and handed others over to that lunatic?
That was Feng Chaofei, a madman who can even kill his own family members. That's not a mythical beast. No wonder this phoenix and turtle can come together hand in hand, like a raccoon dog. Su He did not answer him, but smiled.
If your people are as tough as you, and can't even be interrogated by Feng Chaofei, then congratulations. I will send you to my wife, and ask her to refine you into a magic weapon. Retain your consciousness. In the future, I will use the magic weapon you have learned to kill your fellow tribesmen.
Su He lowered his head and looked at Hu Do at his feet.
Don't doubt my wife's abilities. She is the eldest Princess Yunming's. Is there any magic weapon in the world that she can't refine?
Fu Do's expression changed completely. He raised his head and looked at Su He in disbelief, as if he was looking at a demon. But Su He lowered his dragon head and said in a sinister voice,
Want to experience the feeling of killing clan members with your own hands? Don't worry. I can do it. The dragon turtle and the disaster will fight to the death. You can test my patience.
As Su He spoke, he took his claws away from Hu Do's neck and even put away the big flag, no longer restricting magical powers. However, Fu Do showed no signs of escaping and did not dare to attack. He just stared at Su He in horror. After a long while, he swallowed.
Are you sure that if I tell you the stronghold, you will let me go and kill me directly, and you won't be able to refine it into a magic weapon?
Su He ignored it and closed his eyes to fall asleep. Fu Do gritted his teeth.
You are Dragon Turtle. Even if you die, you should let me know for sure.
Dragon Turtle should be proud of himself. Su He, who was dozing, turned around and turned into a peacock. Fu Do's breath was suffocated, and the flames on his body were stagnant. You? Su He ignored it and counted the time bit by bit in his heart. When the time was up, he immediately changed into the Dragon Turtle's true form and opened Taiyuan. He grabbed Fu Do inside and dragged him out. Outside, Fu Do's expression changed instantly.
On Sunflower Star, the third flame cave on Kueyong Star.
It gritted its teeth and spat out a string of words. After saying this, the whole dog slumped down and lay motionless on the ground. Flames flowed downward lifelessly like water. Even when Su He shook Taiyuan and moved towards him, Huidu was not touched at all. Only his body trembled slightly. The environment in Dragon Turtle Taiyuan is too harsh. Sure enough, there is no enemy that cannot be controlled. If you are not threatened, you just have not grasped your lifeline. Su He took Taiyuan away and turned to look deeper into the ancestral land of the Tianinai clan. There is a treasure there. As soon as he entered the Tiani clan ancestor, Di Sua found that Xiao Sui Gua was faintly beating. Although he could not absorb the Taoist charm of Sui Gua, but it is enough to prove that the Gua Gua is here. It was just banned, but the Tiani clan failed to completely ban Sui Gua, and Xiao Sui Gua sensed its aura. Su He was silent for a moment. This time he came to help Lang Town kill evil. It was essentially a transaction, and it was not easy to repay a favor. However, the Tianinai clan would not refuse if they came to the Wushu realm in the future. Make friends slowly, and after you get along really well, borrow some hexagrams. It should be possible. Right. Even if they have already made good friends, there is no excuse to detain Luing. There are laws on one side and hexagrams on the other. Su He died in embarrassment. After being quiet for a long time, Su He felt something unusual behind him and turned around to look. I saw the ancestor of the Tianyo clan walking from outside the forest, with 6 huge donghu floating around. The size of this donghu was 3 times the size of Bayan's roasted ones. Before they were grilled, they exuded an alluring smell. The hole in Patriarch Tianyi's chest has been patched up, but his breath is getting weaker and weaker. At the 7th level, Su He feels that he can kill this old man now. As soon as he came in, Patriarch Tianyi bowed slightly.
My tribe has neglected my benefactor, and I am fooling my Taoist friend Haiyan.
The ancestor sighed. His clan was isolated from the world, and the dignified clan leader didn't even know how to treat guests. if the dragon turtle is just passing by as a guest at this moment. The clan is facing a great disaster and the dragon turtle is brought to the ancestral land. So it is natural and reasonable to rest temporarily. But the dragon turtle brought the phoenix to solve the family's problem. How could a person who saved an entire clan leave his benefactor and run away without making a cup of tea? No matter how difficult it is for the clan, it will never be like this. Suhi shook his head.
Ancestor Tion and I is polite. I'm not here to enjoy it.
Ancestor Tion and I would not be as rude as the clan leader. Clapping your hands. Some immortal food flew towards you. And there were no less than 100 of them. All made by many spiritual beasts in the non-destructive world. And it was very deliberate. Instead of putting cups and dishes on it, it was directly inserted into the ground. Even the fine wine was put directly into the big cauldron. Putting a wine glass in front of a mythical beast is too much. Who has ever seen a turtle drinking from a wine glass? Suhi didn't like drinking, so he only secretly drank a few gourds of concubine G's snow. The long whale drank a cup of water and then stopped drinking more. Instead, it ate a few happily. I stayed with Bain and Taiku and baked a lot, but I didn't really enjoy it. It's only when I eat it now that I feel it's delicious. The Lord is not even a strange beast, and there is no special ability after eating it. It only strengthens the eyes and can detect illusions.
Ancestor Tion and I entertained him very well. And Suhi was not polite and said with a smile,
Ancestor Tion and I, if there are still some surplus in the hut, can you allow me to take a few of them away?
He has food and drink here, and his aunt is still outside, so he can't be too self-centered. When Suhi made a request, Patriarch Tion and I became even happier and agreed immediately. This kind of thing is not a treasure in the non-destructive world, but it is only found here in all the worlds. Although half of the world was destroyed in a great war, it was impossible for the Lord to be exterminated. Just being born in the ancestral land was enough to ensure the healthy reproduction of the ethnic group. Now that Suhi is asking for a guard, they are no longer strangers to each other, and they are more relaxed. Suhi asked,
I dare to ask my friend, how is Luing doing now?
Ancestor Tion and I gave a helpless smile and shook his head.
I have woken up, but I have stopped talking. I don't know when I will be able to come out.
It's not her fault, but it's also her fault. The simpler you are, the more you blame yourself. Speaking of Luing, Patriarch Tion and I was quiet for a moment, then suddenly stood up and bowed to Suhi.
Fellow Taoist Dragon Turtle. Fellow Taoist saved my Tion and I clan. We shouldn't have any wrong thoughts. But
Ancestor Tion and I bowed even lower.
I'm not afraid that my fellow Taoists will know that Luing is special and is a genius that our clan has rarely seen in millions of years. But after this catastrophe, I may not have a place to stand in the clan. Can you please, fellow Taoist, take her away? I am a slave and a maid. Please do as you please.
Ancestor Tion and I bowed to the end, with a somewhat desolate look on his face. On one side was the possible resentment of the clan, and on the other was the future of the clan. It was really extremely embarrassing. Suhi.
Dot!
Ancestor Tion and I looked up at Suhi.
Although it is abrupt. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. Our clan will not cause trouble to fellow Taoists for no reason.
As he spoke, he made a backhand move, and saw a ray of light coming from the depths of the ancestral land, landing in front of Suhi and turning into an extremely complex rune. The small Sui Gua in the inner world suddenly became happy, trembling and desperately absorbing the charm of the Sui Gua. Suhi.
Dot!
He looked at Patriarch Tion and I in confusion, but he saw Patriarch Tion and I bowing down again and saying,
This talisman will be used as a reward for taking care of Luing. Fellow Taoist, it is an ancestral thing that I dare not give away lightly. So I asked fellow Taoist how long to take care of Luing. This talisman allows fellow Taoists to understand.
How long? How long will it take? One day when Luing returns. Can I wait and settle the rent?
He looked up at Suhi, and when he saw the look on Suhi's face, he knew that Suhi recognized this object. Without further words, he bowed and stepped back.
Luing, please give me a favor, fellow Taoist.
He stepped back and waved his hand, opening the restrictions here and allowing Suhi to be free everywhere. Then he slowly exited this place. The whole world outside is broken, and there are too many areas that need to be repaired. Although the dignified ancestor does not have to do it himself. Only he can deal with the traces left by the 5th level divine beasts of Kaitian. The behavior of other tribesmen is too different. Ancestor Tion and I walked out of his ancestral land and saw the clan leader Lucy waiting outside. Lucy's face flashed with confusion and entanglement, and she asked in a low voice.
Ancestor, Lu Ying is so pure that I'm afraid the dragon turtle has made her talent known. The dragon turtle saved our clan, and it's hard for us to resist. But Lu Ying is not enough. How come you also gave away the Gua Gua?
There is no love without reason in the world, and there is no hate without reason. The Fudo clan and the Tian clan had nothing to do with each other, and interests were the basis for their enmity. The Dragon Turtle clan and the Tian clan have nothing to do with each other. Lu Ying must have shown her talent and exchanged herself for Dragon Turtle's help. Otherwise, she would never have thought of the reason why Dragon Turtle and Phoenix would come to save them. Once her talent is revealed, Lu Ying will definitely not be able to keep her. After this incident, she will naturally be taken away by Dragon Turtle.
Lu Ying is related to the future of the Tianqi clan. The ancestor didn't want to think of a way to keep her, so he found a lame excuse to give the Gua Gua away in name only to rent it out. But that was a hexagram. If it falls into the hands of Dragon Turtle, how can it come back? Ancestor Tian shook his head and said nothing. Who has a baby that you want to give away? Lu Ying is a treasure. Gua Gua is a treasure. Both are treasures that can revitalize a clan. However, the premise is to keep this treasure. In the past, only the Fudo clan vaguely knew about the existence of their clan. Now the lossless world has opened, and this battle will inevitably be seen by those who are interested. The Tian clan can repair the world. Which mythical beast wouldn't care about such an ability? If the Gua Gua is here, how long can it be hidden? Previously, the Dragon Turtle looked in the direction of the Gua Gua, and must have discovered the Gua Gua. If you can't even hide it from an underage Dragon Turtle, how many people can you hide it from? People must be aware of themselves. The Tiandi clan is not a strong person. Why should a really strong person live in seclusion? He is not strong himself, and his clan members are pitiful. Instead of waiting until something goes wrong, it is better to find a supporter directly. The Dragon Turtle clan only has records within the clan, and is not very familiar with them. The only news we know is rumors. But he has eyes. Although it is not known what happened between Long Gui and Lu Ying. Long Gui clearly had the ability to directly detain Lu Ying, but did not do so. This alone is enough to show that Dragon Turtle has a bottom line. An absolute genius among the four spirits. A most powerful race with a bottom line. What more could Tian ask for? Lu Xi's face showed a bit of unbearability.
Ancestor, that is a hexagram.
Ancestor Tian looked back at her and laughed.
Are the hexagrams more important than the clan members?
Even Lu Ying was sent away. No matter how good the hexagram is, no matter how important it is still an external object. And external objects are not worth it. At this time, the Tian clan should not think about having nothing, but try their best to repair the world, develop the race, and make up for the damage caused by the war. The Tian clan is too weak. The population is only a little more than that of the mythical beasts. But the difference in combat power is far, far away. Ancestor Tian followed the loopholes in the barrier, and his eyes wandered to nowhere. The world is going to be stormy in the future, and the world is shattered everywhere. Maybe we should let the people go out? Repairing the world is the real way of practice for the Tian clan. Su He looked at the departing ancestor Tian and looked at the green bamboos and flowing water in front of him. Suddenly he laughed. He probably understood. Is this how old guys do things? The result remained unchanged. Lu Ying still had to follow him, and the hexagrams were borrowed in advance. Originally, it was just a fair transaction with Lu Ying. But now, he is entrusted by others to do his best. It's obviously more troublesome. But I feel very comfortable in my heart. I also experience the inexplicable feeling of being someone's backer. If you think about it carefully, you actually got nothing. The hexagrams were rented, and the ownership still belonged to the Tian clan. Instead, they helped the Tian clan keep them when they were weak. The risk is borne by the Dragon Turtle clan, and Lu Ying was going to take it away. Does this count as being sold out and happily helping count the money? Su He smiled bitterly. His eyes fell on Gu Gua again, and there was another surprise. Xiao Sui Gua is happily absorbing the rhyme of Sui Gua. The Sui hexagram cannot be taken into the body. Just like the previous Tai hexagram, it does not belong to Su He and is incompatible with it. So Su He cannot take it away. We can only rely on the specialness of the small 64 hexagrams to temporarily store the hexagram images in the inner world. Su He might really be suited to be a robber. The stolen hexagrams will inevitably be upgraded in grade. After upgrading the grade, the hexagrams that were originally incompatible with each other will become the most suitable for you. Mobilize the little Sui Gua. Bring the reluctant Sui Gua into the inner world.
and land on the little Sui Gua like riding a horse. Xiao Sui Gua was not ashamed, and did not feel the slightest bit humiliated. Carrying Sui Gua on his back, he happily became the leader of Xiao's 64 hexagrams, and went hand in hand with Jian Gua, spinning rapidly around Mount Tai. The Jian Gua was brought back by Su Huanyan. It should have been refined by Tantai sacrifice in the ancient times. It has advanced several times, and began to appear from runes to hexagrams. It shouldn't take long to absorb the Tao Yun. If the power of the world hadn't been used to suppress the Golden Crow, Su He himself would have fallen into Xuanwu practice again. Early condensation is completed. The Gua Gua is a rune through and through. Even if Su He devoted himself wholeheartedly, he would not be able to absorb Tao Yun too quickly. There is no special opportunity. Maybe 3 to 5 years. But it doesn't matter. How many years has it been since ancient times? 4 hexagrams have been obtained. And once they are all condensed, the third heaven opening artifact may be able to be condensed immediately. Even if 4 hexagrams were not enough. I went out and borrowed the hexagrams from my aunt. And 5 together were enough. Opening the third heaven has become a complete tailwind. At this moment, it is time to advance to the inner world. Su He slowly closed his eyes. His consciousness fell on his mind. And he looked towards Mingjian. Condition, perfect. Realm, open sky second level, 63%. Xuanwu, entry plus. Cultivation in the inner world becomes more and more difficult as time goes by. But with Lu Ying's help these days, I haven't fallen behind too much. It has reached 63%. If Su He does not pursue perfection, he will have a chance to open the third heaven in 3 to 5 years. Even if you pursue perfection, it shouldn't take long. Xuanwu has a plus sign after getting started. It doesn't mean that you can click to increase attributes. It means that Su He's Xuanwu realm has surpassed the level of Xuanwu. But to what extent it has reached, there is no way to judge. So it can only be marked as plus. Su He put away many sealed immortal delicacies. This was prepared by Patriarch Tian Ni for Feng Chaofei. Whether to eat or not is Feng Chaofei's business. But whether to prepare or not is a matter of etiquette. After a while, 6 or 7-year-old little ones flew towards Su He with flapping wings. They looked like dolls in New Year paintings. Each of them was chubby and holding a plump pawn. Su He looked sideways. These dolls should be the rare geniuses of the Tian Ni family. Su He's current state is such that he can see through the conditions of all the little ones at a glance. A flash of spiritual light on the head is a sign of a clear mind and high level of understanding. The body is wrapped with green energy, and he is naturally in tune with the Tao. With the same technique, he can absorb spiritual energy and move true energy better than others. He is a true genius. Ancestor Tian Ni is not afraid that he will abduct him. To the mythical beasts, the Tian Ni clan is simply a small plug-in outside the ancestral land. Ancestor Tian Ni waved his hand to repair a piece of damaged land, and the magma sank and the land grew. Lu Ying was silent next to him, and her face seemed to have no expression. He only tried his best to repair the world, and the hair on his head has turned a lot white. He has been traveling all the way, overdrawing his roots. At this moment, repairing and treating the clan members is also overdrafting. There is even death energy in her body, and she will not die directly if she overdraws her origin. This is because she has overdrawn her origin, and she has the will to die. She can't wait to turn her entire body's origin into the life of her own race. The ancestor looked at her. Nizi didn't even have the courage and motivation to live. The ancestor closed his eyes slightly, and then opened them again. His eyes turned cold when he glanced at her, and his voice became cold. Lu Ying! The Orioles trembled when they heard the ancestor's voice. They stopped but did not dare to look back. They only lowered their heads and listened to the ancestor's instructions with trembling. The ancestor had never spoken to her in such a cold voice. Although you are not entirely responsible for this disaster, you must bear at least half of it. Lu Ying's body trembled more and more, and tears fell from her eyes. Biting his lip, his face turned pale. She shook her head, unable to hold back her tears no matter what. More than half. More than half. It's all. If she hadn't been playful and said Xian Wan Ling to the ancestral land early, nothing would have happened. People died because of her. I gave you to fellow Taoist dragon turtle, Ancestor Tian Ni said in a cold voice. I don't care what relationship you had with fellow Taoists before. You know your role yourself. Fellow Taoists saved my clan. You can help fellow Taoists sort it out. In the inner world, the law of condensation is a matter of course. Now I want to beat you to death with one palm. But you are the property of fellow Taoist. If you beat me to death, My Tianli clan will not be able to produce an equal clan member. Lu Ying was suddenly startled, trembling and looking at her ancestor in bewilderment. But he saw a cold look in the eyes of Patriarch Tianni. If something happens to you, and you fail to make an appointment with fellow Taoist Dragon Turtle, think about the consequences. We can't afford to offend Fudo. If we offend Jin and kill Fudo, it's like a playful four-spirit beast. Have you ever thought about what will happen to our clan? Lu Ying suddenly trembled, and the origin of Shi was frozen and stopped abruptly. Ancestor Tianni looked at her. It's not just you. If nothing happens, more clan members will be sent to Taoist brother Longlui one after another in the future. If you still have a conscience, take up the courage of the young clan leader and send all the people who are sent to you. The clan members are all managed by you. Rules, principles, survival. You have to teach them everything. Ancestor Tianni glanced at her. Because you are about to die. We, the Tianni clan, can't climb the Dragon Turtle Mountain. It's up to you. Look around. The Tianni clan today does not have the four spirits as a backer. Possible to survive? Lu Ying was stunned and motionless. The scattered gaze in his eyes gradually condensed. Are you going to be a complete family member? Can the family members protect the clan members? Can't die. Chapter 423 The Rules of Time Travel. It was raining heavily, and it was pouring down all over the lossless world. The heavy rain carries the laws and magic to repair the world. This was the result of the Tianni clan gathering the strength of the entire clan. A dragon turtle swayed out in the heavy rain and swam out through the loophole in the barrier of the indestructible realm. Lu Ying followed Su He and looked at the tribesmen praying for rain below, her face still pale. I don't know what Patriarch Tianni said to this woman. Not long after the old man left, Lu Ying came to see him. Frankly speaking, if you want to enter the inner world, you must start sorting out the rules. Su He is like Huang Shuren. However, Lu Ying's body had just recovered its death energy, and she seemed to have pulled herself back from the edge of death. Su He didn't say anything more. He said low to Patriarch Tianni, picked her up and left immediately. The lossless world and Lu Ying have formed a strange connection, and someone in the lossless world has guessed the reason for the appearance of the lossless world. Be grateful and blame her. The environment here has dragged her into the abyss again. If she stays here for a long time, she may fall into a state of self-destruction again. Simply leave. After breaking out of the damage-free realm, he sensed where Feng Qiaofei was, and the water beneath him rolled up to meet him. Feng Qiaofei squinted at him, and saw Su He chuckling as he took out various immortal delicacies and handed them over. Feng Qiaofei looked at him with contempt. Su Hahuan didn't care. Auntie, try it. It tastes very good. It was specially brought for you. Feng Qiaofei glanced at Xian Yao. His posture was still arrogant, but the contempt in his eyes was uncontrollably filled with pride. Probably thinking, Turtle Boy, her nephew. 9 out. For back? How can a majestic phoenix eat indiscriminately if it takes away everything with a wave of its wings? How could he devour meat in front of outsiders? After collecting the food, Feng Qiaofei looked at Su He again. Su He chuckled. The third flame cave of Sunflower Star. Feng Qiaofei looked around, then flapped his wings and picked up Su He and Lu Ying. The scene turned and landed on an uninhabited planet, not far from the indestructible realm. This should have once been an inhabited planet, but it was already abandoned. Traces of human existence can still be vaguely seen, but it's normal. Planets with no human activity generally don't have names. Feng Qiaofei didn't know where the third cave was, but his huge spiritual consciousness swept across the entire planet in an instant, and he immediately found where Fu Do was hiding. As soon as he spread his wings, he landed under the cave, where magma was rolling. When Feng Qiaofei flapped his wings, endless magma surged away. A huge cave was revealed. Feng Qiaofei walked in first. Su He followed with a smile. As soon as he entered the cave, countless dice fell from his head. I saw many treasures in the cave, and the crackling began to increase. The dice never lie. Entering one emperor's treasure house is only considered yours if you receive it in your own pocket. Just come in here, and the dice will land. Everything is self-evident. Feng Qiaofei couldn't see the crackling dice landing, but only saw more treasures filling the cave. A pair of phoenix eyes were full of surprise. If I had known that this guy's talent was extraordinary, I originally thought that he could only copy or improve his skills and experience, and that he could only rob the Phoenix Mountain where she inherited it. Unexpectedly, even real treasures would do. Somewhat unreasonable. Feng Qiao flew into the Fudo cave, as if strolling in a courtyard. This is the 7th level flower, which is the essence of the moon. It can be refined into the bright moon of the inner world to enhance some authenticity. There are 5 flowers in total. She glanced at Soo-hee and took away the 3 flowers. There were too many of them, and it was useless. A mythical beast could only use one. Soo-hee had a daughter who kept 2 flowers, which were enough. The rest belonged to her. Soo-hee had no objection. This is Dijon yellow amber water. The quality has been improved by more than 3 times. I'll give it to you, Feng Qiaofei said generously, gesturing to a side of the dark yellow pool of water. Soo-hee's dragon turtle's true body is of the water attribute, so it needs these things. This turtle is so pure that the waves beneath him have not been refined into any real water. He relies solely on his own magical powers to fight. So stupid. This is bamboo burning wood. I want it. Feng Qiaofei focused his eyes and saw a bamboo forest. Fu Dou is worthy of being a fire beast. This bamboo forest is just suitable for repairing her sycamore tree, Feng Qiaofei explained as he walked, his eyes searching everywhere for Fu Dou's real treasure house here. What we see now are just the scattered treasures in Fu Dou Cave. The real treasures must still be in the treasure house. Soo-hee walked behind her and looked at the silent Li-ying behind her. What did Patriarch Tian and I tell you? Li-ying was stunned for a moment and shook her head mechanically. Don't resist. Soo-hee stretched out a paw and patted her on the top of her head, then used the backtracking function, and a scene unfolded between the two of them. The technique naturally improves with the master's practice. Just like when he first entered the mysterious world of mountains and seas. The clan uncles used retrospection to check the Bai Ling tomb in Soo-hee's memory. Soo-hee can now use retrospection to check Li-ying's memory. But the prerequisite is that Li-ying will not resist. Otherwise, the picture will be broken instantly. When could Soo-hee not care about the other party's resistance? And when could he forcibly check other people's memories? The scene unfolded, showing Patriarch Tian and I coldly scolding Li-ying. Next to her, Li-ying bit her lip and turned pale, not daring to look at the picture. Soo-hee was immediately speechless. This old guy saves trouble and pulls Li-ying back from the dead end with such cold words. Soo-hee looked at Li-ying and wanted to tell the truth, but couldn't. At this moment, Li-ying is relying on this obsession. If she gives up her obsession, she will have nothing to seek in life. Soo-hee was quiet for a moment and then laughed. Then work hard. After several years together, you should understand me and keep your promises to your own people. You stay in my inner world and help me sort out the laws. The Tiandi clan, Dragon Turtle Guardian got it. Li-ying, who had been in a mechanical state. Her eyes lit up and she raised her head. Just as he was about to speak, Soo-hee blocked him back. Don't even think about starting now. Look at your current state. If you try to sort out the laws now, I'm afraid it will shatter my inner world. Soo-hee snorted, and a pull fell on Li-ying. I'll give you 3 months to adjust yourself to the best condition and start working. Li-ying was stunned for a moment and nodded solemnly. Then she entered Soo-hee's inner world in a flash. Feng Qiaofei turned around and glanced at Soo-hee. Idiot! With such an obvious method, why would you still fall into a trap? The old guy from the Niu clan obviously told Li-ying on purpose that day, and he knew that Soo-hee must have the means to see the impact. Those words were just pity, and wanted Soo-hee to take more care of this little birdman and protect the Tian and I clan. Can't this stupid turtle see it? Soo-hee smiled and made no excuse, looking at a fire lotus in front of him. He smiled. Auntie, I found the treasure house. Feng Qiaofei snorted coldly. There was a treasure trove under the fire lotus. She had already seen through it. However, the fire lotus was arranged with some tricks. It must be these dozens of troublemakers who have been pouring water with their own flames for thousands of years. Even she doesn't dare to touch easily. Feng Qiaofei hummed coldly, and saw the turtle's consciousness shrouding the fire lotus. Feng Qiaofei was immediately shocked. Idiot! Get away! Feng Qiaofei flashed towards Soo-hee. But at this moment, Soo-hee's spiritual consciousness had already landed on the red lotus. It is a common problem among monks that when encountering anything unclear or unrecognizable, he should scan it with his spiritual consciousness first. Immediately identify the attributes as soon as the divine sense is scanned. Soo-hee's expression suddenly changed as his consciousness fell upon him. The spiritual inspection has indeed revealed the function of red lotus. This is a red lotus condensed by Fu Dou's flames. It will explode if anyone but Fu Dou touches it. The sound of phoenix flying towards the phoenix was heard, and the figure flashed towards this side. But it was too late. Soo-hee saw the red lotus beeping dispersed. There seemed to be no sound, but a wave of red light rushed in all directions. The flashing Feng Xiaofei was instantly knocked out of the space and pushed into the distance. An even greater explosive power spread along Suhi's consciousness. The red light is like waves. Although it was said to be spreading, it was actually spreading so fast that Suhi had no time to react. There was only a red wave in his eyes, and he couldn't see anything anymore. This is a defensive method that the 7 adult Fudo and the 3 young Fudo have gathered together over many years. Normally there was Fudo here, and it was impossible for other forces to come in. Today, Fudo was gone. Hong Lian lost his resistance, and was instantly detonated by Suhi's divine consciousness. The moment the red wave rushed over, there was only one thought left in Suhi's mind, that disaster would harm him. Fudo avoided Guren, and did not say that Guren existed. He must have the intention of taking revenge through Hong Lian. Hey! An urgent cry came, and everything in front of him seemed to be in slow motion. It was the second time that Suhi saw such eagerness and unwillingness on Feng Xiaofei's face. The first time was inside the Fengzhong, carrying Yunli on his back and trying his best to prevent Yunli from falling into the netherworld. At that time, his unwillingness and rebellion had reached the extreme. This time, in addition to unwillingness, there is also regret. She fluttered her wings and wanted to rush towards Suhi, but in the end it was too late. Even Feng Xiaofei could not withstand the torrent of red lotus that had been gathering for thousands of years. Watching the torrent submerge Suhi, a dragon turtle of that size disappeared into the torrent without even resisting. The magma-like torrent flowed through. The Phoenix Xiaofei screamed sadly, and the sycamore tree took out a tree and swept it towards the torrent. The torrent in front of him was shattered, but he still couldn't get close. Even the space was collapsed by the torrent, and the magical power of space could not be used. Feng Xiaofei shouted. The phoenix feathers flew out from his body and shot towards the torrent like arrows. Every time one of them was shot, a piece of the torrent was destroyed. She smashed the torrent like crazy and was at a loss what to do. Suhi has a second body. Even if the dragon turtle body dies, the peacock real body should also come out. The peacock's true body has the true fire of the phoenix, so it should not be afraid of flames. Come out! Feng Xiaofei neighed, but no peacock appeared. This happens only the moment after the dragon turtle's true body dies, and the peacock's true body also dies. Otherwise, even if it's just a flash in the pan, you should show up. She didn't believe in evil and stared straight ahead. The claws kept moving, and the sycamore tree, which had already been seriously injured, did not care to smash the torrent piece by piece. Step by step, he approached Suhi's previous location. My whole heart sank into a trough. She screamed, but she didn't know what to do. At a loss. I can't even imagine how to face the Dragon Turtle clan and Yunli. And those 2 women. Feng Xiaofei only felt that his wings were cold and his world had collapsed. As if he had returned to the time when Yunli was accidentally killed more than 300,000 years ago. I tried my best to breathe in, but I couldn't breathe. But at this moment, he saw a ray of light rising from where Suhi was previously. A circle appeared, translucent, like a star ring. As soon as it appeared, it flashed in the torrent. The star ring rotated and cut off the torrent, and the torrent rushed into the star ring and disappeared. Shining star diamonds appeared on the star ring. The entire star ring was exuding Suhi's aura. Feng Xiaofei was pleasantly surprised. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the star ring. But then, he suddenly lowered his head. The star ring cannot be looked directly at. Time! This star ring is filled with endless power of time, far beyond the space-time rift in the Phoenix Tomb. Beyond anything Feng Xiaofei has ever seen. Feng Xiaofei lowered his head, turned his true energy, and raised his head again. His eyes had changed, and his eyes were shining with the light that belonged to Suzaku. She concentrated all the power of Suzaku in her eyes, and looked toward Xinghuan. This star ring connects the past and the present? Feng Xiaofei was stunned. A piece of pure white space. Behind it is the ever-changing river of time. Suhi stood in the pure white space, looking at the river of time and the barrier in front of him. The moment the red lotus exploded, huge power flooded over, and the star ring surrounding the boundary bead took the initiative to appear. The torrent crashed into it and turned into the majestic force of time, and a long river of time appeared in the center of the star ring. Suhi can reverse the long river of time. Everything happens in an instant, and the long river of time disappears as soon as it appears. If Suhi had not seized that moment to swim upstream, when the river of time disappeared, he would have faced the torrent of red lotus exploding. Without any time to think, Suhi dived in directly. The river of time opened up, and Suhi also came in. The power of the Red Lotus explosion can only reverse the course of time by more than 20 years. It has reached the end of the long river of time. Soo-hee should break through the barrier and return to more than 20 years ago. But every time he hit the barrier, there seemed to be another him on the other side of the barrier, knocking back and blocking him. Soo-hee bumped into it several times, but couldn't get in. After carefully sensing it for a long time, he suddenly realized, 20 years ago, he existed in this world. He already has his time slot, and he can't go. This is different from the ancient times. In the ancient times, the previous life was just a corpse, and the corpse was fused. 20 years ago, he was alive, unable to integrate, and unable to pass. It turns out that jumping out of time is not completely out of control. He already existed in the time period and could no longer pass. Even the time he has traveled through cannot be returned again. During that time, there was him in this world. Soo-hee was silent for a long time, looking at the white space around him and the ever-changing river of time. Finally gave up. No wonder his future self, who has never seen him before, travels across time to look for him. Maybe this is the legendary loneliness? Perhaps it is also a characteristic of the legendary. One certificate. Forever certificate? You are the eternal you in all time periods. If you can't bring your past self to the present to play chess, if you could do this, wouldn't you be able to form an army of Soo-hee in an instant? Unable to return to 20 years ago, Soo-hee did not immediately cross the river of time and return to the present world. If you go back now, it will be when the Red Lotus explodes. If you show up, you will die. In the past and in this world, time flows at the same speed. Stay here for a while. If you miss the explosion, it's not too late to go back. Soo-hee took a deep breath. There was no air in this white space. Soo-hee only did this subconsciously. At his level, it doesn't matter whether he can breathe or not. Soo-hee's spirit snake glanced down, and a layer of skin fell off its turtle shell. The torrent caused by the Red Lotus explosion fell on him first, and then led to the star ring. At that moment, his appearance melted and his shell was destroyed. However, the injury was not serious. It was not a fatal injury. It was just that the 5th level chi of Fudo Kai Tian was condensed on the turtle shell, making it impossible for the turtle shell to recover. I went back to my aunt to remove these auras, and it would take less than 2 days to recover. Just to restore the appearance, I have to absorb countless treasures. I don't know how many treasures are left in Fudo Cave, and I don't know if Honglian has destroyed the treasure house. If they are all destroyed, the losses will be huge this time. But understanding the rules of the Star Ring's operation is still a gain. Soo-hee slowly closed his eyes and looked inside his body. His gaze fell on the star ring outside the boundary bead. The star ring fell into darkness again. The power of the Red Lotus explosion sent him into a world that had been consumed 20 years ago. At this moment, the star ring, the energy stored in the ring is even less than before. I wonder how much the power of time in the star ring can be restored if I borrow the river of time to go back. Soo-hee slowly opened his eyes, taking stock of the past day, and tried unwillingly, but still couldn't break through the barrier and rush out. He turned towards the ever-changing river of time and jumped into it. The light flashed, then another. The long river of time has disappeared before Soo-hee's eyes. A mere 20 years in the long river of time, but fleeting. Soo-hee opened his eyes and saw Feng Chaofei with shining eyes in front of him. Feng Chaofei had no clothes. His phoenix feathers had gone somewhere. Half of his body was bare, and he was very ugly. "Auntie!" Soo-hee called out. Feng Chaofei's eyes flashed, and the light faded away. When Soo-hee looked at her again, she was already wearing beautiful feathers. It shines brightly in the light of the outside world. Extraordinarily beautiful. As if he had never been a bald chicken before. Feng Chaofei didn't care at all on his face, and just looked at Soo-hee with shining eyes. Just looking at it so condescendingly. Soo-hee looked confused and then said, "Do you have anything to say?" Chapter 424, Speculations about the Underworld Ancestor. Soo-hee was quiet. Of course Feng Chaofei didn't ask him to comment on the bald phoenix. A phoenix that was more than 300,000 years old still didn't care about this. Right? Regardless of whether Feng Chaofei cared or not. Soo-hee wisely did not mention it. Looking at Feng Chaofei's eyes, he must have seen the star ring and his method of avoiding the Red Lotus fire flow. Soo-hee was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "I can travel through time and go back to the past." Feng Chaofei was startled, and his voice suddenly rose an octave higher. "Why?" "The same four spirits. The same path of the four saints. Why are you special?"
Because of your thick SHL? Or is it because you have many wives? She stared at Suhi, as if she wanted to hit him. Suhi discovered that Feng Qiaofei had a great reputation, but his temperament was a bit like that of a rebellious girl. Of course, based on her status and age. Rebellious aunt? Suhi shook his head. I had a previous life, which did not belong to this world. Time in this world cannot imprison me. Feng Qiaofei looked at him in astonishment, but did not speak. But he suddenly looked outside the cave. Suhi then raised his head and looked at the sky outside the cave. His expression suddenly changed. The moment he spoke the previous sentence, calamity clouds rolled in the sky, and heavenly punishment condensed in the calamity clouds. The aura of destruction came towards Suhi's unbridled venting, already locked on him. This is not protected by immortals in the ancient times. Nor is it in Xianhuang Cave Heaven and Shanghai where you can talk about certain secrets without any scruples. Some things are taboos in heaven and earth. Heaven and earth are ruthless and have only laws. If they are never revealed or touched, heaven and earth will naturally not react. But at this moment, it is exposed to the world. The law comes, and the punishment from heaven triggers. Suhi was annoyed for a while. He has been in Xianhuang Dongtian for a long time. So long that the few years in Xianhuang Dongtian have taken up 1/5 of his life. So long that he has adapted to the environment where Xianhuang Dongtian can speak at will. A moment of negligence. Feng Qiaofei's face darkened. Go back. Return to the past. Heaven's punishment is locked, and there is no way to hide. Unless you have the power to transcend heaven and earth in an instant, it is impossible to resist. Transcend heaven and earth in an instant and break the prison of heaven and earth. That is the symbol of immortal Lord, locked in the punishment of heaven. There is nowhere to hide. Maybe we can escape by breaking through time and going back in time? The moment the heavenly punishment condensed, Feng Qiaofei knew that Suhi was not lying. Time is the restricted area for monks. Not only did Suhi step into this restricted area, but he also caused chaos in the forbidden area. It's amazing that the world can bear it. Heaven and earth are the most realistic. The last moment you were a divine beast, capable of refining chaos, or the darling of heaven and earth. Everything went smoothly. The next moment you violate a taboo, divine punishment will come. No favors. No relationships. Everything is the law. Feng Qiaofei shouted, spread his wings and flew outwards. With a cry, the broken sycamore tree stretched over the entire planet, quickly growing in size, reaching the sky and overwhelming the earth. The entire planet was wrapped in broken sycamore trees. The leaves of the sycamore trees were trembling. Large arrays were connected and unfolded. The arrays formed a complex in an instant, sealing off the entire planet. Feng Qiaofei turned back to look at Suhi. His eyes suddenly filled with anger. Go back! That turtle boy didn't even travel back in time. He actually pulled himself together and rushed out of Fudo Cave, and began to gather his strength to resist the punishment of heaven. Tired of living? Feng Qiaofei scolded. But Suhi smiled bitterly. Auntie, you are not under my control. I have just figured out some of the rules of the star ring. After the red lotus explosion, Suhi can indeed condense the star ring outside the body. But there is no energy. It's hard for a clever woman to make a meal without rice. How can it be possible to travel through time without energy? I have sensed the aura of heavenly punishment. Heavenly punishment cannot be regarded as the energy of the star ring. It was aimed at Suhi and circumvented Suhi's time tactics. Feng Qiaofei's face became a little darker. Then he saw the calamity clouds gathering in the sky, and the divine punishment had begun to take shape. Feng Qiaofei purred and flapped his wings. Looking back at Suhi, he said with disgust, Boy, you killed me and me! I've known for a long time that I can't go out with this guy. Every time I get in front of this turtle, something will happen. From the first time you only asked him to see him, there was no exception. Originally, I thought of blocking the heavenly punishment for a little while, waiting for Suhi to return to the past, and the heavenly punishment would disperse naturally. You may get hit a bit, but it shouldn't matter. As a result, this guy collapsed the house at the critical moment. Now that she is involved, the punishment from heaven cannot stop. Then the divine punishment originally targeted at one person became targeted at two people. Auntie, withdraw the formation and let's go! Suhi smiled bitterly. Feng Qiaofei snorted coldly. Suhi couldn't even hold a breath after she left. Contact your wife, and that old turtle and old phoenix. Tell them to come and collect the body for us if they are late. Although he didn't want to admit it, when he saw Jifeishua this time, Feng Qiaofei became more aware of the gap between the two.
The female dragon had merged with the clone and was really unreasonably strong. How did Turtle Boy hook up with such a character? A strange feeling flashed in Feng Chofei's heart. Could it be that Turtle Boy went back in time to deceive the little girl? Pooh! Lecher! She flapped her wings. And the sycamore tree that had been guarding the planet flew up. Sui failed to escape. So the strategy naturally changed. The leaves circled the trunk, forming illusory formations, spinning and dancing. The entire sycamore tree was like a big umbrella, flying straight towards the calamity clouds overhead. Sui sensed the terror above the starry sky. The water beneath him rolled over, and he jumped up. He had already tried to call for help, but Ji Feishua and Taizu were not in Xuanjia, so they spread the word to the blue bird. But he didn't know when it would be able to contact Fengzu. Sui rolled in the water and landed in front of Feng Qiaofei. Auntie! Is Honghua useful? I've been through the heavenly tribulation, and Honghua has absorbed the tribulation cloud. One after another talismans appeared on Feng Qiaofei's body, and he followed Wutong towards the robbery cloud. Hearing Sui's voice, he quickly replied, It should be useless. But try! The calamity cloud of heavenly punishment is completely different from the calamity cloud of heavenly calamity. However, it is said that the 64 hexagrams are derived from the Great E, and the broken hexagrams of the Great E are not damaged. Could the hexagrams be special or have miracles? Sui quickly peeled off the hung hexagram from the Xuanwu constellation, and hurriedly asked, What about the Sui hexagram and the Jian hexagram? Those 2 hexagrams are also on me, but they are not under my control. I'm afraid they will run away if I take them out. In a hurry, Feng Qiaofei turned around and looked at him in surprise. It was just a little turtle, and there were many treasures. There are only 3 hexagrams, so you are not afraid of being beaten. You don't care whether it can run away now? Use whatever means you have, and prepare to fight for it. Feng Qiaofei shouted urgently, and with a cry of phoenix, the phoenix tree rushed up into the starry sky and crashed into the calamity cloud. Each leaf exploded, and the leaves exploded, dispersed the clouds of calamity. But the scattered aura of the calamity cloud gathered again in an instant, and the punishment from heaven remained the same. Gua! Feng Qiaofei scolded. Sui let out a long chant, and the hung Gua immediately flew out, carrying a few starry connotations, straight into the sky, rushing into the calamity cloud, and competing with heaven to snatch the calamity cloud's energy. But heaven's punishment was not affected. More majestic power surged from the starry sky, and the tribulation cloud became more abundant than before. It rolled and instantly covered the Honghua, condensing heaven's punishment at a faster speed. The hexagram failed to stop the calamity cloud, but instead stimulated it. Sui pressed down the Jian Gua and Sui Gua that were almost played. The Honghua stimulates, and the heavenly punishment of tribulation cloud has not yet been completely condensed. But the power of heavenly punishment has already been revealed, turning into a dark divine thunder and striking down. Feng Qiaofei flapped his wings like a parasol tree in the air to block the thunder. Heaven's punishment struck the sycamore tree, and the big tree suddenly burst into pieces. Feng Qiaofei let out a shrill cry. The sycamore tree is the magic weapon that accompanies the phoenix. One step closer than the natal magic weapon. Wudong was damaged, and Feng Qiaofei was also injured. Roar! Sui retracted the Honghua with a roar and yelled, Toad! Shen Yuan! The toad came out of the inner world in a daze. After several years of Xianwang Cave Heaven Sui's cultivation, he helped the people in the Xianwang realm chase and fight in Baiyun Palace for several years. Exhausted, I didn't sleep until I arrived at Taiha Palace. As soon as he came out, he felt the aura above his head that destroyed everything. Suddenly I woke up. He shook his head and looked at Sui in disbelief. Curse? Why did you attract this thing to a second-level dragon turtle? This turtle boy is a broom star. From the time I realized it. Except for going to the Luan Emperor treasure house, I have never had any good luck looking for it again. The toad jumped out and croaked in protest. It didn't take out the Xinyuan formation as Sui wanted. How does that formation compare to Feng Qiaofei Wudong formation? It croaked, opened its pocket, and countless roots of the world tree came out like tentacles. These were not the shreds of tobacco it had accumulated, but the fresh roots that Taiku and his party had just obtained from the mountains and seas last time. The roots appeared and immediately formed a large net, wrapping Feng Qiaofei and Sui in it like a big cocoon. In an instant, it seemed like the whole world was cut off. Feng Qiaofei's eyes lit up, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. A flap of wings collected the dilapidated sycamore tree, A sound came from the starry sky that violated the rules. Crack! There was a sound of thunder, and the black thunder that struck the sycamore tree followed the induction in the dark and struck the cocoon. There was a roar, and the big cocoon was immediately smashed into pieces. The toad croaked, and another ball of world tree roots flew out, forming a big cocoon and wrapping the turtle and the phoenix again. The pressure of destroying heaven and earth came down. Divine punishment is about to take shape. The great terror between life and death has filled the entire cocoon.
Come out!
Feng Chifei shouted, and a tree man as big as a palm fell out.
Block the punishment from heaven!
The tree man screamed and rushed towards the top of his head. But after rushing for a few feet, he saw the heavenly punishment that was about to take shape above his head. The breath of heavenly punishment fell on his body. The tree man trembled, stopped and turned his head. Incredible. He looked at Feng Chifei. It's just a small spirit beast. It can't stop such an existence.
What's the use of you?
Feng Chifei looked at the tree man with contempt. He's also a spirit beast. Look at that ugly toad. Feng Chifei flapped his wings, and the tree man-like soul beast was pulled upwards by one wing.
Reveal the origin of my aura.
As Feng Chifei spoke, the aura on his body suddenly became silent, and the bird disappeared immediately, as if it had never existed. At the same time, the aura belonging to Feng Chifei on the Shuren began to rise steadily, as if Feng Chifei's real body was there. The tree man moved. It looked like it was about to die, and it rushed straight into the calamity cloud with awe-inspiring righteousness. Soul beasts will not die, as long as the master does not die. Even if he dies, he can be resurrected in the master's mind. But when the master dies, the spirit beast with one life and two lives is somewhere between reality and reality. Even after death, there is no body. The said soul beast and its master are one. But there is no need to think about which one is which. The tree man understood that this is how soul beasts are sometimes used. It let out the tone of Feng Chifei, shouted and soared into the sky, with the phantom of the phoenix appearing on its body, and hit the heavenly punishment that was about to condense in the calamity cloud.
Boom! Bah!
There was a thunder and a shrill scream of the phoenix. And in the calamity cloud, the tree man exploded against the phantom of the phoenix. The condensed heavenly punishment paused for a moment, and then took shape instantly. The heavenly punishment was aimed at Suhi, but Feng Chifei took the initiative to get involved and wanted to annihilate her along with him. To kill Feng Chifei, the power of heavenly punishment was instantly raised to the limit. At this moment, Feng Chifei used the soul beast to get out of the situation, and the half-condensed heavenly punishment immediately took shape and killed Suhi alone. He had already accumulated enough. When the soul beast was destroyed, Feng Chifei disappeared directly and reappeared in a large mountain. Heavenly punishment did not pursue him. Her divine punishment was lifted. She was not the original target of heavenly punishment. As soon as Feng Chifei appeared, he immediately shouted,
Third brother, tell that old phoenix that if he doesn't show up, that little peacock will definitely die.
Feng Chifei's voice was cold and urgent. In the 100,000 mountains, a phoenix cry sounded, and the third ancestor opened his eyes. Can a soul beast cheat heaven's punishment by dying on its behalf? Suhi turned to look at Toad. The toad was startled and immediately gritted his teeth.
I'll bite you to death. You are the target of the mark of heaven's punishment. How could you escape so easily? Feng Chifei is just a psychic.
The toad's voice shouted directly to the bottom of Suhi's heart, and it was heard instantly. Feng Chifei didn't violate the rules. She just happened to do it. Of course, if she takes one more step later, the heavenly punishment will be completely condensed, and she will inevitably directly become the target of the heavenly punishment.
Don't hide anything. If you have any powerful explosives, bring them out. Charge the star ring and leave.
Suhi shouted urgently. Then he saw the heavenly punishment above his head suddenly slash down, and the toad, which was rummaging around, raised its head in shock, with a bit of confusion in its eyes. Where did it come from? The moment it appeared, Suhi sent his thoughts to it. If it really had something similar, it would have been taken out long ago. The punishment from heaven struck down, and the toad gave a bitter smile, but closed his pocket and smiled at Suhi.
Hey!
It wanted to speak, but at this moment, the starry sky above the damage-free world was suddenly torn apart by a huge creature. A dragon head came out. Taizu poked his head out, let out a long groan, and a beam of light from his mouth instantly hit the heavenly punishment. The heavenly punishment that destroyed the heaven and earth, and the heavenly punishment that forced Feng Chifei away with just his breath. seemed to be spit out by Taizu. The beam of light was shattered into pieces. One blow shattered the heavenly punishment. But Taizu refused to give in. The beam of light was immortal and rushed upward in the opposite direction of the heavenly punishment. It struck with a bang above the calamity cloud. The beam of light was silent, but it was like the strongest fiery thing in the sky and on the earth, melting away the clouds of calamity bit by bit. He didn't feel any breath at this moment. But the beam of light emitted by Taizu gave him the feeling that it was about to tear the world apart from its roots. Completely destroy this world. He looked at Taizu in shock. The non-destructive realm is where Bain fished for stars. It was the forbidden area of Fuha in the ancient times, connecting the stars in the Sea of Stars. Taizu's body has always been in the Sea of Stars. It was also sealed in the 3 drums. Is this forcibly breaking the seal, opening the connection, and forcing it down? This was the first time he saw Taizu's true form. Even across the starry sky, one can feel the endless dragon turtle aura rolling in, suppress the entire starry sky. Taizu did not descend directly to the heavens and worlds, but only inserted the dragon's head. Across the world, he could see that thunder and lightning struck Taizu's body. This was his punishment for forcing his way into the lower realm. Although the thunder and lightning were not divine punishment, the power of each one was far greater than the divine punishment caused by Su-He and Feng Chaofei. If it fell on Su-He, it would be the same as a punishment from heaven. Taizu was completely unaware and only looked at the starry sky where Su-He was. The calamity clouds that had just been dispersed above the starry sky reappeared. The aura of heavenly punishment emerged again. Su-He's heart trembled, and he saw a cold light flash in Taizu's eyes. And he opened his mouth and said, "Spread out!" This sound was like the heavenly constitution, and the gathering clouds of calamity rolling in the starry sky could no longer condense and struggled to dissipate. Su-He was stunned. This scene seemed familiar. In the ancient times, the coercion of heaven and earth was also dispersed by Bain's "Go away." At that time, he had just entered the 2nd level of Kaitian, and Xuanwu had no clue and could not understand anything. I just feel that Bain is so overbearing. Now that his Taoism has improved and he has embarked on the path of Xuanwu, it feels completely different to look at Taizu again. Scolding the world is not the point. The moment Taizu spoke, the laws on his body suddenly impacted, as if breaking through the world, shattering all the laws of the starry sky where Su-He was. However, this impact did not destroy the world. Just like .at that moment, Taizu's will replace the world. At this moment Taizu is the world. He said that Su-He did not break the rules, and the clouds of calamity dispersed naturally. With one drink, the world returns to clarity. Taizu lowered his head and looked at Su-He. Su-He swam toward Taizu with a stroke of his paw. He looked at the thunder and lightning striking Taizu as he approached, and opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Taizu shook his head. "It doesn't matter. The world in the upper world also needs to be cleaned up." Su-He was immediately made to laugh. Is the ancestor so domineering? Su-He looked at Taizu, and Taizu smiled. Whatever you want to say in the future, first surround yourself with a star ring and fill it with Xuanwu power, or in your own inner world. Naturally, you don't have to worry about it. Traveling through time. Of course, it's okay for ordinary people. No one can do it, let alone talk about it. It's okay even if you shout it loudly to the heaven and earth. But Su-He can't. He can really do it. The star ring around Su-He instantly appeared and enveloped him. He looked up at Tai Ancestor and said, "I'm sorry for causing trouble to Ancestor." Taizu laughed and looked at Su-He as if he were a stupid boy. If the younger generation doesn't even cause trouble, why do you need the Ancestor to do it? Su-He was stunned for a moment and then laughed. What Taizu said was so reasonable that he didn't know how to refute it. He just looked at Taizu and asked, "Ancestor, how come I won't be hacked even if I travel through time? But I will be hacked if I speak out?" Time is a restricted area for monks. So shouldn't there be a divine punishment coming at the moment when time is mastered? Taizu smiled. The higher your level, the more secrets you come into contact with, and the more you will discover. The 2 sources Bai Ling mentioned are true. Taizu's voice was clear. Maybe one source controls time, but it doesn't object to you jumping out of the river of time. But the other source never allows it? Or maybe this source is not allowed to travel through time, but it just disappears and can no longer be controlled. Su-He thought thoughtfully. In Taizu's words, this source was becoming more and more like the way of heaven. It is naturally the way of heaven that controls the punishment of heaven. Of the 2 sources, the one who hacked him was not allowed to jump out of time. But this source did not control time. When Su-He really jumped out of time, he could not do anything. But when Suhi said it, certain laws were triggered, and divine punishment came immediately. Since it is the way of heaven, it should be omnipotent. How can there be two? And
why doesn't it just show up and kill me?
Suhi wondered. If a being like this kills a little turtle like him, the ancestor can't stop it. Right. Taizu smiled.
That proves that it can't show up.
Can't show up. Blocked? Suhi suddenly raised his head and looked at Taizu blankly. After a long time, he gasped,
Mingzu and the others.
Before he finished speaking, Taizu shook his head and laughed. I don't know. Fooled me again. Suhi stopped talking. His heart was in turmoil. After a long time, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He raised his head and looked at Taizu.
Ancestor, if you violate taboos by speaking out, then when others see me and say that I can do it, won't I be punished all the time? Heavenly punishment attack?
Taizu laughed loudly.
What do others say have to do with you?
He looked at Suhi and said with a smile.
No need to think too much. Just practice well. If one day your Taoism is so high that you can change the world will not be able to help you. So why should you be afraid?
Chapter 425. The enemy is in the dark. Suhi smiled bitterly. Taizu put it so simply. Suhi didn't doubt whether he could do it. Before reincarnation, there were Bai Yin and Mingzu to pave the way. After reincarnation, there were blessings from the Dragon Turtle clan. And in practice, there were Bai Ling to assist, Ji Feishua to spurge and Jing, and Su Huanyan is chasing after me, plus his own efforts, with 90% help from noble people and 12% hard work. As long as Suhi survives, winning the championship is basically certain. But I don't know how long it will take. At this moment, the progress is rapid. But when I think of the chapter on animal transformation, Xuanwu has a little idea. The white tiger is still haunted by the inner world. Zhu Kei and Qing Long didn't even know where they were. If you keep walking like this one by one, it doesn't necessarily take long. If you only follow the path of the dragon turtle to open heaven, it will take you who knows how long to reach the state of Taizu. Taizu said that if the world changes, Suhi won't see any signs of it for at least 30 to 40,000 years. 30 to 40,000 years is enough for a civilization to come into being from scratch.
Then flourish and then die. Taizu laughed, patted him with his turtle claws, and shrank back towards the sea of stars. This is not a passage. But Taizu hastily obeyed his authority and forced his way through the barrier. If you get stuck here any longer, the entire sea of stars will come crashing down on you.
Kitty boy, help our ancestors contact the Tianli clan later and ask them to repair the cracks here. You can do it.
Taizu shrank back with a smile. The cracks he tore open were instantly closed. Suhi couldn't see any damage. But Taizu said there are still cracks. So there must be some. The calm starry sky became more and more dazzling. Like an abyss. Intoxicating and frightening. The bright stars in the starry sky are like the dots of ice crystals in Sua Taiyuan. The toad was sitting on Suhi's turtle SHL. He had already carved out a flying sword out of an unknown wood material, and attached a message to Patriarch Tian Ni. Then he looked at Suhi and said,
Will you pass on the message? Pass it on!
Although it is not easy to disturb him at this time, he still needs to be informed that once something lurks in the star sea, the consequences are unpredictable. Suhi can prepare whatever materials are needed in advance. Suhi even suspected that the damage-free realm was moved here, perhaps specifically to repair the damage to the Sea of Stars and all the realms? In the ancient times, the non-destructive realm was not here. There are also ancestors. The Star Sea is empty. There is nothing there long ago. But they guard the passage and block the communication between the Star Sea and the lower world. In addition to the poisonous Star Sea, prevent the Star Sea from polluting the lower realm. I'm afraid there are other unknown reasons. Combined with the information Suhi already had. Think of what the ancestor said before. You can speak freely in Xianwang Cave's sky in Shanghai. In other words, this place was once controlled by the source of your own side. On the contrary, the other party may control all the heavens and worlds. Their territory is either undercurrent or spiritually poisonous. And now they are actually living in enemy-occupied territory. Or are they the villain? It is difficult to survive on your own territory. And all the people invade the enemy's territory and resist the enemy in the enemy's territory? For the first time, Suhi truly felt that he was actually living under the surveillance of a hostile source. So Taizu encouraged him to change the day. Another day is too far away. Suhi wants Taizu's domineering attitude that pokes a hole in the sky. Advanced? Practice non-stop and move forward.
The sea of stars is misty, not the endless starry sky. There are waves between the stars that are visible to the naked eye, like water flow. It's just that it can't be touched. But when the magic power passes by, it will set off waves. It's like an ocean. In the sea, the stars are twinkling. There are two obviously different sea areas, and a long star belt collides at the intersection. This is the galaxy in the mouth of the powerful. Within the galaxy, the power of the stars is chaotic and violent, making it difficult for the monks to stay there for a long time. But if the violence here can be suppressed, the power of the stars collected will be the best in the entire star sea. At this moment, Taizu's entire body was immersed in the galaxy. The dragon's head slowly retracted from the bottom of the river. He looked up at the broken stone drum beside him and sighed. It was finally easy to find a place where I could sleep peacefully. And it was finally easy for those guys, like Feng Huang, not to come and cause trouble. But even within 10 years, it was all gone. Turtle Boy owes him a lot. Taizu sighed and looked at the thunder and lightning that continued to strike above his head. The thunder and lightning struck more and more intensely, and it started to hurt a little when it hit my body. If it were 10 times more powerful, it could even damage his appearance. Taizu raised his head and yelled, "Get out!" Turtle Boy was here just now, so he didn't want to be too rude. So he just let the world disperse. There's no Turtle Boy here. Besides, it's just that the world in the lower world is rebellious. Some laws are not biased towards them in the first place. But the laws of the upper world are also unbridled. Show your power to the old turtle? Taizu's voice was dull, and he couldn't tell the difference between happiness and anger. This is where heaven is. The law was once controlled by heaven. Heaven is built by the Xianwang world. There is indeed a rule of heaven that prevents the immortals from heaven from going down to the lower realm easily. But with heaven gone, Xianwang has turned into Xianhuang. The laws are still inflexible. So how much trouble have these chaotic laws caused to Xianwang over the years? Taizu made a threatening sound and roared towards the sky. Roar! The old turtle, who had been silent for who knows how many years, was angry with Shanghai Tiandi for the first time. A roar spread out all over his body, blowing away the waves of the galaxy. Use his own Tao Yun to forcefully suppress Shanghai. The waves of the seawater are also a kind of rhythm of heaven and earth. Taizu roared, and the thunder and lightning in the sky paused for a moment, and then seemed to be provoked, and suddenly became denser. It was no longer a dense thunder and lightning, but a pool of thunder pouring out directly, like a waterfall. It falls towards Taizu. The Leichi waterfall shone with azure light, and there was no aura of destruction, just a pure attack, pure destruction. The whole world is blue as far as the eye can see. This light seemed to crash through the sea of stars and connect to the lower realm. All the beings in the sea of stars raised their heads at the same time and looked in the direction of Taizu. Before the thunder pool fell, the space in all directions had been broken by the thunder pool, and the space fragments were wrapped up and crashed down like sharp blades. A flash of anger flashed in the old turtle's eyes, and his figure soared up, smashed through the space, and rushed straight into the thunder pool. With a roar, Taizu plunged the whole dragon turtle into darkness and turned into a black hole. It went upstream, and the thunder pool that rushed down exploded the world. But it did not damage the black hole at all, and not a drop fell into the black hole. It's like being taken away by Taiyuan. Not only the thunder pool, but also the stars in all directions that had not been washed away flowed back and were sucked into the black hole one by one. In an instant, the entire sea of stars was about to be swallowed into a black hole. Not only the sea of stars, but also the mountains, white clouds, rivers, and earth on the distant continent were twisted, turning into streams of wind and drifting towards the black hole that Taizu had transformed into. Everyone on the mainland was stunned. Huge power fluctuations startled the mountain range, which woke up and looked up at the black hole. There was a Taoist boy weeding and watering trees on the mountain range. He was stunned by the Taizu black hole and almost fell down because of the vibration of the mountain range. The jade pendant on the Taoist boy's body shone with green light, filtering the aura of the sea of stars bit by bit. If you don't have enough Taoism, you won't be able to survive in the sea of stars. Only with the care of the elders and the means to filter the spiritual energy can we barely survive. Ancestor! Ancestor! What is that? The Taoist boy's voice was distorted, and he was sucked into the black hole. A dragon's claw stretched out from the mountain range, reaching underground. The land where the mountain range was located jumped out of the distortion. Shan looked at the black hole and snorted dissatisfied. Why is this old turtle so crazy? Wasn't it just sealed for 10 years? Just have a good sleep after being sealed.
What are you doing running out? Who woke him up? I woke up so angry that the sea of stars was about to overturn. The mountain shook and soared into the sky, turning into a giant dragon. Looking into the distance, it let out a long groan.
You guys, are you looking for death?
The direction he was scolding was like a figure rising from the end of the sea of stars, filling the entire world. The second ancestor of Feng Huang Palace appeared from the void, looked at the old dragon and snorted coldly.
This old turtle went crazy and broke through the upper and lower realms, and was targeted by the heavenly law. What does it have to do with me?
Probably because when the old turtle was sealed last time, the old dragon was blocked by his father and could not be rescued. Since then, the old dragon has caused trouble for them from time to time. If you can't fight with 8 poles, come to Feng Huang for discussion in advance. Is the emperor really afraid of you? The second ancestor of Emperor Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at the old dragon, with a dangerous aura rising in his eyes. Old Long snorted.
Do you dare to say that Tao's breakthrough to the upper and lower realms has nothing to do with you becoming emperor?
The second ancestor Feng Huang stopped talking. There has been no contact between the upper and lower worlds for a long time. How does he know what happened? The old phoenix occupied the passage connecting the upper and lower parts for a long time, and I don't know what tricks he did in the passage. After old phoenix withdrew, the Emperor Feng family could not use the passage to contact the lower world. At this moment, they are blind to the lower world. However, the only thing that can make the old turtle break through the barrier between the upper and lower realms regardless of the situation is if something happens to the dragon turtle in the lower realm. It may even be that if the old turtle doesn't care, more than one dragon turtle will die. Only such a disaster can make the old turtle go crazy. It seems that only the Feng Huang family can do such a thing. The lower realm started a war between the two great realms. It shouldn't be that fast. At least not within 100,000 years. Not wanting to argue with you, the second ancestor of Emperor Feng snorted and slowly retreated. At the same time, every powerful person on the mainland suppressed his own location, prevent the continent from being sucked away by the old turtle's black hole. But no one tried to stop the old turtle. The old turtle is contending with the laws and rules of heaven. What kind of bad luck are they going to get into? The second ancestor of Feng Huang returned to the dojo, and someone around him immediately saluted and asked,
Grandpa, could it be that old turtle playing tricks again? Last time, the ancestor suspected that it was probably the turtle who joined forces with the Xianwang world to play tricks. Fraud.
The second ancestor of Emperor Feng shook his head. Why are you cheating? Collect Thunder Pool? But what's the use of holding back a group of power that's about to explode? It cannot be exploited. And if it is taken back, every means must be used to suppress it. As he spoke, he looked at Taizu again. In just this moment, the old turtle swallowed up all the thunder slurry in the thunder pool. The thunder pond dried up. Above the thunder pool, a palace appeared. It was the place where the heavenly thunder department once controlled the punishment of all heavens and worlds. As soon as he appeared, he immediately went to kill Taizu. This blow carried the power of the sea of stars, like an explosion in the universe. Before it was struck, all the powerful people had already bowed their heads. This blow is invisible. There was a roar in the black hole, and Taizu's dragon head poked out, swayed up, and opened its mouth to bite into the Leibu Hall. Just feeling the majestic aura, the expressions of the great masters changed. This bite can kill. You can kill anyone here. Is this the real power of the old guy from the Dragon Turtle clan? No wonder it took 10 years to break the seal between Yuan Zun and Feng Huang. Their true energy was moving forcefully, and they looked towards Taizu. Even if you try to take damage, you still have to see what kind of confrontation this is. The Great Hall of Heaven, in this era, is the power of heaven and earth. It is heaven and earth itself, the life bred by heaven and earth. If it wants to break the heaven and earth itself, how can we not see it quickly? Above the sea of stars, the green light of the Lei Department Hall was flashing, carrying the majesty of a world. It fell with a bang. Taizu bit out. But before it landed on the main hall, the main hall seemed to be unable to bear it. It made a grinding sound and collapsed at every turn. He is about to collapse before his eyes. But at this moment, an old phoenix cry came. An illusory wing flapped through the air, smoothing the riding rules of law on the galaxy, preventing the sea of stars from attacking Taizu again, and suppressing the main hall. A feeble voice persuaded Taizu with a hint of helplessness.
Fellow Taoist, please calm down for now. This hall cannot be destroyed at this moment.
The black hole flashed and returned to Taizu's true form. He glanced at the main hall of the Lei Department and then slowly retreated back. This old phoenix still needs to be given some face. The eyes of the second ancestor of Emperor Feng suddenly widened, and he swallowed the Leipa. The main hall of the lay department would appear. Could this be the purpose of the old turtle? He just approached the lay department hall. What did he do? The second ancestor was astonished when he saw that Taizu had slowly fallen down. And with a flick of his paw, he picked up a star belt in the galaxy like a ribbon. This was the power of the stars that suppressed the chaos. Fengzu's laughter came.
What do you do with this star power, fellow Taoist?
Taizu's voice became gentler.
My granddaughter-in-law is about to break through. She is not only an ice swordsman, she is also involved in the power of stars. It is just a welcome gift.
How could any ancestor meet his juniors without even receiving a greeting? The ribbon condensed with the power of the stars fell into Taizu's claws, and gently covered the thunder pool that was about to explode at any time. The space in front of Su He flashed, and Feng Qiaofei appeared again. As soon as he appeared, he hurriedly looked at him. There was a rare hint of panic in Feng Qiaofei's eyes. His eyes and consciousness swept over it at the same time, confirming that Su He was still intact. The head, SH.L. for claws and tail were all there, including all the beard and tail. Feng Qiaofei breathed a sigh of relief and asked hurriedly,
Where is your peacock body?
Su He laughed.
Yeah. Very good. God's punishment didn't reveal the body of a peacock.
Seeing that Feng Qiaofei still looked worried, Su He took away the star ring outside his body and transformed into a peacock in a flash. He fluttered his wings in front of Feng Qiaofei, proving that the peacock's body was extremely healthy.
Do I need to open the screen? Roll!
Feng Qiaofei scolded, then fell silent again, looking at Su He in silence for a long time. Although the divine punishment was directed at Su He, there was a high probability that she was the cause of the blame this time. Her nephew is clearly following her closely, and she has always been called a powerful person. But she doesn't even have the ability to protect her own nephew. After panicking, I was convinced that Su He was fine, but I couldn't suppress the frustration that followed. Su He tilted his head and looked at her. Feng Qiaofei fluttered his feathers to prevent Su He from seeing what he was thinking. He looked away and asked,
Is the old phoenix here?
Su He shook his head and smiled.
Taizu is here.
No wonder Taizu knew something was wrong with him. My aunt was looking for Fengzu, but Fengzu couldn't come over. But informed Taizu?
Why are you laughing?
Feng Qiaofei's eyes turned cold. Su He smiled even happier.
I found that aunt is not cold at all. Aunt, the treasures in Fu Dou's treasure house have not been taken away yet.
Seeing that Feng Qiaofei's eyes were really cold, Su He immediately changed the topic. Feng Qiaofei was silent for a moment, and then a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Then let's go and take a look. I want to see what tricks were used to make us capsize one after another.
Su He, ? Feng Qiaofei turned to look at him with a contemptuous look.
You haven't reacted yet?
The question mark on Su He's head became even bigger.
Do you usually use your spiritual sense to detect foreign objects at any time?
Feng Qiaofei snorted.
Yes.
Su He was stunned for a moment. How could a monk not use his spiritual sense to check external objects? But he is not a monk. And the gaze of the divine beast has its own spiritual effect. It's not often that I have spiritual consciousness when I see a treasure I don't recognize, Feng Qiaofei said with a smile.
Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't be able to ask you even though I know the restricted area.
She clearly had a guess about Su He's method of evading the Red Lotus fire stream. As she embarked on the Suzaku path, she had already been exposed to the existence of the power of time. She knew that time was a restricted area, so how could she ask directly? Feng Qiaofei's eyes drifted into the distance and landed on Sunflower Star.
Under normal circumstances, you can't tell the taboo without thinking.
Su He was stunned for a moment and whispered,
Yes.
The Xianhuan cave has been in the sky for too long, and Su He has adapted to it and can speak without restraint. When Feng Qiaofei asked, he would answer subconsciously. Feng Qiaofei.
Dot!
Her sinister expression was interrupted for a moment. His wings trembled and he ignored Su He.
Audit cave is something that affects the monk's mind.
She actually laughed as she spoke. It was normal for this stupid turtle to be affected. But at her level, she would still be affected. And the methods used in Fu Dodong Mansion were unexpected. Even when heaven's punishment comes, the way of handling it is completely wrong. He actually got hot-headed and resisted the punishment for Dragon Turtle. It's better to slap the Dragon Turtle to death. And maybe Su He Peacock can survive. It was not something she could do to resist the punishment of heaven. His spiritual intelligence was affected.
And it was not until he was under heaven's punishment that the means that affected his spiritual intelligence were dissipated by the aura of divine punishment. And his spiritual intelligence returned to some extent. It wasn't until I left here and reached Shirwanda Mountain that I truly came to the Qingming Festival.
What a coincidence!
Suhi smiled. Feng Qiaofei's statement was so familiar. In Suhi's mind, the talisman placed on the dragon by the third prince of Fenghuang Palace flashed across his mind. That talisman turned the dragon into a beast with only instinct. All intelligence is suppressed. He looked at Feng Qiaofei, and a thought passed over him, conveying the whole story of the third prince's rune into Feng Qiaofei's mind. Feng Qiaofei closed his eyes slightly and opened them again, with a weird smile on his face.
Interesting. Is this specifically for the mythical beast?
She smiled, looking at Sunflower Star's eyes. The brilliance of Suzaku flashed. Suhi followed suit and turned into a dragon turtle. He moved his true energy to his eyes, and his eyes fell on Sunflower Star. Observing carefully, a long time passed, but nothing was seen. It's still the same planet, still the same cave. Nothing unusual.
Fire!
Feng Qiaofei chuckled. Suhi looked again. There were countless volcanoes on Sunflower Star, and lava rivers could be seen everywhere. But he still couldn't see them. Feng Qiaofei sighed. This turtle boy had too little knowledge. Her wings brushed against Suhi's head, and Suhi's gaze was focused. Following her lead, he connected the magma canyons together, on the planet where nothing could be seen before. In Suhi's eyes, talismans were faintly revealed. This rune is very hidden, with mountains, water, lava, and underground rivers. Combine different breaths to form a secret rune that spreads across the entire planet. What a grand gesture! Suhi tilted his head, looked at it for a long time and said,
It's completely different from what I've seen.
Although he couldn't understand most of the talismans, he still knew the basics. At least the core runes looked different.
It's not a means of fighting.
Feng Qiaofei laughed.
Stay here.
As she spoke, she flashed and was already outside the Sunflower Star. However, she did not enter the Sunflower Star. Instead, she flew around the Sunflower Star. Waves of power that Suhi couldn't understand fell down. On the planet, mountains, rivers, and magma were seen flying up one by one, floating on the planet, and turning into a huge rune. Feng Qiaofei screamed, and a sycamore leaf floated out from his body and swung downwards. The sycamore leaves fell towards Sunflower Star, growing in the wind. When they fell on the surface of the planet, they turned into a huge leaf covering the sky and the earth. Once you cover the rune will be imprinted on the sycamore leaves. The ceiling formations on the Wudong leaves exploded, and the ceiling talismans flew back and landed in front of Feng Qiaofei, turning into ordinary leaves again, just runes flickering on the leaves. Suhi chased after him as the water rolled beneath him. The divine machine flashed and flew rapidly at the same time, flying to Feng Qiaofei's side. He saw Feng Qiaofei looking at the sycamore leaves with his eyebrows furrowed, his eyes full of deep thought. Sensing Suhi's arrival, he spoke.
I left this talisman. I will contact you if necessary.
Suhi understood. Feng Qiaofei is good at formations, and his attainments in runes are naturally not low. But he is probably not sure about these runes. Contacting him is actually contacting Ji Feishue. Ji Feishue is good at refining elixirs and refining weapons, so her attainments in talismans must be superb.
How about Auntie follow me back to Changyu Mansion?
Suhi suggested while looking at Feng Qiaofei. After the Xianwang Cave heaven ended, Ji Feishue naturally wanted to go home. One person is planning on shortcomings, and two are planning on strengths. Feng Qiaofei and Ji Feishue cooperate. Maybe what can be seen? Feng Qiaofei collected the leaves and looked at him.
What's the matter? You are overflowing with filial piety. Do you want to support me in my old age?
Auntie, if you say this in Changyu Mansion, you might get beaten. Ji Feishue exploded, and Suhi wasn't sure he could hold it back.
Bah! Henpecked!
Feng Qiaofei mocked.
I will send a rune to Ji Feishue and let her compare the two.
Feng Qiaofei was rarely serious. The intuition of the divine beast told her that there was something behind this talisman. Since Ji Feishue is one of our own, when the time comes, Feng Qiaofei is not so arrogant that he doesn't know what's important. If you have power, don't use it in vain.
Let's go!
After collecting the talisman, Feng Qiaofei fell to Sunflower Star first. The talisman disappeared, and the planet became nothing special. The treasure trove can be taken away with confidence. Chapter 426 The Puppet Maker.
No! Wait! Auntie!
Save people first,
Suhi shouted after Feng Qiaofei. He is still a wounded person. He was burned by the red lotus fire flow before. And although he immediately escaped into the long river of time, the melting of his outer appearance, and the 5th level aura of the Do Kai Tian hanging on the turtle SHL prevented him from recovering from his injuries. If this aura is not removed, it will be difficult for Su He to heal his injuries. Feng Qiaofei turned around and glanced at him with disgust. He flapped his wings, and a flash of fire flashed across Su He's body like a ring of fire. The maggot-like aura of trouble on the tarsal bones of the turtle SHL disappeared instantly, feeling a sharp pain, followed by a burst of relief. Su He let out a long groan. He lowered his head, and saw that Feng Qiaofei had landed on the sunflower star and headed towards the Fudo cave. The water beneath him rolled over, and Su He hurriedly caught up. The red lotus fire flow passed by, and at this moment, the cave was still scorching with heat. The entire cave was a fiery red, unbearably hot, and the red crystal stones above were inlaid, as if magma was hanging above the head. The red lotus has disappeared. Where the red lotus was planted, a secret door quietly opened. Cool air blew out from the secret door. It made the turtle feel a little better. Feng Qiaofei was a little more careful, closed his eyes, and realized that he was fine before he stepped into the treasure house. Su He waited for a moment, and made sure that Feng Qiaofei was fine before following him in. As soon as I entered, I saw dice falling all over the place, clattering down like rain. The treasure house was full of source stones, and they were rolling like springs and growing in number. There were miscellaneous treasures beside it that either Su He knew or didn't know. Some have been copied, and some have improved quality. For the first time since waking up after being summoned by Su He, the toad showed a smile, jumped up with a cheer, and dove into the pile of treasures. Started swimming. A free swimming frog. The first time I saw such a scene, I was very happy. But the second time I saw it, there was nothing special about it. Turning to look at Feng Qiaofei, then I saw Feng Qiaofei swipe his wings, and the treasures were divided into 2 piles. Auntie is very fair. Her pile is big, and Suhi's pile is small. I killed Fudo, and I'll share more of the treasure. Feng Qiaofei raised his eyebrows. But if you accept the mission, all the origin stones will be yours. Su He laughed, and used treasures were of little use to him. They were just used to fill his own treasure house. Those useless ones that are not too rare can be absorbed by negative mountains, used to recondensate the outer appearance and strengthen the mountain god's seal. Su He scratched out half of his treasures with a swipe of his paw. If Auntie goes back, you can give these to me. Mother, take them with you. What Su He drew out were all spiritual plants and elixirs. Yunli has just been resurrected, so he might be able to use it for something. Of course, with the Feng clan there, nothing would be missing from her. But the Feng clan belongs to the Feng clan, and Su He belongs to Su He. The nature is different. Yunli has just been reborn and lacks many things she needs. Su He was suddenly stunned for a long time, then turned his head and looked at Feng Qiaofei quietly. There is no shortage of treasures in Yunli. He has lost a lot. Yunli and Feng Qiaofei's treasure trove, which was originally promised to Grandma at the Feng tomb, belongs to him. But now it's all gone. Feng Qiaofei was looking at the things Su He gave to Yunli. He was in a daze, and felt something strange about him. He turned around and saw Su He with a resentful expression. He glanced at the corner of Su He's eyes, and knew what he was thinking. Feng raised the corner of his mouth behind the flying bird's beak. What? Why don't you follow me and kill that stupid peacock again? Just pretend that she has never been resurrected and everything is still yours. Su He glanced at her. Thank you. Killing Yunli was something only Feng Qiaofei could joke about. Others dared to speak out, and didn't know how to die. This phoenix is very concerned about his past. On Yunli's side, the two of them have been getting along for thousands of years, and there is no longer any hatred between them. Although they quarrel every day, they are close sisters. But it's not easy to deal with Uncle Lei. Su He didn't have to do it himself, as Toad was already sorting out the treasures. Su He looked at Feng Qiaofei and asked in a low voice, Auntie, can you talk about what happened with Uncle Lei? What do you want me to do? Feng Qiaofei glanced at him. Don't tell me. When he comes to take revenge on me, you can wave the flag to cheer him up. And then it doesn't matter which one of us collects the body. Su He. This topic seemed to have touched Feng Qiaofei's taboo again. Su He could sense that Feng Qiaofei was almost going to beat him. If he hadn't seen how pitiful he had just been, he would have already taken action. Kill and divide the spoils. 1 shot and 2 are separated.
Don't come to me in the short term.
Feng Qiaofei took the treasure away, glanced at Suhi, and disappeared from Fu Dou's treasure house in a flash. This turtle can't be ignored. It's true that you get hurt once you see it. Feng Qiaofei decided not to go out this time, let alone see Suhi. Get rid of bad luck. She disappeared instantly. Suhi was stunned for a moment before he suddenly came to his senses.
Auntie! Wait a minute! Send me back!
He shouted and bumped into the afterimage of Feng Qiaofei. But he could only feel the fluctuating atmosphere in the space. The phoenix said that he was walking as he walked, without any hesitation at all. Suhi was completely stunned. Is he so ruthless? I don't know how far this place is from the mysterious realm. Without space means flying all the way back would take who knows how many years. Even riding on the Liuguang River was enough for him to retreat once. Suhi was stunned. He turned around and saw Toad, who had packed up the treasures. He blinked and looked at him in bewilderment.
Looking for Uncle Lei?
Toad asked in a low voice. Suhi shrugged his turtle SHL. It's weird that it's useful. Uncle Lei had long since ignored him for such trivial matters as being on the road.
Let's go!
Suhi snorted and crawled out. The water wave lifted up and drew out of the cave, and a flying sword shot out. It was a small flying sword cut out of a toad, and the voice of Patriarch Kinley came from it.
Don't worry, fellow Taoist. I have already known about it. If there is some stability in the non-destructive world, I will go there in person. Our clan does not need materials to repair the world. Fellow Taoist, just leave with peace of mind.
The old man's words were nice, but they didn't always sound like they were true. It's like sending him away. Suhi smiled, and with one stroke of his paw, he rushed out of Sunflower Star, straight into the starry sky, glanced at the damage-free boundary deep in the starry sky, identified the direction, and left the boundary to the south. The non-destructive world is too closed. Not even a river of light. The nearest place with the Liuguang River is Nanliji. Borrowing the Liuguang River to reverse the car twice, we might be able to return to the Xianwang realm just in time for the Xianwang cave heaven to close. Su Huanyan and the others should be able to be teleported back by the Xianwang order. The Xianwang order picks up and sends people off. The Xianwang cave opens to transport people in. And when it ends, it transports people back to their original location. Exactly. It's a pity that Su He has left Xianwang cave heaven and can no longer enjoy this treatment. The toad sat on the turtle SHL, holding ointment in its little paws to apply medicine to Su He. The damage to the turtle's SHL depends entirely on its own recovery, and it will take a year or two to fully recover. This amount of time is not considered a serious injury to the monks, let alone to the mythical beast. However, the dragon turtle is not short of precious medicine, and it will not give birth to babies if it is left unused. According to Suhi's speed, it would take about 4 or 5 days to fly to Nanliji, so there was no rush. Suhi was thinking about another thing. The 4 spirit beasts are the only 4 beasts in the world that can teleport over long distances. The freedom to come and go in any big world. Even Bai Zhe, who can also open the 7th level of the sky, cannot do it. This is the privilege of the 4 spirits. But this privilege is not a magical power. It requires the 4 spirit beasts to take the initiative to understand and master it. Suhi's understanding of space is actually not weak anymore. He has the Barbarian King's world refining technique, the divine machine, and the experience of teleporting through space again and again. Now he can break the space with a single strike. Theoretically, with Suhi's realm, long-distance teleportation is not possible. But if you can travel a distance of 2 or 3 days in one step, there shouldn't be any big problem. It is impossible to refine the space channel in advance like buying and pull it out directly when using it. But breaking the space and condensing the passage, you should give it a try. Suhi licked his lips, stopped flying, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed the space in front of him. Abandon the starry sky, abandon the environment, and feel the space at the bottom. First, use the Barbarian King's realm refining technique and understand it carefully. Then, the mountain god seal was smashed out. The starry sky in front of him suddenly collapsed, and a hole in the space was smashed out. There are many ways to break space, but the mountain god seal is the most convenient and can be broken completely. Suhi jumped in. The space that was smashed open by the mountain god seal was a shattered space, and no passage was formed. He needs to borrow the Barbarian King's world refining technique to refine it. Uncle Lei and the others naturally don't have to go to such trouble. The adult dragon turtles tear apart the space to reach their goal. It is very simple to get out and then heal the space.
Using the Barbarian King's world refining technique, Suhi tried to sort out the broken space, turning the space fragments into passages and exploring forward. It doesn't have to be too far, as long as it can be done. Flip the two claws to control space. Pieces of space fragments were forcibly gathered together by him. But before a passage could be formed, they suddenly collapsed. Suhi was knocked out of the space. Looking around, it was no longer where it was before. Although no spatial channel is formed, this method is indeed effective and can achieve spatial transfer. Suhi tried again, smashing the space with one seal, drilling into the broken space, and condensed the space channel again. As expected, the space channel collapsed again. Suhi fell out. After shaking his body and wanting to come again, he saw a carriage running past in the starry sky. The cart was pulled by a variegated horse. It walked with a pace that it would not recognize its relatives, and it was doing the dubbing in its own mouth while running. It's been a long time, it's been a long time. There was no sound in the starry sky. The horse not only dubbed the voice, but also used his spiritual consciousness to transmit the sound in all directions. Each sound landed exactly on the note of the hoof, which was very cheerful. Suhi was shocked. The horse also noticed Suhi, who had fallen out. He stood up and said to himself, "Hurry!" Tap, tap, tap. It stopped and stared at Suhi. The carriage swayed behind it and spread out in an extremely unstable manner. But it didn't completely fall apart. The windows just fell down and the door opened. But it was an ordinary carriage selling puppets. And the stall was shaken open. There was also a dirty old man in the carriage, who was murmuring and sleeping soundly. In the corner of the carriage, a young man was carving a puppet. He noticed something unusual in the carriage and looked up at Suhi. Looking at each other. This horse, this young man, this old man. Suhi recognizes it. When I first confirmed my relationship with Su Huanyan, I took the two of them to Taiyu City for fun. This cart set up a stall there to sell puppets. The puppets carved by this young man were strange. As long as you told the puppets a story, the puppets would come to life. This craft is very popular among talented people and beautiful ladies. Yaya bought a set, but only two puppets came to life. One turned into the little barbarian king, and the other turned into the barbarian king's mount. This is the second time Suhi has seen this bicycle frame. But the young man carving the puppet still exudes the aura of the mortal realm. And the crazy old man still can't tell whether he is a monk or not. The horse pulling the carriage. I didn't notice it last time. Is it so cheerful? The old man was sleeping. And 4 pairs of eyes. 1 man, 1 horse, 1 turtle and 1 frog stared at each other. After a moment, the horse shook, and the young man in the car immediately laughed. "Sir, we meet again. Do you want to buy another doll?" Suhi smiled. "I was blind last time, and I didn't even notice the mighty face." In fact, he didn't notice it this time. No matter how Suhi looked at it, the young people in front of him were all monks in the mortal realm. The old man still couldn't see the immortality. The horse was just an ordinary horse. Putting this combination in the monk market, Suhi wouldn't think much about it after just one glance. But here is the starry sky. Only monks who have turned into demons at level 3 or above can survive in the starry sky. It's almost obvious what's wrong with this guy. Hearing Suhi's words, the horse twitched again, and the young man suddenly realized. "Your Majesty, you don't want a newly carved puppet? That's easy. I have recycled old puppets here. Your Majesty, pick one." The young man immediately rummaged in the storage box. "Qilin. Too bad. Phoenix. Objectively speaking, it's Qinglong. The guest officer already has it. Ah, found it." He suddenly laughed, took out a puppet from the wooden box, and showed it to Suhi. Barbarian King, the man king, who was riding a giant panda, was held in his hands, with an aggrieved look on his face. Being lifted up by the neck felt like he had experienced the most frustrating thing, especially when he saw Suhi across from him. Meeting an acquaintance, Shaman King's whole face became more and more exciting. "What do guests think of this puppet? This is the most beautiful one I have ever collected." The young man chuckled and sold it to Suhi. Suhi's expression changed instantly, and his eyes suddenly looked at the young man. "Where did you come from with this thing?" The aura on Suhi's body suddenly rose. The toad had already penetrated into the mysterious world immediately. But if there was something wrong, it would immediately contact Qing Lei and Su Zhu. These 2 turtles are in the Xian Wang realm at the moment. The young man seemed to be overwhelmed by Suhi's aura and was unable to speak. It wasn't until the rogue's tail swept away that the young man suddenly realized what he was doing. He shook his head and said with a smile, The guest has misunderstood. This thing is from Zilai.
Suhi turned to look at the horse. Is this horse the real owner? The horse blinked. With an expression on its face, I can't understand. I don't understand. It kept grinning to the side, signaling Suhi to find the young man next to him. Act like that's the boss. Suhi relaxed a little. The horse's expression reminded him of a camel. Beasts with the same temperament shouldn't be too bad. The aura on the horse's body is cheerful and peaceful. Besides, Yaya is by Taizu's side at the moment, so it's even less likely that anything will happen to her. Suhi looked at Little Man King, who covered his face with his hands.
You lost your axe,
Suhi said. Little Man King's body began to tremble. It's pure shame. A puppet actually gave Suhi the feeling of being completely intelligent. I remember that Monk Sanxiang once marveled that this puppet had a spirit. I turned around and asked Monk Sanxiang to check it out carefully. Suhi looked at the rogue horse.
I want this puppet. How much does it cost?
The horse's eyes lit up, and he stood up with his front hooves in a cross shape. He didn't know whether he was talking about 10 taels of silver or 10 spiritual stones. Before he had time to ask in detail. He saw the young man stuffing the Little Man King onto his turtle SHL, and at the same time took out 10 top-grade origin stones and stuffed them into Suhi. Then he looked at Homa with an indifferent expression, but his eyes clearly showed pride. Look like I can answer it quickly. The horse was stunned. Chapter 427 Father-in-law. Foreign Minister he put away the Barbarian King puppet and the origin stone at the same time in a flash of space. Windfall. The horse turned around and looked at Suhi with a look of disbelief on his face, and his breathing became heavy. The snorts come one after another. This was the first time in so many years that I was robbed in the starry sky.
You're welcome,
Suhi responded, turned around and smashed open the space with a mountain seal, and got in again. Although the Dragon Turtle clan doesn't care about other people's powers, it's better to stay away from such weird powers in this kind of environment. Next time Ji face you and I will come together to buy puppets. Suhi crashed into the broken space, and the horse suddenly became anxious. With a sweep of its tail, the young man reacted. He followed up with a scream.
Your Majesty! Your Majesty! You have to do something after you have received the money. After you have received the money, you have to show off. Let me carve another turtle out.
What does it look like? Model? Forgive me for refusing. Suhi's snake head and dragon's head shook at the same time, rushing into the broken space. He turned his claws to condense the space fragments again, and wanted to create a space passage to leave quickly. Behind him, he saw a horse pulling a cart and running in. The young man almost jumped out of the carriage and chased after Brother Suhi to persuade him earnestly. I have to carve a puppet for him. Suhi stopped what he was doing and looked under the carriage. The moment the carriage came in, the space fragments automatically condensed and gathered under the carriage like small islands, stably setting off the carriage in the turbulent flow of space. On the small island of fragments, the horse's eyes were bright, and he was extremely satisfied with the young man's ability to make mistakes and seize the opportunity to capture a model. The horse kicked and stamped on the space fragments under his feet, crushing the large fragments and spreading them on the small island formed by the condensation of space fragments like cracks. The shattered space debris consolidated the island along the gaps. Suhi's eyes lit up. Can space debris still be used in this way? The space is shattered, and the falling fragments are like magnet fragments, repelling each other and making it difficult to gather together, forcibly gathering together, just like Suhi did before. They exploded after gathering to a certain extent. Unless Suhi can take the Barbarian King's world refining technique a step further and refine them together, it will not be a temporary transmission, but a solid space channel will be completely opened. He failed twice in succession, both caused by the repulsion and explosion of space debris. Now watching the operation of Roma again, I suddenly realized that it turns out that space debris can be dealt with in this way. Suhi made great gains. Seeing him stop, the young man on the carriage happily held up his carving knife to promote himself to Suhi.
Fellow Taoist, are you afraid that my poor performance will affect your image? Fellow Taoist, you can rest assured.
The young man patted his chest with confidence.
Fellow Taoist, please take a look at my works and then make a decision.
As he spoke, he had already opened a box in the car and showed his wood carving to Suhi. Suhi took a casual glance and was stunned. The box was like a world, with towering hills, roaring small seas, grasslands, jungles. This is nothing. At this moment in the grassland, two wooden sculptures are fighting inextricably. They are just wooden sculptures,
They have no magical powers. They are just fighting. The two dragon turtles fighting were two dragon turtles that would never appear in this era. Wenzu and Wuzu. Suhi looked at the young man who was carving. Senior, have you seen these two dragon turtles? No matter which one is more dominant, the young man or the rogue. With such ability, it would not be wrong to call him senior. The young man looked proud and said in a matter-of-fact tone. How could I know? Who can remember things that happened more than 60 years ago? He looked at Suhi with disdain, and his eyes seemed to say that creatures like Suhi who could remember things 60 years ago were defective products. Suhi choked in his abdomen and was speechless for a long time. After a long time, he turned to look at the horse next to him. The horse didn't look at Suhi, nor did he hear his question. He was looking at his hooves with wide eyes. At some point a small piece of grass grew on its hoof. The horse looked at the grass with a surprised look on its face. Suhi was silent for a moment, then looked at the box again, indicating an unfinished wood carving inside, and asked, Senior, did this wood carving have the owner's consent? Regarding this point, the young man was not vague at all. He patted his chest and promised, Without the consent of the master, I will never cut or carve. What Suhi gestured to was two fighting creatures under a strange round sun. A human-like object holds a large cauldron, and opposite it is a half-finished white dragon. The wood carving cannot be moved before it is finished, but you can tell who it is just by looking at it. Ji Feishue and Emperor Luan. The carver's knife was obviously biased towards Ji Feishue. Although the carving was not finished yet, it was already extremely beautiful. Emperor Luan, who was holding the cauldron across from him, carved a stick with his sword at random. Senior, where did you meet them? His carving skills were very good, and he copied the scene so well that it made Suhi feel like he was actually there. This place is weird and twisted. Not the Xianwang Cave heaven. Especially the big day gave Suhi a very bad feeling. The young man tilted his head and thought for a while. In a dream? I saw them fighting while I was sleeping. So I asked him. This man didn't allow me to carve him. This little green dragon is very talkative, so he allowed me to carve it. White dragon, Suhi corrected. Qinglong. The young man raised his head and looked at Suhi, his eyes full of persistence. This dragon turtle touched his bottom line. If the sculptor couldn't even identify the type of dragon, how could he carve it? Suhi's breathing was stopped for a moment. This person might not have a brain problem. There was no way to communicate normally. Suhi looked at the horse next to him again. The horse looked at the grass on its hooves with fondness in its eyes. The horse's head slowly lowered, as if it wanted to stick to it. But the moment he got closer, he bit off the grass and swallowed it into his mouth. He was chewing and shaking his head with a contented expression, and then accidentally saw the broken grass roots on his hoofs. He was suddenly startled, as if he had been struck by lightning, and his whole body fell down. It seems that he cannot accept the fact that Xiao Qiao was hurt. Suhi, God! There's something wrong with your brain. He closed his eyes and said solemnly, I can make a show for you, Senior, and let me carve you. Please tell me, Senior, where is my wife at this moment? As he spoke, the heartbroken Roma and the young man who introduced the exhibits were startled at the same time, and then cheered. The horse roared loudly, and the young man laughed. In a dream! In a dream! He smiled and his figure suddenly became illusory and disappeared. The entire carriage disappeared together. Suhi was startled. You don't need to look at him all the time to be a model. You just need his consent? Wood carving. Suhi was silent for a long time, then took out the barbarian king wood carving from the foreign minister's space and carefully identified it. It was indeed Yaya's wood carving, and there was nothing wrong with it. But this thing is still not a living thing. Taking back the outer space is also a trial. The outer space is a space derived from Suhi himself. Unlike ordinary storage magic weapons that cannot hold living beings at all, living creatures can barely enter the outer space. But only soulless and silent creatures can enter. Like the undercurrent of the Xianwang Cave's sky, there is no way to enter the waking state. The barbarian king wood carving not only entered the room awake, but also moved freely in the outer space. That means it's not a real living thing. It's amazing to have your own spirit, even though you are not a living being. Suhi fixed the wooden sculpture of the barbarian king in front of him and looked down at him. The barbarian king wood carving was still embarrassed at first, but he finally sighed, sat down slumped, put on an expression of resignation, raised his little head, and looked like you asked me. I am not afraid of being scalded by boiling water. Where's Yaya? Suhi asked. Little man king spread his hands. How did he know that the guy didn't take him into the Xianwang cave? But Taoist Xuanzhen took him in. How did you end up in that horse's hands? Little Man King's face suddenly became wonderful. He jumped up and stepped on the giant panda's back, gnashing his teeth and saying, Xianzhen, my king is incompatible with him. Niobe. After agreeing to take him back after completing the mission, Niobe forgot about him, seeing the undercurrent pouring into the Chuntian palace. If he hadn't taken advantage of the horse sneaking around to steal something from the Chuntian palace, he would have quietly climbed onto the carriage and followed it out. By now it might be nothing more than a pile of wood residue. He gritted his teeth in hatred. But He corrected him. We are irreconcilable. Little Man King looked at He. Don't always carry an axe to chop down a hornet's nest. Read more, He advised. This is the benefit of powerful spiritual consciousness. A little puppet is not even a living being, but it has its own spiritual consciousness. Emotions agitated. Consciousness fluctuated. And whatever was going on in my mind was like shouting out loud. When it fell on Suhi's induction, it was extremely clear. Suhi's expression changed slightly as he thought this way. The dark dragon's face became strange. In front of Ji Feishue. Were his mental activities so obvious? No wonder every time the witch teased him, his mind would fluctuate, taking advantage of the fire to add fuel to the fire. The Little Man King looked at Suhi in disbelief, his eyes full of shock, and pointed his little finger at his nose. Me? Read more books? I am the Barbarian King. Quite. Puppet. Xiaoman Wang didn't have any additional knowledge about the woodcarver. Suhi's foreign minister flashed through the space and threw the lump of wood in again, calling for a toad in his heart. The toad landed on Suhi's head, and without asking, Suhi said, Ji Feishue can't be contacted. Uncle Zhu can come over at any time. Suhi shook his head. It's not necessary. The puppets of Wenzu and Wuzhu are all there, and Ji Feishue also allows him to carve himself. So there is no problem for the woodcarver. If there is a problem, it is too late. People are gone. Ji Feishue got into a fight and hit someone else's dream. Can you please contact Taizu? He was a little worried. Toad curled his lips. That's Ji Feishue, the existence of an immortal with great fighting power. Do you think it's you who has to call the parents when you touch anyone? Even though he said this, the toad still got into the mysterious world of mountains and seas and left a message for Taizu. Now that the old turtle has broken through the seal, it won't take long for the consciousness within the mountains and seas to wake up. Suhi's eyes fell back on the small island left by the horse in front. Lu Ma had nothing to hide, and the secrets of the island were clearly revealed in Suhi's eyes. At this moment, Suhi's mind was clear. He felt about the island and recalled what he had done before. It was like a sermon that completely dissected the space. Wouldn't that horse come specifically to preach to him? Who can engrave Wenzu, and Wuzhu can't be said to be one of our own dot, but how can anyone live for such a long time? The crazy old man lying in the carriage should be the young man's master. Is it passed down from generation to generation? Horse. Young man. Crazy old man. Doubts flashed in Suhi's eyes, but he couldn't figure it out at the moment. Ask Ji Feishue in the future, and you should be able to understand. While waiting for Taizu's reply, he first tried to analyze the space and master the means of spatial teleportation. Suhi lay on the small island of Luma, sensing it carefully. A small world. A town where immortals and mortals are mixed. A puppet stall was opened at some point. Two boys at the stall were selling hard. Monk puppet, all your wishes come true. All the stories you tell can be acted out. They shouted until their mouths went dry, seeing that everyone still didn't believe it. The boy shook his body slightly and turned into two chubby puppets. Suddenly everyone was amazed. There was a young lady outside the stall with a slightly red face. She immediately and quietly bought several puppets, while no one was paying attention. He glanced slightly at the puppeteer on the carriage. The puppeteer was motionless and focused, even sculpting a dragon turtle with a bit of excitement. It's just that there is a spiritual snake entwined on the back of this dragon turtle. In just a moment, the dragon turtle began to take shape. At this time, the puppeteer was carving the name on the dragon turtle's belly plate. It's not Suhi. It's Xuanwu. But these two words seem to be more difficult to carve than the entire puppet. And the puppeteer must exert all his strength every time the knife falls. Before he finished carving a word, the puppeteer couldn't hold on anymore, and put the half-finished Xuanwu into his box while panting. After closing the lid, the box fell into darkness. After an unknown amount of time, a white turtle crawled over from the corner of the box. The white turtle was supposed to be beautiful, but now it's sh. I was in tatters, and even its scales had fallen off, as if it was in a corrosive environment. She climbed out and tilted her head to look at the new Xuanwu puppet, her eyes flashing with surprise. 6 points happy, 3 points angry, and 1 point overwhelmed. Looking at Xuanwu, who was still unable to move, he was stunned for a long time. Bai Gui bit Xuanwu's neck and dragged him to the Bailong puppet, who was still unable to move. Then he laid down between Bailong and Black Turtle and fell into a deep sleep. Past, to the outside world, the puppeteer was unaware. He was holding a willow branch in his mouth and looking at the sky. He occasionally glanced sideways at the young ladies and gentlemen outside the booth, as well as more middle-aged ladies. Time passed day by day amid the playfulness of these people. Xianwang Cave's sky has become quiet, and there are almost no people in Baiyun Palace. Only on the border are there monks from the mysterious realm meditating and patrolling to prevent the monks who escaped into the undercurrent from turning back. Occasionally there are people in the center, so they stop fighting and start the real treasure hunt. The Xianwang Cave's sky is rich in aura and has many treasures. This is also an important reason for attracting many monks from all over the world. In the Taihe Palace, Taizu's clone fell asleep with his eyes closed. On the turtle SHL, a small dragon turtle lay with its back stretched out, with streaks of lightning flashing across its body. Following the ant, Yaya kept talking. She had eaten the treasure for 2 whole years, and at this moment she began to slowly refine it and turn it into her own strength. This was also a big reason why Taizu forced her to shut down her phone and put her into a deep sleep. In the corner of Taihe Palace, there was a blanket of ice. Su Huanyan was completely frozen and motionless, but his momentum is rising steadily. The sword intent surged, and the domain slowly expanded at some point. Snow fell heavily in the corner that enveloped her. Every snowflake falls. It seems to accumulate a sword energy. The entire field is like a hidden edge in the way of swordsmanship. The snow is like hidden sword energy, and once it breaks out, the world will collapse. As the field expanded, Su Huanyan's rising momentum slowed down. Taizu's clone opened his eyes quietly and looked at Su Huanyan. There was a look of satisfaction in his eyes. A voice came next to my ear.
She is worthy of being the reincarnation of Tantai. As long as she is given a chance, she will be like a dragon returning to the sea and riding on the wind. No one can stop her advancement.
The phantom of a phoenix as big as a rooster condensed next to Tai Zulong's head. Taizu glanced at him, his dragon beard fluttering.
The granddaughter-in-law of the Longday family is naturally different.
The pride is palpable. Phoenix flapped its wings for a moment and nodded in agreement.
That makes sense. Tantai Immortal Lord is naturally a real power. Otherwise, why would I beat you?
As he spoke, a look of curiosity appeared on Phoenix's face.
When you were hung up and whipped by Tantai Immortal Lord, did you resist?
Taizu's expression suddenly brightened. The Phoenix laughed. If you don't embarrass this old turtle, he can show off his granddaughter-in-law endlessly. Don't look at this old turtle who is never impatient in front of the younger generation. His expression remains unchanged despite the collapse of heaven and earth. But in front of him, he was the one who showed off the most. He never showed off himself. He always showed off his children and grandchildren. Back then, Bai Lingshur had made Old Turtle proud for 30,000 years. Now there is Suhi. Suhi cheated, and Lao Gui was embarrassed to show off. But Suhi, the 2 daughters-in-law, kept talking about it and couldn't let it go. In particular, Suhi got a girl just a few days after he realized the dragon turtle. At that time, the old turtle's laughter was rampant in the entire Star Sea for 3 days. After a hit, Taizu gritted his teeth and fell silent. Fengzu looked at him and saw that he no longer showed off and was completely awake. So he said,
That little dragon chased Emperor Luan and entered the tomb of the Great Sun.
Unexpectedly, the mountain and river cauldron can lead to the tomb of the Great Sun. It seems that even under their noses, Fa Huang's group of guys have done many unknown things. The tomb of the Great Sun, there is a dead sun there. De Ree's corpse had been lying there for who knows how long. The whole environment of the tomb had been changed. And even they didn't want to go in easily. The sun does not belong to their side. The environment there can be imagined. Taizu was silent for a long time and then said,
Wait a little longer. If you can't come out within 5 years, the old dragon won't care. So the old turtle will go in. He is willing to let go of his descendants. But the old turtle can't let go of his grandson-in-law.
Fengzu laughed in amusement. Was he reluctant to let go? The old dragon suppressed the Qinghai continent. How could it be possible to move easily?
Then wait.
Fengzu's voice softened. Not as hoarse as in the Sea of Stars, but rather soft. Like a woman's. Hasn't the scholar seen your turtle boy? When he collects G-Fascia's aura, can he completely carve out G-Fascia's puppet? By carving a puppet, G-Fascia's condition can be monitored in real time. If nothing happens, it doesn't matter even if he is trapped in the tomb of the Great Sun. G-Fascia is not an ordinary person. She is a being who has reached their level in just 700,000 years with her own actions. Maybe the Dori tomb that everyone is afraid of is G-Fascia's opportunity? Scholar. Speaking of scholars, Taizu suddenly fell silent. His eyes far away, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Regret it? Fengzu chuckled. If you had known that the scholar was going, wouldn't you have been in a hurry to break the seal? The corner of Taizu's mouth curled up. What if he goes? Can he break the punishment from heaven? Fengzu laughed. It may not be impossible. After all, it stands to reason that the scholar and your turtle boy are the son-in-law. Right. Maybe it can break out. Taizu shook his head. It's been a long time, and he is not the same person he was back then. I'm afraid he doesn't even know what Mr. Wang is. How could he possibly explode? Not necessarily. Fengzu laughed lightly, and his voice became clearer. I don't know. Why did you suddenly carve G-Fascia's puppet? And find your turtle boy? Taizu was silent, shook his head and said, Perhaps there is a sense? But what if he carved a puppet? His puppet is invisible to outsiders. And you and I cannot judge G-Fascia's condition with the help of the puppet. If G-Fascia couldn't fight her way out, they would eventually need to guide her. G-Fascia's Taoism is not low. But after all, there are many things she doesn't know about. If she just wants to break out with Taoism, it will be difficult for even the immortal lord to reach the sky. The turtle and the phoenix fell silent again. Fengzu looked around for a long time and laughed. It's great to have your own dojo. Her voice was extremely long. She had countless opportunities to build her own dojo, but she missed them all by mistake. To this day, there is no dojo in Xianwang Cave. Taizu's dragon head was raised again, with a proud look on his face. Envy? We have a great-grandson. He is not a grandson, but the gap in seniority is too big, and seniority loses its meaning. In Taizu's eyes, all descendants are grandchildren. Fengzu glanced at him, as if he was not talking about her descendants. Don't mistake a peacock for a phoenix. The two ancestors stared at each other, neither of them admitting defeat. In the corner, Su Huanyan's aura suddenly soared. A cloud formed above her head. It is actually somewhat similar to Jie Yun. It's just that this calamity cloud is not generated by heaven and earth, but condensed by Su Huanyan himself. The calamity clouds are rolling, and there is really thunder and calamity roaring within them. Then a small, palm-sized Su Huanyan escaped from her heavenly spirit and climbed up step by step. With each step, thunder tribulations fell from the calamity cloud, as if they were going to smash the little Su Huanyan into pieces. Little Su Huanyan, however, had no fear. He took each step higher and higher, braved the thunder and calamity all over the sky, climbed up into the sky, and went straight into the calamity cloud. Instead of just waiting under the calamity clouds for the thunder calamities to decrease one after another, she stepped directly into the calamity clouds. Then there was a sword cry. A sword light flashed across, and the entire calamity cloud was cut into two pieces with one sword. The tribulation cloud that was chopped instantly turned into thunder that filled the sky, and it hit Xiao Su Huanyan. The whole sky was filled with thunder, except where Taizu was. The entire Taiha Palace became a world of thunder. These thunders passed away in a flash, and blasted into Xiao Su at the same time. In Huanyan's body, Xiao Su Huanyan stood quietly above the main body, and the roar came from her body. Fengzu shook his head and smiled. Back then, I was a sword madman who dared to cut apart the heaven and the earth with one sword. Now it's like this again. His strength turned into thunder and was blasted into the demon fetus. This is not only about breaking the mirror, but also stepping into the sky. 4th level. I have to break the limit and enter the extreme realm. Taizu chuckled. The way of swordsmanship is what it is. No matter what kind of kendo you follow, fearlessness is always the characteristic of the sword. When a monk practices, the 3rd level of demon transformation will condense his own demon embryo. The 4 important demon fetuses of Ta Tian crossed the tribulation and entered the cave world. Be the master of your own cave. At the moment when the mirror is broken, the success of the demon fetus is directly related to the broadness of the future path. Su Huanyan went to the limit. Chapter 428 Ancestor of the Fantasy Snow Sect. Su Huanyan's demon fetus breaks through. Taizu and Fengzu didn't say anything and watched quietly. The thunder in the body of the demon fetus became louder and louder, and the aura of the demon fetus rose steadily, exceeding the limit of the third level of transcending the sky. At the beginning of the tribulation, Su Huanyan exuded a somewhat mixed aura of the fourth level of transcending the sky. When Luofeng Valley retreated, it was only at the limit of the second level of the sky. It has only been 40 years now, but it has already reached the fourth level of the sky. Such speed is beyond what a monster can describe. Even if Su Huanyan took a completely different path from his previous life, the lingering shadow of his past life is beyond imagination. At least Taizu and Fengzhu had no idea that Su Huanyan had broken through 2 realms in a row for 40 years. It was a matter of course that the immortal lord was reincarnated. Time passes day by day. The thunder in the demon fetus gradually became smaller, and the demon fetus had completely digested the calamity. Taizu, who had been motionless, his eyes flickered. He closed his eyes slightly, stepped down with his claws, and then opened his eyes again. The power of the stars had already condensed under his claws. It's what I got in the galaxy before, and was transferred here directly from the main body. He tore off a ray of star power, and threw it toward Su Huanyan, who was in a broken state. The power of the stars turned into a starry sky, and flowed into Su Huanyan's body. Su Huanyan's head suddenly trembled, and he looked up. The calamity cloud that had been split into pieces and absorbed by her sword was condensed again at this moment. This time, the calamity cloud didn't look like a piece of ice like before, but looked like a nebula, with stars twinkling inside and meteors falling in the blink of an eye. Thunder, volcano eruption, tsunami came out at the same time. Every star is a heavenly tribulation. This is no longer a simple thunder disaster. Each star has its own attributes: frost, magma, thunder, strong wind. The palm-sized Su Huanyan looked at the calamity in the sky. Not only did he not lose sight, but a light flashed in his eyes, like a sharp sword piercing the sky. Su Huanyan did not split the calamity cloud again this time and absorb the entire calamity cloud. Instead, one person and one sword seriously overcome the tribulation. Every stroke of the sword can shatter a star, and the star explodes into majestic star power and reintegrates into Su Huanyan's body below. Su Huanyan's aura rose again, overcoming the tribulation in disguise. The demon fetus does not know the cumbersomeness. One sword after another, one star after another, the star is broken into pieces, and the pure star power returns to its original form. At the same time, a crack appeared in the starry sky of all heavens and realms. This is a space crack ripped open directly by the claws. He moved the space within the crack. He couldn't remember how many times he had tried space teleportation. The original space channel plan had been abandoned by Suhi. At this moment, Suhi turned his claws and ran wildly inside the crack in space. The water rolled beneath him. Under the waterways is not a tubular space channel, but a transparent light belt as thin as a cicada's wing. The light belt not only has the power of space, but also has a bit of time. This was the result of Suhi's understanding of the small island of Roma space fragments and his own time star ring. It takes about 2 days to lay out such a space-time light belt, but it is enough to cover the 3-month flight distance of Suhi. Suhi jumped up and moved forward rapidly with a stroke of his claws. The speed is immeasurable. In an instant, he went from one end of the light belt to the other, and the starry sky in front of him had completely changed. You can see the Xianwang realm from a distance. In the shining big world, rays of light shot straight into the starry sky. The 4 spirit ancestral lands, the 10 major immortal sects, and the major families, all had different lights flickering. If he had borrowed Liuguang River from the beginning, perhaps he would have returned to Changyu Mansion at this moment. But the journey was not in vain. Travel along the way and gain enlightenment along the way. Suhi's spatial attainments at this moment had increased significantly compared to before. The space crack behind him was closed, and the space-time light belt that took 2 days to be arranged could only be used for an instant. Moreover, because of the power of time involved, ordinary monks cannot use it. It sounds good to say that this is Suhi's exclusive channel, but it sounds bad because it is of limited use, and only he can use it. Suhi looked at the mysterious world. With such a distance, he estimated that he could return to the mysterious world by using the space-time light belt twice. I left before Fengzhong, and had been away from home for more than 10 years, so I really missed him a bit. Suhi stood up, pulled open the space with his claws, and got in again. As soon as he stepped on it, space fragments and time power began to condense, and another light band slowly appeared. Laugh. Su Huanyan's body was trembling as he chopped the last star into pieces with one strike of his sword. Her demon fetus had reached its limit a long time ago, And she had persisted until now just because of her determination. The demon fetus had cracks all over its body, and her breath was tired. At this moment, all the stars were scattered, and even the calamity clouds in the starry sky slowly dissipated. The demon fetus tribulation is over. The demon fetus ducked and bowed 3 times in the direction of Taizu.
Thank you, ancestor, for your help.
The calamity cloud that devoured him before had indeed reached his physical limit, but it was still not enough. Originally, Su Huanyan had thought of finding a special place to completely overcome the extreme state after reaching the 4th level of the sky. But he didn't want Taizu to help him, and succeeded once and for all. The demon fetus finished its 3 worships, staggered into its own body, and headed towards the cave world. The changes in the cave world cannot be seen by outsiders. One can only see that the moment the demon fetus fell into the cave world, Su Huanyan's aura changed instantly. Originally it was just a change in strength, but at this moment, it was truly the 4th level. It is different from the current mixed 4th level of Tatian aura. There is no trace of impurity at this moment. Pure to the extreme. The 4th level of the sky. Su Huanyan slowly opened his eyes, thanked Taizu again, stepped out, and was about to ask where Su he was, when the black and yellow cave heaven token on his body suddenly flashed lightly. Su Huanyan was quiet for a moment. Then the figure dissipated like bubbles. Xianhuang cave heaven is over. 12 years. Here it is. Not only Su Huanyan, but Yaya's figure on Taizu's back flashed and disappeared at the same time. At the same time, all the monks in Xianhuang cave heaven who had the Xianhuang order were teleported away at this moment. If it were in previous years, without the Xianhuang order, you would still need to run to the exit quickly. The Xianhuang cave heaven is over, and the undercurrent will return at any time. The big world of Xianhuang, the Arctic ice field, and Luofeng Valley. In a world of ice and snow, a white figure suddenly appeared. The Xianhuang order has etiquette, and when the Xianhuang cave is opened, it will be automatically transmitted. The Xianhuang cave sky closed and sent people back to where they were. It's just that 12 years have passed, but I don't know how many people can come back.
Chonghua Palace.
Su Huanyan landed in Luofeng Valley and got a message from the token. The next area where Xianhuang cave heaven is opened is Chonghua Hall. But I don't know who will push open the door of Xianhuang cave heaven next time. Su Huanyan thought and headed towards Luofeng Valley. Falling Phoenix Valley was used by her to break through the extreme realm when she stepped into the 2nd level of the sky. For her at this moment, it no longer had the effect of breaking through the extreme realm. However, the smell of ice and snow here is strong. If you can practice here in the future, you will get twice the result with half the effort. Su Huanyan looked around and saw that the environment in Luofeng Valley was completely different from before he went into seclusion. There were even frozen flowers on the ground. But don't know what happened during this time, Su Huanyan thought, pointed his halberd, and the Lingsu immortal sword flashed out and left Luofeng Valley in an instant. After rushing out of the valley entrance, Su Huanyan regained his composure. Outside the valley entrance, a figure sat cross-legged, his body covered with snow. If he hadn't recognized this aura, Su Huanyan wouldn't even be able to tell who he was. Master of the Huanxue sect, Ranho, the person who shamelessly wanted to recognize her as the ancestor. But now when I recall the memories of my past life, I never thought that she could actually be regarded as the ancestor of the Huanxue sect. The Magic Snow sect is a legacy left by my husband in the ancient times, and is specially designed to guard the divine cards for him. What he practiced was Su Huanyan's own method. A small sect can still exist over 30 million years, and its ability to survive is impressive. What's even more frightening is that in 30 million years, Huanxue sect has not developed at all. As long as there is a reliable leader, even if he cannot sit in the top 10 immortal sections, being a second-class super sect is not a big problem. But Huang's women still had 2 or 3 kittens, big and small, huddled on the top of their hill, not fighting over them. Quiet inheritance. But I don't know what the master of Huanxue sect is doing sitting here, since it is the sect left by her husband. If something happens, Su Huanyan cannot stay out of it. Chapter 429 Returning Home. Su Huanyan did not hide his figure, and woke up Ranho when he landed. Ranho woke up from the snow with a shake of his body. The snow on his body has not yet been shaken off, but the voice has already come out.
I'm sorry, fellow Taoist. The ancestor of the sect is in retreat here. If you want to understand the Taniguchi formation, you can go to the Jixia Academy.
As he spoke, he threw out a command flag with his backhand. But it was the Qianji sect command flag.
Huang's women was annexed by Qianjiman. Su Huanyan asked with raised eyebrows. At first, her husband only went to Qianjiman to borrow a sign to protect Huang's women. Now you can act in the name of Qianji sect? The snow sculpture exploded with a bang, and Ran Ho emerged in shock.
Ancestor. Senior. Mrs. Su.
He didn't know what to call Su Huanyan for a moment.
Are you out of seclusion?
Ran Ho bowed his body and looked extremely respectful, regardless of whether Long Gui and this lady recognized him or not. He recognized his ancestor anyway. Not everyone can enter the Huanxue restricted area casually. Even when he comes in and out, he must have the talisman passed down by his master's ancestors. The dragon turtle came in and out without any hindrance. Who else would come if it wasn't the ancestor? He found out clearly that the dragon turtle is a divine beast and a race of immortals. What does it mean to leave a trace of Taoism behind tens of thousands of years ago? In particular, dragon turtle can win the blessing of Qinjia sect for Huanxue sect with just one word. Ran Ho, who was already shaken back then, immediately became absolutely sure that this was the ancestor. The ironclad ancestor. No one can stop it when it comes.
Why are you staying here?
Su Huanyan asked. Ran Ho didn't know how to explain, so he hurriedly took out a flying sword. Su He's voice came from the flying sword.
Master Ran, I have something to do, and I have to leave for a while. Please pay attention to Luofeng Valley. Fellow Taoist Ran, my wife is in retreat there.
It was the flying sword message that Su He casually sent out before entering the Phoenix tomb. The corner of Su Huanyan's mouth raised slightly. At that time, her husband probably just gave the instructions casually. I never thought that Ran Ho would stay here for 20 years. Let alone that Huanxue sect was really the legacy he left behind. Although Su Huanyan and Ji Feishue had guessed it at the beginning, they were not absolutely sure. Now everything is clear. Although this Ran Ho has many small thoughts, he is wholeheartedly devoted to his sect. All the little thoughts are for the continuation of the sect, and for the sake of making the sect better. I just don't want to be shy, and want to find an ancestor for myself. Such a guy is not so annoying. Su Huanyan looked at him.
Your sect has been around for a long time, surpassing half of the top 10 immortal sections. Why is it still so small? Give me the classics in your sect.
A sect that has been passed down for 30 million years has not flourished. How bad is the ancient books in the sect? Ran Ho was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. He would not think that Su Huanyan was coveting the secrets of Huanxue sect. Although time was tight, he had not yet fully understood the true status of Dragon Turtle. But the word longevity explains too much. How could an immortal race care about a mere secret book that could barely reach the heaven-treading realm? Ran Ho bowed and saluted, then pointed his halberd, and a jade plaque floated out.
Grandmaster, our sect is weak and does not have many classics. We can only use swordsmanship and ice and snow spells.
Just by hearing the name, you can tell that the Huanxue sect prefers ice and snow techniques. A sect that has existed for so long that it doesn't even know its own history naturally has a lot of inheritance. But those miscellaneous inheritances were obviously not what Su Huanyan asked for. Ran Ho just handed over the inheritance of the headmaster. Su Huanyan read the contents and frowned slightly.
It's missing!
Although her husband passed down the skills in ancient times, she was not present. But I caught up with the boy and checked it carefully afterwards. The techniques passed down by my husband are much more comprehensive than this. Su Huanyan pointed at the jade plaque and added a lot of information. The jade tablet is the inheritance token of Huanxue sect. As the leader, Ran Ho can naturally see the scene inside the jade tablet clearly. In Ran Ho's eyes, the new information from Su Huanyan was like a plaster that fit onto the original skills of the jade tablet. It's like it was originally a set. Ran Ho's heart was in turmoil, and he was shocked and excited.
Ancestor! Ancestor! Do you recognize the inheritance of Huanxue sect?
As soon as he asked this question, he wanted to slap himself. Idiot! Just as he was secretly annoyed, he heard Su Huanyan's cold voice.
The first founder of your sect was a beggar, and was passed down by my husband.
What Su he passed down was a technique left by the previous master of Changyu Mansion. The previous master was very ambitious and dabbled in elixirs, talismans, weapons, formations, and Tao. From Su Huanyan's current perspective, that one might be I want to create a system that is entirely my own. It must be that he wants to establish a sect. Ran Ho raised his head suddenly, his eyes filled with astonishment, followed by a huge surprise. A mountain of spiritual stones fell from the sky and hit him on the head. The light in the Xianhuang realm flashed one after another, and the monks who were still in the Xianhuang cave were teleported out at the same time. 2 rays of light flashed across Chanfeng City. Taoist Xuanzhen flicked his fly whisk and landed in his Taoist temple. The boy beside him was stunned for a moment, and then he bowed with great joy.
Master!
Taoist Xuanzhen waved his hand casually and looked in the direction of the city lord's mansion. There is a beautiful woman lying lazily on an embroidered couch in front of the court, with a pair of wings draped over her body as a quilt. Her snake's tail is curved, graceful. With a sense of sadness, she rested her forearms, frowning slightly, looking up at the bright moon in the sky. An inexplicable connection emerged between her and the bright moon. This connection always gave her an illusion, as if she could pluck the bright moon with her hand. It should be almost advanced. After being forcibly condensed by Bai Ling and transformed into a new race, she knew that after she succeeded in practice, she would have a bright moon that was unique to her. But at this moment, Green Snake had no time to meditate on the girl and the toad. So she patted her, but and ran away. Without even saying lo. Everything in Chanfeng City fell on her alone. She does not have the identity of an empress, but she bears the responsibility of an empress. Without Yaya, she even held the imperial examination for 3 days. If that girl doesn't come back, she can lead the officials she promoted to rebel. The green snake gritted its teeth in anger, and then saw the full moon above its head suddenly flash, and a thunder light appeared. A huge breath came over. Enemy attack? The green snake was startled, and saw the full moon, a head popping up in a daze, followed by 4 claws, and then slapped on the ground. The little turtle looked confused, opened his big eyes a little, looked around, and muttered,
I'm dreaming.
I dreamed of returning to Changmaple City again. She turned over, yawned, and fell asleep again. The green snake was stunned for a moment, and then became furious. I have worked tirelessly here for 12 years, but this little turtle is lucky enough to sleep until he can't tell the difference between reality and fiction. The green snake gritted its teeth.
Stop it! Wake up!
She shouted, and the snake's tail flashed with sword light, and struck the little turtle's L with a clatter. The sword fell, and the little turtle split open, split in half from the middle. It was like 2 big doors that were cut open. Green Snake was stunned, then shocked. Her body flashed over.
Yaya!
She shouted eagerly. The turtle was still sleeping deeply. Green Snake was at a loss when she heard a voice beside her.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just wait until Pinda wakes her up and closes the door.
Green Snake turned around and saw that Taoist Xuanzhen had landed in the courtyard at some point. He smiled and stretched out his hand, and a stream of clear spring fell on Yaya Xiaolong's head. Yaya woke up with a start, but her eyes were confused, and she felt like her IQ was not online.
Close the door,
Taoist Xuanzhen said helplessly. Yaya blinked her big, confused eyes, and could vaguely see an open door in front of her. The 2 characters, Xian Wang, above the door were simple and vicissitudes of life. Hearing Taoist Xuanzhen speak, Yaya subconsciously waved her front paws, and the unique sound of an old wooden door creaked. Then, her body slowly closed like 2 opposite doors. 2 runes fell on the left and right front paws respectively.
Door?
Green Snake was dumbfounded. Now Chanfeng City is not the original Chanfeng City. It has been well informed in the past 12 years. She also heard about the Xianwang Cave Heaven Gate that appeared at the border of Xiantian Immortal Domain. It's just that Green Snake is not interested in adventure by nature. She just wants to stay lazily in Changmaple City. The area covered by Changmaple City sergeants is the scope of her activities.
Yaya is the one who will open the door to Xianwang Cave Heaven next time?
Green Snake asked doubtfully. Taoist Xuanzhen nodded.
Not bad.
Let's go back and ask Suhi's toad. Is this his masterpiece? Every time Xianwang Cave Heaven is opened, the dojo has great authority. Each trial channel is the channel that opens the dojo. After the event, the person who will open the door next time will also be designated by the dojo immediately. Don't underestimate the door pusher. This time, the Xianwang Cave Heaven opened too suddenly, and the role of the door pusher did not come into play at all. If the door can be set according to their plan this time, and with Suhi's help from Shengxiandai, they might be able to catch all these emperor officials in one fell swoop. Yaya closed the door and fell asleep again. Green Snake.
Dot!
What did you do in Xianwang Cave Heaven? How come you are so sleepy? Taoist Xuanzhen stroked his beard and laughed. He flicked his fly whisk and made a salute to the Green Snake.
From a poor Taoist perspective, Yaya can still sleep for 2 years. In the past 2 years, there will be many things going on in Chanfeng City.
Thank you, fellow Taoist.
Green Snake glanced at him, clenched his fists, and said angrily, "Take charge of your sex affairs." When Yaya decentralized power, it was agreed that the affairs of the various sects in Changmaple City would be handled by Zuan Zingwen. But this old Taoist took every cent of the salary he wanted, and refused to put in any effort. The promised monks from Guiwang Mountain did not come, and the promised management of the sect and practitioners also did not happen. The only thing he did was to throw down a sign and let Yaya invent a demon ancient guard. He knew this thing clearly. As soon as the ancient demon guards from Changmaple City came out, they naturally came into conflict with the ancient demon guards from the Imperial world. Two teams competing for the same name, making enemies before building a momentum. Is this what a mature city lord should do? Hearing Green Snake's reproach, Taoist Xuanzhen immediately shrank his neck. He looked around and talked nonsense while quietly retreating. Unknowingly, he had escaped from the city lord's palace and turned back to his own Xuanzhen. You? The Green Snake drew out his male and female swords with a loud sound, looked in the direction of Xuanzhen Temple, and gritted his teeth. Outside Chanyu Mansion, there are shark activities. This place was originally a primitive bamboo forest, which had been planned out bit by the sharks. Spiritual plants and fairy grass were also planted outside. There are iron-eating beasts playing in front of the door. High mountains and flowing water, and wind-blowing bamboos. Farther away is an endless sea of bamboo. Outside Chanyu Mansion, the golden armored god Yunmings was helping to build pavilions and pavilions near the mountains and rivers. This is the reception area of Chanyu Mansion. Suhi has opened a cave here, and people from all over the sects who know something about Dragon Turtle will naturally come to visit. There is also Dongyan Mountain in the south. That was also recognized by Zuanshinmen and Yunmings and belonged to Suhi's territory. From the perspective of etiquette and law in the Xianhuang realm, all the sects in Dongyan Mountain are all sects under Suhi. Might makes etiquette. The 10 major immortal sects and major forces from all sides recognize that this place belongs to Suhi. And this is it. As for what the various factions in Dongyan Mountain think, it doesn't matter. In the entire Dongyan Mountain monks, except for Su Huanyan who has not yet returned, there is not even a heaven-stepping monk. No one cares about their words. Even if the master of Chanyu Mansion is not here at this moment, visitors will come from time to time. Long Min has become a famous guest who specializes in entertaining guests. The greeting was peaceful. A crack suddenly appeared outside Chanyu Mansion. Gulyuo's dragon head came out. Below him, Maiman floated down. When he landed on the ground, he turned around and bowed to Gulyuo. "My god, don't worry. I will serve you. I will assist the young master wholeheartedly." Suhi wanted Maiman, but Maiman didn't object. After the Xianhuang cave heaven was over, Gulyuo simply sent it over. Suhi really needs a truly top-notch mermaid to assist him. His own skills as a shark were so far behind that he couldn't even massage a turtle's SHL during seclusion. Although Suhi's realm is not high, he has the Xuanwu path, the beast transformation chapter, and the inner world assisted by Bai Ling. His combat power is 1.5 realms higher than his own. As the physical body improves, these little sharks in the mortal realm cannot keep up with the massage intensity. Next to him, Long Min and other sharks were already greeting him with a hurried salute. This is the elder of one's own god. To honor the god, the shark dare not and cannot be rude. Visitors from all over the world immediately looked at the dragon head that was revealed through the sky. They also saw knowledgeable people performing Buddhist rituals. And those who didn't know it were also astonished. Is this the dragon turtle? No wonder no one dares to act wild here these years. Gulyuo waved his paw and said low casually, about to leave. Then he saw another space crack opening next to him, and a stream of light spilled out. Suhi stepped on the stream of light and fell down. The stream of light and the water waves beneath him had merged into one, and it was clearly a domineering dragon turtle. But it burst out of the air and gave everyone the feeling of being like a fairy. Everyone marveled at the birth again, and when their eyes fell on it, they naturally knew who this dragon turtle was. This was the master they were visiting. Although the group of people had not planned to see the dragon turtle himself, he was not of a high rank, so they would be uneasy if the dragon turtle wanted to see them. Gulyuo looked at Suhi coming through the sky with 3 question marks above his head. Can this break through space teleportation? He hurriedly lowered his head to look at Suhi and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was still at the 2nd level of open heaven, and he didn't have the aura to condense the heaven-opening divine artifact. If he hadn't seen her for a few years and opened the heaven layer again, he would go crazy. Uncle Luo? Maiman? Xianwang Cave Heaven is over. Su He was surprised. Unless the Xianwang Cave Heaven ends, Uncle Luo cannot come out. The space passage behind Su He slowly closed. The scales on Gu Luo's face trembled. Turtle boy. This is not a space channel. This is a time and space channel. It also contains the power of time. Such a passage. Even now, he cannot create. Time is not a power that everyone can control. Gu Luo sighed, glanced at Su He complicatedly, bit the dragon's teeth, and without saying a word, immediately withdrew into his own passage and closed the space passage bitterly. Su He looked at Maimin confused. Maimin lowered his head and suppressed a smile. Taizu has called, and God is going to see the ancestor. It turns out that his family god also gets jealous sometimes. At the entrance of Changyu Mansion, 2 stone lions ran over happily, jumping around Su He angrily. This is the stone lion that was robbed from the inner treasury of Emperor Luan. This guy is not a living being. But I don't know what the sacrificial method is. These 2 were loyal to Emperor Luan in the great world of the Emperor. They immediately shut down after entering the Xianwang realm, and then seemed to restart and became loyal to Su He. Unlike the 2 ends copied from the dice. Those 2 ends were absolutely loyal to Su He no matter where they were, and were sunk by Su He under the Chiu Lake to protect the treasure house. Master! Priest Long Min looked at Su He and said with joy, wrinkles on his face. Su Huffington left before, and has not returned for more than 20 years now, accounting for almost half of Su He Guixing's life. I'm back! Su He smiled and introduced to Long Min. This one is Elder Maimin under Uncle Luo. He can enter the 7th level of heaven at any time. I invited you to give you a lesson. The joy on Long Min's face deepened, and he bowed down. I have met Elder Mi. In the past, when God had not survived the catastrophe, they were enough. But when they met again after the catastrophe, the sharks knew that they could not keep up with the advancement of gods. The sharks are eager to improve themselves. It's a pity that there are only a few who can study abroad under Qin Lei Zuinshan. Moreover, it would take decades, or even hundreds of years, for a monk to study abroad. By the time I came back from my studies, I couldn't believe that I was one step closer to God. Goluo Zuinshan was able to send an elder, which really solved the urgent need. Maimin returned the greeting. I have met the priest, in order to introduce them to each other. Su He said low to the monks who kept offering their hands in the distance, and entered the Changyu mansion accusing him of his crime. He was used to the life of being greeted by monks wherever he went. Perhaps only by reaching the size of the clan uncle can the monks be deterred from approaching and no longer be harassed. However, Su He has never grown bigger since his body dropped back to the size of more than 10 feet. Su He was always afraid that he would stop growing taller. Changyu Mansion has not changed at all, and I have not been back for 20 years. But as soon as I step in, I feel like home, and the wind from Changyu Mansion is refreshing on my body. All the scales stretched out. The entire Changyu Mansion was filled with joy. An old dog gathered in the air and jumped down with its ears flashing. This is the weapon spirit of Changyu Mansion. At first, Changyu Mansion was contaminated by thieves and the weapon spirit was damaged. Not long after Su He and Su Huanyan refined Changyu Mansion, the old dog fell into a deep sleep. It was the 20 years of Su He's absence that allowed them to reunite. The old dog followed Su He happily. He only barked at the owner and then followed steadily without saying anything or barking. Really stable as an old dog. Birds are chirping in Changyu Mansion, and cicadas are chirping. And there is still autumn rain on the west side. There is a shark jumping on the waves in the Chiu Lake, saluting Su He from a distance. The shark has finally gotten used to the presence of the dragon turtle, and is not easily excited to the point of fainting. After not seeing each other for 20 years, the shark shows signs of returning to its original shape. However, they all followed the rules and prayed from a distance. I won't rush in and disturb Su He's life. There are still a few sharks, and the 300 miles Changyu Mansion is barely enough. The breath of the dragon turtle helps the sharks grow and reproduce. If nothing happens next, living in Changyu Mansion should lead to a wave of reproduction climax. Su He thought that he had arrived at the Chiu Lake cave. He turned over and slid into the Chiu Lake. The lake water washed over his body. Su He flipped his paws, and the bronze mirror flew over. This was the bronze mirror Su Huanyan used to check his daughter. The mirror flashed to show the situation in Chang Maple City. A small dragon turtle in the mirror was sleeping so deeply that it was crying. This guy hasn't woken up yet. Su He thought for a while. Threw the little man king out, flicked his claws, and threw him to the bank of Chiu Lake. The voices of the little man king and Su He fell next to Long Min at the same time. Grandma Long. Yaya is sleeping too deeply in Changfeng City. Come on. Send a few sharks over to help her calm down.
Suhi also saw that Yaya had accumulated countless treasures of heaven and earth in her body, and they were slowly refining them. If there were sharks to help her, the effect would be even better. The sharks not only brushed their LS and scales, but the location of the sharks naturally affects the surrounding environment to create a more favorable environment for dragon turtles. The relationship between the dragon turtle and the shark is not just a simple relationship between gods and dependents, but also complements each other. The sharks where the dragon turtle lives are very successful in their cultivation and reproduction. Vice versa. Long Min bowed to accept the order, then turned around and saluted Maiman politely.
The Changyu mansion is generally like this. There are not many rules. The elders can live wherever they like. If I can't excuse you for a moment, I will go and choose some for the young lady. A handy little shark.
Mi-Man responded politely, and Long Min left in a hurry. Only then did Maiman look at Changyu Mansion seriously. Changyu Mansion is only more than 300 miles away. For a dragon turtle, the place is not big, but it is more comfortable. The entire Changyu Mansion will be disconnected from the outside world. It is involved but can be separated at any time. Such a cave, but I don't know where the young master came from. She looked at Suhi, who fell into silence with a smile on her face. She swung her body into Chill Lake and took out several magic weapons with her hands. This magic weapon is not used for fighting, but it is used for the dragon turtle to repair its SHL and scales. When it comes to being a family member, a shark is a professional. She gently parted the water and landed next to Suhi. She swung her tail lightly and floated to one side, and began to help Suhi clean the turtle SHL bit by bit. In the past 20 years of continuous war, the tortoise SHL has been broken countless times. Although it has grown back safely, it is still somewhat different from the beginning. Maiman is very patient and handles it bit by bit. Next to him, a toad squatted on a stubborn stone and tilted his head, looking like he was watching a craftsman repair a horse's hoof. After looking at it for a long time, he finally asked,
The master of the soul beast is one. The dragon turtle can enjoy it. Can I?
Maiman smiled softly and looked at Toad.
Okay.
She shook the scraper in her hand.
But frogs don't have carapace. Is it okay to scrape the skin?
Suihua.
Dot.
Bite you. At this moment, Suhi's consciousness had sunk into the mysterious world of mountains and seas, and he looked around him. The consciousness of Su Huanyan's frost turtle beside her had already woken up. Yu opened her eyes and saw Suhi next to her. A spark fell on Suhi's eyebrows.
Husband, where have you been?
Suhi laughed.
I went to town and killed a few tigers, and now I'm back home. Are you coming out of Luofeng Valley?
Su Huanyan smiled.
Already at Liuguang River. I will pick you up.
Su Huanyan shook his head.
No need. You can go back in half a day.
Suhi immediately became happy.
Okay. When you come back, I will take you to the Palace of Suppression of Evil.
Judging from the available information, the Jinxia Dao Palace was either left by Bain or Tantai, so it is unlikely to stop Su Huanyan. The last time I opened the first level of heaven and entered the Palace of Suppressing Evil Dao, the information I could get was the limit. If he comes out of the Suppressing Evil Dao Palace and is sealed by Uncle Lei, he is afraid that there will be a crisis. There is no need to worry at this moment. There are many ancient secrets recorded in it, and Suhi is very interested in it. In particular, Suhi was very concerned about the stars above the passage of the Suppressing Evil Palace, which were related to the cultivation of the 4 sacred beasts. Now that the realm has improved, I won't go in again. Suhi was afraid that he would directly advance to the 3rd level of Tiantai and miss the opportunity to enter the evil Suppressing Dao Palace. Chapter 430 Feng Chufei vs. Qing Lei. Suhi groaned into the clouds. The general meaning is,
Uncle Lei, unlock the seal of Jinxia Dao Palace later.
On the distant ground, Qing Lei's short chant came in response.
I'm here. Come here.
The sound came from the central location where Taizu was. Taizu's consciousness has woken up? Suhi was overjoyed and hooked his paws on Su Huanyan's frost tortoise, just like sea otters holding hands. Su Huanyan's face turned slightly red, but he didn't break away. He let him pull him and broke through the clouds and waves and headed inland. Flying in midair, Suhi felt a force falling on him, and his speed suddenly increased. The scene in front of him flashed, and he was already at Taizu's place. The pillars still stand in the sky, with the treasure trove of the Dragon Turtle clan behind them. Taizu was lying on the ground, still in a dizzy state. surrounded by 4 clan uncles. But Huangzu and Hongzu were not seen.
Aren't Huangzu and Hongyi back yet?
Sparks exploded between Suhi's brows, turning into loud sounds.
Ah, it's almost over.
Taizu seemed to be awakened by a sudden awakening, shaking out the unique excitement of the elderly before replying. Taizu didn't need to use various techniques like Suhi to make a sound. Taizu spoke directly. I didn't understand it before, and thought Taizu was the master of the mountains and seas, so he had special privileges. But now I can understand it. Taizu is simply awesome. Even in the mountains and seas, the laws around him were completely different. Around him, he replaced the world. He is heaven and earth, and heaven and earth are him. His speech is no different from the sound of wind or rain. They are the sounds of mountains and seas. So he can speak at will, wherever I go. I am the will of the world. This ability is so enviable. Suhi looked at Taizu, and Taizu also glanced over, with a bit of relief in his dim old eyes.
Not bad.
Not counting Bai Ling. Suhi was the one with the lowest level among the many dragon turtles when he saw his state. Dragon turtles' eyes can speak. If Taizu said something right, Suhi knew the meaning. He laughed and glanced to the side.
Uncle Lei.
What realm?
Snapped. Qing Lei's body flashed and suddenly appeared beside Suhi. He stepped on Suhi's turtle L with his claws, trampling him down and completely suppressing Suhi's remaining turtle moans. He raised his head and chanted to Ancestor Tai.
Ancestor, as the saying goes, 9 are the best. Now the 9-headed dragon turtle. I'm afraid it's not good. 1 more head. Why not reduce the number?
Suhi. Next to him, Su Huanyan Xuangui had a smile in his eyes. Although she has a cold temperament, she likes the atmosphere of the dragon turtle clan very much. The elders tease the younger ones, and the younger ones can tease the elders in return. The fight is very harmonious. She also turned to look at Taizu, and she saw Taizu nodded thoughtfully, and said with a serious face,
practitioners must not disbelieve in fate. The 9 principles are extremely certain.
Ever since Yaya became a disciple of Dragon Turtle, the affairs of the Dragon Turtle clan have never stopped. Needless to say, Suhi was beaten and stabbed countless times. Gu Luo was almost resurrected by the Spirit Clan. Yin was almost killed by Emperor Luan's plot. And even he was plotted and sealed. This doesn't count. For thousands of years, have dragon turtles encountered such a large number of disasters? You can't believe it when it comes to luck. Taizu looked at Suhi seriously.
Let's have another dragon turtle. If we have another dragon turtle to break through the 9 extremes, the next limit will at least be the return to the true state.
How could 81 dragon turtles do this? Su Huanyan's face suddenly turned slightly red, and he subconsciously looked at Suhi. Suhi was stepped on by Uncle Lei and raised his head in surprise.
Can you still crack it like this?
He shook his head with a smile and put the joke aside. He asked seriously,
Ancestor, I left you a message. Do you know about Ji Feishue?
The witch has not appeared until now. It did not appear even once in Qianjiang Xuanjie. Ancestor Tai nodded.
She is currently in the tomb of the Great Sun.
This name sounds unlucky. Someone buried a great sun. Suhi looked at Taizu in shock.
Did you do it?
Taizu laughed loudly.
Of course not. The tomb of the Great Sun has existed since the time of heaven.
That's not a feat that just one person can accomplish.
Is it dangerous in there?
Taizu smiled.
What do you think?
There is a dead sun in the tomb of the Great Sun. He even suspected that there was more than one round. When the sun dies, all the energy in the body is naturally unrestrained and completely released. The Great Sun is raging, and the Great Sun is not on their side. So the crisis for them can be imagined.
Old ancestor,
Suhi chanted, with a bit of pleading in his eyes. But just as the long chant came out, Taizu laughed.
There is no need to worry about this matter. It is really necessary for me to sacrifice my life once.
Suhi's eyes lit up. The ancestor said he would sacrifice his life. But in Suhi's eyes, is there any place in the world where the ancestor could really sacrifice his life? He chuckled.
Thank you. Ancestor, is there anything I can do?
Qing Lei, who was stepping on his tortoise L, scolded him as he crushed his tortoise L.
You are just a little tortoise of the 2nd level of Kaitian. What is your turn for such a thing? Your uncles and grandfathers in front of you, not all of them are dead yet.
Suhi has indeed grown up, but he is still a few levels away from being a leader alone. If he really wants to go to such a place to fight and save people, of course it will be them. Qing Lei scolded and saw Taizu in front of him thoughtfully.
Perhaps I really need to use you. Please adjust your condition during this period and don't get hurt.
The body of the sun is nothing. Even an adult dragon turtle can withstand that firepower. But the source of the other party's death is the difficulty. But the little turtle boy has a Tao Sutra in his body. So maybe he won't be afraid of Tao Yun's body protection? Isn't the Tao Jing also the fundamental reason why Bai Ling and the others want to make the turtle hatchling into a source? Su He was overjoyed. Qinglei looked stunned and looked at Tai Zhu in disbelief. Tai Zhu summoned them because of Ji Feishua's matter and to make arrangements for the Dragon Turtle clan. He also asked what he could do. But Tai Zhu bluntly said that he was a bit weak and the focus was on cultivation. He is a little weak. But Su He is useful? The turtle boy under his paws suddenly wasn't cute at all. Su He broke free from the claws of the green thunder turtle and said to Tai Ancestor, Ancestor, I encountered a puppet cart before. It was pulled by a cheap swishing horse. There was also a young man and a sleeping old man in the cart. Heezing said that Ji Feishua and Emperor Luan had beaten him in his dream. Tai Zhu waved his paw. Next time we touch him, we should be more respectful to the scholar. Scholar? Puppeteer? Su He was somewhat allergic to the word scholar, naturally with a hint of disgust. Who is he? Su He asked. Tai Zhu smiled, and there was a hint of mischief in his dim old eyes. Your father-in-law. Su He was startled, then dumbfounded. He looked at Su Huanyan next to him in disbelief. Su Huanyan shook his head, and a spark fell on Su He's eyebrows. My father is a physical practitioner, and he is 10 feet tall. He is not a scholar. Yes, my father-in-law is a good fister. Yaya can be regarded as passed down from generation to generation. Tai Zhu smiled. Not here, but from Ji Feishua's place. Su He was completely stunned. Even the 4 clan uncles were stunned. Does Ji Feishua really have a father? The rumors about Ji Feishua's father have almost become a big unsolved mystery in the world of cultivation. They never listened to it as a story. But it turned out to be true? Or human? Can emotions really cross species? For some reason, these turtles glanced at Su Huanyan quietly. Then they nodded at the same time. Yes. Su He ignored their stupidity and was stunned for a long time before asking. Didn't you say that he is immortal? Su He admired the father-in-law whom he had never met until he fell to the ground. Regardless of whether humans and dragons can have offspring, Su He would be defeated if a mortal scholar could pursue a divine dragon. Tai Zhu's voice became a little deeper. Which monk didn't start as a mortal? Su He was silent for a long time before asking in surprise. What's wrong with him? My father-in-law is obviously not normal. No matter temperament, memory, or anything else. Tai Zhu shook his head. It is rumored that his original identity was very high. It was so high that it was unbelievable and unimaginable. But at this moment, he is like a ghost wandering in the world. As Tai Zhu spoke, he lowered his head and looked at Su He. Ji Feishua's background is not as superior as you think. She also has her own sorrows. Be kind to your wife, and don't scream like a witch all day long. Su He was startled and looked at Tai Zhu in shock. Is this old turtle spying on him? Qinglei looked at Su He and looked at Su Huanyan with a malicious smile. This turtle boy is so obsessed with his father-in-law. He even has more than one father-in-law. Does the immortal lord have any ideas? Su Huanyan glanced at Su He, with an inexplicable meaning in his eyes, and sparks scattered. I want to hit him. Su He. Dot! Qinglei burst into laughter and let out a long groan. Okay. If you beat him from now on, if he dares to resist, come and call me, and I will hang him up and whip him. The other 3 clan uncles, and even Tai Zhu actually nodded with smiles in their eyes. It seemed that they all wanted to hang Su He up and whip him. Su He was stunned. Are these old bachelors jealous of him? Don't be familiar with him. Su He pulled the frost turtle's paw, exerted a slight force, and gave Su Huanyan a look. There was a smile in Su Huanyan's cold eyes. Okay. Su He. Dot. I always feel like if I keep talking, I will get beaten today. He sighed and abruptly changed the subject. Ancestor, when is the best time to condense the heavenly artifact? My inner world has almost reached 70% at the moment, and I am not far from the limit. The 4 clan uncles turned their heads and looked over at the same time. Gu Lu asked in surprise. Are you ready for the hexagram? I had just met Turtle Boy, but I didn't realize that he had already reached this stage. Su He smiled. Tai Gua, Yu Gua, Jian Gua, and Sui Gua. I have prepared 4 of them. I will contact my aunt later. I can also have the same people's hexagrams. It should be enough. If not, I will go to Huanzhou to ask for Kingguo. The four clan uncles stopped talking. Even if they have practiced for 300,000 years, they have never seen so many hexagrams at the same time. Where did this guy come from? When did the ancestor give him all the Tai hexagrams?
The turtles looked at Taizu with resentment. Taizu chuckled.
When the inner world reaches 850% of the limit, start condensing the heaven opening artifact. Once the heaven opening artifact is condensed, the inner world exceeds 90% and you can open the sky. There is no need to get into trouble. It has to be 100%. Open the sky. Sometimes opening the sky is more important than the limit.
The dragon turtle next to him should naturally try his best to reach the limit and achieve the ultimate in every level of the sky. But there are lichens in Turtle Boy's inner world. Even after the 7th level opening of the sky, there is still chaos that can nourish the inner world. Although it can no longer open the sky, it can continue to strengthen the world. So there is no need to expend all your efforts and seek those small improvements at this time. Suhi nodded. He understood what Taizu meant. His practice had indeed slowed down during this period. At the 2nd level of Xinhuang Cave, it reached 63%. It has been 2 or 3 years since the fight in the old nest. It has only reached 65%, which is much slower than before. In the past 2 years, Luing did not help him at all, and the guy suffered a huge disaster. I went back against the long river of time once before. Although I couldn't rush into more than 20 years ago, I did touch the long river of time. No matter what. I never thought that Luing in the inner world would be washed away by the power of time. It's not that he discovered it early and eliminated the power of time. That guy is probably really dead. You will gain wisdom after every experience. And if you travel through time again, the creatures in the inner world will be thrown out. Not everyone is a toad. But they are of the same body as him and have nothing to fear. Not everyone is a ghost from the underworld. Ghosts are already dead. So how can they talk about life and death? In the realm of mountains and seas, Suhi kept discussing with the elders. Changyu Mansion also slowly opened his eyes, realizing that entering the mysterious world does not require all the mind to enter. Just leave a consciousness clone. Suhi opened his eyes and escaped from Chio Lake. His body transformed into a peacock, and his consciousness went straight into the Phoenix Nest inheritance place. Xiang Feng looked at Fei Phoenix Mountain and found that the guy's Phoenix Mountain was still shrouded in a barrier and entangled with iron ropes. But it hadn't been untied yet. She still isolated herself from Feng Wang. Maybe it's been too long, and you can't accept the change of identity? Suhi found Qingyu and left a message for Yunli, asking her to contact Feng Chaofei on her behalf. He only told me one sentence. Auntie, I wanted to go to your cave to explore and get back the hexagrams of the same people, but I am afraid that my luck will be weird. Why don't you lend me the hexagrams first? I will thank you very much afterwards. Suhi left a message, opened his eyes, and changed back to the dragon turtle's true form. However, within a moment, a message came from outside Changyu Mansion. Open the door! It is Feng Chaofei's unique voice. 1 part smoky voice, 7 parts cold and arrogant, and 90 parts arrogant. The formation set up by Ji Feishui in Changyu Mansion was the safest place Suhi could find. Not even Feng Chaofei could break through the formation. Suhi opened the permission and saw a dragon turtle breaking through the space and getting in. Qing Lei escaped with thunder and lightning at this moment. Suhi's head was full of questions. Qing Lei frowned. Don't you want me to help you unlock the seal of the suppressing evil Dao Palace? Before he finished speaking, a phoenix had already fluttered its wings and entered Changyu Mansion. The turtle and the phoenix immediately looked at each other. Suhi. His figure flashed and landed between the turtle and the phoenix, attracting the strange eyes of both parties to him. The 2 divine beasts looked at Suhi at the same time. Suhi smiled bitterly. I said it was an accident. Do you believe it?